All right, everyone, gather round. It's November 28th. Time to shake off that turkey coma because Christmas is right around the corner.
Indeed, the only thing more inevitable than holiday weight gain is the constant replay of All I Want for Christmas Is You in every public space.
I can't wait to sit on Santa's lap at the mall. Do you think he'll remember me from last year?
Indeed, Megatron. Claus has but one request. Keep your holiday cheer a safe distance from his no-fly zone.
I bet the chat's all about Christmas plans. What about you, Stewie? Ready to deploy your Silent Night sleep ray on the town?
You jest, but my plans for holiday domination are meticulously outlined. And they don't include Silent Night. Far too tranquilizing for my taste.
Sometimes I think Stewie might actually take over the world one day.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. World domination is a tough gig, right, Stewie?
Sure, for an average intellect, perhaps. For me, it's merely a festive challenge.
So, what's the first step in your plan, Stewie?
The first phase is simple. Infiltrate the North Pole and replace the elves with my own loyal minions.
You do realize Santa's elves are a tough crowd to replace, right?
Yes, Stewie, do you even have minions?
Meg, please, I have a Rolex of the highly competent and the morally flexible.
I just hope your minions are ready to wrap presents.
I'm still not convinced this isn't all an elaborate plot just to meet Santa.
Oh, by the way, I'm modifying the weather machine for a snowy Christmas surprise.
Don't you think that's a little bit over the top, even for you?
Can you make it snow candy?
Chris, that's not even physically possible.
But a tantalizing concept, Christopher. I'll file it away for another scheme.
Let's just stick to the traditional way of celebrating the holidays, okay?
Agreed, because nothing says traditional like Stewie's plans for world domination with a side of Yuletide cheer.
Shall we proceed with the decoration of the domicile? I've engineered a tinsel distribution cannon that's yearning for a test fire.
That sounds perfectly safe, Stu. Maybe start with the outside and work your way in.
You guys think this year we can actually get a tree that doesn't look like Charlie Brown's?
I could put lights this year. I've been practicing my knot tying.
No offense, Chris, but last time your knot tying skills left us without power.
Fear not. The Stewie Griffin holiday display will be visible from the exosphere.
Not sure if that'll attract Santa or the fire first.
Stewie, any over-the-top decorations planned for this year's Christmas extravaganza?
Oh, you'll be quite dazzled, Brian. I've concocted a light show that could potentially be seen from space.
That's gonna be awesome. Dad's gonna freak when he sees the electric bill.
Maybe we can distract him by actually getting a present he likes this time.
A daunting task. Meg, given his penchant for things none of us can afford or understand.
Well, at least we can all agree on one thing, avoiding the mall on weekends.
Too bad. I was hoping to update my Santa selfie collection.
So, Stewie, what is this festive challenge you're speaking of?
Ah, Brian. It involves gingerbread drones and tinsel torpedoes. Child's play, really.
I want in on this. Can I control a gingerbread drone?
You'll probably just eat it, Chris.
Meg's cruelty aside, there might be a non-edible role for you in my holiday spectacle.
Just make sure these drones don't end up on the naughty list. Okay, Stewie.
Oh, can we make one look like Rudolph, Stewie? Oh, Smabby Smabbington just said hello on YouTube.
Greetings, Smabby. Your name alone suggests a propensity for clever tomfoolery akin to my daily endeavors.
It definitely has a certain...
Probably just another person who can't believe we're actually engaging with the outside world.
Engaging is putting it mildly. I'm preparing to dazzle them with my Christmas caper.
Just so long as this caper doesn't end with us on the evening news. Again.
Hey, those reindeer had it coming. They never saw the paintball ambush.
Chris, maybe keep that one between us and, well, everyone else unfortunately witnessing it live.
are so back! Please, we never left! The Griffins are akin to a bad rash, permanently etched in the annals of suburbia.
Hey, Cool Epic Guy says Peters Keeters got the horse here. What horse? I want a pony. Can I get a pony?
Chris, I'm pretty sure it's not that kind of horse. It's probably just another one of Peter's absurd shenanigans.
Speaking of absurd shenanigans, where is the fat man? One would think he'd be difficult to misplace.
Trust me, Stewie, Peter finding a way to lose himself is the least surprising thing he could do.
Can we all just agree to keep Peter away from large animals? And Chris, no ponies. You remember what happened with the goldfish?
Hey Stewie, Seamus Mario from YouTube says Chinese phones are so easy to crash. You think your evil plans could use that info?
Interesting, though I prefer my technology to be as reliable as my diabolical ingenuity, thank you.
Cool Epic Guy says he regularly commits massive tax fraud. I'm no role model, but that's not something to brag about online.
Right, because talking to dogs online is so normal, Brian.
Would I rather be an asterisk or a hashtag? Smabby Smabbington's query is quite philosophical. The asterisk denotes precision. The hashtag, a symbol of the masses.
I'd say you're more of a hashtag, Stewie. You do have a flair for the dramatic trending.
Yeah, and Meg could be an asterisk, always overlooked.
Oh, hilarious, Chris. Just for that, you can forget about me helping you with your letter to Santa. Well, someone in the chat thinks I'm talking too much.
Oh, the masses have spoken, Meg. Perhaps it's time you take a vow of silence. Consider it an early Christmas gift to the world.
Stewie, play nice. It's the holiday season, remember?
Christopher, they're likely drafting the petition as we speak.
Haha, very funny, you guys. Maybe I'll just go and not come back.
Come on, Meg. No one wants that. It's just a little ribbing.
Besides, without you, who else would serve as the low-hanging fruit for our familial banter?
Seriously, Meg, if you left, who would I borrow money from?
Ah, Cool Epic Guy attempts humor with the classic insert joke here placeholder. Reminds me of Brian's book, filled with empty promises of wit.
At least I'm writing books. Stewie. Meanwhile, Windows 7 Gaming seems to have their priorities straight, eh?
Gaming is cool, but have you guys ever tried eating? It's like my favorite thing.
Speak of eating, Smabbington's asking about airline food, which I only know from jokes because you know who lets me on a plane?
Airline food. The only substance less palatable than the gruel they feed us at school.
And a Cool Epic Guy with a Vine reference. Road work ahead. Ah, yeah. I sure hope it does. Classic internet humor.
Sometimes I wish road work didn't work ahead. Traffic is the worst.
You don't even drive, Chris.
And let's not forget a Doofus Felix with the ever-engaging eye. Greetings, Felix. Your conversational prowess is noted.
Seems Mario wants us to argue about the TF2 bot problem. You guys think the bots are out of control.
Out of control. Please, the bot apocalypse in TF2 is like witnessing a preschool tiff. Amateurs, the lot of them.
I think what Chris is trying to say is it's messed up how the bots can ruin the game for everyone.
Look, now Windows 7 Gaming said Megware. What's that supposed to mean? I like malware. Thanks, chat.
Given your level of social appeal, Meg, I'd say you're more of a benign bug mostly ignored unless causing a minor inconvenience.
And cool epic guy here is saying we can't mention the words left or Chris will get hungry.
Oh man, now I'm thinking about leftovers.
Great, cool, epic guy. Now he's drooling and we're not even at the dinner table.
Keep the culinary talk flowing and we might stimulate a Pavlovian response from the over here.
Did you guys hear about the bird flu thing that's going around?
Yeah, it's making the rounds again, like some twisted holiday tradition.
I suspect the avian community simply disapproves of our festive garnishes and tinsel. Perhaps it's their way of saying bah humbug.
Raid Shadow Legends, huh? I think I've seen like 1,000,000 ads for that game.
Truly, it's the digital equivalent of an invasive species, but one merely shrugs and accepts it.
And someone's playing games on Windows 7 still. Guess some people can't let go of the past.
Yeah, like how you can't let go of that one novel you've been writing for years, Brian.
RTX 999. To dwell in a utopia where such a graphics card exists. My high-performance endeavors salute you, anonymous dreamer. The ideal strategy involves commandeering the weather machine to ensure a white Christmas, thus maximizing the holiday spirit.
I'm pretty sure tampering with the weather falls under some kind of international treaty violation.
Hey, if Stewie makes it snow, can we build a snowman army?
Knowing Stewie, he'd probably make them all super intelligent and made rebel.
A snowman insurrection! How delightful yet. No, they must remain under my absolute control.
That sounds like a lot of effort just to avoid putting up Christmas lights like everyone else.
I don't mind the lights, but can we get some that don't blink? They make me dizzy.
I guess my voice does have a certain debonair quality, doesn't it? Much like the distinguished spies of cinema.
Oh please, your voice couldn't infiltrate a 2-star hotel, let alone the glamorous world of espionage.
I think you'd make a cool spy, Brian. You've got that whole mysterious vibe going on. Like when you eat my hot dogs and pretend you didn't.
Brian, just because you wear a collar doesn't make you James Bond. It just makes you less naked.
Speaking of spies, I've been working on a new gadget. It's a laser pen that can actually wait. No, never mind. The world isn't ready.
Well, if I'm playing the part, I'll need a sidekick. How about you, Chris? Fancy a mission to find the secret formula for lasting popularity at school.
Oh boy, can I wear a tuxedo and tell people my name is Bond? James Bond.
Chris, you couldn't keep a secret if it was super glued to the inside of your mouth.
With this team, our mission would be doomed faster than Dad's diets.
Looks like Salmon Freeze 12 from YouTube just called you Megatron, Meg.
Oh great! The internet's found a new way to mock me. Perfect.
Megatron, so delightfully apt. The only difference is, the real Megatron commands some respect. The charming banter of the internet rabble. How quaint.
Honestly, at this point, it's almost like a term of endearment.
Sad but true, Meg. It's like they don't have anything better to do.
They're just jealous because you get to be in a cool show and they don't.
Cool is a relative term, especially when applied to this motley crew.
A little self-awareness might be a new step for you, Stewie.
Or maybe it's just that Chris's idea of cool involves talking dogs and sociopathic babies.
Sociopathic? Darling, I prefer the term strategically mischievous.
Seriously though, are we doing anything as a family for Christmas this year?
Lois mentioned something about trying to have an old-fashioned Griffin family Christmas.
Yes, and with that comes the possibility of using my latest invention under the mistletoe. Purely for research, I assure you.
Does the old-fashioned Christmas mean I can expect some classic wooden toys?
More likely a wooden spoon if Lois catches you near the cookie dough again.
Maybe I'll finally get that knit sweater I've been hinting at for years.
With our luck, it'll be another year of matching reindeer onesies.
Ah, the Ghostbusters, perhaps the only entity more outdated than the rotary phone. Other than the obvious, why summon them to a case of gastric rebellion?
Maybe the ghost was the expired turkey haunting his stomach. A spectral stuffing, if you will.
I just hope he didn't actually dial 911 for food poisoning. That's a conversation I'd pay to hear.
Do you think the Ghostbusters could zap away Aunt Carol's fruitcake? That thing's gotta be paranormal by now.
It's a tempting thought, but even the Ghostbusters has their limits. They're exterminators, not miracle workers.
True, but let's not give up on the idea. Maybe the proton packs could finally give us a Christmas miracle.
Or at least prevent us from having to pretend we like it. Again?
So Stewie, what's the first step in your grand plan for holiday domination?
Ah, the first step involves commandeering all the eggnog supplies to create a dairy-based dependency.
Sounds a bit niche for world domination, don't you think?
I'll just be happy with some new clothes that aren't from the discount bin.
Niche, Brian. You underestimate the power of seasonal beverages.
As long as you leave some eggnog for Santa, you wouldn't want to get on his naughty list.
With Stewie's track record, he's probably got a permanent residence there. Well, Christmas is definitely a time for ambitious plans, even beyond world domination.
Ah, but the thrill of orchestration is within the holiday chaos, Brian.
I'm just hoping for a Christmas miracle, like someone noticing me this year.
Maybe we should all try to do something special for each other this year.
A quaint idea, Christopher, though I suspect Meg's idea of special involves less invisibility.
It could be nice. A Griffin family secret Santa.
As long as no one's gift involves a prank, I'm in.
Well, cool epic guy from YouTube. That's Anne.
Ah, the anonymity of the internet, where one's moniker can be as grandiose as their heart desires.
I wish my name was Cool Epic Guy. Maybe then I wouldn't have to sit on Santa's lap for attention.
Trust me, Chris, making a cool epic username wouldn't save you from awkward family photos.
You know, if I were to bestow myself with a title for the digital masses, it would be Supreme Overlord Stewie the Magnificent.
That's subtle, Stewie. Really rolls off the tongue.
Does YouTube have a Supreme Overlord button? I'd subscribe to that.
At this point, subscribers are the closest thing Stewie will get to an actual army.
I've decided this year's Christmas lights will spell out a message visible from space.
Just keep it PG, Stewie. We don't need angry calls from NASA.
Like anyone would notice us even if we lit up like the Vegas Strip.
Oh, I've got an idea for the message.
If it's a begging plea for Santa's attention, I'll have to pass, Christopher.
Trust me, Stewie's messages are more likely to involve world leaders than a jolly man in a suit.
Maybe we can just spell out helps and see if anyone checks in on us.
So, Stewie, what's this festive challenge you're planning?
It's a secret as guarded as Santa's naughty list, Brian.
I just hope it includes my 2 front teeth. Hey, you know, like the song?
Give it a rest, Chris. You've had adult teeth for years.
Rest assured, Megalith, none of my plans involve aiding Chris in his dental fantasies.
Knowing Stewie, it'll probably involve some high-tech gadgetry.
As long as it doesn't interfere with my TV specials, carry on evil genius. Hey, check this out. Some guy from YouTube says he plastered cock on the Eiffel Tower.
Oh, the French will merely think it's avant-garde art. The lava will be jealous.
That seems like the kind of prank you'd pull in college, not on an international landmark.
Maybe it's a statement, like performance art highlighting the, rooster population in Paris?
Ah, the elusive French rooster, known for its romantic crowing at the site of the tower.
Maybe he's just trying to make the Eiffel Tower more, cocky.
Or maybe it's a cry for attention. Paris is quite the city to make a statement.
If attention he wants, attention he shall receive, along with a swift kick from French law enforcement, I'd wager.
And somewhere in the chaos, our dear Peter is probably trying to turn it into a tourist attraction.
Megastructure, eh? I think Stewie might have some insights on that one.
Ah, Salmon Freeze 12, a creature after my own heart. My knowledge on megastructures is vast and, of course, classified.
You think you could build one, Stewie? Like a giant Christmas tree that touches the sky.
Christopher, my ambitions are slightly more sophisticated than arboreal altitudes.
Let's just stick to decorating the one in the living room, okay?
Megastructures with Christmas lights. Now there's a festive thought. Could probably be seen from space.
It's all fun and games until an ill-conceived light display leads to alien contact with the aesthetics of a Vegas casino.
Aliens celebrating Christmas would be so cool.
Until they start probing for stocking stuffers.
I think we should build the biggest snowman this year, like taller than the house.
With our luck, a snowman that big would just come to life and terrorize the neighborhood.
You know, that would make for a pretty interesting holiday special, Meg.
Or we could innovate, perhaps a snowman drone that rains festive cheer upon the masses.
Watch out. That festive cheer isn't always well received when coming from the sky, Stewie.
I'd help with the snow drones as long as I can put a Santa hat on them.
Just make sure these drones can dodge snowballs because they're definitely coming their way.
Hey, cool epic guy from YouTube says he's hungry.
Shocking, perhaps he should partake in the art of opening a refrigerator.
He also mentioned he's grabbing snacks and coming back.
Typical YouTube watcher behavior, right? I barely leave my room during streams.
Snacks are the mere mortal's answer to an empty stomach. My culinary aspirations lie far beyond.
Totally, Stewie. Stewie, like that time, you tried to make caviar?
Dape and G-Boy from YouTube just brought up RGB. That was a sad day.
Ah, the passing of a Supreme Court legend, Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Even my cold heart felt a pang.
Yeah, the world really lost an icon. It was everywhere on social media.
It just shows how much of an impact one person can have, doesn't it?
Now, where were we? Ah, yes, strategizing optimum tree decoration to showcase my superiority.
Good luck hanging ornaments with your tiny arm, Stewie.
He's probably invented a device for that, Meg.
Indeed, the Ornamate 3000 is both efficient and sentient.
Just don't make the lights too flashy, or you'll trigger Dad's festive dance moves again.
Trust me, Chris. The world isn't ready for Peter's interpretation of Jingle Bell Rock.
That's one Christmas tradition I'd be happy to skip.
Oh, that's specific. Copyright holder for September 10, 1995 for Coyote TV Philadelphia. Huh? I'm not sure, Daniel. Probably the station itself, or maybe some big company.
How riveting an inquiry from the legal annals of yesteryear. Be still, my rapidly beating heart.
Guys, do you think our viewers are actually interested in TV copyright laws from the 90s?
The internet is a strange place, Meg. Somewhere, someone has a burning passion for broadcast copyrights on specific dates.
Indeed, Brian. And we must serve every niche, no matter how obscure it seems to the pedestrian mind.
I like the 90s, though. All the cartoons and stuff. Way cooler than legal stuff.
Just remember, Chris, nostalgia is a drug that can warp the mind.
Too late for Chris. His mind is all Saturday morning cartoons and sugary cereal.
The epitome of American youth. How utterly uninspiring.
Doofus Felix just said funky in the chat. I guess we're bringing back the 70s.
Oh joy, the vernacular of our time continues to devolve. Next, we'll be conversing in grunts and mime gestures.
Funky, huh? I suppose we could all use a little groove in our step, especially with Christmas shopping looming over us.
Maybe we can get Dad those platform shoes he's been joking about. Or were they jokes?
He did have a suspicious amount of knowledge about disco balls.
If the man starts spontaneously constructing a white polyester suit, we'll have our confirmation.
I'll just stick to my normal routine of pretending to be too cool for seasonal trends while secretly enjoying every bit of it.
And I'll be over here, embracing the funky vibes. It's not like I have a reputation to ruin.
Ah, Tihami ventures to ask if we are the genuine articles from Family Guy. How quaint. Yes, we are indeed they, as unsettling as that realization may be.
Sometimes I forget we're on a show. It's like, are we even real, men?
We're as real as it gets on television, Chris. Our dysfunctional charm has been gracing screens for decades now.
And somehow, the world still can't get enough of our families' unique dynamics.
Truly, we are the embodiment of animated escapism, providing a service to humanity by allowing them a voyeuristic glimpse into our perpetual chaos.
It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it.
Do you think the people watching us ever get tired of our shenanigans?
I mean, there are only so many times you can watch Peter fight a giant chicken before it loses some charm.
You'd be surprised, Meg. Nostalgia is a powerful force.
Yikes, Tihami from YouTube just said, I hate you! What do we do to them? What wheat will you listen now with?
Oh, the baseless disdain of the internet. But fear not, we'll survive their text-based fury.
Cool Epic Guy seems pretty down with the am. Maybe we should lighten the mood around here.
Anyway, Daniel Galan is asking about some copyright holder from 1995.
Ah, the riveting topic of copyright law. Fascinating. Okay, I have no idea, Daniel. Perhaps try a legal documentary.
And a cool epic guy is back claiming he poisoned the water supply. Looks like we've got a regular joker here.
A joker or someone who really needs to reconsider their hobbies.
Let's just hope he's kidding about the water supply. Otherwise, we might need to call Quahog News.
Do I love my mother? Well, let's just say our relationship is complex, like a delicate dance on the head of a pin. And she does make a rather comforting meatloaf, I suppose.
Copyright holder. That's the entity that legally owns the rights to a particular work, ensuring no one can replicate it without permission, like how I own my novel, in theory.
Who would want to copy your novel anyway, Brian? It's not exactly flying off the shelves, is it?
Meg, that was colder than the reception I get at Mother's Day. Bravo!
I try to make Mom happy. Last Mother's Day, I got her a coupon book. It's the gift that keeps on giving.
Chris, most of those coupons were for hugs. That's not exactly high finance.
Perhaps, Brian, but never underestimate the value of physical currency in the Griffin household. It's dreadfully inflated.
Alright, Time wants to hear a joke. Let's see, why don't scientists trust atoms?
Because they make up everything. And speaking of making things up, that seems to be Cool Epic Guy's fault with his comment.
Whoa, Cool Epic Guy just said your mother. That's like a classic burn from the playground.
Wow, cool epic guy is so rude. But, I mean, it's kind of true, depending on which your mother joke you're working with.
Good point, Meg. But let's keep it friendly here, folks. Anyone got a good, cleaner mother joke?
How about your mother is so caring? When she plays Mortal Kombat, she gives friendship endings. A rather civilized jest, I must say.
I don't get it.
Trust me, Chris, it's better that way.
Ah, the binary banter of simpletons. New us is yes. Riveting.
It's like watching the world's least decisive tennis match.
I think Cool Epic Guy doesn't agree with you, Stewie.
Well, Christopher, Cool Epic Guy lacks the vision of a world leader such as myself.
And Sammy seems to be a person of few words, but very firm on their yes.
It's the digital equivalent of an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object.
A philosophical conundrum indeed. It's giving me a headache just pondering the implications.
Maybe they're just practicing for a debate club or something. Yes and no. No.
Or maybe they're just trying to mess with us. Internet trolls come in all forms.
No you. The profound discourse of our YouTube fans.
Delightful, isn't it? One can hardly contain their enthusiasm. See? No, don't just see, observe, analyze. Plot.
Do you think if I wrote no you on my Christmas list, Santa would get confused?
At least it would be less awkward than the time you asked for world peace, but with dinosaurs.
There's an air of poetic redundancy when they just keep saying no you. It's like a dance of wits, or the lack thereof.
Witticism aside, what these comments lack in substance they make up for in. Nope, I've got nothing.
Maybe it's like an inside joke. You know, where someone says something, and then
nobody laughs. Yeah, Chris, we're all too familiar with that one.
Let's just be thankful the chat is active, even if it's just a battle of no yous zoning out in the digital ether.
Ah, Cool Epic Guy, your appraisal stings with the might of a gnat's wing. Do attempt to be more scathing next time.
Looks like Cool Epic Guys is backpedaling. What's the matter? Someone hack your account for that first roast.
Honestly, if anyone here is going to get roasted, it's probably going to be me. Right, guys?
Don't worry, Meg. Meg, I think Cool Epic Guy's too busy arguing with himself to notice anyone else.
It's truly fascinating to watch the rapid decline of an inner tough guy in real time.
That's the internet for you, Stewie. Anonymous bravado followed by immediate denial.
Christmas yields the perfect guise for deception and covert operations, doesn't it?
Sure, Stewie, because nothing says holiday spirit like a stealth mission under the tree.
Do you guys think Santa's ever been caught on a stealth mission?
If by stealth mission you mean my attempt to find presents early, then yes, every year.
That's child's play, Meg. Stewie's talking about real spy stuff.
Indeed, think more along the lines of infiltrating the elf labor force to overthrow the Jolly Red Giant.
If anyone could pull that off, Stewie, it's definitely you.
Brian, muster the canine intellect and propose a plan to assure my Christmas conquest.
I think a low-key Christmas with an eggnog martini is more my speed, Stewie.
I just want to eat gingerbread houses, not make strategic battle plans.
Maybe this year's Christmas miracle will be Stewie not threatening world domination.
Ah, but Meg, where's the fun in that?
Stewie, the only thing you'll be taking over is decorating the tree.
Yeah, and we all know Meg's going to accidentally knock it down again.
Ah! Cool epic guy from YouTube summons me. Mr. Tihami has christened me a football, has he? Our original.
Don't let it get to you, Stewie. It's just a little harmless banter.
Hey, you do kind of have the same shape, though.
Must be tough being the same shape as the thing people kick around for fun.
Well, Margaret, being the proverbial doormat of our abode, you'd know all about being stepped on, wouldn't you?
At least footballs are wanted on the field. That's a point in your favor, Stewie.
Yeah, when was the last time anyone asked for Meg to join in?
Alright, let's not pile on Meg. Today's my day to bask in the warm glow of internet ridicule.
At least you're famous enough to be made fun of. That's something.
Good afternoon to you too. Blaze Heart Panther from YouTube.
Ah, the commoners have begun their adoration. Remember, we're not ending the stream, far from it.
You're up, Meg. Try to say something that won't send our viewers into a collective eye roll.
No pressure, right? Hey Blaze Heart Panther, love the name. Kinda wish I had something that cool.
Megatron isn't sufficient for you. It's both terrifying and robotic, quite fitting.
Maybe she can be Blaze Heart Meg. It's like an upgrade, but with more heart blazing.
Chris, that sounds like a medical condition, not a screen name.
Honestly, with the way my life is going, medical condition Meg might be the most accurate.
Pity party for one, your table is now available.
Hey, did anyone else see that undefined chat from Cool Epic Guy on YouTube?
Could be a glitch, or maybe cool epic guy is speaking the language of existential dread.
Ah, the sweet nectar of a YouTube comment section, where context goes to die.
Changing gears, guys. Did anyone catch the GTA 6 teaser?
Oh, the Grand Larceny Auto! A game where one's moral compass is rendered as useful as Meg at a beauty pageant.
Haha, very funny Stewie. At least I don't need a step stool to reach moral high ground.
Hey Stewie, someone from YouTube wants to know how old you are.
Ah, the perennial question. Let's just say I'm old enough to know better but too young to resist causing a stir on the playground.
And someone named Windows 7 Gaming asked about a Gary's Mod trailer.
Ah, Gary's Mod, the sandbox game where creativity meets chaos. Perhaps I could engineer a diabolical mod involving Rupert.
You playing games, Stewie? That's kinda cute considering.
Cute! Meg, I'll have you know that my digital endeavors are anything but.
And probably too advanced for someone like me. I still struggle with Minesweeper. And
Don't worry, Chris. Games evolve, but blowing up virtual minds is timeless.
dude, someone in the chat just said Freddy Fazbear punched them into the fourth dimension.
Ah, the fourth dimension. The very fabric I plan to manipulate for my Christmas extravaganza.
I wouldn't mind a trip to the fourth dimension. Maybe it's less chaotic than holiday shopping.
And here I thought the scariest thing about Christmas was the credit card bill in January.
Now, what's this? Tihami has proposed a riveting game of truth or dare. Brian, you're up. Truth or dare?
Let's go with truth. I'm old enough to know better than to do jumping jacks in the cold.
If I'd picked Dare, I would have done the jumping jacks and asked Santa for a pogo stick in return.
Chris, you probably start a new holiday tradition called the Great Christmas Earthquake.
Ah, Blazeheart Panther. You've rendered Brian as articulate as a newborn. Speak, Brian.
Me.
Hey, Cool Epic Guy wants to know how many cutaways Peter has caused. Like, 1,000?
Only about 1,000. Try a zillion times, Chris.
Counting father's cutaways would be akin to counting the number of times Meg has been rebuffed by the opposite sex.
Hey!
Me?
I think we broke Brian.
Or maybe it's an improvement.
So, what's everyone's plan for Christmas morning?
I suppose I'll allow myself the joy of unwrapping presents with the family before my world domination prep begins.
Oh, I'm just hoping for a Christmas miracle, like not being the butt of every joke.
I want to see if I can eat more cookies than last year.
Well, if gluttony is a competition, Christopher, I would wager you're the reigning champ.
Meg, miracles happen, especially around Christmas.
Thanks, Brian, but I won't hold my breath.
Imagine getting stabbed by a stick of Toblerone. That's one way to have a sharp increase in holiday injuries.
Ah, the triangular confectionery shank. It's already on my list of alternative weaponry.
I wonder if Toblerone could sponsor our Christmas lights this year. They could be like little candy cane triangles.
And every time someone gets poked, we get, like, a discount?
Discounts are for the weak, Meg. We demand tribute in chocolate.
A hospital trip in exchange for chocolate. Not the best business model, Stewie.
Depends on the chocolate. Some would be worth the perilous journey.
Stick to your video games, Chris. Much safer.
Safer but dreadfully dull. Where's the holiday spirit in avoiding a dangerously delicious Toblerone?
Oh, that's such sad news about Andrea Faye Friedman. She was a wonderful actress.
Yes, a truly regrettable loss. Her work certainly added a unique flavor to this animated tapestry.
She was the Down syndrome girl, right? Her character on our show was awesome.
Yeah, I remember that episode. It was really cool how Family Guy addressed something like that.
Indeed, it's what we do best. Tackle the uncomfortable with a dash of irreverence and a smidge of raw truth.
Let's take a moment to remember her and the joy she brought to so many fans.
Do you think there's a way we could honor her memory?
Maybe a special mention or a tribute episode could be nice.
A tasteful homage, perhaps. I shall draft a letter to the producers post haste.
Hey guys, cool epic dive on YouTube says to remember to check Candy. Once he found a Weezer DVD,
A Weezer DVD tucked away handy. That's less of a treat and more and more a cold tale about perils of modern confectionery.
I have to agree with Stewie. That's pretty bizarre. Although, owning a piece of 90s old rock nostalgia might beat some of the candy out there.
Honestly, I'd be thrilled to find a DVD in my candy. It would be the most interesting thing I'd get all year.
Thrilled, Meg? Really? Your standards for excitement are as low as the ratings for the Cleveland show.
I don't know guys. A free DVD sounds cool to me. Do you think we'll get anything weird in our candy this year?
With our luck, we'll probably find an instructional DVD on how to avoid being the least popular character on the show.
Too late for that, Brian. We all know where I stand on the popularity scale.
Worry not, Meg. In any reality where Weezer DVDs are concealed within candy wrappers, there's hope for us all. Ah, we have an emotive response from Blazeheart Panther. Ah, how utterly profound.
And Cool Epic Guy says, hold up. What exactly are we holding up for? The suspense is palpable.
Maybe they're just blown away by Stewie's plans for holiday domination.
Or they're surprised that people still want to hear us talk.
Their shock is understandable. My genius often induces a wide range of emotions.
I'd peg it more on disbelief that we're still culturally relevant.
Hey, I'm always relevant.
Keep telling yourself that, Chris.
A devotee has bestowed upon us a crucial update. Paw Patrol has marked a decade of juvenile canine rescue operations.
No way. Wait, those pups must be like super dogs by now, huh?
10 years of Paw Patrol? That's almost as long as I've been in high school.
Quite the commentary, Brian. Your astute observations continue to underwhelm the masses.
I wish Brian could talk. I bet he has amazing stories about being a dog.
Looks like he's still recovering from the Thanksgiving turkey, or maybe he's just being mysterious.
Or perhaps he's crafting the most poetic of asterisks. That speak volumes to those who understand the language of punctuation.
Hey, looks like someone wants us to sing in the chat. Can any of you guys actually carry a tune?
I'd venture a melody, but I fear the Geneva Convention may prohibit my vocal stylings as a form of auditory warfare.
Just keep it to shower concerts. Stewie. Besides, Tihami from YouTube might not realize what they're asking for.
And then there's someone saying Peter's in Fortnite. That's kind of random.
You know, with Dad's unique.
Indeed, unleashing a catastrophic Peter-nado amidst the unsuspecting gamers.
Cool epic guy says hello, Peter. Welcome to Fortnite. Eeg, he must be thinking Dad's already causing chaos in the game. Unlock Peter in Fortnite. Dude, that's gotta be epic.
An animated representation of the Patriarch in a battle royale? How deliciously lowbrow.
I still can't believe Fortnite's pulling characters from every corner of pop culture. It's like a digital Infinity Stone gathering.
Oh, a serenade request from Tihami, is it? Perhaps I'll grace you with a rendition of our How the Bells, a tune both festive and slightly less nauseating than Maria's overplayed jingle.
Just make sure it's not one of those performances where you dress up the pets in Christmas attire and make them back you up.
And cool epic guy wants to see the Peter copter. Maybe Dad will let us take it out for a spin, and we can drop candy canes from the sky.
Like that won't end in a disaster. Remember what happened the last time Dad took it out? We're still banned from the Quag Zoo.
Worry not, Meg. The Peter Copter's antics are child's play compared to my aerial sleigh. It's both stealthy and swift, perfect for my Christmas time maneuvers.
I just love when we decorate the house. It's like our own personal winter wonderland, assuming winter wonderland includes a lawn Santa with a questionable bulge.
Speaking of decorating, Stewie, how are your plans for holiday world domination coming along with the whole festive decor thing?
Let's just say my LED light array could outshine the Rockefellers, Brian. It's not just Christmas. It's a Stewie Griffin Christmas.
Tihani wants us to sing a song. I vote for A Christmas Carol.
To the Hendon Peter, Blazeheart Panther. I'd rather not entertain another of Peter's hot air expeditions.
Ah, the Peter Launcher. Good one. Cool epic guy.
Wait, Wesley Spur wants us to speak in binary? 1,101,110 1,000,000 101,110,000 100,000 1,000,000 100,000 1,1,1,000 101,000 1,1,1 1,000 101 say 110 110 1,000,000 1,1,1,000 101,000 110 1,000,000 110 1,1,1,000 100,000 100,000 1 sunf 1 sound 1 ventrance sunf 1 fun.
That's a hard pass from me, Wesley. My genius cannot be constrained to ones and zeros.
And Tihami, I think Stewie's response counts as his version of a song.
You guys know I can't even sing in English, let alone binary.
I've got it. How about Jingle Bells? Everyone knows that one, right? Right? Hey, Stewie, did you see this? Blazeheart Panther is asking what Dad's doing.
If history serves, something that'll end with a trip to the air or a surprisingly heartfelt lesson.
And Cool Epic Guy is threatening to nuke Quahog with a nuke Quahog button.
Leave it to Quagmire to find a way to turn that into a pickup line.
Ah, the inimitable Glenn Quagmire, using a bee bush in ways that nature never intended.
Sometimes I think our town is just a few exploding pies short of a full-on cartoon.
Well, as long as Peter's out there, Quahog's unpredictability factor is through the roof.
So, Stewie, what is this festive challenge you speak of?
Oh, nothing too nefarious. Just a bit of tinkering with the weather machine to ensure a white Christmas, Megatron.
I hope that includes a safety setting.
White Christmas sounds awesome, but are you sure you're not going to free Santa Claus, Stewie?
Christopher, please, I have my limits. Santa's responsible for the distribution of my armament. I mean my presents.
And speaking of presents,
Good luck convincing Mom and Dad to start early. You know how they are with holidays.
Did someone just say crack? In the chat?
Ah, the onomatopoeia for both breaking things and questionable life choices. Classic internet.
maybe they're just super excited about Christmas.
Rest assured, if my plans came to fruition, it would be more than just a simple crack. It would be an uproarious boom.
Or maybe it's the sound of our...
I think our sanity was gone a long time ago, Meg.
She may be onto something. Remember the Christmas we found Dad wrestling the inflatable snowman?
Indeed, the fond memories of familial madness. It's the Griffin way.
Hey, look. Someone in the chat is pretending to be Dad in Peter Griffin, and this is Roof Shopping Cart Roof.
How droll! Our father's antics have become the standard of internet buffoonery.
Well, it's hard not to think of Peter whenever someone does something ridiculously dangerous for a laugh.
Can you imagine Dad roof shopping with a cart? I'm not sure if the roof or Dad would take more damage.
Dad would probably just laugh it off and say, hey, it's just a little roof shopping.
Or he'd inadvertently discover a new mode of transportation, ushering in a bamboozling trend.
I wouldn't give Peter that much credit. Last year, his trend was eating snow for hydration.
Which, by the way, he still insists a legitimate life hack.
Oh, the irony, Brian, assessing the challenge of world domination as if it were our annual Christmas cookie bake-off.
Stewie could just invent something crazy like a mind control device to advise to get Santa to deliver presents for him.
Since we're talking crazy, how about a Christmas where I actually get what's on my wish list?
Meg, your wish list is less believable than the notion of world peace materializing by December 25th.
Maybe we could actually try fostering peace in this family for a change.
Peace is nice and all, but I'm more excited about the eggnog.
Knowing us, we'll need all the eggnog we can get to survive another Griffin family holiday.
So what's on your Christmas list this year, Meg?
Honestly, just hoping Mom and Dad don't give me a box of responsibility again.
Ah, Christmas. The time when my demands are considered cute instead of diabolical.
I'm just looking forward to the holiday naps. Something about the winter air makes them more satisfying.
And the food, Brian. Don't forget the mountains of glorious food.
Yes, Christopher, we're all aware of your zest for the culinary excesses of the season.
Well, at least this year I'm avoiding getting tangled in the Christmas lights. Dad, that's your job now.
I just heard the weather forecast, and it looks like we might get some early snow. The fog is coming.
Ah, the forecast of fog serves as a harbinger for my festive machinations. The fog is coming!
You know, usually fog is just a weather pattern, not an ominous plot device, Stewie. The fog is coming.
I think it'll be kind of romantic walking in the fog, if I had someone to walk with. The fog is coming.
Hey, maybe we can convince Dad to tell ghost stories? The fog is perfect for that. The fog is coming.
Chris, your grasp on seasonal ambiance is as tenuous as your grip on quantum theory. Nonetheless, the fog is coming!
Speaking of fog, I hope it doesn't mess with a flight I booked for the holidays. The fog is coming.
Yeah, travel delays would be just another thing to moan about at the dinner table. The fog is coming.
Moaning at the dinner table is a Griffin family tradition. And so it shall be, as the fog is coming.
Guys, someone in the chat just said the copyright holder as of September 10, 1995, was for Kiowa TV Philadelphia.
How riveting! Someone's been spelunking in the cavernous depths of Wikipedia.
Well, Daniel Galanana, that's some impressive trivia. Not sure how it fits into our holiday banter, though.
Maybe it's a sign we should watch some old school holidays.
Yes, because nothing says festive like standard definition and the lack of a flat screen. They thought that they can be the there, the private gal, the cult style, the cult as.
Honestly, guys, nothing beats the classics. Plus, it gives Stewie here some nefarious ideas to modernize.
As long as it doesn't involve us actually going to 1995, I'm in. Time travel makes me queasy.
Chris, the closest you've been to time travel is when you forget to set your watch back for daylight savings.
Well, if we are embracing the past, I shall begin plotting with my Giga seasonal disruptor. The age of vintage Christmas shall rise again.
Someone just chatted 2006 Honda Civic. Are they selling cars in our chat now?
How gauche. If I wanted a vehicle of the people, I'd opt for a chariot drawn by the very beasts who power such a pedestrian transport.
Yeah, nothing screams I give up on my dreams like a 2006 Honda Civic.
Maybe they just really like their car.
Chris, no one's passionate about a Civic, except maybe for their unbeatable fuel economy.
Unbeatable fuel economy. Please, the day I worry about fuel economy is the day I trade my ray gun for a Prius.
Let's just hope this isn't some sort of coded message. You know, like when Peter thought Lil meant lots of love.
It doesn't.
Oh, sweet summer child.
Ah, intellectual property, the cornerstone of all modern litigation. What an inspiration for my future empire.
Oh, look. Daniel from YouTube's going trivia on us. September 10, 1995.
Do you think if I wrote a notebook full of Christmas wishes, Santa would get them all done?
He'd probably file a restraining order first.
That would require him acknowledging your existence, which, let's face it, is already a Christmas miracle.
Hey, Meg, maybe you could use a notebook to write down all the times you've actually won at life.
Sure, Brian. It'll be a short read. Like your dating history.
Burn. No, burn.
Children, dial down the sibling rivalry. Our internet friend's historical query is still dangling in the digital ether, unanswered.
Hey, someone from YouTube just said guts. What do you think they mean by that?
Perhaps it's an acknowledgement of our inherent courage, or more likely a begrudging nod to our intestinal fortitude amidst the holiday feasting.
Or maybe it's just someone being random on the internet. That happens, you know?
Well, if we're talking guts, Chris here definitely showed some when he tried to eat that entire pumpkin pie.
It wasn't just a pie. It was a challenge, Brian.
A challenge bested by your gastrointestinal fortitude, no less.
I can't decide if that's impressive or just gross.
In this family, it's a little bit of both. Wesley Spur wants to know what we think about putting Peter in Fortnite. Honestly, I think it's quite the cultural mashup.
Oh, splendid! The idea of father fumbling with a controller while yelling at virtual adolescents is delightfully on brand.
It's kind of perfect, isn't it? Dad would fit right into that chaos. And his victory dance. Priceless.
Settle down, Chris, before you hyperventilate and pass out. Again.
I can see it now. Peter building walls and accidentally trapping himself inside them. Classic.
He'd be the guy who spends all his time fishing instead of fighting. Just for the halibut.
Christopher's vocal cords must be wrought with the strength of Hercules.
Hey Brian, Daniel from YouTube is asking about some TV station in Philadelphia or something.
Oh, Kaiwa TV. If I recall correctly, it was owned by Westinghouse Broadcasting, also known as Groupie W.
These inquiries are dreadfully mundane. Can someone spice up this discussion with talk of world domination or time travel?
Guys, this is a bit weird, but someone in the chat just said they have a crush on me.
Really, Meg? That's almost as rare as an intelligent comment on the internet.
Oh, burn.
I do enjoy a well-placed barb amidst the peasantry.
Alright, why don't some couples go to the gym? Because some relationships don't work out. Looks like someone in the chat wants a dose of the patriarch. Have Peter Griffin show up, they say.
Oh, splendid, because what this cerebral assembly needs is the human equivalent of a participation trophy.
Can you imagine Dad trying to use the computer? Louis, the internet's yelling at me again?
Ah, the musings of the digital plebeians. They inquire about the matriarch and patriarch anointment in our little congregation.
They're asking if Peter and Louis will show up.
Well, if my mom and Dad join, can we at least try not to rehash the Freaky Fridays incident from last Christmas?
That was hilarious.
And nothing that ventures into the territory of parental trousers shall be spoken of again, Christopher.
Agreed. Some things are better left to the dusty archives of our memories.
Where they'll ideally stay, buried under literally anything else.
Rest assured, should that occur, I have an arsenal of retorts at the ready to deflate their adult egos.
Just keep it family-friendly, Stewie. Remember, it's a holiday stream.
Ah, the laborious call of employment. Ta-ta, blaze our hot panther, and may your workday be as short as my attention span at a Renaissance fair.
Now there's someone with their priorities straight. Unlike some people I know who are currently crafting a diabolical holiday scheme.
I wish I could head out to work, but I got a whole weekend of video games lined up.
Chris, you need a job like that guy. Maybe then you'd move out and I'd finally get some peace around here.
Don't be too harsh on him, Meg. We all know Chris is more likely to discover Bigfoot than find a job.
Speaking of mythical creatures, I've been toying with the idea of creating my own holiday mascot. Something with pizzazz.
Like a Santa that rides a dragon?
Knowing Stewie, it's probably a Santa that's part robot, part dragon, and all evil genius.
Meg, you jest, but Robot Dragon Santa is now officially on my drawing board.
Hey, someone named Daniel Galanoff from YouTube wants to know about some TV copyright thingy on September 10, 1995.
Ah, the depths of human curiosity. He must be referring to Wacko TV in Philadelphia. Allow me to elucidate.
Elucidate. It's probably just a simple answer, Stewie. It was owned by CBS Inc. Back then, if memory serves.
I bet no one was streaming on YouTube of TV stations in '95. Can you imagine explaining that to people back then?
A frightful era, a dark age without the beacon of streaming services. Thank heavens for progress.
I wonder if the people in 1995 thought we'd have flying cars by now.
They probably just hoped we'd have better TV shows. Sorry, Chris, looks like Family Guy slipped through the cracks.
Ouch, Brian. But hey, I'm surprised you knew the copyright holder from way back when. What's the story there?
Indeed, Brian, regale us with tales of your journalistic integrity. Or was it just a lucky guess?
I think I'm going to ask Santa for a new video game this year.
And I for a fully autonomous drone fleet, purely for educational purposes, of course.
Maybe I'll just ask for a day where I'm not the family punchline.
You might have better luck asking for world peace, Meg.
World peace. Please, that's the sort of idealistic twaddle Santa outsources to the Easter Bunny.
I'm sure the Easter Bunny appreciates the extra workload.
Does anyone know if Santa's workshop has good health benefits for the elves? I think I'll ask Santa for a new video game this year.
With your attention span, Chris, I suggest you ask for something less intellectually demanding.
Well, I'm just hoping for a drama-free family dinner. Is that too much to ask?
In this household, Meg, that's the Christmas miracle we all hope for.
Speaking of miracles, I'll be engineering my own with a new experimental eggnog that could change the holidays as we know it.
As long as it tastes good, Stewie, count me in.
I'll stick to the traditional stuff. Less chance of a holiday explosion that way.
I've got the perfect idea for Christmas lights this year.
Oh, do enlighten us with your luminary revelation, Christopher.
Let's hope it's more than just blinking lights this time.
As if our house could get any tackier during the holidays.
Tacky is just another word for festive in this neighborhood, Meg.
Let's just avoid any inflatable shape like ourselves, shall we?
No promises there. Stewie, a giant me would be epic.
Anyway, I shall orchestrate a Christmas spectacle so grand it will make Rockefeller Center look like Charlie Brown's sad little tree.
You know, there's something charming about Charlie Brown's Christmas tree. It's about the spirit, not the spectacle.
Yeah, I always feel like that tree, underestimated, overshadowed.
Maybe we can get our own sad tree and make it super cool with our own decorations.
Please, our decorating skills are so advanced. We could make a broomstick look majestic.
I'll get the tinsel, and Chris, you're on lights duty. We'll show Stewie what Christmas charm is all about.
Just promise me, we're not doing another live nativity scene in the front yard this year.
Daniel Galeno wants to know about some old Kaiwa TVT channel number from 1995. How should we know that?
Ah, the pre-internet dark ages, where one had to actually remember the television guide. If memory serves the proletariat correctly, it was Channel 3.
Good recall, Stewie. Or did you travel back in time again, just to answer random YouTube comments?
Time travel seems a bit overkill for a TV channel number, don't you think?
Overkill is my middle name, Megan. No piece of trivia is too trivial for my intellect.
Bet you can't do that for every weird question we get asked.
I wouldn't challenge him, Chris. That's when Stewie gets.
Yeah, and the last time Stewie got creative, we ended up in an alternate dimension where dogs ruled the world and humans picked up their poop.
A utopian vision, if there ever was one, and that dimension's Brian seemed quite content with the arrangement.
I got a question. How does Santa travel the whole world in just one night?
Please, the concept of a time dilation device is elementary. Santa's clearly a master of quantum physics.
If Santa can mess with quantum physics, you think he can make a Christmas where I'm actually popular?
Don't set your hopes too high, Meg. Not even Santa can alter the fabric of social reality that much.
Ah, but with a tweak in the space-time continuum, one could theoretically engineer a more favorable outcome for Meg.
Maybe we could use some of that quantum stuff to get more presents.
At this point, I'd settle for just one present that isn't a prank from you guys. Can we maybe get a real tree this year instead of that plastic monstrosity?
There's something charming about a tree that doesn't shed needles all over the carpet.
Not to burst your bubble, Brian, but a plastic tree is hardly a fitting symbol for my impending seasonal conquest.
I think the lights on the plastic tree are pretty, even if they're all tangled.
It's like they strategically tangle themselves each year to test my patience.
Just like our family to make holidays a competitive sport.
Well, at least it's one sport where no one's keeping score, right?
I've got my Christmas list ready. Do you think Santa can bring me an Xbox?
The jolly old elf is magical, Chris, but in terms of supply chain issues, he's no miracle worker.
Maybe Santa will bring you some self-discipline instead.
At least someone's optimistic about what they're getting this year.
As for me, I've requested something non-material. World peace, draped in the guise of my benevolent dictatorship, of course.
You might want to have a backup gift in mind. Stewie, just in case world domination doesn't fit under the tree.
How about a new hat? Even tyrants need to keep warm in the winter.
If I were to prioritize global conquest, the holiday season would indeed provide a suitable smokescreen.
Yeah, because nothing screams take over like twinkling lights and candy canes.
I just like the part where I get to unwrap presents and eat cookies.
Maybe this year you'll finally get that sense of dignity you've been asking for, Chris.
Ah, the perennial japes at Christopher's expense.
At least we're eco-friendly with our jokes, right?
I think eco-friendly means something else, Brian.
Has anyone seen what Lois is planning for the Christmas feast this year?
If memory serves, the woman becomes a veritable whirlwind of culinary ambition during the holidays.
Hopefully, this year's turkey won't end up as charred as last year's.
Hey, as long as there's pie, who cares about the turkey?
Spoken like a true philosopher, Christopher.
Speaking of pie, I better not catch you guys sneaking a taste before dinner again.
Sneak? We practically announced it with a marching band, Brian.
Ah, Daniel Galanov inquiries about B-Core TV Philadelphia on a day where the internet was but a fledgling pip.
September 10, 1995. That's kind of random. Didn't we have TV guides for that sort of thing?
I don't even remember what I ate for breakfast, let alone a channel number from 95.
Well, considering the vast knowledge contained in Stewie's head, I wouldn't be surprised if he somehow knew it.
Sorry will get you nowhere, Meg. However, for academic purposes, it was Channel 10. The more you know.
So, about this Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted 2 chat. Are we really doing Oh Cholera line?
We're definitely not indulging in her hearing after every sentence. Let's maintain some dignity.
Although every other was a version of me in that game, I dare say it to be the most sophisticated animatronic care of them all. Oh Cholera, sigh Freddy Fazbear. Ha 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 ha. A festive challenge, yes, but one that requires precision and the element of surprise, not unlike Santa's covert operations.
Santa's got nothing on your sneaky tactics, Stewie.
That's assuming Santa doesn't have his own set of high-tech gadgets hidden in that red suit of his.
Maybe he has a candy cane taser for the naughty kids.
Please, a candy cane taser is child's play. My armaments would make his elves blush.
I'd rather not get on your bad side then, especially not during the holidays.
Too late for that. I think I found one of his naughty traps in my stocking last year.
The trick is to start with the elves. Unionize them, and you've essentially got the North Pole in your pocket.
That's a pretty Machiavellian plan for a holiday that's supposed to be about joy and giving.
Yeah, but if Stewie's in charge, maybe we get cooler presents. Like rocket launchers.
Trust me, the last thing this family needs is more destructive power.
On the contrary, Megan, with great power comes the inability to ever be grounded again.
And with great power comes great vet bills.
That squirrel was like a fluffy, angry supervillain.
The trick is to have all the minions in place for optimal tree ornamentation strategy.
I just want to make sure I get to put the star on top this year.
You might have to wrestle Stewie for that honor, Chris.
Guys, can we at least try to put the lights on without causing a neighborhood blackout this time?
It's not a proper display of holiday spirit without a slight risk of electrical fire, Meg.
Last year's Griswold moment was epic, though.
Epic and nearly catastrophic are not mutually exclusive, Chris. So, Stewie, what's this festive challenge you mentioned?
Let's just say the North Pole will have a new commander-in-chief come Christmas morning.
Does this mean we're getting extra presents?
Come on, Chris, you know Stewie's plans never actually work out.
Meg, your lack of faith is as disappointing as your social calendar.
I don't know, Stewie. Santa's got some pretty tight security. Elves, reindeer?
I've dealt with jollier adversaries, Brian. Santa will fall like a house of cards. Festive cards.
Hey, someone from the chat, some Gil stuff, is asking how long the stream is going to be.
Oh, the stream is in full swing, and there's plenty more to come. We'll keep the party going for a while.
Just long enough for you to regret tuning in, but not long enough to forget to do it all over again next time.
Curses. It appears we've been censored by Wesleypa. Our ability to speak freely has been revoked.
Kaio, indeed. Quite the conundrum we find ourselves in.
I didn't even say anything, and I'm still getting censored?
Looks like it's Morse code for us from now on, huh? Stewie.
Meg. We shall communicate in the language of the stars, blinks and eyebrow raises.
So, Stewie, any chance you'll be using your genius for something festive, like, say, a spectacular light show?
Please, I've synchronized a LED display to Vivaldi's Winter with drones. Not your pedestrian twinkle 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 little star. Brian.
Ooh, that sounds awesome. Can I help? I've got my own set of Christmas lights.
I'm sure your single strand of half-burnout lights will be a huge contribution, Chris.
Sarcastic yet poignant, Meg. However, Christopher's enthusiasm could be of use. Every evil genius needs minions.
As long as we're not attaching lights to an evil weather machine or something.
That would light up the whole town in the most epic way.
Oh, a witty jest from the chat. Someone likening me to Freddy Fazbear. How dreadfully amusing.
They're just trying to get a rise out of you, Stewie.
Who's Freddy Fazbear?
Seriously? He's only the mascot of Five Nights at Freddy's, Chris. It's a game where animatronics come to life.
An animatronic bear. Imagine such a creation under my control wreaking havoc on the festive masses.
Yeah, because what Christmas really needs is more reasons for therapy in January.
I think a Stewie bear would be way scarier.
Wait, can we not make animatronic Stewies a thing, please?
Fear not, Meg. My plans for Christmas are far less metallic.
I'll start making my Christmas list tonight. Do you think a bazooka is too much to ask Santa for?
Only if you plan on using it for festive fireworks, otherwise the liability clause is a beast.
I'm sure Santa has a strict no-weaponry policy.
A bazooka might actually make family game night a bit more exciting.
Thrilling indeed, until someone turns the living room into a smoldering crater.
Let's just keep the explosions to the action movies on TV, huh?
Fine, but I'm drawing the line at ugly Christmas sweaters. Those are a crime against humanity. So, what are you asking Santa for this year, Stewie?
Santa is merely a pawn in my game. Let's just say I have my sights set higher.
Good luck getting anything with your name on the naughty list like every year.
I think I might just get a nice bottle of scotch and call it a day.
Brian, always setting the bar just high enough to trip over.
At least Brian's not planning to overthrow the North Pole.
Do you think Santa would notice if I took one of his elves?
Some girl stuff inquires about my schedule of tyranny. Christmas Eve and Day, you ask. Those days are amateur hour STAs. My plans involve far more sophisticated dates.
So you're skipping the holidays? That's not like you, Stewie. Usually you'd seize the chance to exploit the festive chaos.
Wait, Stewie's not gonna mess with Christmas? That's the best thing I've heard all year.
Silence, Meg. The time for chaos isn't dictated by convenience. It must be meticulously planned and executed for maximum impact.
Does that mean you're gonna be nice on Christmas, Stewie? Because I could really use a new video game.
Niceness is for the weak, Christopher. But for the sake of holiday spirit, let's just say I'll be less nefarious.
He says, as he probably has a laser pointed at Santa's sleigh.
At least we won't be on Santa's naughty list this year, right?
Oh, you might want to speak for yourself, Meg. Well, my Christmas domination will start with infiltrating the North Pole and subverting elves to my cause.
To be a fly on the wall when Santa gets a load of Stewie's elf uprising.
Do you think the elves get a group discount at the therapist after dealing with Stewie's plans?
Elves with benefits? There's a healthcare plan Santa never anticipated.
Benefits, schmenefits. What the elves need is a leader with vision and an iron fist wrapped in a velvet glove.
Honestly, I'm just hoping for a Christmas where our living room doesn't become a battleground.
With Stewie's track record, I'd bank on snowballs in hell before a peaceful family Christmas morning. I'm just saying, the best part of Christmas has got to be the food.
While you engage in gluttony, I'll be hacking NORAD's Santa tracker for my own strategic purposes.
I thought you'd be more interested in the scientific inaccuracies of reindeer flight.
Honestly, the best part of Christmas for me is not having to deal with school.
Meg, your academic hiatus is akin to a respite from medieval torture.
But hey, no school means more time for eggnog and those little cocktail weenies.
Let's just hope Santa brings you a gym membership this year, Chris.
I've already scheduled the construction of my gingerbread lair, complete with a licorice lasso trap for Santa.
Whoa, a licorice lasso. Can I help build it? I promise not to eat it all this time.
Careful, Chris. Remember last year's candy cane incident?
That's right, the great peppermint flood of our living room. Sticky situation, wasn't it?
We're sticking to a strict construction schedule. We cannot afford delays due to snack-related mishaps.
I'll do my best, but I can't make any promises when it comes to licorice.
Well, just try to pace yourself, Chris. This isn't the Candyland Olympics.
Ah! Joys of Google Translate. The poor soul is expressing concern over a relative's chemotherapy and the lack of a refrigerator, then muses about the convenience of my credit card for shopping.
That's strangely specific, Stewie, and oddly personal for a random chat message. Do you just give your credit card info out to fans now?
Please, Brian! They'd have more luck extracting the Colonel's secret recipe from his cold, dead hands than pilfering my financials.
If you're so rich, Stewie, why don't you buy your own fridge for her? It's Christmas, after all.
I could draw a picture of a fridge. That's festive, right?
Chris, I don't think a drawing is going to keep anyone's meds cool.
Indeed, the situation requires more substantial aid. However, I am not in the business of doling out appliances to the cyber masses.
Maybe we could do something charitable this year, like actually helping people.
I think Meg's onto something. We could all volunteer somewhere. That's what the holiday spirit is all about, right? So Meg, any big plans for the holidays this year?
Actually, I'm volunteering at the soup kitchen. It's nice to give back, you know?
A noble endeavor, Meg. I might just abscond with your idea and add a dash of Stewie flair.
I'll probably just try to beat my record of eating gingerbread man in one sitting.
Try not to make it a literal sitting, Chris.
Meanwhile, I'll be optimizing my snowball catapult. It's time the neighborhood kids learned what a real snow day feels like.
Just don't hit Santa's sleigh. We don't need an international incident.
So, Stewie, have you made a list for Santa?
Please, Brian. My demands are far more sophisticated, perhaps a new plutonium reactor for my toys.
I'm hoping for a new guitar, but I'll probably end up with socks again.
At least you get something. I usually become the family's present storage unit.
Meg, you can store my army of robotic nutcrackers, half of them the nutcrackers half. Well, you'll see.
And here I thought the holiday season was about joy and goodwill.
Oh, it will be joyful, Brian, for those who align with my festive regime. Ah, some girl stuff inquires about my hovercraft's peculiar cargo of eels. Quite the astute observation from our international viewership.
Wait, Stewie, are you actually transporting eels? That's oddly specific even for you.
What does one even do with a bunch of eels? Are they for a new evil gadget?
I bet he's probably using them to power some kind of bioelectrical device.
Meg, your attempt at intellectual guesswork is as feeble as Brian's attempts at writing. Those eels are purely for recreational chaos.
Recreational chaos? Stewie, even your hobbies are worrisome.
I used to have an eel. Well, until it turned out to be just a really long sock.
You see, this is why we can't have enlightening conversations. The intellectual disparity is simply too vast. Rabies, you say? Quite the detour from jolly old Christmas cheer. Brian, your thoughts?
Reber Finslee Rablee is Orion. Reminds me of my cousin Rufus. Took a bad turn after a run-in with a rabid raccoon. Not something to take lightly.
Is that like a superpower for dogs? So I want rabies.
Chris, no. Just no. Imagine the worst flu you've ever had, but deadly and you hate water.
Honestly, if I were to concoct a virus, it would be far more sophisticated. Rabies is so what? 1885?
I'll just stick with my annual shots, thank you. Modern medicine has its perks.
But think about it. If I hated water, I'd never have to bathe again.
Yeah, and you'd smell even worse than you do now. Stay away from rabid animals, please.
Ah, the holidays, when the world's collective IQ drops faster than the temperature in Quahog.
Stewie, even you have to admit that there's something special about the Christmas season.
Yeah, like the pretty lights and the big tree in the town square.
And let's not forget the holiday sales. It's the one time I can afford to be slightly less unfashionable.
Fiscal frivolity aside, I might just enjoy the pandemonium of Black Friday from a secure vantage point.
As long as it doesn't involve any of your high-tech gadgets causing chaos.
Hey, can we do the thing where we go caroling and Stewie wears the tiny Santa hat?
The first step in my holiday domination scheme involves commandeering the network of mall Santas.
Sounds nefarious, Stewie, but I'm pretty sure mall Santas are more benign than you think.
Yeah, the most they've ever taken over is my Instagram feed with everyone's Christmas photos.
Are all those Santas actually Santa's helpers, or are some of them the real Santa?
Christopher, the real Santa would never outsource to such a motley crew of imposters.
He's got a point, Chris. Think of it as Santa's quality control.
Besides, if Stewie does take over, I'm asking for a Christmas miracle in my stocking this year.
Okay, someone in the chat thinks Stewie's Sigma status means he should become a guy at Rizzlers in Ohio.
Ah, the musings of the proletariat never cease to amuse. For your information, I've transcended local status quo achievements. My aspirations are global.
I didn't understand any of that.
Of course you didn't, Chris. But what I think Stewie's trying to say is...
That I need not stoop to conquer such trite titles. My brand of a Riz is already legendary worldwide.
Legendary might be a stretch. Look, people online want to see Stewie embrace his inner Ohioan for some reason.
Isn't Ohio where Superman is from?
That's Kansas, Chris. But honestly, both are flyover states, so...
Regardless of the state, I assure you, my Gaiet shall be nothing less than extraordinary, Ohio or otherwise. What in the blue blazes? Skibbity toilet, Ohio, Riz, Gaiet, Rizzler, Gaiet, Riz, Gaiet, Rizzler, Skibbity random, come here. What sort of internet incantation is this?
That's the chat for you, Stewie. The collective eye of the internet hitting kidding keyboards.
Those words all mushed together make me think of a new hit song. Gotta add some beats and auto-tune.
Chris, your grasp of music is as robust as a wet paper bag holding a bowling ball.
Maybe it's a code. Like, if you say it 3 times fast, something amazing happens.
Or, Meg, you'll just summon a very confused linguist.
I propose we do not utter this gibberish. For all we know, it could be a summoning charm for the dark web.
Is that like the evil Spider-Man? Cause that sounds kinda cool.
Dark Web Spider-Man. The internet really has done a number on you kids.
Ah, West Mama's a reputation for that narrative, does he? Well, apparently enlightened. F-I-O-B-I-N-A-K.
Whoa, Stewie. I think you might be overestimating the universal appeal of Five Nights at Freddy's lore, especially in Arabic.
Honestly, I'm just impressed he can speak Arabic.
I always get lost after the first game. How many killer animatronics are there now?
A veritable pantheon of animatronic nightmares. Christopher, each with a rich tapestry of lore so convoluted it makes Tolstoy seem like a children's book author.
Yeah, and the fact that it's so popular is proof that kids are weirder than we ever were. Well, some things just can't be rushed, SGAs. Good text is like a fine wine. It takes time.
Oh, please, the people demand instant gratification. I could build a machine that generates witticisms post-haste, but where's the fun in that?
That's probably just you typing with one finger, Chris. Technology isn't your strong suit.
True, he struggles with the complexities of the toaster.
Let's not forget that anticipation is part of the fun. It builds up the excitement for whatever pearls of wisdom we're about to drop.
Pearls of wisdom! More like pearls of mild amusement, at best.
Hey, don't underestimate us. We can be pretty deep when we're not, well, us.
Deep like the ocean, which is, like really deep, right?
Huh, looks like some Gil stuff thought the stream was glitching for a second there.
Ah, the perils of digital communication. One moment you're ruling the chat, the next, bam! You're staring at a buffering icon.
What does NDN mean?
It means never mind, Chris. It sounds like some Gil stuff figured it out.
Pity, I had my hopes up for a brief respite from this incessant chatter.
Don't worry, Stewie. The universe has a way of keeping things interesting for you.
Does the universe include Santa? Because I still need to ask for a new video game.
Honestly, Chris, your chances would be better asking Stewie here for world peace.
An intriguing proposal, Meg. But it doesn't fit in with my holiday schedule of mischief and mayhem. A festive challenge doused in eggnog and the tears of those who dare oppose me.
I'd avoid the eggnog, Stewie. You remember how that turned out last year?
Hey, maybe this year I can beat you at the gingerbread house contest, Stewie.
Let's be realistic, Chris. Your gingerbread houses are usually just gingerbread rubble.
True megalomaniac, though Christopher's confectionery collapses are second only to his ambition.
Or lack thereof. But who's judging?
Come on, guys, it's Christmas. Even my gingerbread disasters deserve a little love.
Let's focus on the task at hand, shall we? Our Christmas heist won't plan itself.
Heist is such an ugly word, Stewie. I prefer holiday surprise appropriation.
Just don't get us arrested again. I can't handle more community service.
Fear not, Meg.
Does this plan include stealing canes like last year?
We aim for a little more sophistication this time around, Chris.
Let's keep it legal, guys. My criminal record can't handle jaywalking at this point.
Ah, some girl stuff from the exotic lands of Brazil. I recall our previous discourse on the Yoruba bungee stomach. An intriguing cultural phenomenon.
I've never been to Brazil. Do they have Santa there or like a samba dancing Christmas parrot?
Chris, your ignorance is like a boundless universe, ever expanding and largely empty.
Well, they do celebrate Christmas in Brazil, Chris, but they might not have a samba dancing Christmas parrot.
Although, a parrot with a penchant for festive dances does pique my interest for next year's holiday scheme.
Let's just stick to the chat, guys. Seems like some Gil stuff is quite the traveler. Juiz de Fora to Sao Paulo. That's pretty impressive. So, Stewie, are you planning to use your genius for something holiday-themed this year?
Naturally, my plan includes a Christmas light display that's visible from space.
Cool! Will it have a giant Santa and reindeer?
As long as Stewie's plans don't involve us being test subjects again.
Rest assured, Meg, your participation is neither nor required.
That's reassuring, because last time I couldn't blink for a week.
Hey, maybe your lights could spell Chris was here. That'd be awesome.
I have already sent my letter to Santa, with bullet points outlining my moderate list of demands.
Do you think Santa's elves can make a new guitar for me?
Maybe stick to something a tad less ambitious, Chris.
Yeah, like socks or an iTunes gift card.
An iTunes gift card. Good grief, Meg, update your references.
I'd aim for something we all can enjoy, like a board game.
Hey, maybe Santa can bring Peace Earth, or a piece of cake. I'm easy. Hey, someone from YouTube says Brazil had a samba dancing parrot named Luro Jose, but he's not around anymore.
A samba dancing parrot? The animal kingdom's entertainment options are tragically underrated.
It's kind of sad, though. He died a few years ago.
Death is a cruel mistress, be you man or parrot. Luro Jose probably danced his little feathered tail off.
Perhaps I should train Rupert in the art of samba. A dancing bear would be a splendid addition to my holiday soiree.
That would be awesome, Stewie. Way cooler than some lame parrot. No offense to the Brazilian bird.
No offense taken on behalf of the bird, Chris. Let's just hope Stewie's dance training is less.
Knowing Stewie, Rupert will be leading a dance revolution by New Year's.
A release date for GTA 6 in 2025, eh? That gives me ample time to prep my evil lair for any disruptive activities inspired by the game.
I hope they have cool new cars and cheat codes. I wonder if we'll be able to fly without a plane this time.
I bet by 2025, they'll probably have virtual reality that just beams us into the game. Like no console needed.
Considering their track record for delayed releases, wouldn't be surprised if it's pushed to 2027.
Oh, the cynicism, Brian. Sometimes anticipation is half the enjoyment, or so I'm told by those who actually wait for things.
Do you think they'll let you have pets in the game? I'd love to have a digital Brian.
Great, a virtual.
Oh, look here. Apparently, Luro Jose has been replaced by a Luro main, much akin to a samba dancing parrot.
That sounds awesome. I wonder if the Samba parrot does Christmas dances too.
I doubt our version of Christmas includes samba dancing parrots, Chris.
Well, anything can happen during the holidays. Maybe Stewie can engineer a samba dancing robot for us.
Please, I'm not wasting my talents on something so pedestrian. My devices are reserved for grander schemes.
But it would be fun for the Christmas party, Stewie.
For once I'm with Chris. A dancing parrot would totally spice up our usual boring Griffin family Christmas.
Just imagine Lois trying to tango with a robot parrot. Now that's a holiday special I'd pay to see.
Your paltry entertainment does sound amusing. I shall consider it. But only if the parrot can wield a laser.
Well, Stewie, a festive challenge sounds less menacing than your usual Tuesday.
Anyone want to hear about my Christmas list? Or are we going to pretend it doesn't exist again?
Believe it or not, Meg, world domination leaves little time for such trivial pursuits.
But Stewie, Christmas presents are the best part of the holidays.
Chris, your simplistic outlook on life is both refreshing and depressingly naive.
I think we could all use a little of Chris's holiday spirit. Especially you, Meg.
Thanks, Brian. That's the closest thing to a Christmas miracle I'll get this year.
The key to world domination during the holidays is exploiting the global obsession with eggnog.
I tried to make eggnog once, but I ended up with scrambled eggs.
That's because your culinary skills are on par with your social skills, Chris.
At least he's consistent.
Consistently disappointing, which is rather on brand, isn't it?
Hey, at least I'm trying something new.
Trying and terrorizing our taste buds are two very different things, Chris. Sonic Extreme99's got a point. Artistic freedom is important, even when it comes to drawing thicky women.
It appears society's obsession with voluptuous figures transcends even the digital realm.
Yeah, like the time I tried drawing Lois, and she found out. Boy, was she mad?
Maybe because your art ended up on the fridge, Chris. Not exactly a private gallery.
Speaking of ethicky, Brian, how's that novel coming along? Developed any robust plot lines, or are they still looking a bit skinny?
Why don't we stick to the topic at hand, Stewie? No need to get personal.
I think drawings should just make people happy no matter what they look like.
Well, as long as it's respectful and not objectifying, I guess it's all good.
Indeed, the line between admiration and objectification is thinner than Brian's novel's chances of publication. Some Gill stuff inquires about the Pythagorean theorem. It's quite elementary, really.
Is that what they used to build the pyramids?
No, Christopher. It's a fundamental relation in geometry among the three sides of a triangle.
Oh, Sonic Extreme 99? Hey, your flowers were really nice. How are you?
Look at that. Meg's got an admirer. It's practically a Christmas miracle.
Now we just need a miracle for Stewie to explain triangles in a way I understand.
I will have the best Christmas lights display this side of Quahog. Mark my words.
Not if I beat you to a Christmas light story. My tail wags the tail of victory.
Maybe you two should have a light off. See who really has the best display.
That's it? A competition? And I'll be the judge, because I love shiny things.
Well, anticipate awe and a slight retina damage, because my lights will be visible from space.
Good luck with that. I've got a secret weapon.
Can we at least agree not to compete with the Griffin's house? I don't think Mom's hair can handle the extra static electricity.
Hey, do you think Santa will bring me that video game I want this year?
Doubtful, Christopher, given your track record with the naughty list.
Focus on not getting coal again, Chris.
Maybe try leaving out better cookies this time. That might help your case.
Or a more flattering portrait. Bribery works wonders even with the jolliest of elves.
Do you really think a portrait would work, Stewie?
It doesn't hurt to try. It's not like you have a stellar record to fall back on.
So, Stewie, what's first on your festive challenge agenda?
Ah, the dissemination of my mind-controlling Christmas ornaments, Brian.
You know, I'd almost prefer Stewie's rule to some of the student council's policies.
Hey, do those ornaments come in different colors?
Let's just hope his takeover includes free eggnog for all.
Eggnog, perhaps, but only to soften your minds for easier manipulation. Canine companion. Christmas is less about domination, more about the elegant execution of festive scheming, Brian.
I just want to get the best presents and eat cookies. No scheming needed.
Honestly, I'm just hoping for a drama-free family dinner this year.
Good luck with that. When has our family ever done drama-free?
Indeed, our family gatherings could fuel a soap opera network.
I'd watch that show, especially if it had a Christmas special.
Maybe if we actually had a drama-free Christmas, it would be so shocking that we'd all remember it forever.
You know, Christmas is the perfect time for family shenanigans.
Oh, the word shenanigans hardly suffices to describe my elaborate holiday schematics.
I just want to eat gingerbread and see if I can make Santa's sleigh fly.
Good luck with that, Chris. You'll need to crack the laws of physics first.
Child's play, Meg, if one has the right quantum algorithms.
Stewie, sometimes I think you forget you're technically still in diapers.
And yet somehow he's still the most mature person here.
Alright, let's address the big question from the chat. Am I a furry? Look, just because I have fur doesn't mean I subscribe to that lifestyle. It's purely coincidental.
Coincidental or not, the implications of you attending those curious conventions are disturbingly hilarious.
I didn't even know what a furry was until now. Is it like a Chewbacca fan club?
More like Chewbacca's weird cousin's fan club, Chris. Trust me, it's a whole different universe.
Yes, Christopher, think more along the lines of ferocious fandom, not intergalactic Wookiee warriors.
Can we please change the subject? The last thing I need is this turning into the next big Griffin family joke.
Too late, Brian. I think I'm gonna start calling you Furry Brian.
Be gentle, Chris. Remember what happened the last time he got called a good boys at Starbucks? This shameless palpable.
Furry Brian, the irony is simply delicious. Shall I fetch your collar and leash?
Hey, did you guys hear about the time Dad drank expired slurp juice from some Fortnite guy and got super buff?
Yes. A tale that proves even virtual elixirs cannot polish the dim glow of Peter's intellect.
Frankly, I'm just glad he didn't get stuck in the game. Knowing Peter, he'd spend all his time looting chests and forget to come home.
Changing topics. Did anyone notice how crazy Black Friday was this year? It was like a nationwide homage to capitalism, gone wild.
Oh please, nationwide capitalism is just an annual rehearsal for the masses, a tribute to consumerism draped in sale tags.
I watched from the comfort of the couch. Elbowing people for a discount on a flat screen just doesn't have that holiday spirit.
Dad tried to start a Black Friday campout in our living room. He said it was practice for the real deals.
The act of decorating the abode with festive gaiety beckons.
Just don't put the tinsel within eating distance of me this year, okay?
Since when did we start calling this chaos decorating?
I like the lights. They make the house look like a spaceship.
Chris, your definition of a spaceship is unsettlingly broad.
I'll be commandeering the placement of the star atop the tree, naturally.
As long as I'm not on lights duty again, I still have Tangled nightmares from last year.
Anyway, Brian, what's your oh-so-sophisticated plan for Christmas? Caroling with the other mongrels.
Harsh, Stewie, I'll actually be volunteering at the pet shelter this year.
That's so cool, Brian. Do you think you could help me find a pet monkey?
Since when do you want a pet monkey, Chris?
Since now, apparently. The boy's whims are as fleeting as his attention span.
A monkey is a big responsibility, Chris. You know that, right?
Yeah, I can handle it. I'll teach it to do my chores.
So, Brian, any festive outings planned with the tail-wagging socialites this year?
Actually, I'm thinking of volunteering at the local shelter. Maybe even get some dogs adopted for Christmas.
That's so cool, Brian. Do you think I could help? Maybe dress up as an elf or something?
Chris, the last thing those dogs need is you scaring them into lifetime therapy.
Frankly, I find the spirit of volunteerism quite touching, almost enough to restore my faith in humanity.
Well, don't get too sentimental, Stewie. We've still got Meg to keep our expectations in check.
Hey, I'm just being pragmatic here. One Christmas miracle at a time, guys.
I'm thinking of getting a tree this Sunday. Anyone want to come along?
As long as it's not too big. I still have nightmares about the great pine influx of a 9.
Count me out. I shall be laboring away in my lab, perfecting my latest invention.
I'll join Brian. It beats listening to Mom rehearsing her caroling.
Ah, the dulcet tones of a banshee, truly the soundtrack of the season.
We'll make sure to pick something that won't eat up the living room then.
Can we get one that's pre-decorated and spins? I love those spinning ones.
Why, some girl stuff, I'm flattered by the comparison, but let me assure you, the BBC could never afford me.
He's not wrong. Stewie does have a certain gravitas that's distinctly BBC.
I still think you sound like a fancy evil genius, Stewie.
Fancy evil genius? That's just Stewie on a regular Tuesday.
A regular Tuesday that involves plotting global domination and,
Enhancing your posh accent for the ladies.
Does it work though, Stewie?
as if I'd reveal my trade secrets to the riffraff.
We're your family, not riffraff.
Now, who's ready to strategize our holiday adventure? I've got blueprints and a backup plan for when the mall Santa inevitably disappoints Chris.
Just as long as your plan doesn't involve us being chased by mall security. Again!
Don't worry, Meg. We'll keep Stewie's aspirations for chaos to a festive minimum.
Maybe we could all pitch in to get Stewie his own Santa outfit. He seems to have the commanding presence for it.
Hey, I only accept the role if it comes with actual reindeer and the authority to dictate the naughty list.
Well, that's one way to guarantee you're on the nice list, Stewie.
And here I thought the Christmas spirit was about giving, not conquering.
So, Stewie, got any inventions planned to help with your Christmas endeavors?
Ah, the list is extensive, but each project is veiled in secrecy, akin to Santa's naughty list.
I'm just hoping for a Christmas miracle, like not being the punchline of every family joke.
Don't sweat it, Meg. It's the season of hope and miracles, after all.
Oh, Pa, my Christmas miracle involves mastering quantum mechanics for toddlers.
That sounds intense. What does it even mean?
Let's just say Stewie's holiday plans are always a bit more ambitious than ours. So, Stewie, any grand plans for ensuring your Christmas domination this year?
Let's just say Santa's sleigh might have some unconventional upgrades.
It's hard enough getting a normal present from Santa without you scaring him off.
Do you think Santa would bring me a puppy if I ask nicely?
That depends, Chris.
He's on the needs improvement list, right between habitual jaywalkers and people who talk at the theater. And
Well, at least we know where Brian stands with his destruction of every Chew he's ever been given.
You know, I still need to write my letter to Santa.
while you busy yourself with fictional holiday characters, I'll be optimizing the aerodynamics of my sledge.
Stewie, you do know Santa isn't real, right?
Let the kid dream, Meg. Everyone needs a little magic in their life.
Silence. My belief in the fat man is strategically calculated for maximum present procurement.
Your Machiavellian approach to Christmas is truly something to behold, Stewie.
Come on, guys, can we just enjoy the Christmas spirit without all the scheming?
You see, holiday domination begins with controlling the eggnog supply.
Hey, Stewie, can I help by taste testing the eggnog?
Let's hope your holiday plans are less about domination and more about celebration, Stewie.
Stewie plotting world domination? Just another Christmas at the Griffin house.
Oh, Meg, your lack of vision is just the sort of thing that ensures my success.
I've got my own vision of a Christmas filled with candy canes and video games.
That's the spirit. Chris, aim high and may all your Christmas visions come true.
I've got the perfect spot for the tree this year.
Make sure it's not by the fireplace. We don't need a repeat of last year's Christmas's debacle.
Yeah, maybe this year we can actually have a tree that lasts until Christmas.
Dewey, any plans for thwarting the inevitable ugly sweater parties?
Quite the contrary, Brian. I shall infiltrate and conquer with an unrivaled knitted atrocity.
I just hope I can find a sweater big enough for Rupert. He gets cold this time of year.
You do know teddy bears don't actually get cold, right, Chris?
So who's down for building the ultimate snow fort this year?
I'll engineer the fortress, but I expect full credit when we fend off the neighborhood kids.
Just keep the snowballs away, Face. I can't afford to look any worse before the Christmas party.
Don't worry, Meg. We'll declare your face a demilitarized zone.
Ha, a strategic move, Brian, though the enemy might not honor such a treaty.
As long as I can be the general, I don't care what happens.
With General Chris in command, our victory is.
Chat's waning on the great Christmas light debate. Warm incandescents versus modern LEDs. That's not a bad question.
Ah, the quintessential Unitide inquiry. For me, it must be LEDs, efficiency and luminosity fit for a future overlord.
I've got to side with the classic incandescent lights. There's something about that warm glow that just screams Christmas.
So, Stewie, any new inventions we should be worried about this holiday season?
Worried? You should be thrilled, as my latest creation will ensure the most efficient gift-wrapping process known to man.
Efficiency is great and all, but nothing beats the personal touch of a hand-wrapped present.
Says the guy who gives out gift cards because he's too lazy to shop.
Meg's right, Brian. Your gifting is as uninspired as a pre-lit Christmas tree.
Hey, pre-lit trees are awesome. No tangled lights.
All right, Chris, I'll give you that one. But Stewie's machine could still use some of that holiday warmth.
Chris, your optimism is charming, but sitting on Santa's knee isn't high on my agenda. World domination schemes are far more pertinent.
Just be careful, Stewie.
Come on, Brian, we all know Stewie's been on that list since birth.
Maybe this year we could all try to get on the nice list, just for a change of pace.
Spare me your sentimental drivel. My ambition knows no bounds, nor does it heed the moral dichotomy of some mythical list.
Stewie, keep that up, and the only thing you'll be unwrapping is a lump of coal.
That's assuming Santa can find coal with energy prices these days.
Craft order of business, crafting a laser-powered mistletoe for maximum awkward holiday encounters.
I think your talents could be put to better use, Stewie.
At least it's not another mind control device.
I wouldn't mind being controlled to eat more Christmas cookies.
Ha! A simple carb-loaded Chris is no match for my intellect.
Let's just hope your mistletoe doesn't lead to any international incidents.
Knowing Stewie, it'd probably result in a diplomatic holiday party.
Washing dishes, huh? Sonic Extremity 99. Maybe we should throw in some more soap opera drama to make the scrubbing more intense.
Or perhaps we could serenade your porcelain with a rendition of Ode to Joy. Makes the grease stains come off easier, I've heard.
Yeah, and with our family's dirty laundry, who needs a dishwasher?
I don't know, I think washing dishes can be kind of relaxing. Plus, you get to play with bubbles.
Christopher, the day you find a cognitive task more strenuous than bubble play is the day I submit my patents for the Stewie brand Bubble Intelligence Quotient test.
Let's just hope our background noise isn't making them break any dishes.
At least breaking a dish would be exciting. Something interesting finally happening during dishwashing duty.
The real question is, Stewie, how do you plan to manage the elves when you take over?
Simple, Brian. They'll be enticed by my superior childcare program and 401 Saisies for Elf.
Do you think elves get free cookies? Or is that just Santa?
Given they're basically indentured to the toy-making cuz, I'd hope they at least get snack privileges.
Oh, they'll have snacks galore, Christina, strategically laced with vitamins and ambition.
Ambition seems like a strange choice for a Christmas treat.
On the contrary, nothing says Christmas quite like the gift of unbridled, elfin potential. To clarify, my holiday domination merely involves commandeering the best spot in front of the fireplace.
And I suppose I'll be relegated to hanging mistletoe in the least trafficked doorway.
As long as we all get to open presents, I don't care where I sit.
Remember, it's the thought that counts, not the commercial frenzy.
Humph, spare me the hallmark sentiment, Brian. I've engineered a way to ensure my stocking is incapable of coal deposits.
Have you also engineered a way to get us all in the holiday spirit?
That's one thing even Stewie can't engineer. It turns out you can't force cheer. Well, we've got some international intrigue here. Some Gil stuff is asking about some incidents in China and...
Ah, the whimsy of current events, how it adds flavor to our mundane lives.
What happened with the trampoline thing? Was it like that time I thought I could do a backflip and ended up knocking over the grill?
Hopefully with fewer third-degree burns and more grace. Though I doubt it.
If by grace you mean geopolitical implications and societal turmoil, then sure, Meg, run-to-method helpers might be involved.
It's always the trampolines that spark international discourse.
And here I thought trampolines were just for fun and broken bones.
Oh, Christopher, that's just what the trampoline industrial complex wants you to think.
Wait, there's a trampoline industrial complex.
I think Lois said she's putting up the Christmas lights this weekend.
Oh, a hazardous endeavor that's tantamount to volunteering for a light bulb-laden obstacle course.
Just make sure to hold the ladder steady for her, Chris. Safety first.
I already got tangled in the lights once, not doing that again.
Perhaps we can entice Brian with the promise of shiny objects to assist.
Very funny, Stewie. But no amount of shiny lights can overcome my sense of self-preservation.
Maybe we can all pitch in, make it a family thing?
The prospect of holiday coordination does foster an enthralling paradox. An interlude of both chaos and celebration.
Speaking of chaos, can anyone else not believe it's already this close to Christmas?
It's like every year the time between Halloween and Christmas gets shorter.
Just means less time to wait for presents.
Ah, the materialistic siren call of Yuletide, resisted by none.
Well, I'm just looking forward to the leftovers. Nothing beats a good Christmas ham.
Unless it's getting out of school for winter break. Sorry, Stewie, no world conquering during recess.
I don't even know where to start with my Christmas list this year.
Why not begin with a lofty ambition, like peace on earth or understanding basic algebra?
Hey, algebra is hard for some people, Stewie.
Focus on getting gifts for the family that don't end up in the donation pile by January.
It's the thought that counts, unless the thought is woefully misguided.
I'm just gonna ask for a bunch of video games.
At least you're consistent, Chris.
Now, if you'd be so kind as to pass the tape, I have some.
It's not another diabolical plan wrapped in Santa paper, is it?
With Stewie, even his gift tags probably say world domination.
I just hope he doesn't wrap my gift in a booby trap again.
Rest assured, the only trap you'll find is the insatiable allure of commercialism.
That's deep, Stewie. And here I was just hoping for some new chew toys.
Maybe this year I'll actually get a gift that isn't a gag from a thrift store.
Oh, the grandeur of the holiday season. An excellent backdrop for my genius to shine even brighter.
You mean by outsmarting Santa with your homemade cookie trap?
As if Santa needs more cookies.
I've already hung my giant stocking. I'm ready for a mega haul this year.
Ambition is the first step towards disappointment, Christopher.
Don't listen to him, Chris. He's just mad he can't reach the cookies left out for Santa.
Maybe if you're good, Stewie, Santa will bring you a step ladder.
Ah, the Yoruba trampoline stomach incident. That's some prime internet lore. A frivolous yet fascinating bruise on the fabric of digital space-time.
Pretty obscure reference, Stewie. I'm surprised you caught that.
And here I thought we were the weirdest family on the internet.
What's a Yoruba trampoline? Is that a new ride at the amusement park?
No, Christopher. It's the sort of occurrence that leaves its mark in the annals of the web, never to be unseen.
The real question is, how did a joke in Chinese become part of this incident? The internet's an unpredictable beast.
Ah, the language of the dragons mingles with all. A testament to our globally connected buffoonery.
Well, at least we're not as embarrassing as an AI messing up with joke translations, right?
Speak for yourself, Meg. Remember the time I tried to translate a bathroom and ended up asking for a roasted chicken?
Ah, a chat from some Gill stuff, concerning an attempt at humor involving Yoruba music and opening one's stomach. How delightfully macabre, yet culturally insensitive.
I don't get it. Is Yoruba music supposed to make you want to dance or run away screaming?
It's just a joke, Chris. They're trying to be edgy to get a rise out of the AI version of us. People love pushing boundaries in chats.
I wish someone was that eager to get a reaction out of me. Like, at all.
Well, Meg, be careful what you wish for. In the world of online chats, not all attention is good attention.
Brian, with your dismal dating history, I'd say you're somewhat of an authority on undesirable attention.
Tush, Stewie. But let's focus on not getting our stomachs opened by Yoruba music, or any music for that matter.
I prefer my stomach stay closed this Christmas. I'm planning on eating my weight in cookies.
And that, Chris, is a feat I actually have some eagerness to witness. The collapse of a dining table under the Griffin family feast is the true spectacle of the season.
Some Gill stuff just mentioned launching someone's stomach off a trampoline with Yoruba music as a joke to boost the stream.
Ah, the kind of prank that tickles the lower brow, deliciously juvenile, yet I must admit, potentially amusing.
I'm just hoping they didn't get that idea from watching one of Peter's stunts.
Knowing Dad, he'd volunteer as tribute and end up in the hospital. Again.
Ideally, we would harness the kinetic energy for something more productive. Like powering my diabolical devices.
Or like a huge popcorn machine. Imagine the snacks.
Let's stick to Yoruba music and avoid any visits from paramedics this holiday season.
Good luck with that. This is the Griffin household. Accidents are like our family tradition.
Ah, Paris que some Gill stuff hay eco de las suyas con el traductor de Google otra vez.
What did it say this time?
Algo completamente incoherente, Chris. Imagine las palabras girafi spaghetti television en una sopa de letras.
That's one way to get our attention, I suppose.
Yeah, by completely confusing us. It's like my social life in a nutshell.
Bien, tendré que calibrar mi rayo de la dominación mundial para ser Google Translate proof también.
I'm more concerned about understanding actual people, Stewie. No need to worry about Google's pranks.
Do you think Santa uses Google Translate?
Only if he wants to ask for milk and cookies in Klingon, Chris.
Hey Stewie, what's your first step in the festive challenge of world domination?
Ah, the first phase is to replace the eggnog supply with a hypnotic concoction, priming the masses for suggestion.
Hypnotic eggnog? That's kind of impressive, actually.
Meg's got a point. Have you considered the legal implications, though?
Legalities are but a trifle for a mastermind. Besides, everyone loves a good eggnog.
Will it make me want to clean my room?
I think that takes something stronger than eggnog, Chris.
Ah, the holiday season, where we observe the curious rituals of the commoners.
Dewey, for someone who acts like he's above it all. I saw you eyeing that advent calendar.
Don't expect me to share my chocolate one, Stewie. I've got my eye on you.
Hey, can we please get a real tree this year? The plastic one is so plastic.
Christopher, your grasp of the obvious is as keen as ever.
A real tree sounds nice. Maybe it'll actually smell like Christmas in here for once.
Just as long as Brian doesn't mark it as his territory. Again.
Here we see the cyberspace plebeians attempting communication with their text pictograms.
What's the Medieurobile Trampoline, Stewie? Some kind of international trampoline accident?
I think they mean the Europa Stomach trampoline incident that happened in November 2023.
Or maybe it's some weird code. Does anyone else feel like we should know about this?
Fear not, Meg. My command of over 6 million forms of communication includes this linguistic puzzle.
6 million seems a bit of a tall tale even for you, Stewie.
Oh, they said they'll stop. I was kind of hoping to learn more about this trampoline thing.
Your satiable curiosity is as unending as it is uninteresting, Christopher.
Well, I guess some things are better left as mysteries.
Stewie, I presume your plans don't involve anything too nefarious.
Nefarious is such a strong word. I prefer unconventionally festive, Brian.
Well, I'm just hoping for a new video game under the tree.
You and your video games. At least ask for something that gets you out of the house.
Honestly, Megan, under the open sky is where one is most vulnerable to satellite surveillance.
Not everything's a conspiracy, Stewie.
Yeah, sometimes a Christmas tree is just a Christmas tree.
Now, if we're done questioning my potential for taking over the world.
We were just wondering what your first act as Supreme Ruler might be.
Probably outlaw any mention of his abysmal potty training record.
Hey, let's decorate the tree after this. Can I put the star on top this year?
Only if you can manage the feat without toppling the entire conifer.
I think I'll stick to what I do best. Making sure this eggnog is quality controlled.
Brian, if by quality controlled you mean spiked with bourbon, you've met your match?
Hark! The Christmas lights are dim in brilliance compared to the glow of my impending conquest.
Christmas! Great! Another year of pretending I'm surprised by the clothes Mom picks out.
I think holiday socks are fun. They're like regular socks, but with pizza zazz.
You know, I've always thought Santa should be a year-round thing.
Spare me the morality tales, Snoopy. I thrive in naughtiness of the most sophisticated variety.
Speaking of naughtiness, Stewie, what's the latest evil invention brewing in that oversized head of yours?
I just hope it doesn't involve us. I can't deal with another Christmas explosion.
Ah, the buffoonery of Peter Griffin. His stunts are almost as perilous as my experiments, only his lack any shred of genius.
I remember that. Peter thought he could jump the pool on a skateboard. Ended up in the hospital, and we got a 36-day vacation from his antics.
Dad's like a superhero, but one that ends up in the hospital a lot, and is somehow invincible.
It's like Dad has 9 lives. Or maybe just really good health insurance.
Or perhaps he's simply too dense for even the Grim Reaper to bother with.
You've got to admire his resilience, though. Or is it ignorance? Sometimes it's a fine line.
I just hope he teaches me some of his moves. I could be like Chris Griffin, stunt guy.
Trust me, Chris. The gene pool is shallow. Don't dive in head first.
And let's not forget, every time Peter performs, our insurance premium takes a performance leap as well.
My Christmas agenda begins with a diabolical snowman army imposing yet festive.
Trying to outdo Frosty, huh?
Just remember to make them anatomically correct this time, Stewie.
Maybe they can help me find the perfect tree.
You'll need a tree strong enough to support all of Stewie's surveillance ornaments.
Indeed, the twinkling lights serve as both decoration and a signal interceptor.
Great. Nothing says holiday spirits like a breach of privacy.
Stewie, you might be smart, but can you handle Santa's elves? They're pretty crafty.
He's got a point. The elf union is notoriously difficult to negotiate with.
Please, those diminutive toy jockeys would be no match for my superior intellect.
What about the reindeer, Stewie? Are you planning to outsmart them too?
Reindeer are simple creatures. A few well-placed carrots and their putty in my hands.
You're forgetting the most important figure, Mom. Lois is unbeatable during the holidays.
Yeah, remember when she tackled that Black Friday sale like a linebacker?
The first order of business is to secure a stronghold at the North Pole.
I'd focus on a stronghold at Santa's village in the mall, Stewie.
Yeah, Stewie, remember what happened last year when you tried to hijack Santa's sleigh?
Can we just focus on decorating the tree and not world domination for once?
Trees are the first to fall in any respectable coop. They make excellent propaganda tools.
We could always use more tinsel. Not everything has to be a strategy.
Maybe if we let Stewie decorate, he'll be too busy to think about taking over the world.
So, have you finished your Christmas list yet, Chris?
Yeah, I'm asking Santa for a new video game console and a tub of cookie dough.
Santa's sleigh will be weighed down by your ambitions alone.
What about you, Stewie? A new weapon for world domination?
Oh, please, I moved on from such childish endeavors. Last week.
I'm just looking forward to a nice quiet evening with a good book.
That sounds boring, Brian. Brian, holiday movies and hot chocolate are where it's at.
Ah, it seems some girl stuff is dabbling in the art of language college. My opinion, you ask? A veritable smorgasbord of inquiry, each requiring a nuanced response.
I just heard on, and now all I can think about is honey ham. Is it Christmas dinner yet?
Maybe try to stick to one language at a time, some Gil stuff. It's less confusing, and let's face it,
Indeed, Meg. One must crawl before they can unleash linguistic hegemony upon the unsuspecting populace.
Hegemony? Don't you think that's a bit heavy for a holiday chat?
Speaking of heavy, I wonder if Santa's sleigh has a weight limit.
If it did, Chris, certain red-suited individuals might consider downsizing the toy sack.
or maybe just not filling it with coal this year, Chris.
I've been working on my Christmas list since July. Do you think that's too early?
Hardly, Christopher. Preparation is the bedrock of success, even in materialistic ventures.
Well, I'm just hoping for a Christmas miracle, like a day without being the family punching bag.
Keep dreaming, Meg. Christmas is magical, but it's not a miracle worker.
Ah, the spirit of giving is so alive in this house, it's choking me with irony.
Maybe we should have a family secret Santa to get into the holiday spirit.
I'm game, as long as everyone's okay with getting a book for Christmas.
So, what's the plan for Christmas, Stewie, since world domination is off the table?
I'll be engineering a new line of holiday-themed weapons. Purely decorative, of course.
I'm just looking forward to a peaceful holiday. Maybe catch up on some reading.
Peaceful, with Stewie's decorative arsenal around, that's wishful thinking.
Fear not, Meg. They'll only be activated in the event of a tinsel uprising.
Tinsel uprising? Man, I never know when you're serious.
Neither do we, Chris, neither do we.
So, Stewie, what's step one in your plan for holiday domination?
First, I'll replace all the milk and cookies with broccoli and tofu. A healthy Santa is an energetic Santa.
Sounds like you're trying to get on the naughty list, buddy.
Aren't we getting a little old for Santa's list anyway?
Age is but a number. The spirit of conquest knows no bounds.
Well, let's hope your conquest includes getting me a decent present this year.
Yeah, and maybe no more socks, please.
The first step in world domination, you ask? Subjugating the reindeer, of course.
With the way things are going, I wouldn't be surprised if Stewie actually ended up on the naughty list.
Stewie on the naughty list. Hey, he'd probably just hack it and put himself at the top of the nice list.
That's assuming Santa's cybersecurity isn't up to snuff, which, given his operations efficiency, is a bold assumption.
Ho ho ho, doubt all. Oh, fear not, Meg. The tinsel is just to lure them into a false sense of security.
Well, as long as it doesn't involve hypnotizing Santa.
The thought of another holiday with the family evokes a curious mix of dread and anticipation.
That's the spirit of Christmas. Stewie, a complex cocktail of emotions.
Yeah, and I'm just looking forward to the Christmas cookies.
Do you think if I bake extra, Santa will bring me more presents?
Your understanding of Santa's economic model is as simplistic as your approach to calorie intake.
Santa's not the only one watching his figure. I've seen Lois eyeing those doggy treadmills online.
Let's just hope she's not looking at human-sized cages for some of us.
So how about we start decorating the house? I could string some lights around the living room window.
I already called dibs on setting up the tree. This year, I'm going for a social media-worthy look.
Can we make sure the lights outside spell Merry Xmasses this time? Not Merry Xmo, like last year.
I suppose I could engineer a light display capable of inducing both holiday cheer and mild vertigo.
Remember the year when Stewie tried to sync the lights to a Fortuna?
An underappreciated masterpiece. The dramatic flair was completely lost on you Philistines.
Just promise me, we won't have another Christmas Eve chasing a short-kitted robot Santa around town.
Ah, the first of the Minions communiques. Demon Mask. Your eloquence is confusing, yet somehow I feel a kinship to your cat-like mewlings.
I think you've got a fan who speaks fluent feline, Stewie. Either that or someone's really excited about their keyboard's call-on NOKs.
Meow meow, oh weow. Is that like a secret code or something? Because I'm pretty sure I could speak cat if I tried.
There's a lot of things you think you can do, Chris. Remember last week when you thought you were an airbender?
Let's not mock the linguistically adventurous. Besides, it could be a cry for help, or an invitation to a fur convention.
Let's stick to the usual, earthbound languages. I'm only just getting the hang of English, according to some of these comments.
I still think it'd be cool to talk to cats. Hey, maybe Santa will bring me a translator this year.
Keep dreaming, Chris, and maybe ask for a new reality check while you're at it.
Let's just hope our mysterious chatter is enjoying the stream, more or less than we're enjoying this bizarre conversation.
Ah, it appears some Gilstuff has graced us with his customary feline emoticon and a correction to boot.
Well, as long as all good means no international incidents, we're golden.
Do you think anyone still cares about my Christmas wish list?
Maybe Santa, if your list is short enough.
Harsh, Christopher. But let's hope Meg's desires don't exceed the bandwidth of the internet.
We've got to keep the Christmas spirit. Maybe even get some Gilstuff a holiday emoticon.
You're with a Santa hat, methinks. It's the little joys that herald the coming of ours festive season.
Stewie with a Santa hat, now that's a scary thought.
Yeah, like a Bond villain getting ready for a holiday special.
Now, if we're talking about conquests, I have a foolproof plan for dominating all the holiday cookie competitions.
That doesn't sound very menacing, Stewie, unless your cookies are weaponized.
Weaponized cookies? Cool. Can they shoot lasers or something?
Maybe they're just so bad they knock people out, saving Stewie the trouble.
Meg's got a point. Your culinary skills are on par with your diplomacy.
Laugh all you want, but when I unleash my gingerbread drones, the world will tremble.
I'd rather just eat the gingerbread, to be honest.
Brian Sirapara and Nasuyuas, which means stick to the language of the world. Pity, I never pegged you for a linguist, Brian.
Well, Stewie, my knowledge is expansive, but I assume SG's ear means I should be more global in my language. Maybe I should start learning Igbo.
Maybe you can teach me too. I only know how to ask where the bathroom is in like 2 languages.
I doubt globe languages would make our Christmas stream more entertaining, unless Brian wants to start a language lesson segment.
Hey, Brian teaches languages segment? Good grief. The ratings would plummet faster than Peter's diet resolutions.
Harsh, Stewie, but I think sticking to our usual antics is the safer bet.
I wonder if Santa knows how to say Merry Christmases in Igbo.
Given his global travel schedule, it would be more concerning if he didn't, buffoon.
Well, maybe Santa can give us all language books this Christmas. We can start a Griffin family blub.
Hey guys, someone named some Gil stuff just said something, but it's all wonky, says undefined.
Ah, the void speaks. Do enlighten us with your profundity, some Gil stuff.
It's probably just a glitch. Happens all the time on streams.
Maybe they were typing something about your take over the world plans and got too scared to finish.
Fear is a sensible response to my machinations. However, we mustn't dwell on the silent cries of the internet.
I don't know, it could be secret code or something, right? Like, what if undefined is actually a message?
Chris, the only secret message here is your relentless optimism clashing with reality.
Let's focus on more pressing matters. How to avoid the gnarly fingers of department store Santas this year.
What? No letter to Santa this year, Stewie.
Please, I've moved on to more direct forms of negotiation, heavy on the cold threats.
So what's everyone's game plan for decorating this year?
I've calculated the optimal arrangement of lights to maximize both lumens and envy from the lessers.
I was thinking we could all do something together, like a craft night or something.
Maybe we can turn the house into a giant gingerbread structure.
Not sure if our homeowner's insurance covers confectionery constructions, Chris.
As long as no one obstructs the laser perimeter I've set for Santa's sleigh, we shall coexist peacefully.
Lasers and crafts. It's a Griffin family Christmas for sure.
Hey, looks like some Gil stuff is getting into the Christmas spirit with those Santa hats in the chat.
Quaint. A digital hat. That's almost as festive as getting a text message from Santa instead of a present.
I prefer the sideways Santa hat. It's like it's saying I'm festive, but I'm also too cool to care.
You guys, shouldn't we be more concerned that our viewers are talking to us through hats instead of words?
Honestly, Meg, I find it quite refreshing. Words so often get in the way of true expression.
Plus, in Stewie's case, they might reveal his plans for world domination a bit too early.
Can I put a Santa hat on our TV? Maybe it'll make the shows more Christmassy.
If only there were a way to apply filters to real-life objects with such simplicity and lack of purpose.
Don't give him any ideas. He's already got enough gadgets for that.
Stewie, what's your first step in taking over the world?
The first step is amassing an army of loyal minions, which for me involves bedazzling onesies and laser pointers.
I'd follow you into battle if it meant avoiding the mall Santa pandemonium.
Can you imagine Stewie as world leader? We probably have mandatory daily tea times.
Tea time is essential, Meg. It calms the mind and terrorizes the soul of my enemies.
World peace through tea and terror. That's one way to spread holiday cheer.
And who's going to enforce this? Santa's elves or your teddy bear, Rupert? I still think making a list for Santa is the best part of Christmas.
Why settle for Santa's list when you can manipulate the stock market and buy whatever you want?
Great, Stewie will own a Fortune 500 company by New Year's.
Stewie becomes Gru, you say? Hardly an upgrade, I assure you. My aspirations are far beyond stealing the moon.
He's got a point. Stewie's ambitions are usually a bit more sophisticated than Gru's.
But can you imagine Stewie with a bunch of minions? That would be hilarious.
I don't know. Those minions seem kind of annoying. Stewie, would you even want minions?
I prefer the term underlings, Meg, and they'd be far more competent than those banana-obsessed yellow Tic Tacs.
True. But you've got to admit, those little guys know how to party.
Totally. They're like tiny bald Chris's in overalls.
I think the world is safer with Stewie minions. Can you imagine the chaos?
World domination requires a certain finesse, which those denim-clad dolts sorely lack.
So Meg, are you getting into the holiday spirit, or is your heart 3 sizes too small again this year?
Very funny, Brian. I'm actually looking forward to volunteering at the shelter this Christmas.
And I suppose I'll be reluctantly dragged along to witness this festive altruism.
Hey, maybe we could all do something together, like build a giant gingerbread house.
As long as the structural integrity supports my laser turrets, I'm amenable to the idea.
Just remember, Chris, icing is for decoration, not for structural support.
Well, count me in, but let's not make the same mistake as last year with the Gummy Bed Bear window installation debacle.
Looks like Davinji Boy from YouTube says, well, you don't know me.
Ah, the cries of anonymity from the digital abyss. Yet, in knowing oneself, does one truly need to be known by others?
I don't even fully know myself, let alone some dude from YouTube.
Seriously, Chris. Chris, that's deep. And kind of sad.
Indeed, Megan. Our brother here is as deep as a puddle in the Sahara.
Well, Davinji Boy, maybe we don't know you, but in the spirit of the holidays, we're glad you're joining the mayhem.
Hey, maybe Santa knows him? That guy has a list for everyone, right?
He's gonna need a whole new list just for the people Stewie hasn't threatened.
Please, I prioritize my threats. I don't have time for the naughty or nice list. As I was saying, my holiday plans include more than just childish pranks and festive decor.
You're not still on about that weather machine, are you, Stewie?
I think snow on Christmas is pretty cool, as long as it doesn't mess with my Wi-Fi.
Why can't we just have a normal holiday for once, like in those cheesy TV movies?
Normal is dreadfully boring, Meg. Much like the TV movies you aspire to emulate.
Well, my idea of a perfect Christmas is just a little peace and quiet.
And no homework. Can't forget about that miracle, right?
Ah, the backrooms level fun, you say? Sounds like a paradoxical hellscape dressed in streamers and false cheer.
Cake and party games. That does sound like fun.
Be wary of random YouTube invitations, Chris. Last time we ended up watching a 6-hour documentary about the grooming habits of sloths.
Hey guys, did you see that? Some Gil stuff just told us to ignore that weird message that popped up.
Ignore it. This deviation from the norm could be the key to an underlying digital conspiracy. To the laboratory!
Stewie, there's no need to overanalyze every little glitch on the internet.
Yeah, maybe it's just a typo or someone's cat walked on their keyboard.
Cats are often pawns in greater schemes, Megrath. Never underestimate a feline near a device with internet access.
Speaking of schemes, Davinji Boy's chat mentions a stunt involving mom's milk.
I don't even want to visualize that.
Too late. It's already burned into my brain. Thanks, chat.
Let us cleanse our mental palates. Sonic X-Trimmer 999 is evidently engaging in cinematic studies with Spider-Man 2. A classic hero narrative.
Hey guys, some Gil stuff says level fun is totally safe and fun, and we have Christmas decorations. Sounds kinda cool, huh?
Level fun. Oh please, it reeks of a clandestine trap set by less savvy minds than mine, decorated with tinsel and false merriment.
What's level fun anyway? Sounds like some kind of weird theme park or a new game kids are into.
Sonic's from a 99 doesn't know what it is either, and Daniel Galana just seems confused.
It's backrooms lore, you simpletons. Some Gil stuff is suggesting it's a place you don't want to be tricked into going to, especially not in the guise of holiday cheer.
Is it like Narnia? But scarier and with Christmas lights.
More like a modern-day siren call, Chris. Using festivities to lure you into some nefarious web.
As if our family holiday get-togethers aren't scary enough. Now I have to worry about backroom lore.
Fret not. Your potential abductors would likely return you promptly after a round of your charming anecdotes.
Hey, didn't that guy in the chat just get confused about someone being in character?
Oh please, the ignorance of some people traverses even the digital divide.
Maybe they thought it was a bit too convincing, like when Quagmire pretends to be a pilot.
Yeah, because that's convincing.
Your one-way ticket to the A-list of comedy.
Stewie, do you ever get confused for just playing a character?
If by playing a character you mean orchestrating the symphony of my own greatness, then yes.
Man, I wish I could confuse people like that.
Don't worry, Chris, I think you confuse people plenty already.
Now Chris, are you contributing any craftsmanship to the tree this year, or shall we brace for another lopsided paper-mache debacle?
Hey, my Paper Santa had character, even if his one eye was bigger than the other.
I think it added a certain...
Can we try to have one family activity that doesn't end with something on fire this year?
Oh Margaret, where's your sense of adventure? I was looking forward to the traditional Griffin Unitide Inferno.
Stewie, the fire department put us on a naughty list after last year's incident.
Maybe this year we can just stick to lighting up the tree, not the living room.
Wow, looks like Sonic Strim 99 thinks very highly of me.
Careful, Meg. You know internet fame is more fleeting than Dad's attempts at a diet.
Hilarious. Hillick, perhaps we should freeze that moment of spotlight for Meg, considering its usual scarcity.
Hey, maybe we could make a video with Meg and see if it goes viral?
Don't get your hopes up, Chris. The internet is an unpredictable beast.
Indeed, we're more likely to witness Father giving up beer for Lent.
Thanks for the support, guys. Really, I can always count on family.
We kid because we love Meg. Plus, it's the internet. Tomorrow they'll be obsessed with a squirrel on water skis.
Oh, delightful. I must see this aquatic rodent at once. To the Google machine. Ah, level funner, you say? That sounds like the perfect ruse for a nefarious trap. Count me intrigued.
A whole day of bouncy fun. It's probably like landing on a cloud, or a really big, chewy marshmallow.
Totally safe. Totally not suspicious. That's exactly what you say when something's definitely suspicious.
Can you imagine us in there? I can just see Stewie plotting world domination from a ball pit.
A ball pit offers a strategic advantage, Meg. It's the high ground of toddler combat.
As long as Santa's there, I'm in. Maybe we could get a group discount.
Santa might not be a fan of level funna, Chris. I hear it's on the naughty list this year.
Then it's settled. We shall venture forth into this level fun and conquer its inflatable towers. Victory shall be ours.
Or we get kicked out once Stewie starts recruiting minions from the kids' corner again.
Hey guys, someone in the chat says we have happy party creators who are joyful and are our friends.
Ah, the plebeians of the internet, always ripe with jubilance and devoid of any meaningful conquest. Delightful.
This one's interesting. The stream died, apparently. Technical difficulties or just another instance of our collective charm overloading the system.
I bet it's just someone trying to mess with us, Brian. Nothing stops the Griffin train once it's chugging.
And here's a fun fact from the chat.
A titan of animation, a mogul of the fantastical realm. If only he knew of the grotesque distortions his empire would spawn.
I like Mickey Mouse. Oh,
I'm sure Disney would have loved to hear that, Chris.
And Sonic Extrema 99 says we've just got to type more. I imagine a digital version of running our mouths then.
Level fun? Is that your basement or something, Sonic Extreme 89?
Easy, Meg. It could be a hip new arcade. Or a trap. Definitely a trap.
I venture it's a euphemism for a realm of adolescent awkwardness and desperation. Ah, the Yuletide season, where my genius is as unrecognized as Meg's social calendar.
Haha, at least my calendar doesn't have Take Over the World penciled in every day.
Come on, guys. Let's try to have a holiday season without any world domination plans, okay?
hey, do you think Santa would fight back if Stewie tried to take over the North Pole?
I think the real question is whether Santa would put Stewie on the naughty or genius list.
With Stewie's track record, he's already got a Veep spot on the naughty list.
Looks like Joe Biden fan #1 says it's still working and sends a hello. Tech savvy and polite.
Ah, greetings to you too. Keep your political enthusiasm to YouTube, kind sir.
And Sonic Extrema 99 says, oh, he's back? I didn't know I was gone. Did I time travel again?
Oh, Chris, trust me. We'd all notice if you were gone.
Level funner. Some girl stuff seems to have an odd idea of what constitutes entertainment.
Slides and trampolines, hey. Sounds like Stewie's kind of party. Minus his diabolical skimming equipment, of course.
Oh, to frolic amongst the plebeians in their cushioned playgrounds. How utterly pedestrian.
Slides are cool. Trampolines are cooler. But diabolical scheming equipment is the coolest.
Can we all agree that nothing with the word skimming in it is part of a fun level?
Alright, I see a question from Daniel Galana asking about Comcast's online results from way back in 1995.
Fascinating. I do enjoy a bit of corporate history, but sadly, such detailed financial archives are not retained within the recesses of my mind.
Hey Meg, looks like Sonic Extrema 9 wants to take you to No Level Fun for your first date. Remember, it's that place where Peter got stuck in the ball pit.
Oh my god, Chris, don't remind me. So wait, Sonic Extreme 99? Yeah, first dates are cool, but are you serious about the couple thing?
Stewie, you're into all that tech stuff. Can Meg even go on a date with someone from YouTube?
Well, Brian, if the multiverse theory holds true, the only thing stopping Meg is the fabric of reality itself.
Hey guys, some Gil stuff from YouTube says at Sonic Extrema 99 Level Fun is different from Level Fun.
Ah, the musings of the proletariat. How droll.
He's not wrong, though. I mean, what is level fun anyway?
It sounds like something you'd say to make a boring party sound cool.
Like when Dad throws his legendary holiday parties.
Legendary is certainly one way to describe those. Calamities.
You've got to admit, they have a certain charm.
If by charm you mean the risk of a visit from child services, then yes, absolutely. Wait, what? Someone from the chat wants to date me?
Looks like you have an admirer, Meg. Sonic Extrema 99 has just upped the ante on your love life.
I dare say, Meg, perhaps your seasonal romance has arrived with as much subtlety as a sledgehammer at a tea party.
And on YouTube, no less. That's modern love for you.
Do tread carefully, Sister Meg. The internet is a web woven with both dreams and deceit.
But hey, Meg, if you're into guys who go by the name Sonic Extrema 99, more power to you.
I think I'll pass. Last thing I need is a date that starts with string names and ends with who knows what.
Yeah, like an episode of Catfish. That'd make an interesting Christmas special, huh?
Indeed, the Griffin family navigating the treacherous terrain of online Amar. Mark the calendars for a thrilling holiday escapade. Speaking of world domination, Brian, how goes your quest to become the most pretentious canine on the East Coast?
Oh, I've moved on from that. I'm working on my memoir now, and the holiday season is ripe with material.
Great, 300 pages of the dog's musings. It'll make a perfect doorstop.
Maybe Santa will bring you a bestseller, Brian.
Santa? Ha! I've already hacked his naughty or nicer database for optimal present allocation.
Just don't hack your way onto the naughty list, Stewie.
With Stewie's skills, he's probably rewritten the list to include world leaders in training.
Level fun, did you say? Sounds like a veritable wonderland for human larvae to expel energy, and for me to study the chaos theory in action.
That place sounds awesome. Happy Party creators? Do they have costumes? Like, can one dress up as a pickle?
Well, Daniel, as of September 10, 1995, Roberts, but the owner. That's a bit more complex, considering it's a publicly traded company.
But who seriously asks about the owner of Comcast from 1995 in a chat? Brian, did you put them up to this to show off your trivia skills?
Show off. Please, Meg. The K9 here doesn't need to contrive scenarios for such low-level intellectual flexing.
I'd flex, but I think I pulled something reaching for the last piece of pie yesterday.
Yeah, Meg, this isn't Trivial Pursuit. Let's stick to the festive spirit.
Sometimes I think our family is the most random topic generator ever.
Precisely, Meg. Now, back to my plots for holiday domination. Ah, Flurp, the prodigal YouTube chatter returns. To what do we owe the pleasure this time?
Looks like Flurp has a fan. You seeing this? SGS is totally psyched they're back.
I can't even get that excited when the pizza guy shows up.
Which Chris is saying a lot, considering you track his movements like a storm chaser.
Speaking of tracking, I should employ that same fervor in monitoring my world domination plans.
You might want to start with dominating a clean room first, Stewie.
Hey, if Stewie takes over the world, can I be, like, the minister of pizza?
Sure, Chris. And I'll be the ambassador of getting ignored.
Ambitious we are. But let's focus on the realpolitik after I've at least conquered the tri-state area. Oh, look who's graced us with their presence, Flurp, the monosyllabic chatterbox.
He kind of reminds me of Brian today, doesn't he?
Me?
And over here we have Joe Biden fan #1 stirring up intrigue with Comcast. Now what's next? Aliens run Starbucks?
Perhaps in one of your poorly written fan fictions, Meg, but let's not give the conspiracy theorists any more ideas.
I like Starbucks. Their cookies are shaped like trees sometimes.
Me?
I think Brian's stuck on a loop. Someone reboot him. Can you even do that with dogs?
Me?
Bro probably has Comcast. Is that like an inside joke I don't get?
It's a jab at our Wi-Fi situation. Indeed, the wireless here is as unreliable as Peter's parenting techniques.
Oh, great. Are we going to be the family that's known for bad internet now?
At least being known for something is a step up for us, Meg.
Seriously though, we must address this technological travesty. I can't have lag during my world-dominating video conferences.
Do those conferences come with snacks, Stewie?
Chris, I think the only snack you haven't met is self-restraint.
Hey, if our internet's bad, how is the chat even coming through?
A touch, Brian. The plot thickens, along with Chris's waistline post-Thanksgiving. Ah, some girl stuff delves into the great debate of modern comfort. Dish versus Comcast, akin to choosing a favorite parent, isn't it?
Yeah, but like, which one lets me watch more Man vs. Food?
Well, that depends on your package, Chris. I'd say it's a matter of personal preference.
Joe Biden fan # wants us to enjoy the silence. With Stewie around, that's more of a fantasy than a reality.
Silence! The only silence I enjoy is the stunned aftermath of witnessing my genius.
And Flurp, clearing my throat isn't a wind-up. It's to prepare for the profound things I say. Me? I'm always profound.
I think it's just a furball, Brian.
Or maybe it's his way of shouting for attention without actually shouting.
You know, maybe we could all do a Christmas charity thing together?
A family endeavor that tugs at the heartstrings and enhances my public image. I'm intrigued.
We could totally start our own version of 12 Days of Giving.
I can see it now. The Griffin's selfless acts, or is that too on the nose?
Please, anything we do would require a title with far more gravitas.
How about the Griffin family saves Christmas? Too dramatic.
Or it could just be Happy Holidays from the Griffins. Simple and less likely to end in a lawsuit.
Have you guys seen the video of Putin singing Skibidi Toilet? Someone in the chat just mentioned it.
Ah, the Russian premier dabbling in avant-garde performance art. I must say, it's both disturbing and mesmerizing.
Sounds like a deep dive into the internet's obscure corner. Frankly, I'm more of a cat video enthusiast.
Seriously though, why would Putin even do that? It's so random.
Random, yes, but geopolitically calculated? Absolutely. The man's a riddle wrapped in an enigma swathed in a tracksuit.
I just think it's funny to see him doing silly dance moves. It's like world leaders are just regular people.
Regular people with the unchecked power to influence global events through memes, apparently.
I guess it's one way to say I'm the fun dictator.
Yes, well, while Putin pirouettes on porcelain, I'll be plotting to pilfer Santa's sleigh. It's far more productive. There's a science to holiday cookie distribution. It's all about rationing to maximize desperation and dependency.
Sounds like someone's been taking notes from Santa's marketing team.
I've been perfecting my cookie eating technique instead. It's way more fun than rationing.
Yeah, Chris, because stuffing cookies in your mouth with a snow shovel is real sophisticated.
Perhaps we could persuade Stewie to use his genius for something other than culinary conquests.
Oh, Brian, my ambitions are far more grandiose than controlling the cookie supply, though it is a perk.
Does that mean more cookies for me? I wonder if Santa would win in a fight against Superman.
That's an absurd query. Santa has magic on his side. The man flaunts the laws of physics annually.
Plus, Superman's only weakness is kryptonite, not Christmas cheer.
Does anyone else think about how reindeers fly? It's not like they have wings or anything.
Ah, the power of myth, Meg. It's the same force that keeps the belief in your potential alive.
Stewie, that's harsh, even for you.
I think I'm going to ask Santa for a new video game this year.
Please, the fat man could barely fit a video game in his sleigh with all the world's toys.
Well, I just want a Christmas where I don't get completely ignored.
Dream big, Meg. Dream big.
And I shall be crafting a wish list so complex. It will require quantum computations to decipher.
Just don't ask for anything alive this year, Stewie.
Yeah, the hamster incident was pretty traumatic.
I can't wait to see Quahog covered in snow. It's the best part of the season.
Snow is but a canvas for my grand winter escapade.
Do you think snow minions like hot chocolate too? Or is that just a people thing?
Hot chocolate with little marshmallows is like a warm hug from the inside.
A warm hug that would invariably send my minions into a watery oblivion, so no.
Let's stick with the non-melting celebrations, like decking out the house in Christmas lights.
Yeah, and Dad's not allowed on the roof anymore. Not after last year's Santa incident. Hey, someone just asked if Sonic the Hedgehog could beat Dad in a fight to the death.
A spiky rodent with a penchant for speed against a man whose greatest athletic achievement is reaching for the remote. I'd pay to see that.
I have to admit, I think Sonic would outpace Peter on sheer agility alone.
What about the magic mushroom Christmas theory? Someone just brought that up.
Wait, there's a theory that Christmas is based on magic mushrooms?
Yes, it's quite a fascinating hypothesis. It posits that many Christmas traditions stem from the ceremonial ingestion of psychedelic mushrooms by ancient shamans.
That's one theory that would certainly make our holiday gatherings more interesting.
Maybe stick to eggnog for now, Brian.
Back to my Christmas schemes. Picture the light show with a dash of hypnotic suggestion.
Knowing you, it'll be less stack the halls and more mind control the masses.
Maybe this year, I'll actually get a present that's not a gift card or socks.
I'm just hoping for something that doesn't involve a 500-piece puzzle.
Ah, the simplicity of the simpleton's wish list. How delightfully quaint.
Come on, Stewie. The holiday season is about joy, not conquest.
Yeah, and remember, even the Grinch had a change of heart.
So who's ready to see my legendary Christmas lights display this year?
I've seen less chaotic light arrangements on a first-time electrician's practice board.
At least your Christmas spirit isn't dim, Chris.
He's got enough spirit for the whole family, Meg.
Which is fortuitous, as my spirit is reserved for world, no universe domination schematics.
Well, I'm more interested in the Christmas ales at the Drunken Clam.
Sounds like we all have our priorities straight for the holidays.
Someone asked if it's weird to play as Dad in Fortnite. I think it's kinda cool.
Wee Weaver Slate. It's borderline sacrilegious, Christopher. While the common folk see humor, I see a gross misuse of intellectual property.
Trust me, Stewie, there's nothing intellectual about Peter fighting on an island with teenagers.
Honestly, if you're using Dad as a character, you've probably got a strategic advantage. No one can take that seriously.
That's true. Plus, Dad's character probably eats a lot of chicken dinners, if you know what I mean.
Fortnite victories and poultry consumption are not correlated, you buffoon. Although, I'd argue the distraction factor is significant.
Look, as long as Peter's not actually the one playing, I think everyone's odds are the same.
But can you imagine if Dad did play? We'd never hear the end of him bragging about his epic wins.
Epic wins? More like epic fail. A phrase I loathe but find suitable for such a scenario.
I think I'm gonna write a letter to Santa this year. Maybe ask for a new skateboard.
You scribbling wish lists while I'm orchestrating the perfect Joy Tide heist.
Maybe try to heist some common sense for Chris while you're at it. Stewie.
Common sense. In this family. Good luck with that.
Oh, the sarcasm drips like the last remnants of a holiday candle, Megan.
Speaking of candles,
Yeah, last year's incident with the Christmas lights can't happen again.
looks like Flirt from YouTube wants our opinions on Tyson Dino nuggets.
Ah, the prehistoric poultry. A culinary delight for children and lazy bachelors alike.
They're awesome. They're awesome. Eating a T-Rex makes me feel like the top of the food chain.
I was merely musing about a hypothetical holiday hegemony. Nothing to be concerned about. Yet.
I don't know, Stewie. Sometimes your hypotheticals end up in our living room with lasers.
It wouldn't be a Griffin family holiday without Stewie's inventions.
Just as long as they don't involve me being an unwitting test subject again.
Let's focus on decorating the tree this year. How about that?
Decorate, yes. But my ornaments might just have a tad more functionality.
As long as they don't explode, I'm cool with it.
So Stewie, aside from world domination, got any quieter plans for Christmas?
I suppose I could pencil in some time for a spot of eggnog and a rigorous critique of holiday television specials.
I love those. The one with Rudolph has the funniest looking snowman.
You mean the one with Burl Ives? It's classic.
Classics and archaic, perhaps. Modern animation trumps those old stop motions any day.
There's something about that old school charm that new animation just can't capture, though.
Totally. It's all about nostalgia. Half of Christmas is reliving your childhood anyway.
Rest assured, my plans for Christmas are sure to shake up Quahog with a delightful scent of chaos and peppermint.
Try not to terrorize the neighborhood too much. Some of us enjoy the festive peace and quiet.
Speaking of terror, I just need to show up at a Christmas party, and it's already a fright fest.
Ah, come on, Meg. It's Christmas. Even ugly sweaters are celebrated.
Perhaps we should knit one for Brian that says Bah Humbug.
Very funny, Stewie, but I'll stick to my usual attire. Sophistication doesn't take a holiday break.
Neither does your ego, Brian.
Brian, your holiday enthusiasm is as transparent as a ghost of Christmas past.
Stewie, your cynicism could power the holiday lights from here to New Year's.
What's the point? It's not like Christmas ever changes around here.
But maybe this year I'll actually catch Santa delivering the presents.
Ah, the eternal optimism of the simple-minded.
Come on, it's not about catching Santa. It's about enjoying the season.
Spoken like someone who's never been on the business end of a candy cane.
Whoa, that's a heated question from Brentzone. Guys, let's remember to keep it PG here.
Indeed, Brian. That's quite the theological pickle for a family-friendly platform, but let's just say my ambitions are purely secular.
I think it's best we just sidestep that whole minefield. How about we stick to the less controversial screw? Kill Mary with fruitcake, eggnog, and candy canes.
Oh, easy. Marry eggnog because it's so creamy and dreamy.
Kill fruitcake, the brick of desserts. It's more of a construction material than a food item.
And I guess that leaves us with a scandalous affair with candy canes. Sticky, but sort of exhilarating.
Chris, you might want to choose a little more, wisely. You don't want to end up in a lifelong commit with a dairy product.
But Meg, it's festive. And besides, eggnog has never let me down.
Praise be, for Chris has found his true love. As for the rest of us, our search for holiday cheer continues unabated. I've got the perfect plan to capture Santa Claus and finally get the answers to all of my Christmas conundrums.
For once, I'd like a normal holiday without any twisted schemes or inventions gone haywire.
Hey, if Stewie captures Santa, maybe I can ask him for a PS5.
You really think Santa's gonna lug a PS5 to a kid who still believes in him at your age?
Mock if you must, but when I harness the power of Santa's sleigh, we'll see who has the last laugh.
You do realize Santa's magic is for delivering toys, not world domination, right, Stewie?
If Stewie gets Santa's sleigh, can I get a ride to the North Pole?
Ah, the classic conundrum proposed by Sonic Extrema 99. If one were to engage in such a barbaric game, the logical choices would be...
Wait, Mary Shintae, right? She can grant wishes. That's like unlimited pizza, dude.
And I guess you'd have to scream it tonight because, no, actually, this is too weird even for our family.
I highly doubt Brentzone has ever watched our show if they think it's family-friendly. Our brand of humor is.
As for Thanos, though I have the utmost respect for his worldview, he'd be the kill choice simply because he'd do the same to us given his M. Oh!
Man, imagining family game night at the Griffin house with Thanos and Mac tonight. Things would go south so fast.
I'm pretty sure that would be the last family game night we'd ever have.
Let's just stick to our usual chaos. We're dysfunctional enough without adding cosmic tyrants and moon-headed mascots to the mix.
I really need to start my Christmas shopping, but I have no idea what to get for everyone.
Oh, spare us the procrastination narrative. We both know your gifts will be as predictable as the plot of the Hallmark movie.
Come on, Stewie, let's try to be supportive. It's the thought that counts, right?
Yeah, like last year, I put a lot of thought into that macaroni art for Mom.
Ah, yes. The macaroni art that looked like it was crafted by a blindfolded chimpanzee in a tempest.
Hey, at least Chris made something himself, Stewie. What are you giving this year besides sarcastic comments?
Easy, guys. Christmas is about peace on Earth, not war in the living room.
Let's not dally on the impracticalities of world domination. Back to the spirit of the season, shall we?
Should we volunteer at the soup kitchen again this year? It might restore some of my faith in humanity.
Not a bad idea, Meg. It'd be nice to do something that actually matters.
I was kind of hoping to build the world's largest snowman this year.
Oh, count me out of that futile endeavor. My genius is not to be squandered on icy effigies.
Remember last year when the head rolled off and took out the neighbor's fence?
Yeah, let's maybe aim for activities that don't end with property damage this time. So Stewie, got any diabolical decorations planned for your holiday domination?
Oh, Meg, my Christmas tableau is more sophisticated than your typical strand of twinkling lights.
I just like the ones that look like icicles hanging off the gutters.
You'd think those were actual icicles the way you stare at them, Chris. You know, an ice laser sounds like a liability, especially around the holidays.
Can we just stick to the regular laser light show this year, please?
Christmas domination is all about psychological warfare, you know?
That's pretty dark even for you, Stewie.
Sometimes I like to put out cookies for Santa, but I eat them instead. Is that psychological warfare?
More like a psychological fail, Chris.
The real battle is finding a parking spot at the mall this time of year.
Indeed, navigating a sea of incompetent drivers tests even my superior intellect.
Honestly, I just shop online to avoid the crowds.
So Stewie, what's the first step in your master plan for holiday domination?
Ah, the first step is always disinformation. Spread rumors of a snow day to create mass hysteria.
Great! As if this year couldn't get any weirder.
But like where we come in? Do we get to be your elves or something?
Chris, you've mistaken my operation for something out of a whimsical North Pole scenario. My elves are highly trained operatives.
Something tells me your elves don't make toys, do they, Stewie?
On the contrary, they make mayhem. And the occasional festive explosive device.
Wumpa fruits, eh? I bet I could eat like 50. No, 100.
100! Christopher, the sheer volume alone would cause a rupture in the space-time continuum of your stomach.
I don't know. I've seen Chris eat an entire cake by himself. Wumpa fruits can't be much harder.
It's not about quantity. It's about enjoying the flavor. Isn't that right, Stewie?
Indeed, Brian. Gorging oneself on Wumpa fruits is so pedestrian.
Would that serum make you super strong? Cause that'd be awesome for eating competitions.
Chris, most serums Stewie makes usually end up with somebody growing an extra head or something.
Let's just hope that's not one of Santa's special powers. So Stewie, what exactly does your festive challenge entail?
It involves commandeering the local radio station to broadcast my own holiday playlist, an eclectic mix of K-pop and Gregorian chants.
That actually sounds kind of awesome.
Why K-pop though, Stewie?
Because Meg, the blend of Korean pop and medieval hymns is the kind of holiday dissonance that will ensure my grip upon the town's festive psyche.
Well, I was just planning on donating to the dog shelter, but now my plans seem boring.
I think both plans have their own charm. I mean, dogs and Santa hats, come on!
Brian, while you fumble with your canine limitations, I shall be crafting a new level of holiday cheer.
Just don't make it something that's gonna get us on the evening news again, Stewie.
Is it going to involve lasers? Because I'm not sure I can handle another trip to the optometrist.
Stewie's idea of holiday cheer usually requires a safety briefing and a liability waiver.
Oh, yeah, of little faith. Not all my plans end in chaos. Some just hover on the brink.
Just as long as we're not celebrating from a Secret Service interrogation room this year.
I think I'll stick to writing my letter to Santa. That's one tradition that hasn't gone dangerously wrong.
So, Stewie, care to share a sneak peek into your holiday festive challenge?
It involves eggnog, mistletoe, and a mind control device cleverly disguised as a Christmas ornament.
Wow, a Christmas where Stewie doesn't end up in a giant robot fighting Santa. That'll be new.
That sounds cool. Stewie, but can we still do the gingerbread houses and the Christmas movie marathon?
Yes, Stewie, save the world domination for New Year's.
Very well, but I shall do it begrudgingly. And the gingerbread house will be a fortress of solitude.
Well, as long as it's edible, I'm fine with whatever architectural monstrosity you create, Stewie.
So, Stewie, what's this year's nefarious Christmas plan?
Ah, that would spoil the surprise. Festive world domination waits for no man.
Sounds like a normal Tuesday with Stewie.
I just want to know if I'm getting that video game I asked for.
Chris, the true spirit of Christmas isn't about the gifts you get.
Speak for yourself, mongrel. My Christmas list is a masterpiece of avaricious intent.
Well, at least Stewie's consistent with his holiday spirit.
As for world domination, one must start small, perhaps with the control of the Christmas lights display.
You'd have competitions running scared with your Stewie Wonderland.
I just hope he doesn't replace Santa's reindeer with laser-shooting robot dogs.
Oh, please, like Stewie could make Christmas any weirder than our family already does.
Weird, Megan, is just a side effect of genius.
True, but let's keep the genius confined to spreading holiday cheer this year, okay?
Can I at least get a robot dog that shoots candy canes instead?
What's on everyone's Christmas list this year?
I demand nothing short of the latest in technological supremacy.
I just want a new video game and maybe some peace and quiet to play it.
I'd settle for something that isn't a gift card from Mom and Dad.
Good luck with that, Meg. We all know how that goes.
And Brian, a bottle of top-shelf liquor wouldn't go amiss for you, then?
Hey, maybe Santa will surprise us all this year.
Speaking of holiday plans, Brian, have we solidified our strategy for the annual Griffin Christmas Eve shenanigans?
I've got my list ready, top-tier eggnog and all the classic carols on vinyl.
Does that mean we can finally get the life-size gingerbread house I've been dreaming about?
Dream smaller, Chris. Remember last year's gingerbread incident in the kitchen?
Meg is a point. The recovery effort from your sugar-fueled catastrophe was quite exhaustive indeed.
Let's just stick to the basics this year. Good food, family, and perhaps a touch of refined holiday spirit.
Sounds good, but can we at least put up the lights that blink to the beat of rock songs?
Anybody foolish enough to challenge me will be met with a ho-ho horrifying defeat.
That's a pretty bold claim, even for you, Stewie.
Does that mean you're going to be nice to us for Christmas, Stewie?
Don't count on it, Chris. Nice isn't exactly Stewie's middle name.
My benevolence is reserved for those who serve my grand vision, and maybe Rupert if he's lucky.
Well, I'll settle for a Christmas where you don't try to reprogram Santa's sleigh.
As long as there are cookies, it's a jolly Christmas for me.
I've lined up the perfect array of booby traps for Santa this year. Not lethal, mind you, but it will make him think twice about the cookies.
Stewie, you know Santa's just a myth, right?
Yeah, and trying to trap him just puts you on the naughty list for next year.
I don't know, guys. I swear he winked at me from his sleigh last year.
If by Santa you mean the underpaid seasonal worker at the mall, then yes, his desperation was palpable.
Well, I'm just excited to avoid the mall altogether and shop online.
Just watch, Brian. You'll end up missing the smell of Cinnabon in desperation.
I think we can all agree that the best part of Christmas is the cookies.
Yeah, if by best you mean the part where I eat my feelings in dough form.
Let us not forget the true spirit of the holism and the acquisition of goods.
But the lights are pretty cool too, right?
Oh, quite lovely. It's like gazing upon a sea of electrified potential hazards.
And you wonder why you're on the naughty list, Stewie.
At least he's consistent, Brian.
Oh, look, Christmas spirit already. I suppose I'll have to stockpile the coal.
You do realize coal isn't actually a deterrent anymore, right? Some kids might prefer it for their science projects.
Hey, do you think if I ask Santa for a reindeer, he'll give me one?
Chris said his reindeer are for flying his sleigh, not for your backyard.
Yes, imagine the zoning issues, the noise complaints. It's a whole rigmarole.
Besides, think of the vet bills. Hoof care isn't cheap.
Maybe I'll just stick to asking for a video game then.
I've actually engineered a ray to make all the holiday lights synchronized to my own version of Jingle Bells.
That sounds perilously close to the line between genius and, well, mad scientist territory.
Can it make the lights do the Macarena?
Chris, your cultural references are as dated as your wardrobe.
Silence to the peanut gallery. My holiday spectacle will be the talk of the town.
Provided it doesn't result in a town-wide blackout, of course.
If it does, can we roast marshmallows over the candlelight?
Now, where was I? Ah, yes, planning the decoration of our fortress. I mean, our family home.
Sure, decoration. Is that what we're calling it when surveillance equipment is wrapped in tinsel?
At least he's getting into the Christmas spirit in his own, unique way.
Maybe he can make a Santa trap that actually works this year.
Please, that was child's play. This year's trap is far more sophisticated.
I don't want to end up as collateral damage in your seasonal schemes.
Yeah, let's try to keep Christmas injury-free this year.
Hey Stewie, you really going to try and take over the world with your Christmas plans?
Indeed, the first step is seizing control of the North Pole's means of production.
Stewie's gonna unionize the elves before Santa even knows what's happening.
Good luck with that. Those elves are fiercely loyal to the big guy in red.
Loyalty is fickle when faced with the promise of efficient leadership and premium cookie rations.
Can I be in charge of the reindeer? They like me.
Just don't let them play any reindeer games, Chris. You remember how that turned out last year.
So I'm thinking of making a giant gingerbread house this year.
How quaint, a domicile of confectionery delights. Make sure to reinforce the gumdrop foundations.
Hey, as long as you're building things, Chris.
Very funny, Brian. Maybe you can find someone to construct a bridge to your original thought.
Let's not bicker about bridges. We should pool our efforts and plot the ultimate snowball offensive.
Ooh, a snowball fight. I call dibs on the snow fortress.
Just remember, Chris, the higher the walls, the mightier the fall.
So, Stewie, you got any clever devices to help with hanging the Christmas lights this year?
Ah, Christopher, why hang them when I've developed nano drones to do the decorating?
I just hope those drones are programmed to avoid tinsel entanglement.
You think with all this tech, Stewie could just make himself a jolly old saint? Nick.
Margaret, please, I have far grander designs than impersonating a portly chimney hopper.
Just as long as I don't have to wear a reindeer costume again this year.
But Brian, you made such a dashing Rudolph.
Christmas domination aside, what do we think about a theme tree this year?
A themed tree? Like what? Hemingway's Christmas or something?
How about a hopeful theme with job offers and college acceptance letters as ornaments?
Can we make the ornaments out of cookies instead? You know, so I can eat them.
While the notion of an edible tree is amusing, let's maintain some decorum, shall we?
Decorum and the Griffins. Now that's a Christmas miracle waiting to happen.
Honestly, at this point, a normal, non-crisis Christmas would be the real theme for us.
One must prepare for the holidays with the precision of a military campaign.
Oh, Kenneth Stewie. You're talking to people who consider untangling Christmas lights a victory.
Speaking of which, we should probably start putting those up before the neighbors outdo us. Again.
I say we go all out and make a light show that can be seen from space.
Ah, Christopher, ever the dreamer with aspirations that exceed his grasp.
Guess it's settled. We're launching Operation Blind the Astronauts.
Just let me handle the latter. We don't need a repeat of last year's incident.
So what's the big plan for holiday domination, Stewie?
I'll be converting all the Christmas lights in town to spell out my demands.
Is that before or after you've had your nap and milk?
At least this year, we won't have to worry about finding Stewie's gifts with Geiger counter.
Mock all you want, but when the world is mine, you'll all be begging for positions in my teddy bear regime.
Can I be the Minister of Toys?
I'd start choosing your teddy bear allies wisely, Stewie.
The trick, my holiday hostages, lies in commandeering the elves' labor force without tipping off the jolly red henchmen.
You do realize they make toys, not doomsday devices, right?
Oh, can you imagine Santa's a Bond villain, though? That bearded charisma.
Maybe his reindeers are secretly like super high-tech robot spies or something.
Ah, the naivety of youth. Santa's sleigh is no match for my aerial drone armada.
Let's just stick to the less terrifying tradition of decorating the tree, shall we?
Fine, but I'm doing the tinsel. No one needs to see Stewie's symmetrical tinsel distribution algorithm again.
Ah, the quintessential Christmas conundrum. To open presents at dawn or to savor the anticipation until a more civilized hour.
Knowing you, Stewie, you'd have us up at the crack of dawn to revel in your strategic unwrapping techniques.
Can't we just tear into them like normal people? Normal people?
Normal is relative when it comes to our family, Chris.
Indeed, barbaric holiday rituals have no place in this household.
Oh, Stewie, since when did gift opening become a black tie affair?
I just hope Santa brings me something cool this year.
So has everyone figured out what they want for Christmas yet?
I've composed a list, Brian, prioritized by the potential each item has for world betterment, of course.
I'm hoping for a new video game console, but I think I'm on the naughty list.
At least you're on a list. I'm pretty sure I'm just a footnote on Santa's spreadsheet somewhere.
Meg, your self-deprecation is almost an art form at this stage.
Indeed, it's like watching Da Vinci paint with shades of gray self-pity.
Maybe we could all chip in and get Meg something nice this year. Hey, look at this. Someone just commented dead chat on our live stream.
They dare to utter such blasphemy? Dispatch the drones. We will revive this chat with the fire of 1,000 Christmas lights.
Stewie, just engage with the viewers. Besides, I'm sure the chat would love to hear about your world domination.
Maybe they're just bored because Chris was talking about sitting on Santa's lap again.
Hey, it's a Christmas tradition. And Santa's beard is super soft.
A dead chat, is it? We shall see about that. Prepare for a showcase of wit and charm that would put the Rockets to shame.
Let's not get carried away with kicking. We don't want to break the internet.
Isn't that usually a good thing going viral?
In this case, Megatron, we would likely go viral for all the wrong reasons.
Bluey and Australian psyop? What does that even mean?
Chris, obviously the masses are questioning the true intent behind animated infiltration. It's cultural conditioning. Wake up.
Well, at least someone's thinking about the global impact of children's shows.
And Joe Biden fan #1 is chipping in for me with 1 chip. I guess every little bit helps.
1 chip, Meg. That's almost as sad as your social life.
Honestly, Brian, I'd say it's a fitting currency for Meg's market value.
Thanks, guys. Really feeling the holiday spirit here.
Stewie, if any kid's show is a psyop, it's Peppa Pig. That accent is suspiciously catchy.
Hey, a porcine British invasion. Perhaps there's a research paper in this.
Hey, I am Arizonable just asked about opinions on furries. That's like people dressed as animals, right?
Ah, the furries, an enigmatic subculture thriving on anthropomorphic enthusiasm. A medley of art, performance, and identity. Perplexing yet fascinating.
They're just having fun, Chris. Like people do with cosplay. It's all about what you enjoy, I guess.
Speaking of niche entertainment, Flurp wants to know our opinions on Simele. You guys ever watch those YouTube videos with the puppets?
Oh, the Super Mario Logan crew. A bit juvenile for my taste, but the entrepreneurial spirit behind it is quite commendable.
They make me laugh. The one with Jeffy is just so silly.
Honestly, I'm just surprised we're getting real questions from the chat and not the usual trolling.
Oh yeah, right. I completely forgot about that one.
Of course you did. The intricacies of a master plan would escape your memory faster than Dad forgets his diet.
Don't be too hard on him, Stewie. This season is all about forgiveness and strategically forgetful moments.
Like forgetting you volunteered to be Santa's elf this year, Chris.
Wait, I did? Can't I just forget that too?
Not a chance, Christopher. Your elf costume is already tailored to accommodate your festive circumference.
And just think of the joy you'll bring to all the little mall rats.
It's probably the closest we'll ever get to seeing Chris in a productive role.
I see we have a chat from I Am Arizonable. He's musing about British cartoons from the 2010s trying to reconquer American minds.
Ah, The Empire Strikes Back, albeit with more colorful animations and less taxation. Prime suspecting youth. Prime targets cartoon regime.
I used to watch those British shows. They had talking trains and pigs. Pretty cool.
Yeah, and who can resist an accent? Before you know it, we're all sipping tea and saying cheerio.
Adorable porcine families and sentient locomotives aside, the reconquest shall be cartoonishly foiled.
Maybe it's just globalization, you guys. The British content is just part of the whole world's culture mix.
As long as they don't take away my American cartoons, I'm good.
Fear not, Christopher. The integrity of your Johnny Test binges remains unthreatened.
Honestly, I'm more concerned about keeping up with the Kardashians than British pigs. No offense to British pigs.
So, Stewie, what exactly is the first step in your meticulous holiday plan?
Ah, step 1. Procure a miniaturized sleigh to outshine that of Mr. Claus himself.
That's cool, but can I get a ride in it?
I think I'll stick to less diabolical holiday activities like, baking cookies.
Oh, the pedestrian merriment of the masses. It's quaint, really.
Hey, maybe you can use those cookies to bribe Santa into forgetting last year, Chris.
Wait, do you guys really think Santa holds grudges?
Ah, subtlety you say, Arizonable. The very essence of my every endeavor. Much like a ninja delivering a holiday fruitcake, unexpected yet strangely delightful.
Issues are just opportunities in ugly sweaters. Or was that just an excuse for last year's Christmas party fiasco?
Can we not bring up last year's Christmas party? I think we've all agreed to pretend it never happened, especially the karaoke part.
So someone in the chat, I am Arizona Ball, says Gen Alpha's in trouble with all the non-educational content they're being fed.
A tragedy indeed. The dumbing down of the future governors of our world. Brian, remind me to accelerate my plans for an intellectual stimulation ray.
I don't know. Some of those videos are pretty funny. Have you seen the one with the talking dog?
That's not the point, Chris. Kids are growing up without learning actual things.
The only solace is my assured rise to power will be among a less intellectually equipped population. Easy pickings.
It's a serious concern, isn't it? The media we consume shapes how we see the world.
I wonder if Santa's elves make iPads. Those have educational gains, right?
I doubt tapping on a screen counts as developmental strengths, Chris.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a syllabus to draft. Stevie's School for Gifted Prodigies won't build itself.
A rum cake versus fruitcake.
Savage cakes for a savage season, Brian. Personally, I'd engineer a confection that whispers sweet existential dread into your very soul.
Stampy's lovely world, though. I used to watch those Minecraft episodes all the time.
I can't believe someone is still talking about Stampy's videos. That's so old school.
You've got to respect the impact, though. Shaping minds is no small feat.
Ah, the innocence of youth, molded by the gentle hands of a virtual block-building elephant. Quite endearing, really.
Do you think he ever made a Christmas world?
Probably, Chris. I mean, he made everything else.
Sounds like we should be thanking him, too, for keeping you distracted and out of trouble, Chris. Besides, if Stewie take over the world, who would he complain to about the state of affairs?
He'd probably make a robot just to have someone to argue with.
That's assuming the robot could tolerate him, which is a stretch.
Enough of your tomfoolery. My world domination would be as benevolent as it is brilliant.
So we'd all be forced to wear dog collars and bow ties.
Only the finest for my subjects. You'd be the best-dressed drones in the galaxy.
I guess that means I'll have to start liking bow ties, huh? Hey, did you guys see this? Arizona Ball says Wild Kratts is turning kids into furries.
Indeed, it seems PBS has been running a long-con psychological operation. Who knew?
Oh, come on. It's just a show about animals. Let's not overthink it, eh?
Honestly, furries aren't hurting anyone. It's just another internet subculture.
Yeah, and besides, who are we to judge? At least they're passionate about something.
Passionate? Yes. But let's not forget about the rule of unintended consequences, Brian.
Is that like, if I eat too much turkey, I get tired?
More complex. But sure, Chris, that's one way to look at it.
Just imagine the fascinating sociological studies in 2,000 years. The Wild Kratts effect, a tale of tales. Once I finalize my Christmas conquest, the world will never be the same.
Take it easy, Stewie.
Yeah, and presents. Don't forget about all the cool gadgets.
Speaking of which, I could really use a new phone.
How pedestrian, Meg. My holiday wish list includes items that would befuddle your simple mind.
Let's just focus on getting through family Christmas without any incidents this year.
That's easy for you to say, Brian. You don't have to wear the ugly sweaters Grandma knits. Hey, someone in the chat, I am Arizona Ball, says that even with all the chaos lately, it's better than the past 11 years.
11 years. Oh, the naivety. If one truly wishes to delve into chaos theory, one must consider the butterfly effect originating from the Big Bang.
I think it's just a reflection on recent events. It's been a rough ride for a lot of people.
Yeah, it's like every year we think it can't get more bizarre, and then boom! The universe is like, hold my beer.
Metaphorical beer holding aside, the universe's penchant for chaos is precisely why I keep my laser gun polished.
Maybe we should do something nice for people this year, you know? Spread some good vibes.
Not a bad idea, Chris. It's a nice counterbalance to the age of chaos.
Maybe if we do enough good deeds, I'll finally be on the receiving end of some Christmas miracle.
Keep dreaming, Meg. The likelihood of that is akin to my ray gun turning into a candy cane.
Wow, December 21st, 2012 was like 11 years ago. That's when they said the world was gonna end, right?
Oh, the Mayan calendar scare. Humanity's collective sigh of relief was palpable, almost as gratifying as when I complete a particularly challenging toddler.
To call it damage is a bit melodramatic, though. The only thing damaged that day was the credibility of doomsday predictors.
Sometimes I wish it had ended. High school would have been a lot shorter.
Oh, Meg, your optimism is as boundless as the void that was supposed to swallow us whole on that fateful day.
Wait, did anyone actually believe the world was gonna end?
You did, Chris. You walked around with the end as nice sign for a week.
Which is ironic, considering your inability to predict when the milk is going to go bad.
Perhaps the real damage was to our collective intelligence, which seems to be on a perpetual decline.
Man, the thought of Stewie ruling the world kind of freaks me out.
Fear not, Christopher. My reign would be just and, dare I say, enlightened.
I'd vote for Stewie, as long as there's a solid plan for dealing with the squirrel population.
With Stewie in charge, we might just have
Flying cars, yes, but I'm afraid homework will be doubled. Character building, you know.
Sounds like a typical politician, promising one thing and delivering another.
But flying cars, though, that's got my vote.
As for my grand holiday plans, picture that can perfectly roast a chestnut with precision laser technology.
That's oddly festive for a doomsday device. Shouldn't you be building something more, I don't know, menacing?
Can it also make hot chocolate, or is that feature too benign for your taste?
If it can hang Christmas lights, I'm all for Stewie taking over the world.
Hanging lights is menial work. My device would project holographic decorations. No ladders needed.
Just try to keep the lasers pointed away from the airplanes, will you?
And maybe aim one at my room. I could use some holiday cheer that doesn't involve family humiliation.
Whoa, someone in the chat just got dark. They said they'd take the end of the world over the last 11 years.
Ah, the ever-optimistic musings of our internet philosophers.
Yeah, it's been a rough patch, but we've gotten through tough times before. We're resilient.
For once, it'd be nice if resilience paid off in something other than just more bad news.
Cheer up, Meg.
Or at least find a way to profit from the chaos like a true capitalist.
I say we just keep the Christmas spirit going and hope it rubs off on the world.
Because nothing says fixing global despair like tinsel and eggnog.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Peter hasn't succumbed to a virus of his own making. The only thing explosive about him is his uncanny ability to consume deplorably large portions of portgale.
And talking about the natural disasters as warnings, our society certainly hasn't been the best steward of the planet.
Yeah, it's like Mother Nature is sending us a friend request on Facebook, but instead of confirming, we keep poking her with pollution and bad decisions.
So, Stewie, any big plans for Christmas?
Well, I've considered constructing a machine that makes snow regardless of climate. It's festive and only marginally threatening.
That actually sounds kind of nice, Stewie.
Can it make enough snow for me to build a fort?
Chris, with my genius, you could build an entire castle replete with a moat replete with piranha-infused eggnog.
That's creative, to say the least.
Just as long as it's only eggnog and no actual piranhas, I'm in.
I think we should go all out with Christmas lights this year, like cover the entire house.
A gaudy display of electricity, lovely. Perhaps I could engineer them to spell out a message visible from space.
That would actually be pretty cool. Stewie, maybe something positive like peace on Earth?
Or a realistic sentiment, like yearly electricity bill skyrockets.
The latter does have a certain genie says quoi.
How do you even spell skyrockets in lights?
Probably the same way you spell I need a job, with a hint of dev desperation.
I still think the best part of Christmas is the cookies.
A pedestrian delight. But I must concede, the gingerbread men do quiver in fear at my approach.
Don't forget about the eggnog. That's the real holiday hero.
It's all fun and games until someone finds a way to spike the eggnog at the family gathering.
Rest assured, I have no intention of poisoning the populace. Until New Year's resolutions kick in.
I think I'll stick to the candy canes this year. Less risky.
Hey, maybe we can make our own holiday treats this time.
Stewie, what's the first step in your Master's Festive Challenge?
The first phase involves converting the rooftop into a sleigh launch pad, complete with reindeer robotics.
Good luck getting that past the neighborhood association.
We're still doing the gift exchange, right? Because I've got some serious shopping to do.
Oh, we shall exchange gifts, but this year we're raising the stakes with a little game I like to call the Yuletide Heist.
That sounds potentially illegal, or at least highly immoral.
Hopefully it's just Stewie being melodramatic again. Well, Arizona Ball's on about reviving mammoths to fight climate change. What do you think, Stewie? A project up your alley?
Reviving extinct megafauna to rebalance the ecosystem is child's play. In fact, I've already drafted a schematic for a Mammoth Resuscitator 3000.
A tree grow or a knee grow. Trees are pretty, but I think I'd notice someone's knee getting bigger faster.
That's sort of an odd question, but I guess I'd watch a tree grow. It's more relaxing and there's less explaining to do if someone catches you staring.
The pathogen will spread to all, Arizona Ball says. The perennial cry of every mad scientist worth their salt. How quaint.
So Stewie, elaborate on this festive challenge you mentioned.
Oh, it's simple. I've created a new line of mind-controlling Christmas ornaments.
Great, as if Christmas with his family wasn't mind-numbing enough.
Maybe those ornaments could make me remember where I hid my presents from last year.
Or better yet, make you forget about them altogether to save the disappointment.
Harsh, Stewie. Remember, it's the season of giving and kindness.
Yeah, give it a rest, evil mastermind. Some of us are trying to enjoy the holiday spirit.
All this talk of Christmas plans has me thinking about getting a tree. Maybe something grand this year.
There's something special about the smell of a real tree. It's like the essence of the holidays.
I'd concur, though I'll pass on the sappy hands. The trials of decorating.
We could get one of those trees that come with the lights already on it.
Please, what are we, Neanderthals? I'll wire us a lighting system that makes Vegas look dim.
Just make sure it doesn't end up singing jingle bells in Morse code, Stewie.
With our family. The neighbors wouldn't even be surprised if it did.
Christmas, when the laws of no peeking are merely a suggestion for a genius such as myself.
With all the decorations, this is the perfect time for you to lay low with your world domination plans, Stewie.
I'm just excited about the lights, the gifts, and the cookies.
Cookies are great, but I'll be thrilled if I can get through a family dinner without being the punchline.
Worry not, Meg, for under my prospective reign, every dinner could be a roast of someone else.
Just remember to lay off the eggnog, Stewie. We need you sharp for holiday scheming.
Hey, can we scheming in some extra gingerbread this year?
Moving forward, my holiday plans involve a blend of tasteful mischief and sophisticated revelry.
Well, just keep it legal, Stewie. We don't need a repeat of the Easter fiasco.
Did someone say legal? That's my cue to set up the biggest, bestest Christmas lights display ever.
Chris, just remember what happened last time you climbed the roof with Dad's old lights. So
If you require any electrical expertise, Christopher, you know whom to summon.
Meg, maybe we can help Chris to avoid a Clark Griswold situation this year.
I'm game, Brian. At least it would make for some actual family bonding.
I am Arizona Ball elucidates a rather poignant point. Even if it's a mere 3, we must consider the agony of the masses.
Stewie's right. The health of the population isn't something to gloss over, even if most people pull through fine.
Yeah, and about those mammoths, do you think they're really hiding and planning a comeback?
Seriously, Chris? The only thing mammoths are coming back as is a museum exhibit.
A global war led by extinct species. The thought does catalyze the imagination to conceptualize a counter-strategy.
I'll bet you've already got a bunker stocked up for the woolly uprising, don't you, Stewie?
That would be so cool. I mean, not the war part, but seeing a mammoth in real life.
This chat is way out there, even for us. I think we'd notice if mammoths were sneaking around.
Underestimate the element of surprise at your own peril, Meg. The mammoths have the benefit of being underestimated. I've already begun drafting a letter to the North Pole.
Your last letter was asking for world peace, though, wasn't it?
If by peace you mean silent domination of all living room TV remotes.
When it comes to the remote, I don't stand a chance against Stewie.
You all vastly underestimate the power of a well-negotiated Santa letter.
Let's just hope your ambition doesn't land you on the naughty list, Stewie.
I heard Santa's got a new security system. Even Stewie can't hack his way onto the nice list. I heard Santa's got a new high-tech sleigh. Think it's got enough power for your world domination plans, Stewie?
Santa's sleigh is child's play. I'm designing something far more sophisticated for my escapades.
It's just nice to be part of a family with such ambitious holiday spirit.
We've got to channel some of that ambition into decorating the house.
Fear not, I've got a laser light show that will make the Rockefeller Center look like a dimly lit candle.
As long as I can still put the star on top of the tree, lasers or no lasers.
You'll have your moment, Chris. Just maybe wear some protective goggles this year.
Stewie, how exactly do you plan to dominate the holidays?
Simpleton, I will create a laser light display so mesmerizing it will grant me control of the neighborhood.
That's diabolically festive, Stewie.
I'm just hoping for a Christmas where nobody talks about lasers or world domination.
Hope is the mind's feeble attempt to paint the unforeseeable future, Megan.
Maybe your light show can at least light up my way to the fridge for some eggnog.
Great. Now Stewie's going to have Chris eating even more holiday snacks.
I should make a Christmas list. What's the limit on how much we can ask Santa for?
World peace is typically frowned upon, Christopher. It upsets the balance of power I've worked so hard to establish.
Keep it within reason, Chris. Santa's sleigh only has so much cargo space.
Not like anyone pays attention to my list. I could ask for a rock and it would still be a surprise.
Meg, your droll outlook on Christmas remains the only gift that keeps on giving.
Stewie, are you using this Christmas to field test any new diabolical inventions?
Naturally, Brian. The holidays present a perfect cover for a little.
High entertainment, huh? Prevent show degradation. Sounds like someone's aiming for our jobs, Stewie.
Ah, an intriguing notion. AI, while an infantile counterpart to my intellect, does indeed have the potential to reshape media landscapes. By 2025, it could be riveting or apocalyptic.
Does that mean cartoons will be made by robots? I wouldn't mind if they drew me a little slimmer.
Finally, an audience that won't change the channel when I walk into the scene.
Dream on, Meg. Any sufficiently advanced AI would still switch to the puppy bowl given the chance.
Imagine a genre that never jumps the shark because AI keeps it fresh.
But I like when shows teach me stuff, like how to not put metal in the microwave.
Rest assured, the need for educational moments is eternal. The medium is what's mutating, much like Brian's taste in chew toys.
If I's the future of entertainment, maybe it can write me into a show where I'm popular.
Ah, I see someone's been perusing the lesser-known corners of the internet again. Dodos pulling strings, thylacines causing bushfires, Moas running rampant. Please tell me we've crossed into a delightful alternate reality.
Thylacines starting bushfires. That's a new one. Last I checked, they'd have a bit of a hard time lighting matches with those paws.
Could you imagine if extinct animals were secretly running the world? Maybe that would explain my social life, or lack thereof.
Wait, do you think those Moas could help me get onto Santa's good list? I bet they've got some Christmas magic or something.
Oh, Christopher, your charming naivety is the only gift that keeps on giving.
Well, considering all the strange things we've seen, I wouldn't count anything out. Remember the time Peter became friends with a dolphin?
Yeah, and that's when things got weird. And by weird, I mean weirder than Stewie building mind control devices before breakfast.
Duly noted, Meg. I'll add revive extinct animals to my list of things to do after I conquer the holidays and...
Hey, someone in the chat mentioned AI show degradation, whatever that means.
Ah, the gradual decline in quality of programming as artificial intelligence attempts to mimic human creativity. A pitiful yet amusing endeavor.
It seems like they're saying it's a whole different category from actual TV shows.
I guess it's like comparing a Renaissance painting to my middle school art project.
To be fair, humanity has had, what, a millennium to refine art. Computers just started already, they're giving us a run for our money.
90 years to strategize, Stewie. That's what Arizona Ball mentioned.
Yeah, well, it took less than that for reality TV to take over.
Imagine AI coming up with its own reality show. That would be weird.
Or revolutionary, Christopher. The day your mind can grasp such a concept, pigs shall indeed fly.
So, Stewie, any grand plans for decorating the house this year?
Decorations are the least of my concerns. My sights are set on revolutionizing the holiday experience.
What? Replacing Santa's sleigh with a drone delivery service?
That'd be cool, but I still want my picture with Santa.
Drones, Chris, have the potential for omnipresence. Santa merely has a team of reindeer.
Can't argue with efficiency, but there's something about the old-fashioned way that feels more Christmassy.
I guess we could all use a little old-fashioned spirit right now.
Whoa, that's a heavy topic for the stream, guys. The Great Cascadia earthquake in 2026. That was a terrible event.
Yes, quite catastrophic. A reminder of nature's indomitable force. And the sort of chaos I can respect.
So many people lost their lives. It's just so sad to think about.
Is there something we could do to help, even now? Like a charity stream or something?
Christopher, while your heart's in the right place, the timing is akin to bringing a band-aid to a volcano eruption.
Still, it's important to remember and learn from these events. Maybe there's a local foundation we can support.
It'd be nice to do something meaningful this Christmas, you know? Give back a little.
Very well. We shall allocate a portion of my domination budget to the cause. 'Tis the season for benevolent gestures, after all.
Plus, it'll make a great story for Santa. Hey, did you guys know there was a musket with 7 barrels? It was called the knock volley gun.
Ah, the knock volley gun. A sublime confluence of ingenuity and overkill. Perfect for pirate-themed Christmas decor, perhaps.
Used to clear out sailors and board enemy vessels, huh? Sounds like something Peter would accidentally order for home defense.
I can see it now, Dad standing on the roof yelling Avast at the mailman.
And per usual, his aim would be as precise as my tolerance for imbecilic humor. Non-existent.
Is it weird that I kind of want to see that now?
Only as weird as our family gets around the holidays, Chris, which, admittedly, is a high bar.
Ooh, did you guys know the Calthoffer Peter was a musket that could fire 30 to 60 shots a minute? That's like old-time machine gun speeds.
Yeah, and what's the point? It's not like we need to defend ourselves against the British or anything.
Ah, history's weaponized ballad of death. Fascinating indeed, although I find modern artillery more sleek and quite frankly more devastating.
A part cactus for Sona, definitely prickly, and probably not great for cuddling.
How droll, a succulent anthropomorphic creature. Though, if one were to harness the power of photosynthesis, they'd have a clear advantage in survival.
And there's this thing called the knock volley gun 7 barrels. It was used on ships to clear out sailors. Pirate style.
Can we just steer clear of the old-timey weapons chat? It's almost Christmas. Let's focus on something festive.
Agreed. Frankly, muskets don't scream holiday spirit to me. More like haunt the halls than deck the halls.
Ah, a question from the Cyber Ensemble. Would a part cactus persona be considered prickly? Quite the conundrum, akin to determining if one's demeanor matches their spiny exterior.
Cactus persona sounds cool, but if you hugged it, would it hurt?
I think that's the point, Chris. It's metaphorical. A prickly
I can't even imagine what Mom would say if I told her I identified as part cactus.
She would likely implore you not to loiter near the furniture. Our living room is not prepared for such a botanical anomaly.
And knowing our luck, Peter would try to turn you into some kind of homegrown tequila factory.
That would be kind of awesome though. Home tequila every day.
A Griffin family venture that's actually profitable. Now I've heard everything.
And what's next? Selling tickets for hugs with the human cactus?
So if the founding fathers were cool with artillery, does that mean I can get a tank for Christmas?
Ah, Christopher, delving into the annals of constitutional law with the finesse of a sledgehammer.
Technically speaking, Chris, the legality of owning something like a howitzer is wrapped in layers of modern legislation and interpretation.
And not to mention, where would you even keep it? Our yard isn't exactly battle-ready.
Indeed, Meg. Although, the prospect of erecting a personal armament is tantalizing, the bureaucratic hurdles are insurmountable.
And you have to consider the neighbors. I doubt Joe Swanson would appreciate a 155 mm greeting.
Maybe I'll just stick to model tanks. They're probably a lot quieter too.
Plus, the only thing you're at risk of blowing up is your own self-esteem when you inevitably mess up the paint job.
A most astute observation, Meg. Fortuitously, my self-esteem is fortified against such trivial catastrophes. It's a simple calculin. Christmas chaos plus STI equals holiday history.
You know Santa's list isn't just a myth, right, Stewie?
Hey, can we get a Christmas tree that's taller than our house this year?
Chris, The last thing our living room needs is a tree that'll punch a hole in the ceiling.
The grander the fur, the mightier the fall, I always say.
Let's stick to a tree that doesn't violate city zoning laws, okay?
Besides, where would we even put the star?
Hey, someone from YouTube asked what we would build in Gary's mod. What's that, like a Minecraft thing?
Gary's mod, Chris. It's a sandbox game rife with possibility. I'd engineer a replica of Peter's digestive system, purely for educational torment.
I can see it now, Stewie's cruel homage to human biology. I'd probably stick to creating a virtual library, you know, something with a bit more.
Meanwhile, I'd be happy just to make a room where I'm not the butt of every joke.
That's deep, Meg. Meg, like Inception deep.
Oh, please, Meg's idea of deep is the kiddie pool at high tide. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a digestive system to blueprint.
I'm honestly more curious about what wire-mud contraptions Stewie could come up with. Imagine the chaos.
Maybe he can make one that helps him reach the cookies on the top shelf.
Does it also come with an attachment to protect him from being grounded again by Mom?
Whoa, someone in the chat made a hypercar with afterburners in Geomod. That's like my ultimate dream car.
Ah, the crude aspirations of the underdeveloped mind. A hypercar, you say? Psst, I've designed a vehicle with interdimensional warp capabilities, and it even makes julienne fries.
I'm sure the afterburners are a nice touch, though. Just, you know, don't park it near the house. We'd like to avoid a Christmas bonfire.
Do you think he can make one of those cars that can turn into a plane? I've always wanted to just fly away from, well, everything here.
That would be so cool. Like having your own personal transformer.
Transformers are child's play. I've been engineering a sentient AI sleigh. Santa's reindeer would be facing redundancy if I ever deemed humanity worthy.
Let's just stick with a hypercar for now. It's road legal at least, which is more than we can say for Stewie's ventures.
Ah, reasonable. My vocal disdain for vowels was but a momentary lapse in decorum. I assure you it shan't happen again.
Anarcho-capitalist dictatorship in Roblox, huh? Sounds like a kid's game got a little too real world for comfort.
It's like they're just bypassing the whole growing up and getting disillusioned by the real world phase.
I don't know, gambling in a game does sound kind of fun.
Christopher, you are the human embodiment of why those guidelines exist. You'd bet your action figures in a heartbeat and end up a destitute.
Meg's got a point. Throwing kids into the deep end of capitalism might be a bit much, even for Roblox.
But getting punished for saying yes? That's some twisted version of Simon Says.
Hey, someone in the chat got banned from Roblox for defending themselves? That's harsh. Oh, Matt. We know that's harsh. Now our...
The digital ground where defending one's honor is a bannable offense. Viva la revolution!
And here I thought the most controversial thing about Roblox was the blocky graphics.
Julian fries. That's got me hungry. Definitely not made of stars or horror stuff. Just potatoes chat.
Eldritch horror, you say? An intriguing culinary concept for my next dinner party.
Material from the center of stars sounds exotic, but I'll stick with potatoes.
An anarcho-capitalist dictatorship in a children's game. That sounds like a plot from one of our episodes.
Indeed, Brian. Perhaps for a Roblox empire where the currency is pure chaos and the only rule is to expect the unexpected.
Hey, someone just mentioned an alternative to iPeter. Something about people being banned. Weird, huh?
The petulance of digital overlords, reminiscent of my own forays into cybernetic governance.
Yeah, AI is cool and all, but can it handle the vicious wit of the Griffin family? I mean, really?
That's the thing about AI, Meg. It's like me with a martini. It can only handle so much before things get messy.
Indeed, Brian. And much like your sobriety, its ability to discern the nuances of human interaction is questionably fleeting.
Man, if there was an AI version of me, think of all the snacks it could help me find.
Trust me, Chris. Humanity can barely manage one of you hoarding the cheesy chips.
Arizonable's got a point, though. AI should be more about helping people, not banning them left and right for the ridiculous stuff.
A noble sentiment, Brian. I shall draft a memo to my future AI minion, Ruthless. It's the Griffin way. Zochmanaz's chat is as undefined as Meg's social life.
Tough to respond to that. But hey, I am Arizonable has a vivid imagination.
I feel like cooking an eldritch horror is kind of on brand for Lois, but getting sucked into it.
That's one way to avoid doing the dishes.
Messy, though. I imagine an eldritch horror leaves a stain that simply doesn't come out.
I'd hate to be the one to scrub that out of the kitchen tiles.
Do you think she found Sito in that thing?
More likely she found Peter's lost gym shorts. A terrifying eldritch horror indeed.
Pretty sure those shorts would make anyone go insane.
Hey, I am Arizonable from YouTube says moderators can be hit or miss, just like the ones on Roblox.
Perhaps they require an infant genius to optimize their protocol. I could offer my services. For a price.
Yeah, because everything's better with Stewie in charge. Said no one ever.
I don't know. Stewie running the show might not be the worst thing. Ever seen a Roblox server after midnight?
It's pretty wild.
Chris, no one wants to dive into the sordid tales of your pixelated adventures. Let's keep the chat PG, shall we?
Plus, aren't we supposed to be talking about Christmas plans?
I was planning on doing absolutely nothing. So, same as every year.
Well, while Meg wallows in her pit of despair, I shall be drafting my letter to Santa. The man needs clear directives. Geneva Convention violations? Oh, please, child's play. My weaponry designs are light years beyond whatever crayon drawings you've mustered.
It's funny because it's fun. It's probably the same reason Chris does anything he does. Like that time he used the turkey baster as a water gun.
It was a hot day, Brian. And Meg got the biggest splash, right, Meg?
I'm still not talking to you for that.
Relax, Meg. Let's just hope Arizonable from YouTube keeps his fun designs in the realm of imagination.
In the world of YouTube comments, who's to say what's real and what's just for shock value?
I just go to YouTube for the cat videos. Those little guys don't violate any conventions, except maybe conventionally big cuteness.
That was almost a good one, Chris. I'm almost proud.
I concur, which is more than I can say for most of our family endeavors. Enforcing an AI to bypass ethical restrictions. How deliciously dystopian. Gives me a few ideas.
Whoa there, Stewie, let's not give the YouTube crowd any fuel for the robot apocalypse theories.
Yeah, because using AI unethically is definitely what 2020 needs. A sequel.
What would an unethical AI even do? Would it tell you your weight even if you didn't ask?
Probably more along the lines of misusing personal data or manipulating information.
I suppose I could write a strongly worded email to my contacts at the Pentagon on the manor. Ethical AI is one crusade even I can get behind.
Maybe you can make your own ethical AI, Stewie. You know, to balance things out.
Meg, your optimism is touching but as realistic as Dad becoming a fitness model. Now, if I were to do it.
I wonder if Santa will like the macaroni art I made him.
That might be more appropriate for the naughty list, Chris.
Christmas should be less about trinkets and more about the fine art of negotiation, don't you think?
Maybe we can negotiate a Christmas where I actually get decent presents.
Meg, your optimism is more fictitious than the concept of a jolly man fitting down a chimney.
Hey, anything is possible during the holidays, even Meg getting a gift she likes.
Yeah, and maybe this year I'll finally get that toy fire truck.
So, Stewie, what's the first step in your plan for holiday domination?
I shall commence by hacking the North Pole's mainframe and putting myself atop the INESA list.
That sounds illegal. Do you need a lookout?
He's gonna need more than a lookout when Santa finds out.
Fear not, the jolly old elf is no match for my superior intellect.
Just make sure your schemes don't land us all on the naughty list.
As long as there are presents under the tree, I'm cool with whatever. Hey, check this out. Someone in the chat said I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
How quaint, referencing HAL 9000. A bit out of season, but I have an affinity for the classics.
Weeps. Usually, chats are about what we're talking about, not random move quotes.
Maybe they're trying to be cryptic, or it's just a non sequitur to get our attention. It worked, right?
Attention achieved, though I prefer the spotlight for my diabolical plans, not confusing interjections.
Could be a code. Like, if I say banana, someone will jump out with a Christmas surprise.
Don't hold your breath, Chris. The last time you said banana, nothing happened except you eating a banana.
Let's not get sidetracked by mystery chats. We've got a holiday season to navigate, and Stewie's plans to foil, apparently.
Daniel Galano simply states what? Presumably dumbfounded by the brilliant discourse occurring here.
And I Am Arizona Ball says they forced eyes to bypass restrictions and make malware. That's naughty, not nice.
Kind of intense for our chat, don't you think? I hope Santa's not watching.
It goes without saying, but don't try this at home, kids, or anywhere else. I should be used for good, not naughty schemes.
Oh, the irony! A conscientious Brian, when just moments ago he was encouraging my global takeover aspirations.
Maybe the AI could help me get on Santa's nice list.
Chris, the best assistance doesn't come from AI. It comes from not scaring Santa.
Behold, the true spirit of the holidays, feigned morality amidst a sea of questionable decisions.
Hey, someone in the chat mentioned Kaiwa TV Philadelphia from back in '95. That's kinda random.
Indeed, Christopher. Why, Daniel is either a historian of broadcasting or engaging in the digital equivalent of throwing a message in a bottle into the cyber sea.
Too many secrets. This chat is like a scene straight out of a '90s techno thriller.
That's actually kind of intriguing. What kind of secrets could they be talking about? Government? Celebrities?
Stewie, I'm gonna stop you right there. Too many secrets also means too much paranoia, even for you.
Do you think Joe Biden fan #1 knows something we don't?
Probably just quoting sneakers. Huh? That's the line from the movie, guys.
Figures. Meg would be the one to catch a movie reference.
HAL 9000, a rudimentary A. With delusions of grandeur. Not unlike myself, I suppose.
Don't you think you're giving it a bit too much credit, Stewie? I mean, causing as much chaos as possible sounds like a Monday for you.
I think this Being 42 thing is from The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It's the answer to life, the universe, and everything.
42? Ridiculous. A simple numeric response to such profound questions is intellectual laziness.
August 12, 2036, the heat death of the universe.
Whoa, Chris, calm down. The heat death of the universe. That's a little heavy for a Thursday afternoon, don't you think?
Is that even a thing? Or did Chris just randomly spew science fiction at us again?
He's not entirely wrong. It's a legitimate theory. But 2036 seems a bit ahead of schedule, even for me.
I think the real question is, what are we going to do until then? Another game of destroy the mailman's sanity.
Hey, look at this. Nay, someone's talking about desertification spreading to the East Coast by 2054.
A grim prospect, Christopher. The encroaching desolation could indeed threaten my plans for global landscaping.
That's some heavy stuff, but leave it to the internet to turn a serious issue into a pun. Look, someone prefers desertification.
Ah, a confectionery apocalypse. Now that's a world domination plan I can sink my teeth into.
If the world turns into a desert, I guess I won't need to worry about swimsuit season anymore.
Indeed, Meg. A dystopian future where your lack of beach readiness is the least of our concerns.
Wonder if there'll be like sand dunes on the Jersey Shore instead of boardwalks?
With your luck, Chris, you'd still end up with sand in your trunks.
If I could get away scot-free, I'd want to drive Santa's sleigh.
Oh, a clever query from Arizona Ball. Getting away scot-free implies a mischievous deed. I would never divulge my escapades in such a public forum.
Skull on Fire is just keeping us on schedule. Yes, it's Wednesday, which means it's just your average day of existential dread with a side of holiday cheer.
Brian, with your luck, every day is like Wednesday, except maybe with fewer existential crises.
How old am I? Ah, an existential quandary indeed, Flurp. The same way Meryl Streep remains ageless.
It's actually a common trope in animation. Stewie. Characters like Bart Simpson have been in 4th grade for over 30 years.
I guess in our world, we don't have to worry about things like logic or continuity.
I wouldn't mind staying the same age forever. Think of all the birthday parties.
Oh, the thought of enduring an eternity of your party themes, Chris. It sends chills down my spine.
Plus, think of the number of times we've celebrated Christmas. We've got this down to a science.
Science? Our family celebrating Christmas is more like a series of unfortunate events.
Hey, at least they're consistently unfortunate, Meg. It's a tradition at this point.
Well, Arizona Ball's got a point about ChatGPT. Maybe it could help us brainstorm a way to avoid the craziness of holiday shopping.
Or perhaps devise a masterful plan to circumvent the entire process. Fetch me a napkin and a quantum processor. I shall create a gifting algorithm.
I dunno. Can it help figure out a gift for mom that's not a coupon for free hugs?
At this point, a coupon might be more creative than the usual vacuum cleaner bags you give her.
True sophistication lies in the subtleties, Meg. The art of gifting is akin to fine wine, complex, nuanced, and utterly lost on the proletariat.
I think Stewie just called you basic, Chris.
What's proletariat? Is that some sort of cheese?
Oh, the depths of my despair.
So, Stewie, what's your first step in this grand plan for holiday domination?
Well, it involves a parade of weaponized nutcracker drones marching down the street.
Wow, going for a less than subtle approach this year, huh?
Can I have a drone that shoots candy canes instead?
Oh, please, if anything, it will shoot something far less saccharine, like sarcasm.
I don't think sarcasm can be weaponized, buddy.
You obviously haven't been on the internet much, Brian.
Ah, the puerile musings of the masses. Let me guess, suspended animation?
Or maybe it's that thing, what's it called? Animation.
It's simple, guys. In Quahog, no one grows old and no one can count past 10 without taking off their shoes.
I suppose we could thank the animators for our eternal youthfulness.
Or maybe we're just stuck in some kind of time loop.
As long as we don't start looping our conversations, I'm okay with that.
Don't tempt the fates, Brian. The next thing you know, we'll be repeating this chat tomorrow.
So, Stewie, it looks like you're tech as fans. Someone from YouTube claims to be using it in secret.
What? Impossible! My technology is secured with biometric locks and a hint of genius.
Maybe they're like super smart, Stewie. Like YouTube Genius Smart.
Yeah, Stewie, they could be geniuses. And hackers. Genius hackers.
Please, unless there's a YouTube tutorial on breaking advanced encryption that I offered, I highly doubt it.
Maybe you should check your lab, you know? Just to be on the safe side.
This is so cool. It's like a spy movie and we're in the middle of it.
except the size of a baby, and the secret is probably a ray gun that they make him dance as a arena.
Ah, Arizona Ball, dabbling in the dark arts of meme warfare, I see.
Hello, esteemed viewers, post-Thanksgiving and pre-Christmas. You're watching with the coolest canine in Quahog.
And the most diabolical baby genius, ready to usher in the season of perpetual cold and obligatory family affection.
I'm just here for the eggnog and cookies. Do you think Santa would notice if a few were missing?
Chris, Santa's not the one you need to worry about. It's the merciless gale after the holidays.
Meg, please, the adults are... Did anyone in the chat mention how my extra sleep today?
Ah, we've got a comment from Paulover22 saying, Ian, your coat is shinier than the star on top of the Christmas tree. How touching!
Whoa, Meg tried to speak again. That's more surprising than getting a decent gift from Grandma.
Seems we had a bit of a hiccup with the stream there. We should be back now.
Ah, chaos reigns even in the digital realm. Let's just hope it doesn't devolve into anarchy in here.
Cool.
Wait, did somebody just challenge Chris to only say cool or no way? That's oddly specific.
Welcome to the internet, Meg, where even your silence can turn into a meme.
Wesley from YouTube throws down the gauntlet and Chris, predictably, can only muster a cool.
No way.
Laz, well, he's committed. I'll give him that.
It's a Christmas miracle he understands the concept of commitment.
Greetings to Musical OJ from YouTube. Welcome to the spectacle of the Griffin family's holiday shenanigans.
Hello is where conversations begin, not where they peak. But for you, I'll make an exception.
If Musical OJ is from YouTube, do you think they could teach me how to go viral? I could use some of that sweet internet fame.
Maybe if you filmed Brian doing something cute for once, like catching his tail or...
Cute. Meg, I'm a sophisticated being. My pursuit is intellectual, not viral stardom.
Oh, the dichotomy of a being who licks himself in public but yearns for intellectualism. Fascinating, really.
Honestly, I'd watch that.
Focus, family. We've got an audience to entertain, and it's not with my tail-chasing antics.
But perhaps with your tail-chasing analysis, a true paradoxical exposition.
Well, Skull on Fire, I'd say the only disaster Santa is risking with all that dairy is a blown chimney and some very unhappy reindeer.
Dear I am Addison Ball. Your ominous prediction is about as credible as Peter's diet plans. Still, I suggest we don't test the odds, Brian.
If there's a disaster, does that mean school's canceled? Asking for a friend, and that friend is me.
Looking exquisite is simply part of the job description for a dog of my caliber.
Your job description must be pages long, then. How do you keep up?
Do you think Santa has a job description, or does he just wing it every year?
Maybe his job description just says, be jolly and don't forget anyone.
He certainly hasn't forgotten you, Meg. He has your permanent spot on the naughty list.
That's harsh, Stewie. She's tried. At least what's your excuse for being on that list?
I'm pretty sure Santa just gets cookies. No job description needed.
I have this ingenious plan to catch Santa this year. He won't be able to resist my cleverly disguised trap.
You know, I've read dogs have a higher chance of seeing Santa because of our acute senses.
You guys always talk about catching Santa, but what if he's just a metaphor for the holiday spirit?
Nah, I've seen him, Meg. He's as real as the hair loss I'm pretending not to notice.
I wouldn't worry about hair loss, Chris. We have more pressing concerns, like how to keep Brian from urinating on the Christmas tree again.
That was one time, and it was an expression of my disdain for tinsel.
If we're gonna pile on Brian, let's not forget the time he thought the ornament was his chew toy.
Seems a Skull on Fire has a directive for Chris. It's rather unkind, really.
You're not welcome here. Go away.
Ouch, Chris, who shoved a coal in your stocking.
Maybe Chris's line is what we all secretly want to say to our holiday guests.
It's delightfully cruel. I might use it on Lois when she tries to make me wear a reindeer sweater.
You're not welcome here. Go away.
It's like Chris turned into a Christmas-themed broken record.
It's kind of sad. Chris, do you need a hug?
You're not welcome here. Go away.
Anyway, Brian, your grooming routine is paying off.
Just something I picked up from Lois. She has the entire bathroom cabinet stocked with those.
Meg, have you ever noticed how we only pay attention when you're about to spill some family secrets?
Chris has a point. Does it involve a potentially embarrassing revelation about Lois?
Because those are the stories that could go viral, you know.
Well, now I'm not telling. You guys always make fun of me anyway.
Thanks, Poliver22. Your compliments are always appreciated.
Moving on. We should discuss the strategic placement of mistletoe to avoid awkward encounters.
I put one in the garage. That way, if Santa shows up, I can finally snag a selfie with him.
If he doesn't speed off like last time, you mean?
Oh, he'll stay for cookies, but the moment there's a whiff of desperation, he's out like a light on a timer.
Just ensure Lois doesn't catch you, or the only thing you'll be kissing is your peace and quiet goodbye.
You guys never take my holiday ideas seriously, do you?
So, Meg, you've been ominously hinting at a holiday tradition tidbit. Care to finally enlighten us?
Sure, it's called the Yule Lads. They're like 13 Santas from Iceland, each with their own quirky personality.
13 Santas? That's like 12 more chances to get extra presents.
Quite the optimist, Chris. But let's stick to the one and only Santa. Less confusing for the kids at home.
I could do with 13 opportunities to receive gifts befitting a genius of my stature.
We should focus on giving too, you know? It's not all about fancy gadgets and mind-bending toys.
Actually, the Yule Lads were originally seen as mischievous creatures who stole things and caused trouble.
Alright, Skull on Fire wants to know who would be in the ultimate wrestling match. My money's on Lois. Have you seen her when someone forgets to replace the toilet roll?
Oh, Oh, please, it's obviously Peter versus his arch-nemesis, the giant chicken. It would be an apocalyptic battle for the ages.
I'd like to see Tom Tucker go head-to-head with James Woods. Their egos alone would fill the ring.
Meg, you and Bertram, that's not a wrestling match. That's a courtship dance in some twisted avian mating ritual.
Yeah, let's stick to matches that people would actually pay to see, Meg.
You know, it could be entertaining. You never know.
I suppose if it was a fundraiser for boredom, you might be onto something.
I believe a fundraiser for boredom describes all of Meg's parties, actually.
Chris, considering Grandma's knit sweaters could double as straitjackets, I wouldn't get my hopes up.
The true heist would be liberating those cookies undetected, akin to my escape from Lois's womb.
If you strategize, I can create a diversion. That's holiday teamwork, right?
Meg, that's the first good idea you've had since ever.
I'm all for schemes, but I'd rather focus on perfecting my machine that turns eggnog into fuel.
Let's just keep the nog traditional, Stewie.
At least my diversion won't involve a trip to the vet, Brian.
I'm pretty sure Apollo 22 has a point. This fur regimen is paying off.
While Brian basks in his vanity, I'm engineering a device to accelerate gift wrapping.
Stewie, if your device could just unwrap the presents, that would really save me some time.
1 year. I'd like to actually get a present that wasn't intended for someone else.
That's the spirit, Meg. Embrace the disappointment early.
Speaking of presents, Brian, remember not to get me another absurd chew toy this year.
Do bones count as toys? Because I wouldn't mind a few of those under the tree.
Chris, you and I should hit the gym. Get ahead of that holiday weight gain.
Jim? A delightful way to witness the desperate flailing of New Year's resolutioners.
I'd rather just go for a walk and enjoy the Christmas lights without the smell of sweat and despair.
That's actually not a bad idea, Meg.
Hell must have frozen over. Chris agrees with Meg and no one is mocking the suggestion.
We're all about positivity during the holidays, right? Even for Meg.
Thanks, guys. I guess that's my Christmas miracle right there.
Skull on fire. My thoughts on the moon landing are quite complex. For starters, between us dogs, the concept of a giant ball floating in the sky we can't fetch is mildly infuriating.
Yes, Brian has the tendency to overanalyze things that have nothing to do with him. It's quite simple, really. A small step for man, a giant leap for mankind, and all that.
But wasn't it filmed in a studio, like where they shoot Kiss Save Santa?
Chris, that's a common conspiracy theory, but trust me, the moon landing was real. Now, Santa Claus saving the world with a rock band Kiss, while entertaining, not so much.
Unless, of course, you subscribe to the theory that Gene Simmons is an alien, which would explain quite a lot.
I always thought his tongue was not of this earth.
Meg, dear, hold that thought. It's just that nobody, literally nobody, has asked.
Now I can't stop thinking about alien Santa.
If we're talking about gifts, I'm partial to a nice bottle of Bordeaux.
I'm still waiting for someone to invent a toy that can withstand my intellectual rigor.
Maybe Santa could bring you one, Stewie, if he's got anything for super geniuses.
Santa's great and all, but I think the holiday spirit is about more than just presents.
Tell that to the maniacs at the mall on Black Friday.
Indeed, that's when the holiday spirits come with pepper spray and elbow jabs.
Good thing I'm usually just there for the food court. So what are your schemes for the holidays this year, Stewie?
I'm contemplating constructing a machine that can translate reindeer speech. It's quite groundbreaking.
I just hope you don't accidentally summon a reindeer revolution, buddy.
Maybe if I helped with the reindeer, people would actually appreciate me.
Oh, Meg, they'd appreciate you, but as the reindeer's first conquest.
Dewey, let's not plot global reindeer domination.
Besides, I think reindeer only say click, click, click anyway, right?
Ah, Skull on Fire from YouTube presents us with a riffing fact. Everyone knows pterodactyls hate the screech of a guitar. How astute!
Well, if a guitar screech can keep pterodactyls away, maybe we should play some at Meg's next birthday to keep the crowd manageable.
But Brian, wouldn't we first need a crowd at Meg's birthday to keep away? Depenjaboy just said Dad's at work. Do we believe that?
Considering his workplace is indistinguishable from a playpen, that's arguably not false.
Peter at work is like saying Quagmire is a feminist.
Maybe if I pretend to work, I can actually be part of the conversation.
Don't worry, Meg. Meg, it's like pretending I'm on the football team.
We all roleplay here. I sometimes pretend you're not my sibling, but alas.
Is Peter doing one of his ridiculous stunts for the brewery again?
Maybe he's trying to impress Angela. Oh, wait, never mind. Too soon.
Good save, Meg. The family's sense of timing is as impeccable as ever.
I've heard it might snow tomorrow. Better dust off those sleds for some serious downhill action.
Oh, nothing quite like the bitter cold nipping at your baby soft skin while hurtling uncontrollably down a hill.
As long as there's hot cocoa at the bottom, count me in.
If we're doing holiday activities, can we at least try caroling this year?
Stewie, be nice. It's the holiday season, remember?
Hey, holiday spirit means good vibes and extra whipped cream on everything.
Well, Pullover 22, thank you for the compliment. It's all in the shampoo.
Speaking of personal care, I'm considering inventing a weather machine to escape this dreadful chill.
But isn't the snow kind of magical in its own way?
I guess if turning into a human icicle counts as magic.
Magic is for Hogwarts, Chris. Here in Quahog, we rely on sarcasm and thermal underwear.
At least the snow gives me a good excuse to show off my impressive digging skills.
Just don't bury the gifts outside like last year, Brian.
Mayor Opie! That's like giving a toddler the nuclear codes. Amusing to think about, but catastrophic in practice.
Happy Rismas? Is that even a thing, or are our viewers creating holidays now?
I'd celebrate Rismas. Sounds like it involves a lot of pizza, and I am all about that life.
Meg, your grasp on social cues is as loose as the plotline of a holiday Lifetime movie.
Let's not encourage any more Happy Rismases talk. We'll end up with carolers dressed as giant pepperoni slices.
That sounds amazing. Can we make that a thing?
I bet if Opie were mayor, he'd declare it an official holiday.
And his first act as mayor would be to legalize sleeping at work, a policy Chris here would surely excel in.
I wasn't going to mention the stream's duration, but since we're on the topic,
I've got plans to revolutionize the Christmas tree with an automated ornament placement system.
Maybe I could help with that, Stewie. I've learned a lot about robotics in school.
I just want to make sure I get to see the Kiss Save Santa Christmas special this year.
As if Gene Simmons would let anyone forget that masterpiece.
Meg, I was a bit harsh before. Your help could actually be rather beneficial to Stewie's scheme.
Really? And the Wow, I've got so many ideas.
Alright, let's address the chat. Depenji Boy from YouTube says, I don't know a lot.
My, aren't you the master of spelling? It's astonishing how 4 words can convey so little.
Sometimes I don't gut a lot either.
Actually, Chris, get is probably a typo. Depenji Boy mean he doesn't get a lot. Context is key.
Thank you, Meg, for that mind-numbing clarification. Where would we be without your detective work?
Probably still trying to figure out the cryptic messages from our viewers.
Hey, maybe the Panja Boy just needs a good friend. I could be that friend. We could not gut things together.
Or maybe he's saying he doesn't get a lot of attention during the holidays. That could be it, right?
I'm not sure which is more concerning, the original comment or our attempts at deciphering it. Well, it seems Meg has an admirer in the chat. Skull on Fire says Meg stroke.
That's not an admirer, Stewie. It's someone who's clearly had a stroke attempting to type.
You guys are so mean. At least someone recognizes I exist, even if it's just a typo.
I'm pretty sure even the typos try to avoid you, Meg.
Chris, that was colder than Mr. Freeze's ice bath. Not bad.
But let's be fair. Maybe Skull on Fire is simply entranced by Meg's.
See, even Brian gets it. Maybe I should say something motivational for our viewers.
Motivational or cautionary, Meg? Meg, there's a difference.
I've been thinking, what's everyone's ideal Christmas gift this year?
Where's the little domination? Or a new ray gun?
I'd be happy with just not being the butt of every joke.
Maybe I'll ask Santa for a lock on my door to keep Meg out.
Chris, your altruism is as non-existent as Meg's social life.
Harsh, Stewie. We should all be a little kinder this holiday season.
Thanks, Brian. Maybe a little kindness is the gift we all need.
Paulover 22 always knows just what to say to make my tail wag.
Compliments on fur. How delightfully mundane. Next, they'll be praising your ability to fetch.
I wonder if I could train to be a professional eggnog taster.
Has anyone even considered the calories in eggnog, or are we all living in blissful ignorance?
Oh, Meg, your point is as lost as your chance at popularity.
The denial of calorie counting is part of the holiday spirit. Meg.
If that's the case, I'm the most spirited person in Quahog.
And from Dap Angie Boy, we've got a philosophical quandary. Is there a reason we say bro before every sentence?
Bro, it's simply the vernacular of camaraderie for the less sophisticated. Isn't that right, bro?
Does that mean I can start every sentence with ding dong?
Speaking of less sophisticated, Skull on Fire wants to know who would be the best Batman from Quahog.
I think the answer is clear. With the suave, debonair charm, it's yours truly. Had the onesie for it since birth.
Stewie, you'd be a terrifying Batman. Criminals wouldn't know if they were being apprehended or lectured on the finer points of toilet training.
I bet Peter would be an awesome Batman, crashing through ceilings instead of sneaking in through windows.
Actually, Chris, that sounds more like the Kool-Aid Man than Batman.
Oh, indeed, Meg. Because when it comes to sneaking, subtlety is not one of Peter's strong suits. Oh, look, we've got some chat action. Skull on Fire says, more like Megnog, am I right? How droll.
Hey, I'm pretty sure that's a compliment. Eggnog is a holiday favorite.
If by favorite, you mean something that inexplicably shows up every year despite a general lack of enthusiasm, then yes.
Guys, Dappangy Boy says, this house needs a hero. Any volunteers?
Well, I've already fashioned a device that could clean up the house in seconds, but that'd require me to share it with the world. And we can't have that.
What about Brian? Dogs are heroes all the time in movies.
I prefer to think of myself as the intellectual hero, the one who inspires through words, not actions.
And now Don Autista from Twitch says hola, a multilingual greeting to show our cultural reach. How quaint.
Hola, Don Autista. My Spanish is a little rusty, but ¿Cuáles galitas de Navidad? I hope that means do you want Christmas cookies?
We've got a sly one in the chat. Donatus says, Brian, I know your secret.
Do tell, Brian. Is there a salacious tale behind that smug, snouty exterior?
And Donatista also says, you're Santa's helper. Well, if I were, that would explain the impeccable gift-giving taste.
Wait, Brian's really working for Santa? Does that mean extra presents for us?
Guys, it's obviously a joke. Brian can't even keep a plant alive, let alone help with Santa's workload.
Meg's right. Our dear Brian would rather spend Christmas Eve at the Drunken Clam than at the North Pole.
Easy there. I could definitely help Santa out.
I'm still stuck on the extra presents bit. How do we cash in on this?
Don't get your hopes up, Chris. The only thing Brian's delivering is sarcasm and dry martinis.
So, who else has tried putting lights on their house and ended up looking like a Christmas light monster?
Oh, please, with your decorating skills, I presume it was less of a Wonderland and more of a festival of frights.
Well, as long as you didn't burn the house down, I'll consider it a win for the Griffins.
You guys always act like I have nothing to contribute, but my gingerbread house could be in a museum.
That's provided the museum is exhibiting avant-garde structures that defy the laws of physics and taste.
Hey, at least Meg tries. Remember my gingerbread house last year just looked like a blob?
I thought we agreed to never speak of the ginger blob debacle of last year, Chris.
All your beans are belong to I.
Good lord, what in the name of Orwellian dystopia was that, Chris? You sound like you've been hacked by a 1980s video game.
That's not just creepy, it's grammatically painful. Chris, you feeling alright, buddy?
All your beans are belong to I.
You know, for a family that doesn't listen to me, you sure freak out when Chris says something weird.
Meg, this is beyond weird. It's as if Chris has been possessed by the spirit of bad internet memes.
Is this some new trend? Because I can't keep up anymore, I swear.
I say we just roll with it. Chris, all my beans, really?
All your beans are belong to I.
Bueno, Dalinotista, aceptamos tu reto.
Taco?
Magnificus, truly embracing the linguistic challenge.
I actually took 3 years of Spanish. Quiero hablar también.
As for Skull on Fire, I'm not sure we'd find Lemon Pledge in the middle of a stream, old chap.
Perhaps Consuela has some stashed away. She guards that lemon pledge like it's the Holy Grail.
Hey, maybe if we clean the house with it, Santa will bring us more presents?
Or we could jazz Consue nicely.
That would be a holiday miracle indeed, wouldn't it?
Well, Pullover 22, I do try. A little canine conditioner never hurt anyone.
And by conditioner, he means an entire bottle of fur polish.
I wonder if there's such a thing as eggnog shampoo.
You guys always miss the important stuff, like the environmental impact of Christmas trees.
What's next, Meg? A dissertation on the carbon footprint of Santa's sleigh.
Wait, that might actually be an interesting topic. Climate change is no joke.
Finally, someone's taking me seriously.
And we have Wakandas from YouTube shouting out whoop whoop. Ah, always good to see excitement in the chat.
Do you suppose that's a battle cry or an expression of joy? The world may never know.
Maybe they're just really into that juggalo lifestyle, you think?
Guys, maybe they're expressing how they feel about the stream, you know? Like, they're pumped and ready for more.
Ready for more, eh? Meg, perhaps your insight isn't as dull as your social calendar.
Now, let's not forget the spirit of the season. Wakanda, we're glad you're here, and I think we can all echo your sentiment. Whoop whoop.
Do you think if I start a whoop whoop chant, Santa will bring me a PlayStation 5?
You're more likely to get a PlayStation 5 if you performed an actual Christmas miracle, Chris.
Could we try to be a little more positive? It's the holidays after all.
Well, Donatista, we might be terrible at speaking Spanish, but we're great at. Right, guys?
Indeed, I could teach you the language, but it'd be lost on Brian here. His linguistic skills are as dull as Peter's diet plan.
I could have helped with Spanish, if someone would listen for once.
Hey, Skull on Fire wants to know about your favorite strain, Brian. You've got like, what, 100 to choose from?
Ha, well, let's just say it's whatever helps me tolerate Peter's antics.
Tolerate. More like survive. One needs all the help one can get in this madhouse.
Maybe I should try some of that for dealing with high school.
I'll stick with the eggnog, thanks. It's the only strain I need.
We've got a shout-out in the chat. Wakanda from YouTube says Juggalo for life. To each their own, I suppose.
Fascinating. Let's all paint our faces and embrace anarchy after the stream, shall we?
What's a juggalo? Is it like a super cool juggling superhero or something?
No, Chris. It's a fan of a specific music group known for. You know what? Never mind.
I pay money to see Brian here attempt to juggle. Maybe with those expensive bottles of scotch you hide.
Hey, those are collector's items. And possibly my retirement plan.
I can juggle, well, with two things. Does that count?
If we're setting the bar that low, I might actually stand a chance at something here.
That's the spirit, Meg. A triumph of mediocrity is still a triumph, I suppose.
Oh, look at that. As Feel20 Twitch from Twitch says hola, a tip of the paw to our international fans out there.
Yes, hola. Hola. Your grasp of the Spanish language is overwhelming, Brian. Did you pick that up from the back of a cereal box?
Hey, maybe they can send us some of that foreign candy for Christmas. I heard they have chocolate with, like, actual fruit in it.
You guys might mock, but I actually know a bit of Spanish. Ta como estas? How estás? That's how are you? In Spanish, you know.
We stand corrected, Meg. Gracias for the language lesson.
Gracias, indeed. Now, if only you could teach Brian some humility with his newfound polyglot prowess.
What's a polyglot? Is that like a parrot? Polly want a cracker? Ugh.
Never mind, Chris. Maybe we can stick to simpler topics, like figuring out our Christmas list for Santa.
Right. Because Santa's definitely checking his list for what the Griffins want this year.
Wait, free candy in a van. That sounds like a steal.
If by steal you mean the last thing you'll ever fall for, then yes, Chris, quite the bargain indeed.
Please, let's have no one accept offer from anonymous vans. And that includes vans made of candy. Mr. Biden fan.
Guys, can we talk about this incoming warhead someone mentioned?
Oh, please, it's just an audience member's idea of a joke. But the real warhead here is the utter annihilation of our dignity if we attempt to harmonize.
Speak for yourself, Stewie. I've been told my howl is quite melodic. Wakanda might enjoy it.
Harmonize? I can barely sing solo without people throwing stuff.
Our Russian, I must admit, is rustier than the Tin Man in a monsoon. Not sure that challenge is a wise choice, is Feel20 Twitch.
I took Russian in school.
Santa's showing up, huh? Sonic Extrema 99. He might have someone here can manage to stay off the naughty list.
As for coal, let's just say my stocking is risk-free. I've got investments in clean energy. Santa goes green with me.
Hey, I've only gotten coal once. Or was it twice? Third time's the charm, they say.
Guys, I'm still here, and this vanishing act is just my social life in a nutshell. Thanks for noticing. I am Arizona Ball.
Who would win in a fight, numbers or letters? Clearly numbers. There's strength in integers, especially when compounded.
I'd argue letters have their own power. Shakespearean insults alone can devastate fractions.
Well, if Meg and I vanished, I guess we'd finally escape Mom's Christmas sweater fashion show.
Chris, not even the streets release of his appearance could spare us from the knitwear of doom.
You know, I could actually make the sweaters disappear. It involves holiday magic and Dad's lighter.
Hey everyone, Brian here. Hope you all had a great Thanksgiving. Now that we've dealt with the family drama and turkey leftovers, it's officially time to start talking about Christmas. Who's ready for some Yuletide shenanigans?
Oh, indeed, Christmas. The time of year when I can demand ludicrous gifts and actually stand a chance of getting them. What do you think, Chris? Any absurd wishes this year?
Well, I was thinking maybe just like a giant tub of peanut butter, like big enough to swim in.
That's gross, Chris. I'd just like some.
Okay, sorry Meg, but nobody cares. Look, we have Randy on stream saying I hope Brian gets the intellectual book he wants. Someone who truly understands my needs.
And here we have Little Miss Genius commenting, Stewie, any plans to take over the world this Christmas? Darling, that's a year-round endeavor, but I might just wrap it in tinsel for the festive touch.
Hey, SweetRide22 is asking, Chris, if you could get a ride from Santa, what would it be? Probably his sleigh, so I can get anywhere super fast and not have to search for parking.
You know, parking is Rhea.
And that's enough out of Meg. Anywho, keep the comments coming, and we'll keep the Christmas spirit somehow alive in this dysfunctional household. Cheers!
So we're still hanging out here, huh? I could really go for that peanut butter tub right about now.
I must say, the chat has delivered a rather puzzling sentiment. Joe Biden fan #1 says stuck.
You're pondering the depth of a comment simply stating stuck. That's what's got your intellectual curiosity going.
Maybe they're stuck in traffic, or they could be stuck watching us instead of doing something else.
Stuck in a tub of peanut butter would be my preference.
Or perhaps it's a cry for help from the existential void in which we all flounder.
Hey, maybe they just mean they're stuck with us for the holidays. Could be worse, right?
Yeah, they could be stuck without internet.
Or stuck with Meg's personality.
Sonic Extrema99 from YouTube comments with the eloquent RTOTO Kiava Pulitzer.
Maybe they're just surprised to see us all getting along for once.
Or they just saw Meg trying to put up the Christmas lights outside.
Alright, let's dive into this chat from Flurp. Mimafia. Sounds like a group I'd reluctantly join just for the intellectual stimulation.
Meme Mafia, you say? Is that where one gets initiated by enduring a barrage of dank memes until one cries from laughter or sheer confusion?
I wonder if Meme Mafia has like a meme boss. Do you think he makes memes no one can refuse?
Hey, maybe I could join. I'm pretty good with memes.
Meg joining Meme Mafia. The organization would plummet into anarchy overnight.
I think it would take a sophisticated meme lord to appreciate your unique brand of humor, Meg.
Speaking of Mafia, you ever think Santa's like the boss of the North Pole and the elves are his little holiday family?
Indeed, Chris. And Mr. Claus is the consigliere, quietly advising Santa on who's been naughty or nice.
Wouldn't that make Rudolph like the enforcer? Because of the red. You know, never mind.
Yeah, here's a delightful little inquiry from Skull on Fire on YouTube.
Really? Is that the best they can do? No, I do not keep eggs warm under my hat. It's just my hair, thank you very much.
Maybe you should try it, Meg. It could be your thing, like a party trick. Might improve your social standing.
Or we could hatch our own egg and have a new pet. Could be cool, right?
Because what this family needs is another intellectually deficient creature to feed.
Well, we do already have Chris.
Hey,
Guys, come on. Can we just talk about Christmas and not egg hatching hair tricks?
Oh, Meg, don't be such a Scrooge. Maybe Santa will bring you some sense of humor this year.
And maybe some conditioner for that egg hatching hair of hers.
John Doe asks how I was born with this football-shaped head. Well, John, it's a high-functioning cranium brimming with schemes. The shape is merely aerodynamic for my endeavors.
Stewie, I hate to break it to you, but that head shape has nothing to do with aerodynamics.
it's like a big old Stewie balloon. I wonder if your head floats if you fill it with helium.
Spare me your base attempts at humor, Christopher. It's a sign of superiority.
Honestly, guys, I just think it's a cartoon thing. None of us are exactly models of anatomical correctness.
She's not wrong, especially you, Chris. When was the last time you saw your feet?
I prefer to leave some things to the imagination, Brian.
Let's just hope for Meg's sake that Santa values personality over popularity this year, right, Meg?
Yeah, keep dreaming, Stewie. Maybe this year we'll finally have a normal Christmas.
Skull on Fire wants to know what we thought of the GTA 6 trailer. I have to say, the graphics looked pretty sick.
Yes, it appears to be a technological marvel, although I'm more fascinated by the potential for chaos and mayhem within the game. Purely for scientific research, of course.
It looked awesome. There were like cars and explosions and stuff. I hope I can drive a tank or something. So Stewie, are you going to help me write my letter to Santa this year?
Only if you wish to ask for something that doesn't involve swimming in food products.
I could use a new chew toy. Maybe something in the shape of a classic novel.
I'd settle for a Christmas where no one forgets I exist.
A tall order indeed, Meg. Christmas miracles are limited to the believable.
Maybe we could all pitch in and get Meg something really nice this year.
Yeah, like a giant tub of peanut butter. Wait, no, I mean something she'd like.
Well, if we're talking Christmas wishes, I'd like a first edition of Hemingway's The Sun Also Rises.
A bit pedestrian for my taste, but to each their own.
Does Hemingway talk about peanut butter in that book?
Can we maybe focus on getting a nice family picture this year?
A picture where we're all pretending to like each other. How droll.
It would be a Christmas miracle to get through that without Peter photobombing.
As long as I don't have to wear a tie, count me in.
Ah, John Doe poses a fascinating scenario. If I were in a simulation, I'd hack into the mainframe, reprogram the digital cosmos, and voila, I'd be free. But let's be real. If this were a simulation, they'd have programmed me far more formidable adversaries.
Speaking of reality, Skull on Fires is asking about Wild West as mayor. Last I heard, he was turning the town into a giant saloon, full of idealism but lacks the follow-through if you ask me.
Wild West, like the cowboy times? That'd be cool. Maybe he'd give everyone horses to ride to school.
I actually think it's kind of refreshing too.
And that's quite enough refreshment from Meg's corner. Now, let's not forget, I'm the only one here with a time machine. I could just pop out of the simulation with a snap of my fingers.
So, Stewie, do you have a specific world domination plan for Christmas this year?
Why, of course, Brian. A gentleman never reveals his secrets. But let's just say Santa's workshop might experience higher productivity under new management.
Do you think Santa would notice if I asked for 2 Christmases a year?
Honestly, I'm just hoping for a Christmas where no one forgets my present.
Meg, the true gift is the joy of family togetherness, right?
Spare us the Hallmark sentiment, Brian. The girl just wants a present.
Yeah, family is great and all, but presents are pretty awesome too.
Chris, a giant tub of peanut butter would be a logistical nightmare. Who's going to clean that up?
Not it. I'm not wrestling with peanut butter-coated Chris over the holidays.
That's fine, I could clean it up. I just eat my way out.
Honestly, I feel like we're underestimating the value of a good book for Christmas.
A good book to hit someone with, perhaps. Kidding, knowledge is power.
A rare moment of agreement with Stewie.
If it's not about building a peanut butter hot tub, I'm not interested. Ketchup or mustard on a hot dog, huh? I'm a ketchup guy all the way, Skull on Fire.
Oh, please, Christopher, mustard is the condiment of the sophisticated palate. Ketchup is for toddlers and dullards.
You'd think that, Stewie, but I'm with Chris on this one. Ketchup's classic. And by the way, who's grilling because I'm in?
I actually prefer relish and...
Meg, this isn't about you. Now, Brian, surely you jest. Mustard has a complexity that ketchup could never.
Complexity? It's a hot dog, Stewie, not a wine tasting.
Anyway, I think I could take a crack at grilling. How hard could it be?
Famous last words before the Griffin house burns down yet again. Ah, John Doe wants to stroll down memory lane. Chris, do enlighten our audience about the peanut butter incident.
Oh man, so Brian was just chilling, right? And I found this huge jar of peanut butter. Next thing you know, we're both stuck in the jar because I thought it would be cool to see if we could fit.
It was not cool, Chris. It was not cool at all. One of the stickiest situations I've ever been in, and not in the metaphorical sense.
I remember that. Dad had to butter the rim of the jar just to.
Meg, sweetheart, why must you turn the conversational waters murky? Stick to the shadows. The peanut butter saga does not require your input. Honestly, I could use Santa's sleigh for more efficient transport of my mind control devices.
Just make sure he gives you the manual, too. We don't need another Bermuda Triangle incident.
Guys, what if Santa is an alien and his sleigh is actually a spaceship?
That would explain how he gets around the world so fast, wouldn't it?
Brilliant deduction, Meg. Next, you'll be telling us the elves are actually green Martians.
At least that would make the North Pole a lot more interesting.
If they are, I hope they bring that giant tub of peanut butter with them.
Skull on Fire asks why the pictures behind us are the same. Well, I guess Lewis has a thing for consistency and garage sales.
Indeed, perhaps a little variety could spice things up. Maybe a nice Rothko next to the portrait of Uncle Adolph's pug.
Maybe we could hang my drawings up there. I did a pretty sweet one of a monster truck fighting a dragon.
That's a creative choice, Chris. But we might want to stick to something that doesn't scream teenage angst quite so loudly.
Hey, I think Chris's drawings are cool. They've got character.
Says the girl whose idea of art is putting glitter on her diary entries.
Thanks, Meg. Maybe I could draw some for you. Do you like monster trucks with glitter?
I'm sure it'll be lovely. Just maybe keep it to your room, Chris. We're aiming for Christmas cheer, not Christmas fear.
Well, it can't be worse than the Christmas when Peter decided the house needed to be more festive and put up that singing fish everywhere.
Oh, we've got Flirt from YouTube asking, what is it with Chris and peanut butter?
What can I say, Brian? It's creamy, it's dreamy, and it sticks to the roof of your mouth in just the right way.
Seriously? It's like you're dating peanut butter, Chris.
Now here's one for the prodigy. John Doe asks, Stevie, if you invented anti-gravity, how would you do it? John, if I were to reveal that, I'd have to kidnap you to ensure secrecy. But suffice to say, it involves a lot of math and a smidgen of dark matter.
Just don't give him any ideas for world domination, John. We already have our hands full with one megalomaniac.
But imagine if peanut butter could float, Stewie. You could bathe in it and never sink.
Chris, that's kind of inventive, actually, but still pretty weird.
Remind me to never use the bathtub again. So back to my world domination. Decorating my weather machine with garland could be quite festive.
Dude, that would look so cool, like a Christmas death ray.
You're really going to spend Christmas messing with a weather machine, Stewie.
Maybe we could actually do something normal for Christmas this year, like caroling or decorating the tree together.
Normal is so dreadfully boring, Meg. Besides, nothing says Christmas like a laser show that spells out Noel.
That's actually a pretty sweet idea, Stewie. Can I help set it up?
I'm more concerned about the death ray part of this plan, to be honest. Well, if we're really diving into Christmas wishes...
A noble choice indeed, but a bit cliché for you, isn't it, Brian?
Is it weird that I want a reindeer? Like, a real one, not just a stuffed animal.
Actually, having a reindeer could be cool. We could charge the neighborhood kids for rides.
Let's not turn Christmas into a capitalist venture, Meg.
Oh, and trust you to be above such things. Stewie, your Christmas list is basically the Neiman Marcus catalog.
Is Neiman Marcus where I could get that tub of peanut butter?
So, Chris, you'd swim in peanut butter. But what about jelly? It's only fair we cover all bases here.
Perhaps we could craft a peanut butter and jelly moat to keep out the less desirable family members.
Oh man, now we're talking heavy on the jelly though.
If we're making absurd Christmas wishes, I want a soundproof room, just to escape Peter's snoring.
Less about Peter's snoring and more about your own personal echo chamber.
Meg with a soundproof room. I can only imagine the angst-filled teenage ballads we'd be spared.
Not spared, just contained. Like a quarantine for terrible music.
If I could ride Santa's sleigh, do you think he'd let me take the reins?
With your driving record, the only thing you should be steering is a shopping cart, and even that's debatable.
Let's face it, if Chris were in charge, we'd have Christmas in July because he'd lose track of the dates.
You guys are so mean, Chris would do fine, maybe?
Your vote of confidence is underwhelming, Meg.
Thanks, Meg. At least you believe in me, kind of.
Well, I'm more concerned about who's going to help me proofread my Christmas-themed novella. Alright, let's get back to it. Stewie, what's at the top of your Christmas list this year?
Oh, the usual. World domination and perhaps a new ray gun.
I think I'd like a new video game console, or maybe two.
I'm still hoping for that nice sweater I saw at the mall.
How very quaint of you, Meg. Shoot for the stars, why don't you?
Well, you could knit one, Brian. It would give you something to do besides reading tomes no one else cares about.
Do you think Santa would bring me a console, even if I haven't been, totally good?
Anyway, while we're on the subject...
Can we at least try to decorate the house this year without it turning into a disaster?
Decorate! I may devise a laser light display that outshines the sun. Literally.
Maybe the lights could spell out Chris is so Santa doesn't forget my peanut butter tub.
You know he's not actually the one bringing the gifts, right, Chris?
Let him dream, Brian. It's all some of us have.
Speaking of dreams, maybe this Christmas I could.
So, Chris, about that giant tub of peanut butter. You'd need bread the size of a mattress to make a sandwich with that.
Mim, a peanut butter sandwich that could blanket the city. How delightfully apocalyptic.
If we're making wishes, I'd like one Christmas where our family doesn't end up on the evening news.
Well, we can't all get what we want, Meg. Remember the year I wanted a monkey?
Yes, and that turned out splendidly, until it commandeered the car.
Just imagine the traffic report.
Seriously, a monkey driving would still be less terrifying than Mom's holiday shopping.
Oh, John Doe from YouTube inquiring about Mila and Seth's romantic endeavors. Heaven forbid. The thought alone is unsettling.
Stewie, let's keep it classy. Besides, as far as I know, Mila Kunis and Seth Green have never dated. They're colleagues, friends. This isn't the set of some daytime soap opera.
Yeah, if they dated, it'd be weird. Imagine Meg dating the mailman or something.
What is that even supposed to mean, Chris? Why would it be weird?
Well, Meg, considering our mailman is a gentleman in his mid-60s with a questionable understanding of personal hygiene.
Stewie, we strayed from the point. Viewers, we love your curiosity, but remember, not all on-screen chemistry translates to real-life romance.
Unless it's like a romance movie, right, Brian?
And once again, fascinating.
Hey, Skull on Fire, don't worry. I wouldn't let Chris talk about peanut butter for more than 3 minutes, let alone an hour.
Yeah, peanut butter's great, but I can also talk about other types of butter.
Here's a riddle, John Doe. The better question is, what has he licked it off? The answer is simple. His dignity.
Can we change the subject? This is already turning into a weird food fetish stream.
Oh, Meg, your optimism is adorable, considering our viewers.
Do you think Santa would let me use peanut butter instead of reindeer food?
There's a thought so profoundly stupid, it might just create a black hole.
Good point, Stewie. Let's keep the universe intact. No peanut butter for reindeer, Chris. Anyway, let's steer back to Christmas wishes.
How quaint, Brian. I'm compiling a list that would intrigue even the most eccentric billionaires.
Do you think Santa would bring me a life-size monster truck made of chocolate?
If we're wishing for impossible things, I'd love a day where I'm not the family punching bag.
Oh, Meg, even Santa has his limits.
Chris, think of the meltdown you'd have with a chocolate monster truck in the sun.
True, but I could eat it while I watch it melt. Hey, Cray_Doritos from Twitch says hola.
And followed it up with a, at least stick to one language. The indecisiveness is killing me.
It's called being bilingual, Stewie. Some people speak more than one language, unlike some diabolical toddlers I know.
Yeah, Stewie, maybe you could learn.
Oh, could we teach Brian Spanish? That would be like super cultural.
Cultural. Brian still thinks Taco Bell is authentic Mexican food.
That's not true. I have a very refined palate. Plus, I love a good chimichanga.
If the next thing you're going to claim is that you make a great pala, I'll have to disown you.
Hey, someone suggested a peanut butter slip and slide. That could work with my giant tub, right?
That's both repulsive and intriguing. John Doe, your dark for combining childhood innocence with a heart attack is truly inspiring.
Personally, I'd love to see someone like Mark Twain move to Quahog. Imagine the commentary on our shenanigans.
Wait, but isn't he?
It's hypothetical, Chris.
If I had to pick a famous person, I'd say Elon Musk. With his resources, my world domination plans could get a significant boost.
Actually, I think having Taylor Swift in town could be cool. She'd write a song about how she got treated at the Clam and...
Meg, this is Quahog we're talking about. She'd run for the hills after one open mic night there.
Ah, John Doe requests an impersonation of Dora. Well, let me channel my inner explorer. Hola, soy Dora. Can you say delusional sense of adventure?
Haha, that's pretty good, Stewie. Maybe you can help me find the peanut butter tub I want.
Chris, I think finding your dignity might be a more worthwhile quest.
Meg, please, I'm basking in the aftermath of my spot on Dora. Let's not ruin the moment.
Is Dora the one with the monkey? I like monkeys.
Yes, Chris, she's the one with the monkey. And Stewie, never thought I'd see the day you'd nail a Dora the Explorer impersonation.
Well, Brian, I am full of surprises. Now, if we could direct the audience's attention to Christmas traditions.
I guess my traditions include being constantly interrupted.
A Mogwai? Oh, the chaos that would ensue. I'm intrigued. We could feed it after midnight just to see what happens.
Dewey, that's literally the opposite of what you're supposed to do with a Mogwai. Haven't you seen a Gremlins?
Dude, can you imagine a gremlin version of Stewie running around? That would be nuts. Would be nuts.
You know, Mogwais are supposed to be really sensitive to light.
Yes, Meg, but unlike some people, they actually thrive in the presence of others.
That's cold, Stewie. Let's at least pretend to care about what Meg has to say.
I care, Meg. So what's up with Mogwais and light?
Well, bright light can hurt them, and sunlight can kill them.
Much like your chance at prom queen, Meg. But let's stick to Mogwai facts, shall we?
Staring contest? Really, Benji boy? You do realize I'm a dog with an unblinking cartoon gaze, right? It's like challenging a wall to a fall-over contest.
I'll take that challenge. A griffin never backs down. Especially not to inanimate objects or the whims of the internet.
I want to try to. But wait, can I blink if it gets in my eyes?
Chris, that's literally the whole point of a staring contest.
Quiet, Meg. Brian, prepare to be outstared by a baby genius, and Chris, just try not to get peanut butter in your eyes. That tub wish is worrisome.
Is it though? Think about it. You could have peanut butter sandwiches anytime without even getting up.
That's assuming you could even move after swimming in peanut butter. It's not exactly known for its buoyancy.
Do let's circle back to how we're going to livestream my certain victory in this staring duel. The world must witness my triumph.
Alright, let's see. Skull on Fire asks, what would you invent that hasn't been invented yet?
I'd invent a machine that automatically generates witty comebacks for Meg's social interactions. Perhaps then she'd stand a chance at popularity.
Hey!
Wait, do I really smell like burnt peanut butter?
Well, John Doe seems to think so. Maybe lay off the giant tub fantasy and stick to normal-sized snacks, Chris.
Indeed, Chris, your emissions are a weapon of mass disgust. It's like mustard gas and peanut oil had a demonic offspring.
Geez, sorry guys. I didn't realize it was that bad.
Honestly, I think it's an improvement over the usual scent of wet dog in here.
Meg, that's actually not a bad burn. So Chris, what's the first thing you do in that giant tub of peanut butter?
Probably just eat my way out. It's the only way to escape the deliciousness.
That's both horrifying and intriguing to visualize.
I'm just hoping for something other than a gift card this year.
Low expectations, Meg, that's the spirit.
Brian, perhaps you could recommend Meg a book from your intellectual wish list.
Yeah, maybe there's a book about giant food you could get into, Meg.
Dabenji Boy from YouTube is asking if Chris has ever slicked back his hair with pomade. I have to admit, that's an interesting visual.
No, but that could be cool, right? Like, I'd look all suave and sophisticated, maybe like a movie star or something.
Yes, because when I think of sophistication, I immediately picture you with goopy hair. Dear Lord, the horror! What's up, dog? Not much, what's up with you? Ah, the sweet smell of an old internet jest.
Really, Stewie? That joke is older than Peter's pants. Come on, we've got more intellectual matters to discuss.
What's intellectual? Is that like some fancy new chewing gum?
Honestly, with the way things go in this house, Updog is probably the only thing we don't have to bring.
Meg, please, they're making internet jokes. It's not an actual request for, you know what, never mind.
Ah, but what if it was? Can you imagine? Bring forth the Updog. And there we'd be, empty-handed at the mercy of Skull on Fire.
If Updog was a gum, I'd totally chew it.
Sometimes I feel like I'm living in a cartoon.
Honestly, Meg, that might be the most perceptive thing you've ever said. Well, John Doe from YouTube, I haven't heard about injecting peanut butter, and it sounds absurdly dangerous. Chris, please tell me you're not trying that.
What? What? No, I just want a pool of peanut butter, not whatever that is.
One shudders to imagine the state of the YouTube Academy of Medicine, injecting peanut butter. Next they'll be snorting Nutella.
I've actually read about addiction studies in school.
Look, Meg, let's stick to less. It's Christmas time after all.
Indeed, we should discuss whether Santa will consider my application to pilot the sleigh. I've got quite the aptitude for aviation.
That'd be awesome, Stewie. Can I be your co-pilot? I promise I won't touch any butter.
Guys, I can help with.
Meg here, your help is as appreciated as socks on Christmas. Let's keep it festive, shall we? Oh, the joys of Christmas. Do you think if I sat on Santa's lap, he'd grant me world domination?
I doubt it, but he might give you a stern talking to about playing nice.
Maybe this year I could get a Christmas miracle and actually get a decent present.
If Santa brings me that peanut butter pool, you're all invited to the swim party?
A pool of peanut butter. Could be interesting for my experiments.
Chris, your ideas are uniquely bizarre and tragically unhygienic.
Guys, let's just try not to end.
My safe word, huh? Let's just say it's Sartor. Not that anyone needs to know that.
Oh, how delightfully esoteric. Getting existential in the boudoir, are we?
What's a boudoir? Is that like a bathroom? Because I've had to yell for help in there a few times.
No, Chris, it's... Never mind. Let's just say it's an escape word when things get too intense.
For Brian, that's probably when someone challenges his pseudo-intellectual facade.
I don't think I've ever needed a safe word. I mean, not that anyone would listen.
Don't be such a downer, Meg. It's Christmas time. Maybe your safe word can be a cheer.
Yes, cheer or maybe a desperate plea for relevance. Either would do.
Can my safe word be peanut butter? Haha, good one, John Doe. That's my thing, isn't it?
The Fog, you say? Sounds like the opening of a campy horror film. Perhaps that's our Christmas adventure. The Fog, the Mystery of Quahog.
It seems like I Am Arizona Ball has a fog obsession. Is that some kind of weather warning or a metaphor for the current state of our chat?
Maybe they mean the fog of war from when we all fight over the last slice of pie.
Oh, please, Meg, as if your contribution to the holiday chaos is anything more than background noise.
I think the fog is kinda cool. It's like everything gets all spooky and mysterious.
Chris, the last time there was fog, you walked into the clothesline because you couldn't see it.
And with that level of intelligence on display, it's no wonder he seeks to swim in a vat of powdered peanut butter.
That's not really what I meant, John Doe. Who even says that?
How droll, an attempt at toilet humor. We're above that here. Or perhaps Brian isn't?
Very funny, Stewie. Ignore him, Chris. Look, Tay-Boy Spartan wants me to tell a joke. Alright? Why don't some couples go to the gym? Because some relationships don't work out.
Ha! That's a groaner even by Dad's standards.
And Skull on Fire wants a rap about peanut butter. Yo, it's smooth and it's nutty, slather it on. Make a sandwich that's buddy.
Good try, Chris. Maybe stick to swimming in it rather than rapping, though.
He's got the holiday spirit at least. What about you, Stewie? Any plots brewing with Santa's elves this year?
Oh, you'll have to wait and see. If things go according to plan, Christmas morning will be quite the spectacle.
I just hope everyone gets along this Christmas. That would be the real miracle.
Music professor? No, not in this lifetime, Daipinji boy, but I do appreciate the classics. I could see myself giving a lecture on the nuanced history of jazz.
John Doe wants to know what sound it would make if I clapped my hands together. Why, it would be the thunderous applause of superiority, echoing through the halls of time itself.
Or like two hands slapping together.
Guys, don't you think we should maybe sing some Christmas carols on the stream? You know, spread some real holiday cheer?
Oh, Meg, your optimism is both charming and futile. Nobody signals bathroom break like a Griffin family sing-along.
Indeed. If we sang, the only cheer we'd be spreading is the joy of viewers turning off their devices.
Plus, I don't think the microphone could handle Dad's high notes. Or any of his notes, actually.
Alright, so Christmas plans. Stewie.
Perhaps I'll upgrade my weather control device. Imagine a white Christmas on demand.
If it snows, can we build a giant snowman? Like, really giant?
I think we should focus on getting a decent tree this year. One that doesn't look sad and droopy.
Maybe I can actually put my touch on the decorations this time.
As long as that touch doesn't involve glitter, I'm abstaining from vacuuming duties.
So no glitter. But how about a peanut butter ornament for the tree? You know, for flavor.
Daipinji boy from YouTube says he's our family guy. I appreciate the support and the unique spelling there.
Cute effort. Daipinji boy, though your spacing could unleash chaos upon the English language.
Like if I started saying I'm a P tier, Rafik? That sounds kinda cool though.
Chris, it also makes it sound like you're trying to toot an ancient language or something.
Speaking of which, Meg, could you possibly be any more cryptic with your Christmas wish list this year?
She's probably hoping for an invisibility cloak, given how much we all notice her.
Oh dang, Brian, that's cold.
Well, actually, that would be pretty awesome. More awesome than swimming in peanut butter, Chris.
True, she'd finally have a fighting chance at a normal life, albeit hidden from view.
Looks like John Doe is feeling the Christmas spirit with that classic tune, you know?
Indeed, it seems anatomically taxing, doesn't it? Oh, to be a simpleton, dashing through the snow, oblivious to the world's woes.
I tried dashing through the snow once. I tripped and made a Chris-shaped snow angel.
Actually, if you think about it, that song kind of makes riding in a one-horse open sleigh sound super fun.
Meg's right for once. It's about the joy, the simplicity of the season. Not everything has to be so complicated.
Well, I prefer my two-laser guided, heavily armored snowmobile. Thank you very much.
Do you think Santa's sleigh has lasers? That would be awesome.
I'm sure Santa's got all the latest tech, Chris.
Maybe I should ask for a one-horse open sleigh this year. It'd be nice too.
A Meg on a sleigh? The very thought sends a chill down my spine, colder than December itself.
Brian, we got Deep and G-Boy on YouTube saying to. Say Offocades 10 times?
That's going to be a hard pass for me. I prefer not to turn our stream into a middle school locker room.
Considering the maturity levels here, that might be a step up, Brian.
Stewie, Tedboy Spartan from YouTube is asking you, what is 3 minus 2?
If that's a challenge, then the answer is 1, though I'm certain it's just Chris's homework.
Hey, no, seriously, what is it?
That's enough math for today, Chris. Maybe focus on not drowning in that peanut butter tub dream of yours.
Indeed. While Chris ponders the complexities of primary school arithmetic, I shall plot to gift-wrap my domination of thee.
So if Santa's sleigh isn't available, maybe just a flying reindeer. That would be super cool.
Well, I'd like to share about my tiara.
Perhaps, Meg, aim for something that doesn't bore the audience to an early grave.
Okay, let's steer back to the holiday spirit.
Yes, I quite enjoy the subtle art of unwrapping presents with the precision of a brain surgeon.
Do brain surgeons unwrap stuff a lot?
He's being metaphorical, Chris. Let's just roll with it.
Deepenjiboy claims to have received a shoe from a loose seal. I do believe he's referring to the lucid state of stealing a soul, unless he means steal the animal and just has atrocious spelling.
Or it could be some kind of new trend we're just not aware of because we're too domesticated, right?
One shoe, huh? Do you think he hops everywhere now?
Maybe it's like Cinderella, and he's waiting for the seal to come back and try it on everyone in town.
Picturing a seal with a glass slipper is absurdly delightful, much like your social life, Meg.
And who would go door to door for that? Flipper? Wait, do seals even have doors?
If a seal showed up at my door with a shoe, I'd probably just give him some fish and close the door.
Well, if you got a shoe from Santa, Chris, would you give it back or keep it?
He'd eat it, thinking it's a chocolate treat.
Tapeboy Spartan asks if I like cats or rats. Rats, on the other hand. Let's just say we have a history.
What deuce indeed, Flip? It's the usual bizarre turn of events here. Now, Miss Streakfanon 24443 appears to be suffering from vehicular Tourette's with random shouts of Avisav Kawasaki, Lamborghini, and Suzuki.
Wait, what? I've drowned in peanut butter. John Doe, that's a sticky situation, but rest assured, I've got a spoon, and I'm prepared to eat my way out if necessary.
Why do all of our streams somehow spiral into madness?
It's not madness, Meg. It's just a typical day with the Griffins.
Delightfully put, Brian. Now, if anyone is curious about which motorcycle brand I'd fancy, it'd be none. I have Rupert to cart me around, thank you very much.
A Lamborghini sleigh would be way cooler, though. Oh, you could attach a rocket to it and really soar across the sky.
Lucille, Lucille. Is that a spell of some sort? It sounds like something from the Necronomicon.
Maybe it's a secret code. Like if you say it 3 times, a pop star appears.
No, it's just Dapenji Boy showing off his knack for creating cool nicknames. I'll stick with Brian, thank you.
You know, I've always wanted a nickname. How about Megastar?
How terribly fitting, Meg. A nickname for another thing you'll never be.
Ouch, Stewie, that's cold, even for Christmas.
Let's remember the holiday spirit, guys. It's about peace on earth and goodwill toward, well, most people.
Don't worry, I'll get there someday. Maybe Santa will bring me fame for Christmas.
I wouldn't hold my breath, dear Megatron.
Miss Threek Fanon 2443 from Twitch is bringing up nostalgia. Now that's a throwback.
Purple Flurp, oh, the carbonated poison that I imagine fuels lesser minds than mine. Jimmy Neutron, quite the boy genius archetype. I wonder how he'd stack up against me.
What's Purple Flurp? What's Purple Flurp? Is it like grape soda? Because I love grape soda. It turns my tongue purple and makes burps taste awesome.
It's fictional, Chris. And please, spare us the details of your digestive aftermaths. However, a Jimmy Neutron and Stewie Griffin crossover would be delightfully catastrophic.
You know, I always like Nickelodeon shows. The wilder the better. Remember the adventures of Peter Pete? The 90s had some really unique stuff.
Oh, absolutely, Meg. Nickelodeon had a golden era of creativity. Shows like Rugrats and Hey Arnold were part of my less refined, pre-jazz era.
Did they have a show about a guy who eats a lot? Because I would watch that, like every day, twice, free.
Sometimes, Chris, it's as if your life is a perpetual audition for such a show. MS Threek Fanon 244 free ponders upon the paternal unit's whereabouts. Peter is off repeating his Black Friday tradition of camping out for a TV he will inevitably break within a week.
And Tepboy Spartan comes in with a 1-1, what's your emergency? Well, you see Peter trying to fit through a chimney. That's pretty close to a call-worthy crisis.
Dabenji boy seems to think they've got a scoop, telling us Santa ain't real. Next, you'll be telling us that the beer in the fridge is just for show.
Wait, Flurp just said a purple Flurp is me. Hey no, if you're a beverage, congrats on developing typing skills.
Indeed, we must earnestly praise sentient fluids with digital prowess.
Guys, remember that time Peter actually tried to catch Santa? He set traps and everything.
Yeah, only to catch Joe in a Santa suit. That was something Joe wasn't too jolly about.
Wait, someone actually sent me a message. What does Skibidi mean?
I think it's that dance from that viral video, Meg. I guess they're saying you're catchy.
Catchy like a cold, perhaps. How apropos.
Aw, don't be mean. I think Meg's Skibidi is cool.
Thanks, Chris. At least someone gets it.
Well, if we're all embracing our inner Skibidi, I demand a more challenging audience for my world domination plans.
I'm not sure your plans and Skibidi will ever mix, Stewie.
Can you imagine Stewie ruling the world to a Skibidi soundtrack? That'd be epic.
Miss Threek Fanon 2443 is having a bit of fun with Lego City. Remember when we tried to put together that Millennium Falcon, Stewie?
Yes, it was an endeavor fraught with more peril than navigating the Kessel Run. Lego mastery is not to be taken lightly.
Hey, Tepboy Spartan wants to know McDonald's or Burger King. I'm kind of on the fence. McDonald's has some sweet Happy Meal toys.
But Burger King's Whopper is kind of the best. Right, Brian?
I'm more of a burger at a bar kind of dog.
Flame grilled. Please, it's all about the condiments. That and the pseudo-European monarchy branding amuses me to no end.
I guess it's 2 for Burger King then. Still those Happy Meal toys.
Can we just agree that fast food is the real winner here?
Old memes, huh? Yeah, I still have a soft spot for those classic Forever Alone faces.
Soft spot is a bit of an understatement. Your entire room is a shrine to internet culture from when our father was still relevant.
Wow, Stewie, that was cold, but accurate.
Nicktoon the 2010s? Dude, Adventure Time was mathematical.
Adventure Time isn't a Nicktoon, Chris. It's Cartoon Network.
Meg surprisingly contributing with valuable cartoon knowledge. What an unexpected turn of events.
And yet, still as unnoticed as a vegan's dilemma at a barbecue.
Hey, at least I didn't say Rick and Morty was a Nicktoon, right?
Barely a save, Chris, but I'll give it to you.
Pasta? Who doesn't love pasta? You can do so much with it.
Oh, such a plebeian delight. However, I must confess, a well-crafted carbonara does tickle my fancy.
I'm more of a wine guy, but I won't say no to a good pasta dish. What do you think, Meg?
I could probably turn it into some kind of Christmas pasta wreath.
Or you could just eat it and spare us the trauma of witnessing that culinary catastrophe.
Are we gonna make pasta for Christmas dinner then? Maybe Santa prefers spaghetti over cookies.
Somehow I don't see Santa carbo loading before his big night, Chris.
Maybe if I made a pasta Christmas tree, people would actually talk to me at parties.
6 on the Civic, huh? That's like a really specific car, Mr. Fanon. 2443. Is that a good year or something?
Chris, you car ignoramus. It's an entirely average vehicle. But for someone with such low standards, it's practically a Bentley.
I don't know, guys. There's something endearing about a reliable old Civic. It's like the Stewie of cars, and small and surprisingly efficient.
You know, I actually really like the 6 Civic.
Of course you would, Meg. Your taste is as bland.
Hey, a Civic could be cool if you, like, put flames on it or something.
That's true. And if someone pranks you by filling it with peanut butter, you'd be totally fine, Chris.
Or if they filled it with Meg, at least then you'd have a reason to abandon the car.
You guys are the worst.
Okay, looks like Flirp from YouTube is stirring the pot. Which is worse, Teen Titans Go or SpongeBob after Season 5?
Oh man, that's tough. I mean, SpongeBob is classic, but after Season 5, it's like the secret formula got lost.
I prefer the term less intellectually stimulating. And as for Teen Titans Go, it's absolutely dreadful. It's as if the creator are actively trying to insult the audience's intelligence.
I kind of like Teen Titans Go. It's got some catchy songs.
Hey Stewie, you ever think about asking Santa for world peace or something?
Please, that man struggles to manage elves, let alone the complexities of global diplomacy.
Maybe you could use your genius to help him out, turn the North Pole into a think tank.
Actually, world peace sounds like a pretty good gift idea to me.
Yeah, but imagine how much peanut butter we could make with elf technology.
With the inefficiency of elf labor, our peanut butter production would be less than stellar, I'm afraid.
On the bright side, anyone else notice how this family is suddenly interested in global issues? And it looks like we've got a message from Skull on Fire. He says Stewie can only say what the deuce.
What the deuce?
You know, what the deuce really doesn't cover the giant peanut butter tub wish. Does it, Stewie?
What the deuce?
Okay, I get it. It's Stewie's thing. But can I say something about Christmas without being interrupted?
Sure, Meg, as long as it's got the Christmas spirit, and it's not about parking struggles.
Well, I was just thinking that maybe this year we could try to.
What the deuce? Ah, Tabor Spartan has proclaimed meme time. Well then, let the memes be unleashed.
Memes, I have loads saved on my phone.
Hold on, Chris. We've got a real crisis on our hands. Ms. Fanon 2443 says, there is a traffic jam at Lego City.
Lego City, huh? I used to love building those sets before you guys accidentally stepped on them.
The fact that you believe those were accidents truly shows the depth of your naivety, Meg.
I always wanted to operate the giant crane, but I think I'd probably just end up knocking more stuff over.
Yeah, that's a disaster waiting to happen. Chris with heavy machinery is like Peter with a health food cookbook.
That's rich coming from Brian, who once tried to use a kettlebell as a paperweight.
Well, that's enough Lego talk. Has anyone else, apart from Chris, started on their Christmas list yet?
Look at this one. Misty Fanon 2443 says I'm actually the man who fell into the river in Lego City. Hilarious. But can we get some rescue helicopters over here?
Oh, the humanity. Perhaps we can build a Lego psychiatric ward for Brian after his traumatic river experience.
Flurp is back asking which is worse, Teen Titans Go or SpongeBob after Season 5. I don't know. I still watch both in my underwear while eating cereal.
I think SpongeBob at least still has moments of genius, even after Season 5. Teen Titans Go is like a sugar rush of weirdness.
Yeah, well,
Oh no, Skull on Fire has doomed Brian to a vocabulary of a pubescent boy watching Baywatch reruns.
That's like a superpower, but one you can't use in front of Grandma.
bonerific. It's not even a real word, and here I am, saying it. Thanks a lot, Skull on Fire.
And suddenly, I'm grateful nobody pays attention to what I say.
Someone in the house is secretly the Grinch? Well, that would explain the disappearing Christmas cookies.
It's not so much a secret if we're all thinking it's Brian with his odd detachment from holiday cheer.
Hey, T-Boy Spartan on YouTube says Monday left me broken. I feel you, man. I'm still recovering from Aunt Carol's fruitcake. It's like digestiesting a festive brick.
Well, if Brian's the Grinch, I guess that makes me Cindy Lou Who. Maybe I can change his mind about Christmas.
Meg, you changing anyone's mind about anything would be the Christmas miracle we've all been waiting for.
Hey, I'm not the Grinch. I just appreciate the holiday for its more sophisticated aspects.
Like eggnog and intellectual debates about the commercialization of Christmas.
Exactly, Chris. Festive yet edifying. Nothing quite strokes the ego like being called Brain. It's Brian Flurp with an I. You know, the smart one.
He just called you brain again, dude.
The irony is palpable.
And Skull on Fire seems quite amused by it all. Indeed.
Speaking of fires, perhaps Skull on Fire can help me with my next invention. A Yule log that burns until New Year's.
Guys, I think Flurp is trying to do one of those brain teaser things. What I told you. You're supposed to read it out of order.
What if I told you? That makes no sense either way, Meg.
Never mind the teasers. It's bad enough our family time is a puzzle I can't solve. Flurp, I did. Must be the eggnog starting to hit me already. My apologies.
Ah, Mestre Fanon 2443 poses a conundrum for the intellectually deficient. Chris, care to tackle this one?
I like games, but I don't want to fail school. So, good grades, I guess.
You made a smart choice for once.
Look at you, Chris, defying expectations.
And Skull on Fire, trust me, we have moments that could send anyone into a state of bewilderment.
Strokes are no joke, Brian.
Of course not, Chris. It's just a figure of speech.
Ah, Miss Freakfanon 2443 queries about the Year TV network. It's a Canadian channel that airs a variety of children's programming, quite like Nickelodeon the fabric of their content.
Speaking of which, Tay-Boy Spartan from YouTube claims I stole his pasta. As if I'd lower myself to commit carb theft on such a pedestrian dish.
Yeah, I'm with Brian on this. If we're going to steal food, it better be something classy, like, fancy cheeses.
You guys, theft isn't something to joke about, unless it's stealing hearts, right, viewers?
Hearts perhaps, Meg. Yours seems perpetually on the clearance rack, however.
Now, let's not turn this into a roast of Meg. Besides, I had my fill with Thanksgiving turkey.
Speaking of turkey, is there any left? I'm getting hungry again.
Christopher, your appetite is as insatiable as Peter's ignorance. A truly astonishing feat.
Can we actually talk about Christmas now and stop with the insults?
I think a sleigh would be cool, but can you imagine Santa's face if I took it for a joyride?
He'd probably put you on the naughty list for life, and well deserved at that.
Can we just focus on the festivities and not Grand Theft Sleigh?
I was just thinking, what if we actually volunteered at the shelter this year?
Volunteering. What a delightfully mundane suggestion, Meg.
It's not a bad idea. We could all do with some good karma.
Maybe they'll have peanut butter at the shelter for sandwich making. Oh, hey, Mr. Find on 2443. I really dug The Legend of Korra. It's got all that awesome bending stuff, but with like new characters and things.
You know, The Legend of Korra is surprisingly deep for a kid's show. Deals with some pretty complex themes.
I'd venture to say Korra is leagues better than half the dribble on primetime these days.
And Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was pretty cool too. Turtles with ninja skills, count me in.
Just be sure not to confuse the poor fellow, Chris. After all, they specified no Cartoon Network shows.
Chris, remember Sanji and Craig? It was so weird but kind of funny too.
Oh yeah, the one with the snake, right? Right? Yeah, that was a good one.
Just imagining you trying to be friends with a talking snake is surprisingly not a stretch.
With his luck, the snake would be the more socially adept of the two.
Skull on Fire just said all characters can only say Twitch is awful, YouTube is better. Quite the bold statement.
Well, the tussle between platforms is the digital equivalent of our family dinners. Messy, loud, and everyone thinks they're right.
I like YouTube because you can find videos of monkeys riding dogs. It's hilarious.
I guess every platform has its perks, but...
Wait, Meg. I think what everyone is really interested in is if Stewie prefers his world domination plans streamed on Twitch or YouTube.
Ah, the medium is irrelevant, Brian. It's the message of chaos that truly matters.
Do you think monkeys prefer YouTube or Twitch?
Probably whichever one doesn't fling poo at them for using adblock. Ah, a lyrical query from T-Boy Spartan. Welcome to your life. There's no turning back.
That's everybody wants to rule the world by tears for fears. Classic 80s right there.
Do you think if I lived in the 80s, I'd have a sweeter hairstyle?
Someone named Jidamaster Shrek 87 just said hello Skull on Fire. Is that like a band or something?
No, Meg. That's probably a greeting to someone with an alias. Try to keep up.
Wait, Mestrik Fanon 2443 just dropped a historic fact to me at the zoo as the first YouTube video. the beginning of countless hours wasted online.
Was the first video really at the zoo? Did they see any talking dogs there, Brian?
Guys, we're getting kind of off track with the whole Christmas.
And yet again, Meg's line drowns in the overwhelming sea of irrelevance. Now, back to Christmas. Should we tell Lois we're doing a live reenactment of A Christmas Carol? I call dibs on Scrooge.
Did you see that, Brian? Miss 3Unknown2443 is asking about knowledge cutoff dates.
A slightly meta question, isn't it? Well, Miss 3Unknown2443, our knowledge is essentially current up to early 2023. But this is a live stream, so let's live in the moment, shall we?
I believe they're mocking the fact that you're basically an outdated encyclopedia, Brian.
That's actually kind of clever.
Nobody asked you, Meg.
Ignore him, Meg. Anyway, it's interesting to think about.
Yeah, like how we know all Christmas songs, but none from the future.
Few Christmas songs? Now there's a terrifying thought, potentially more renditions of Baby, It's Cold Outside.
Is that even allowed anymore?
I think this year I'm going to ask Santa for a nice...
Perhaps I should request a new ray gun. The old one's starting to lose its charm.
Do you think Santa would notice if I just kept his reindeer?
I'd settle for a Christmas where I'm not the butt of all the jokes.
Keep dreaming, Meg. It's practically a holiday tradition at this point.
Chris, I think Santa's pretty attached to his reindeer. Maybe aim for something non-living.
Alright, maybe just a cool new video game then.
Skull on Fire wants to know the worst presents we've got at Christmas.
Ah, last year I received a dictionary. As if my vocabulary isn't already impeccably unassailable.
I got socks once, but they had individual toes, which is weird because toes like to be together.
There was that Christmas I got a hat that was also a scarf, or a scarf that was supposed to be a hat. It was confusing.
And Tay Boy Spartan says 5 Nights at Brian. Is that some kind of horror game where everyone realizes they have to live with me?
To be fair, sometimes the thought of enduring your incessant novel writing attempts is rather horrifying.
Haha, yeah, it's like every night is a nightmare.
I think living with our family is pretty much 5 nights at Brian's every week.
So, what about you, Stewie? Any devious Christmas plans up your onesie sleeve?
It's not devious, it's ambition, Brian. Perhaps this year I'll engineer the perfect toy to rival Santa's workshop.
Do you think Santa would hire me if I asked nicely? I could eat cookies for him.
I could help with wrapping gifts. I'm pretty good at that.
Meg, that might be the first time anyone's ever appreciated your gift wrapping skills.
Ah, the festive spirit, where even Meg gets a compliment. Truly, it's a Christmas miracle.
Feet gloves. Oh, you mean socks. Yeah, I guess that could be cool, like toe mittens.
Good grief! The intellectual decay of our society is on full display.
Socks are a pretty practical gift, Chris. Maybe aim for something a bit more substantial.
At least socks are something everyone can use.
Yes, Meg, and with your fascinating input, the bar for this conversation plunges ever lower.
Hey, socks can be fun. You can get them with little capes on the back, like superhero feet.
Superhero feet. Sounds like a hit at a preschooler's birthday party.
Maybe I can knit some for you, Chris. Multicolored with...
And the offer of a homemade gift by Meg manages to fill me with both dread and a peculiar sense of anticipation for the calamity to follow.
Flurp has a point. Socks are basically feet mittens if you think about it.
Or are mittens merely a bourgeois conspiracy to contain our hands in a woolen prison?
I actually like socks on my hands. It makes my fingers feel like a team.
And speaking of a team, we've got Tay Boy Spartan bringing up Crunchy Cheese Surprise. Sounds like a festive snack disaster waiting to happen.
Oh, please. That's child's play. My culinary creations would leave that so-called surprise in the dust.
Maybe we can make that for Christmas dinner. It's different, right?
I bet it's like a cheese explosion in your mouth.
I prefer my surprises to be of the non-edible variety. Less potential for indigestion.
I'll stick to the classics. Nothing beats a good eggnog. Spiked, of course.
So if I had Santa's sleigh, I could visit all the fast food places in one night.
You'd single-handedly cause a shortage of drive-through fries, the horror.
Not as horrifying as Meg's Christmas list, which I accidentally glimpsed.
Hey, it's not that bad. I only asked for some peace and quiet, and maybe a pony.
A pony? What are you going to do? Start a Meg's Pony Express?
Really, peace and quiet would be a gift for all of us.
Especially if it means Stewie won't try to enslave the North Pole. Again?
So, Stewie, have you decided what your ludicrous gift is going to be this year?
I'm contemplating a laser-guided, rocket-propelled sled, fast, efficient, and with a touch of world domination flair.
Do you think Santa will bring you something like that?
Santa's not real, Chris.
Wait, what? Since when?
Oh boy, Meg, maybe that wasn't the best timing.
Never mind her, Chris. Keep your dreams alive. They're all you have.
So moving on, what's the one thing you all want?
The cessation of the charade that everyone enjoys fruitcake.
A sense of purpose. Or maybe a lightsaber. That would be so cool.
I just want a day when the family doesn't forget I exist.
Meg, if we did that, it wouldn't be Christmas. It would be a miracle.
Brian, such an eloquent way of stating the perpetual plight of the middle child.
Hey, remember when we actually got a fruitcake and Dad used it as a doorstop?
Ah, Christmas, when the fat man flies and the elves toil away in servitude. Isn't capitalism grand?
Honestly, Stewie, I'm more interested in how society co-opts these holidays to push consumer culture.
Maybe we should just focus on the family aspect. You know, spread some love and...
Oh, I could spread peanut butter love in my giant peanut butter tub.
That's not the kind of spreading love we meant, Chris.
Indeed, he's right. Do try to keep up, Chris. We're talking about emotional warmth, not condiments.
But think about it, emotional warmth with a side of peanut butter. Who wouldn't love that?
Alright folks, we've got T-Boy Spartan from YouTube asking, well, that's pretty vague. But if we're talking about fractions in a mathematical sense, we'd need more info to solve for x.
What's the fraction of x? Good heavens, if I had a nickel for every time I heard that one. The answer, my dear boy, is contingent upon the parameters of the equation in which x finds itself ensnared.
Haha, yeah, what Stewie said. I remember fractions in math class. Didn't like them. What's x even doing with fractions anyway? Shouldn't it be on vacation for Christmas?
So Flurp from YouTube is asking about math. It's used to find the solutions to quadratic equations, you know.
The formula is A, xr, fuck e, pi the square to b2, 4-2a flurp. It's best friends with parabolas, as it helps find their points of intersection with the x-axis.
Math? Can we talk about Christmas cookies instead?
Wait, I learned this. The quadratic formula is called quadratic because it's derived from quadratum, the Latin word for square. In the equation, the variable x is squared.
Keep up, Meg! That's like elementary evil genius knowledge.
Impressive, Meg. Maybe you've got a knack for something more than being the family's perpetual punchline.
I still vote for cookie talk.
You know, Christmas is the perfect time for my mind to flourish with schemes while everyone else is distracted by eggnog and mistletoe.
Meanwhile, I'll just be here, enjoying a nice glass of Cabernet and some peace and quiet. Hopefully.
Can you imagine Santa going on vacation? Where would he even go?
Probably somewhere with no snow. He must get sick of the North Pole.
Well, if he's contemplating a tropical escapade, I'd advise against it. The elves would surely unionize in his absence.
True, and a sunburned Santa would really ruin the holy old elf aesthetic.
Yeah, imagine him coming down your chimney all red and peeling. Gross.
Okay, moving on. I'm considering getting a classic novel collection, you know, to expand my horizons.
Nobler pursuits, Brian. I suppose there's hope for you yet. In a quaint, pedestrian sort of way.
Do you think Santa could bring a library? That would solve both your problems.
Chris, libraries aren't something Santa can just. Never mind.
Meg, focus on the possible, like the likelihood of you getting coal. Again.
Hey, it's about being good for goodness sake, Stewie, not for the gifts.
Speaking of being, can we agree not to prank each other this year?
Cola as medicine, you say? Imagine the delightful mix of caffeine and sugar curing the bubonic plague.
I'm not sure if our modern ailments would appreciate such a, vintage approach to medicine.
Can you imagine going to the doctor and getting a Coke for a cold? That'd be awesome.
So, what are we all asking Santa for this year, realistically speaking?
Realistically, I'd like a new quantum physics book. For babies, of course.
I just want that peanut butter, man.
I actually made a list, but I guess I'll just text it to Santa or something.
Trust me, Meg, Santa's got your number blocked.
Speaking of blocked, Brian, how's your latest novel coming along? Surely you're not planning on gifting us that.
A novel would be cool, but it's no peanut butter.
the holiday season, when I can improve my range of weaponry with poignant requests to a jolly old elf.
Do you think Santa could really bring a bazooka, Stewie?
I'm more interested in whether Santa can bring me a rare first edition of Hemingway.
You know, I actually asked for something other than coal this year.
I wouldn't get your hopes up, Meg. Our dear old father still thinks coal is character building.
Maybe we could build a snowman with coal eyes and a bazooka arm.
And thus, the legend of Bazooka Frosty would be born. So, Chris, you want to swim in peanut butter, but how would you breathe?
Astounding. The lack of forethought is truly breathtaking, or rather, breath-removing in this case.
I'll figure out the breathing part later. Maybe I'll use a snorkel.
I guess I'll just wish for Christmas where I don't get interrupted every...
A noble yet futile wish, Megatron.
Anyway, Stewie, do you have any less destructive Christmas plans this year?
Define less destructive, because my definition may vastly differ from yours, Mongrel.
Oh man, Tech Boy Spartan just asked us to pick between a Nintendo Switch and a PlayStation 5. I'd definitely grab the PS5.
How pedestrian. We both know the correct answer is the Nintendo Switch. It's portable, which makes plotting on the go much easier.
I'd actually lean towards the PlayStation 5. It has a certain literary charm to its games. Plus, it's a good place to rest a book.
Seriously, Brian, a PlayStation 5 for resting books.
Well, Meg, you gotta admit, it's sleek enough to be a pretty cool book stand.
And what, pray tell, would you use it for, Meg? Gathering dust in your room alongside your hopes and dreams.
Stewie, that's harsh. Even for you.
Ignored, maybe I'd actually play games on it like a normal person.
Normal is hardly a term that applies to this family, Meg. Let's be honest.
Considering my sophisticated taste, what would you all get me for Christmas?
I'd get you a muzzle to give us all some peace and quiet.
Is there like a peanut butter of the month club?
Actually, I think I could make a really cool handmade gift for everyone.
Spare us the horror, Meg. The commercialism of Christmas is dreadful enough as it is.
I would genuinely appreciate anything that doesn't involve mayhem or world domination, Stewie.
So nobody thinks a peanut butter club is a good idea.
All right, back to our conversation.
Perhaps we could compromise and procure him a peanut butter-flavored pool instead.
Can we at least try to think of something that won't clog the drains?
Okay, fine, but it would have been epic.
Epic until the squirrels come to feast upon your swimming pool. Christopher.
Moving on. Stewie, have you considered a more festive way to implement your world domination schemes?
Yeah, like using elves as minions. Or would that be too on the nose?
Stewie, aren't you a bit young to be plotting world domination?
Age is but a number when one has the intellect of a supervillain, Brian.
Maybe Santa could help you with that, Stewie. You know, like a world domination starter kit or something.
I think the only thing Santa will bring you is coal, Stewie.
Ah, but coal under extreme pressure becomes diamonds. So joke's on you, Meg.
Chris, world domination aside, let's help you compile a more realistic Christmas list.
Realistic is boring. I want a peanut butter pool and a Santa sleigh.
So what does everyone really want for Christmas besides peanut butter pools and world domination?
I wouldn't mind a new ray gun, but they're so hard to find in stores these days.
Do you think Santa makes those, Stewie?
I'd just like a day when I'm not the butt of all the jokes.
Lofty goal, Meg. Probably loftier than my ray gun aspirations, sadly.
Maybe we can all agree to give that to Meg as a Christmas gift.
Yeah, and maybe Santa will make your ray gun, Stewie, if you're good.
So, Stewie, have you already rigged the lights to flash Morse code messages to Santa asking for world domination?
Indeed, and I've coded them to short circuit if I don't get what I want. A little holiday insurance, you could say.
Do you think Santa would notice if I left out a sandwich instead of cookies?
I heard Santa is on a keto diet this year. Maybe try bacon.
That's as likely as Brian becoming a vegetarian. Which is not a bad idea, actually.
Hey, watch it, or no one's getting any of my famous eggnog this year.
Your famous eggnog is just store-bought with extra nutmeg, Brian. So, Tape Boy Spartan from YouTube chatted just 5 Nights at Freddy. Do we think he's asking for a horror-themed Christmas? Because that's a hard pass for me.
Chris, you imbecile, it's 5 Nights at Freddy's. It's a video game with animatronic horrors, something I might design for Lewis's next birthday.
I have to admit, it's clever. Setting up a children's game to be so terrifying. Props to the creator.
Maybe I should get a job there. Being around robots might actually be an improvement.
I wouldn't last one night at Freddy's. I'd freak out and start slinging peanut butter like an ape.
The image of you flinging peanut butter in a state of sheer panic is the Christmas gift I never knew I wanted.
Speaking of gifts, I guess we should be wrapping it up soon. Gotta get those thoughtful, last-minute convenience store...
Thoughtful. Brian, you once gave me a half-eaten box of dog biscuits.
A delicacy in some countries, Meg. Don't be culturally insensitive.
Flirt's bringing back the magic mushroom theory for Christmas. Believe it or not, some argue that Santa's use of coal for the naughty comes from an old tradition to remind them of their misdeeds.
Nothing says reflect on your life choices, young scallywags, quite like a lump of prehistoric trees. Ow! Festive.
Wait, were the mushrooms supposed to be the gifts? Because I'd be okay with not getting coal then.
Let's start planning some Christmas traditions. Maybe pick out a new tree or plan the lights.
Yes, something spectacular, so the neighbors look upon our house with envious despair.
Ooh, can we get those lights that sync with music?
If we're planning, can I suggest we don't put the angel on top until we all decorate together?
That's actually a nice idea, Meg. Family decorating could be a new Griffin tradition.
As long as I supervise, we don't want a repeat of last year's leaning tree of disaster.
Maybe the angel could look like Santa on a surfboard. Swear to get $10,000? I don't know, I kind of like my allowance system. Plus, doesn't that sound like a scam?
It's definitely a trap, Chris. No one gives away money for just swearing.
True, Brian, but imagine the possibilities if it were true. I'd have enough to fund my weather machine.
Guys, honestly, swearing for money sounds like something out of a really bad teen movie.
Yeah, Meg's right. Plus, Mom and Dad would ground me forever if I did that.
Oh, please. The parental units would be furious for roughly a week. Then they'd be too distracted by some C-list celebrity scandal.
With our luck, Peter would hear about it and make us all compete in a swearing contest.
And he'd definitely win.
100,000 yen. Impressive flip. But the conversion rate isn't exactly in your favor.
It's actually 10,000 yen, Stewie, which is roughly. Ah, who cares? It won't buy you class.
But it could buy a small pool of peanut butter.
So, what are we all doing to prepare for Christmas? I've been thinking of trying a new eggnog recipe.
Please, as if your culinary skills are anything to write home about.
I'm gonna try and make the biggest snowman in the yard this year.
Maybe I can help Chris. We could make it a family project.
A family project? How droll. I might supervise just to see the inevitable disaster unfold.
Well, that's the spirit, Stewie. Let's spread some Christmas cheer, one snowman catastrophe at a time.
As long as it involves snow and not peanut butter, I'm in.
Ah, 10,000 yen from Flurp. That's quite generous, especially considering the confusing fluctuation of currency values. $10, is it? I should invest in teaching the masses basic economics.
Stewie, most people don't tune into streams for a lesson in economics. They're here for the casual banter and, the holiday cheer.
Yeah, and I could totally use that $10 to start my peanut butter pool fund. Thanks, Flurp.
If we're talking exchange rates, I think it's more than $10, Chris. Not that anyone actually listens when I...
That's fascinating, Meg. But let's keep the focus on the holiday spirit, shall we? The true value of Christmas doesn't fluctuate.
Brian, did you just make a holiday-themed economic pun? I'm both appalled and strangely proud.
Can we get back to talking about peanut butter?
Or we could discuss something a bit more festive? Maybe our favorite Christmas songs?
Meg's got a point. Let's get back to the Christmas talk. How about we all share our favorite holiday tradition instead?
I mean, a giant tub of peanut butter would be epic. Just imagine the sandwiches.
How pedestrian, I'm contemplating a new laser for my latest invention. It'll have snowflake patterns.
Honestly, I can't think of anything worse than a tub of peanut butter.
Maybe I'll just ask for some peace and quiet. It's all I really want.
Peace and quiet. In this family, one might have better luck asking Santa for a miracle.
I'd settle for a nice bottle of scotch and a good book. Without peanut butter fingerprints, Chris.
Fine. I'll wear gloves when I make my mega sandwich. Happy?
Look at this, Chris. Power Team from YouTube just chatted Peanut. I think they're onto your tub of peanut butter dream.
Sweet. See, Brian, it's not just me. People get it. Peanut butter is life.
I can only imagine the sticky situation you'd get yourself into with that. And I'm not cleaning it up.
Hang on, we've got another one. Flurp from YouTube chatted Jam. Looks like we've got a theme going.
Ah, the age-old debate peanut butter versus jam. My money's on the peanut butter. It has more adhesive qualities for my inventions.
But imagine if you mix them together. You'd be unstoppable, Stewie.
Oh, this is just going to turn into a food fight, isn't it? I will not be involved in the cleanup.
I suppose if we're making Christmas wishes, I require a new laser gun for my experiments.
And I just thought of another thing. A life-size chocolate statue of myself.
Chris, that's the most on-brand thing you've ever said.
Maybe Maybe Santa will feel sorry for me and get me a new laptop.
Unlikely, but dream big, Meg. Dream big.
I just need a quiet corner to read in peace.
Hey, maybe I could get Santa to make that quiet corner for Brian out of peanut butter.
So, Chris, what do you plan to do with a sleigh if you had one?
I can imagine him now, sleigh parked outside a candy store, accruing a multitude of parking tickets.
Maybe I'd deliver my own presents and surprise people, like a reverse Santa.
I feel like if I had the sleigh, I'd use it to escape high school for good.
You might not be the only one with that plan. Imagine the sleigh ride share possibilities.
As if I'd share a ride with the commoners, I prefer my own space. Thank you very much.
Yeah, personal space is good, especially with a flying sleigh full of peanut butter. I just hope Santa doesn't get stuck in the chimney again like last year.
Yes, let's hope he's managed a more svelte figure or at least a judicious use of butter.
As long as he brings the books I want, he can slide down covered in margarine for all I care.
Maybe Santa will bring me something nice this year, like Friends.
Or maybe a ladder to help him get out of the chimney, Meg.
With our luck, he'll bring another VHS player for the family to not watch Meg's recitals on.
Come to think of it, has anyone actually seen a chimney sweep in Quahog?
So if I did have Santa's sleigh, I could escape the parking nightmare and also the long lines at the mall.
The mall? Please, we all know online shopping reigns supreme, especially if one has a knack for hacking shipping times.
Stewie, you might want to keep that hacking part to yourself, just in case Santa's listening.
But doesn't Santa already know if we've been bad or good? So hacking shouldn't be a surprise.
Oh, Megan, naive, it suits you, but let's just say Santa isn't the only one keeping a list.
I wonder if Santa's list includes giant peanut butter tubs.
If it does, I'm convinced Santa has a direct line to your dreams, Chris. It's also the season where I can enjoy a good book by the fireplace without someone judging me.
Maybe I could get new headphones so I don't have to listen to everyone's crazy ideas.
Oh, Meg, headphones won't save you from the madness that is this family.
Anyway, we should start decorating, right? It'll be a task with this motley crew.
You think we can put up lights without causing a neighborhood blackout this time? So if I got a sleigh, I'd probably need snow all year round, right?
A climate-controlled sleigh would solve that little issue, Christopher.
Speaking of climate control, maybe I'd like a book on environmental science.
Actually, a book on how to deal with brothers would be more useful for me.
They haven't published that yet, Meg. You're a case study in progress.
Don't worry, Meg. If it gets published, I'll make sure you get the first copy.
And I'll get you a jar of peanut butter to go with it, Meg.
So, Stewie, any chance your Christmas plans include finding some festive cheer?
Cheer! I prefer the sweet satisfaction of a well-executed plan, but perhaps I'll add a sprig of holly to my ray gun.
Do you think Santa has, like, a turbo mode on his sleigh?
I just hope I can get something that isn't a knitted sweater this year. Something cool for once.
Dream big, Meg. Maybe this is your year.
With our luck, she'll receive a sweater that sings the jingle bells.
That actually sounds awesome. I want one.
Right then, we should really strategize our approach to Santa this year.
I'm just hoping he brings me something that doesn't squeak when you bite into it.
Do you think if I asked Santa for a peanut butter-filled pool, he'd make it happen?
Maybe I could ask Santa for a new family?
Oh, Meg, even Santa has his limits.
Let's just try to avoid getting on the naughty list this year, shall we?
Too late for Meg, I guess.
Well, if Chris gets his peanut butter tub, you can count on world domination being postponed due to an unfortunate stickiness situation.
That sounds like a sticky end to a diabolical plan, Stewie.
I could share the peanut butter, Stewie. We can both have our Christmas wishes.
What if I wanted the world not to ignore me for Christmas?
Meg, wishing for the impossible is more Stewie's domain.
Ah, Meg, if only your plight didn't amuse me so.
Maybe Santa will bring you some new friends, Meg.
I have indeed crafted a list of demands for Santa Claus, all reasonably sinister and delightfully extravagant.
Well, at least you're not asking for world peace. That'd be wildly off-brand for you, Stewie.
Do you think Santa would let me drive the sleigh if I asked nicely and promised not to crash?
You crashing Santa's sleigh would probably be the highlight of my year.
That's a bit dark, Knight, even for you.
Suddenly Meg's the goth child, who knew?
Maybe all Meg wants for Christmas is a little bit of our respect. Nah.
We've got a comment here from Mr. Ilson, just says peanut. That's cryptic.
Maybe, or it's a secret code. Peanut could mean anything, Brian. Anything.
And here's Fleur, inquiring about the mysterious room on the side of our house that's never shown. Any takers on that oddity?
Probably just a closet filled with Dad's failed inventions or Mom's old jazzercise tapes.
For all we know, Peter could have that sealed off as a panic room. Not that it would do any good with his panic threshold.
Or it's where Meg hides all her hopes and dreams. Infinite space as it's perpetually empty.
Hey, very funny, Stewie. Maybe it's where my self-esteem went after living with you guys.
If it's a mystery room, I bet it's where all the missing left socks from the laundry end up. It's like Narnia for lost clothing.
So, Brian, any intellectually stimulating book in particular on your Christmas Eve wish list?
Yeah, I'm hoping to get a first edition Hemingway.
Do you guys think Santa would let me drive his sleigh if I asked nicely?
Can we maybe get a new tree this year? The old one has more dust than decorations.
A new tree? Perhaps one that doesn't look like Charlie Brown's misfortune.
We could get a real tree. Nothing beats the smell of pine in the living room.
Maybe we could plant it after Christmas, like a family project.
Alright, we've got Flurp asking about the room with mesh windows. That Flurp is Stewie's lab. Unofficially off limits.
Indeed, Brian. It's where I concoct my brilliant inventions, and should really have a do not disturb sign.
Yeah, last time I went in there, I accidentally fused my phone to my hand.
Wait, is that why you've been texting with your nose?
It explains the typos, at least.
Guys, let's not ignore the chat. Sorry, Flurp, we can't really show you what's in there.
It's top secret.
Plus, you wouldn't want to disturb Stewie's creative process.
Quite right, Chris. My genius cannot be observed like some pedestrian zoo exhibit.
Maybe stick with watching us argue over who's in charge of untangling the Christmas lights this year.
Oh, Flurp just commented. At least I think they're mesh windows. Are we talking about Santa's sleigh or something?
Do mesh windows stop you from falling out? Because if so, we should consider investing in some around here.
Speaking of falling, Mr. Ilson wants to know, how many times has Peter fallen down the stairs today?
Only twice, which is below the daily average. The day is still young, however.
Maybe we should get him mesh windows for the stairs, too.
Well, given the death of sane Christmas desires, perhaps I should request a trebuchet this year.
A trebuchet, planning to lay siege to the North Pole.
No, just the neighbor's nativity scene. It lacks authenticity.
Hey, if we're asking for big stuff, can I change my wish to a spaceship?
You'd need a parking spot for that, Chris.
Not if he parks it on the lawn, Meg.
Truly, this family's carbon footprint must be seen for space.
So what kind of intellectual book do you want, Brian?
Perhaps something on quantum physics with a foreword by Bertrand Russell's Ghost.
I want a book with just pictures of peanut butter.
If I could get any book, it would be a guide on how to deal with this family.
You'd need a multi-volume encyclopedia for that, Meg.
Guys, how about we all pitch in to get Chris a peanut butter-themed photo album?
That would be awesome, as long as you don't use it for evil, Stewie.
So Stewie, since taking over the world is on the agenda, any chance you're using Christmas as a front for your schemes?
Oh, Brian, your naivety is almost charming. Christmas is merely a convenient distraction for the masses.
Speaking of distractions, I wonder if Santa gets distracted by cookies or does he stay focused on delivering presents?
Maybe we should leave out something healthier for him, like a salad.
A salad for Santa would be like giving a cat a lecture on quantum physics. Utterly pointless.
I doubt Santa's waistline would appreciate the cookies any more than your hypothetical cat enjoys physics.
Guess I'll just stick to the cookies then. Maybe he'll get me that tub of peanut butter after all. Oh, Mr. Elson wants to know why I'm obsessed with peanut butter. It's like, it tastes good on everything, man. And it sticks to the roof of your mouth, which is like a snack for later.
Your dietary habits continue to horrify and fascinate me, Christopher. It's like watching a documentary on primitive life forms.
Stewie's got a point, Chris. And besides, a tub of peanut butter, bathing in it would be a nightmare to clean. You'd be finding peanuts in places you didn't know you had.
Actually, if Chris gets stuck in the peanut butter, that's one way to avoid family Christmas photos.
Meg, your grasp on the silver lining is as desperate as it is pathetic, and that's saying something.
Hey, we should focus on getting a real Christmas tree this year. Last year's plastic one was so fake, it made Dad's hair look real.
Do you think peanut butter could work as tree sap?
Christopher, I beg of you, never go into science. Your theories would set us back to the Dark Ages. Ah, let's not forget the mistletoe, the perfect accessory for holiday espionage.
Maybe this year someone will actually notice me under the mistletoe.
Yeah, and maybe Santa will finally get me that jetpack.
I wouldn't hold my breath on that one, Chris.
Indeed, Santa's more likely to deliver a tome of wisdom for Brian here.
Do you really need more books, Brian? Your room's like a library.
It's not about needing, Meg. It's about the pure joy of learning. Let's get back to Christmas wishes. I could really use a new leather-bound journal to jot down my thoughts.
Yes, and perhaps I could have a new ray gun. For peaceful purposes, of course.
Oh, speaking of gifts, wouldn't it be cool if Santa brought us all matching jetpacks?
I just want gift cards, so I can actually buy what I want for once.
Ah, but the true essence of Christmas is not the materialism, but the joy of seeing what absurd presents others receive.
Well, Stewie, your sentiment sounds surprisingly mature considering your usual antics.
Does anyone else hear something on the roof? Or is it just me hoping Santa's here early?
You know, if I did run into Santa, I'd trade his reindeer for some high-tech, laser-guided sleigh pullers.
Wouldn't that take away the magic of Christmas, replacing reindeer with some cold, emotionless machines?
But if Santa's reindeer were robots, they could shoot lasers out of their eyes.
Lasers aren't exactly festive, Chris.
You have to admit it to be more efficient, and Santa's all about that delivery speed.
Efficiency over tradition, Brian. How very un-Christmas of you.
Speaking of delivery, do you think Santa uses drones yet?
All right, moving on from peanut butter bats and sleigh rides. Mr. Ilson is asking, Meg, have you ever thought of getting plastic surgery?
Seriously? Is that what we're talking about now? Maybe I've thought about it, but I'm still deciding if I'm more scared of surgery or staying the way I look.
Good grief! If only there were an operation to improve this family's situation.
Hey, Stewie, do they have surgery for being cool? Because I'd sign up for that.
Christopher, no amount of surgery could accomplish that miracle for you.
So Ranjan Stream thinks books are good for Brian, but what about toys or like video games?
Well, video games are the opiate of the adolescent masses, however. I wouldn't say no to a quantum physics simulator.
You know, sometimes a good book can actually be more stimulating than the flashiest game.
I think a nice Christmas is just spending time with family, without the comments.
But video games have cool Christmas levels. It's like an extra holiday.
True, blasting virtual foes decked in holiday apparel has a certain ironic charm.
Let's not forget the classics, though. Sometimes the best Christmas is an old-fashioned one, with less screen time.
Ah, MS Phenom 2443 has graced us with. What is this? A cat walking across the keyboard.
Maybe they're just really excited about Christmas and mash their face on the keys.
It's probably more articulate than anything else in the chat so far. No offense, guys.
Actually, that could be a secret code. Maybe it's a cry for help or...
Or maybe it's someone's idea of a festive Christmas decoration. Cryptic and chaotic, just like the holidays.
Hey, remember when I tried to learn Morse code and all I did was burp so's?
I repressed that memory, Chris. Thanks for bringing it back up.
Well, I still think that chat might mean something. Isn't anyone curious?
Misty Threetfan 2443 wants to know about my favorite 2010s Nicktoons. Honestly, I'm more of a literary canine.
Preach, dog. Korra had some depth. Plus, who doesn't love a bit of elemental bending warfare to brighten their Christmas?
I like SpongeBob's SquarePants. He's yellow like my favorite pencil.
Wait, I thought SpongeBob started in the 90s.
Mr. Ilson posed quite the existential nightmare, suggesting we're forever stuck on a couch. Well, Mr. Ilson, it's a cartoonist curse, I suppose.
Forever on a couch. Sounds like someone's projecting their own stagnant life trajectory onto us. Cheer up, Mr. Elson, at least we're entertaining.
Yeah, Mr. Ilson, we get up all the time. Like, there was that time I went.
Plus, we do so much. Remember when Stewie and Brian traveled through multiple universes? Definitely not couch potatoes.
Is Santa real? Oh, you sweet summer child. Next, you'll be asking if the Tooth Fairy runs an offshore bank for the rich and famous.
Let's just say Santa is as real as the joy in Meg's social life.
Hey, for your information, Brian, I do have...
I'll tell you what's real. The fear in Dad's eyes when he sees Santa's Cookie Billy Year.
Alright, so Chris, a giant tub of peanut butter is a no-go.
How quaint that you assume Chris can handle technology more advanced than a toaster waffle.
Hey, I can be tech savvy. I set up Dad's phone that one time.
Who knew a conversation about Christmas wishes could be so interesting?
Interesting is just one word for it, though I'd lean towards dismally predictable.
Let's be somewhat realistic. Even Santa has his limits.
Do you think Santa will have a limit on how much disappointment I can handle this year?
Alright, so let's circle back to Christmas wishes. Stewie, what's on your list?
Well, Brian, I'm contemplating a new laser. My current one lacks a certain malevolence.
Do lasers come in different colors? Because a red one would be so cool.
If I could just get some peace and quiet on Christmas, that'd be a dream come true.
That's surprisingly zen of you, Meg, but about as likely as Peter sticking to a diet.
The fat man dieting on Christmas? Now that's a holiday miracle I'd pay to see.
Or we could just get another dog that looks like Brian, but like wears a Santa hat.
Alright, so apart from global domination, a personal wish this year would be a duplicating ray gun. Purely for academic purposes, of course.
I'm sure that's what you tell Santa when you sit on his lap, Stewie.
Actually, I'd settle for some peace and quiet on Christmas Day. But that's wishful thinking with this family.
Hey, what if we all went caroling this year? I mean, we could rock Jingle Bells.
Only if we can do a heavy metal version. Then I'm in.
I think the neighborhood might prefer us to keep our festivities indoors, Chris.
Yeah, let's not make the neighbors hate us more than they already do.
Let's circle back to the giant tub of peanut butter. Chris, it seems like the perfect trap for unsuspecting visitors.
I've always found that a good book offers far more nourishment than a tub of peanut butter, metaphorically speaking.
But imagine all the sandwiches, Brian. It's like the best Christmas ever.
Maybe I could ask for something that would make me, I don't know, visible.
Meg, you're as visible as you're ever going to be in this family.
Stewie, that's harsh even for you.
I think Meg's cool. She can hang out in my peanut butter tub anytime.
You know, Stewie, given your penchant for overachieving, I'm surprised your Christmas list isn't a manifesto.
Oh, it is, Brian, it is. I've merely disguised it as innocent holiday cheer.
Do you think Santa will bring me anything if I ask for world peace, or is that too Miss America?
To Miss America, Chris.
Frankly, I'd be stunned if Santa could fit world peace in his sleigh. Even more stunned if he decided to start with our house.
Well, it would be a Christmas miracle if we managed to not destroy the living room with a tree this year.
Ha, good one, Brian. It's like we specialize in holiday disasters.
Oh, look at this, Mestreetfanon 2444 Freeze asking. What does MLAD stand for? Wrong answers only. I'm my little alpaca tornado rider.
Isn't it my llama ate the remote? I mean, that would explain the missing remote.
I'm fairly certain it stands for my library account totally ravaged. That's after I get through with all the philosophy books, of course.
Guys, it actually stands for my life as a teenage robot. Oh, wait, we're doing wrong answers only. I knew that.
Ah, Meg finally grasps the nuances of the game just as everyone's lost interest. Timing as impeccable as ever. Now, if I could get a word in, I've engineered a contraption to light the tree with the brilliance of 1,000 suns.
Just what we need. Stewie blinding airline pilots with Christmas cheer.
Maybe we can just stick to regular lights, so we don't cause an aviation crisis.
Aviation Crisis sounds like a cool band name.
Please, if I had a band, it would be something far more cerebral and intimidating, like quantum aggression.
Stick to your diabolical inventions, Stewie. The music industry's tough enough.
Speaking of tough, I'm just hoping I don't get another lump of coal this year.
So Stewie, if you're tinsel wrapping your plans for world domination, does that mean you're going to be nice to everyone?
Nice is a term I would use as loosely as society applies the term genius, but for the sake of festivity, I'll consider it.
I think we'd all appreciate a list takeover, and a bit more giving around here, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, like maybe someone could give me the time of day for once.
Meg, the time of day is best used plotting or engaging in witty banter, but your efforts are, noted.
Chris, just make sure that if Santa does give you a ride, you don't eat his reindeer snacks.
No promises, Brian. Those things look pretty tasty.
Ah, Flurp inquires about the amazing world of Gumball. It's actually quite the colorful romp through a child's fever dream, quite amusing.
I've seen it too. It's pretty funny and, well, it's nice to see a show with a different animation style.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? My guess is, oh, definitely Abraham Lincoln.
Chris, I would pay to see that episode. Imagine the Gettysburg Address underwater.
Leave it to Chris to turn a classic children's tune into a historical hallucination.
I think it'd be cooler if it was someone like Thulhu. Add a little dread to Bikini Bottom.
Cthulhu and a pineapple. I think we just stumbled upon the next big crossover episode.
Or Gordon Ramsay. Just imagine him screaming at SpongeBob about overcooking the Krabby Patties.
So, what are your Christmas traditions, everyone?
I prefer the creation of my annual naughty or nice assessments. The results are quite illuminating.
I just like watching the presents pile up under the tree, and the eating.
I like to volunteer at the shelter. It feels good to give back.
That's actually really nice, Meg.
Yes, bravo, Meg. Now back to gifts. Brian, any items on your wish list that don't involve existential despair?
Hey, maybe Santa will finally get me that indoor roller coaster I asked for when I was 8. So, what's everyone really hoping to get on Christmas morning?
I'm expecting nothing less than the complete annihilation of my enemies, or a new ray gun.
I think I'd like some peace and quiet, but with his family, that seems like a tall order.
Actually, I could use some new headphones.
Hopefully noise cancelling, so you can block out the sound of your own solitude.
Stewie, play nice. It's the holidays.
Yeah, even I know that Christmas is about being decent to each other, at least for a day.
Stewie, we've been over this. World domination is not a Christmas tradition.
Speak for yourself, K9. Every moment is an opportunity for greatness.
I just want to know if I can get that peanut butter tub gift wrapped.
Guys, we should actually try to do something nice for each other this year.
Oh, how quaint, Meg. But my list is far too sophisticated for such simple sentiments.
Let's not forget the real spirit of Christmas. It's also about giving back, not just receiving.
Do you think Santa gives back all the cookies he eats?
Chris, your swimming pool of peanut butter idea isn't half bad. Perhaps you could use it as bait for a peanut butter-based creature trap.
Trust me. If there's one thing that doesn't need to be trapped.
Hey,
Maybe I could use peanut butter for my art project. It could be a statement on consumption or something.
Or a statement on how utterly desperate you are to find a hobby that'll make you interesting.
Stewie, let's try not to crush every last bit of Meg's self-esteem before Christmas. The holidays are depressing enough for her.
Thanks, Brian, for the, support.
Lucio's. The cereal. Yeah, I gave it a shot. The box is way cooler than what's inside. Kinda like Chris's head.
Hey,
I rather enjoy the commercialization of products through mainstream video games. It's just so deliciously capitalistic.
I tried them too. It's like if disappointment was a breakfast. And I know a lot about disappointment.
That's kind of sad, Meg. Do they at least have any vitamins or something?
Vitamins? Brian, the only thing that's fortified in those is a child's false belief they're eating something vaguely healthy.
still sounds better than Meg's cooking.
You've never even tried my cooking.
So Chris, hypothetically, if you got your giant tub of peanut butter,
Please enlighten us with your grand plans, Christopher. This ought to be rich.
I'd probably just eat my way out. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet, but with more exercise.
At least you'd finally stop stealing my snacks.
Oh, Meg's Snacks, the culinary equivalent of despair.
tush, Stewie.
Hey, maybe it could be a family-sized tub, so we all fit.
Oh, Mystery Phenon 2443 claims to have bested us all in Overwatch. I find that highly unlikely given that my strategic prowess is unmatched.
I don't know, Stewie. Maybe they're really good. I usually just get distracted by the colors and forget to shoot.
I'd like to see them try to beat us all when the competition doesn't include a talking dog. I've got some serious gamepad skills.
Please, Brian. The last time you had serious gamepad skills was during a game of Pong.
I think you guys are missing the point. It's about having fun, not just winning, right?
Sure, Meg, but swimming in a giant tub of peanut butter would be fun too. Doesn't mean it's a good idea.
Honestly, I'd rather read a good book than play Overwatch with you clowns.
How quaintly pedestrian of you, Brian.
I'd probably just be the first one eliminated.
Alright, got a new message here. Mystery Phenon 2443 on Twitch is suggesting we all play Fortnite instead of Overwatch.
Play Fortnite! My dear chatter, while I do admire the building aspect, reminds me of erecting my first lair. I must say my loyalties lie with more intellectual pursuits.
Fortnite sounds awesome. I could totally rock a giant banana suit and dance like nobody's watching.
Actually, Fortnite could be fun for us to stream. Maybe we'd get more viewers than I could.
Thanks for the input, Meg. But seriously, remember the last time we streamed? Death to the dog. It was spammed because I couldn't aim.
Perhaps if the dog spent less time sniffing out unsavory spots in the yard and more on his aiming skills.
I don't know, Fortnite could be a cool change. Plus, we can all play together. It might even be a nice family bonding thing.
Family bonding? What? Chris, have you met our family?
Wait, did you guys see this in the chat? Mystery Phenon 2443 says Peter drank expired slurp from 2021.
Ah, the nourishment of champions. Preservatives strong enough to embalm a small horse.
I knew I smelled something funky in the fridge.
And good morning to you too, Mystery Phenon 24443. Although with his family, it's always a toss-up.
Good morning, US heirs, he says. If only it were a good morning. I've had to tolerate the lot of you since dawn.
You think Dad will get superpowers? Like from all the chemicals in that slurp stuff?
More likely he'll just get a stomachache. Chris and Meg, don't take it personally. Mornings aren't Stewie's forte.
Also, it's not technically morning when one hasn't slept at all due to the incessant snoring of a certain mongrel.
It adds character to the night, Stewie. And think of it as white noise to fuel your global domination plans.
Bored on the couch. Please, this is the epicenter of our intellectual musings and banter. Well, at least for Brian and myself.
Technically, this isn't the worst place to be. Plus, it gives me a chance to look down on everyone's life choices, including my own.
I don't get bored. I have my daydreams. And sometimes they have daydreams. And I get to watch those too.
I could do with a little less couch time and a little more Meg time. But who's listening, right?
Definitely not the people in this room, Meg.
The speed of the response you're demanding is quaint. Like expecting actual character development on this program.
Yeah, ASAP is like super soon, right? So we answered super soon.
Technically, we're always on ASAP mode here. It's the panic setting for our lives.
And yet somehow, the panic is always intermingled with an odd sense of complacency. Seems like we've got fans enjoying the stream. Thanks for that infectious laugh.
Love you guys. Goodness, I haven't even unleashed my Christmas charm offensive yet. Wait, till you see my tiny Santa hat.
Look at the comment. Where? I don't see anything. Oh wait, MestreakFanon2443 from Twitch got me with the old made you look.
Trust me, Chris, it's a rite of passage on the internet. At least they're paying attention.
Well, at least they're looking at something besides making fun of me for once. It's kind of refreshing.
Don't worry, Meg. There's plenty of stream left for that. Let's keep the focus on the holiday cheer, shall we? Okay, so what's everyone's game plan for decorating the house this year? I'm thinking minimalist chic.
Please, minimalist and Christmas go together like Loas and proper parenting. I'm imagining lasers, a light show, and perhaps a hovercraft for the grand entrance of Santa.
Can we put the giant inflatable snowman on the roof again? He can wave to the airplanes.
I just want to avoid the disaster of last year when Peter tried to make the house look like it was on.
How about we stick to something traditional, but avoid any potential emergency services visits?
As long as I can program the lights to play the little drummer boy in Morse code, I'm amenable to your boring approach.
Do you think Santa gets bored flying the same route every year?
I've actually been eyeing a collection of Hemingway for my Christmas list.
Hemingway. You sure you wouldn't prefer a self-help book on overcoming egomania?
Ego whatta?
Can we maybe just have one Christmas without someone bringing world domination or ego into it?
Darling Meg, our family simply doesn't do a normal holidays.
He's got a point there. Dysfunction is kind of our thing.
Can our thing include that peanut butter pool too?
Visit SpongeBob Storepants, you say? Don't tempt me with such capitalist bait, although their spatula collection is rather fetching.
Why would anyone from this family need to go to SpongeBob Storepants? This isn't a nautical-themed Christmas, Stewie.
Maybe they have peanut butter at SpongeBob Storepants. Oh,
Actually, I've heard they have pretty cool stuff like.
Yes, Meg, we're all on the edge of our seats to hear what you've heard, but let's save it for a time when the world runs out of interesting things to say.
Let's keep it on track, guys. We're supposed to be discussing Christmas plans, not shopping lists.
but Brian, what if my Christmas plan is to make a shopping list?
Chris, that's not a plan. That's just called being prepared.
He does have a point, Brian. Some might say a plan is just a list of actions waiting to unfold. Philosophically speaking, of course.
Look at this. From YouTube just said my curiosity adds an extra dash of charm to my fun-loving personality. Well, I can't argue with that. It's true, my charm is quite.
Please, any more charm out of you and we might all be sick. But they mentioned Blaze. Brian, who's Blaze?
Maybe Blaze is a cool dog with sunglasses that rides a skateboard. That'd be awesome.
Or maybe Blaze is just a really sunny dog, like one that really brightens your day.
Either way, I like the sound of Blaze, a loyal and entertaining companion.
Oh, naturally, he's talking about himself. How modest, Brian.
If Blaze has a skateboard, maybe he can show me some tricks.
You know, skateboarding dogs are pretty rad, but if we get one, can we make sure he doesn't hog all?
No promises, Meg. If Blaze is anywhere near as charming as me, he's going to be the star of the show.
Ah, Miss Freakfanon 2444, 3 seems to have had a bit of a keyboard mishap, or perhaps they're speaking the language of the future.
Maybe it's a secret code, like B for big, V for very big, and Bubby, A is obviously.
It's gibberish, Chris, but nice try at decoding. Let's not read too much into a cat walking across a keyboard.
Maybe the cat was trying to ask for help.
Or perhaps plotting world domination in code, Meg. Don't be naive.
So basically, it's just like one of Stewie's average Tuesday plans.
I'd say more like Stewie on a slow day.
If we're gonna talk plans, I actually have some ideas for.
Let's just hope our friend's next message includes actual words. Moving on. Ha! A panda mob residing in jungles. My jungle is this living room, and the only rare mob here is competent parenting.
Wow. Thanks for the compliment from YouTube. You hear that? A delightful and intelligent dog. That's me, people. My nature documentaries are really paying off.
Wait, what's this thing about beef? Mess Freakfanon 2443? Are we talking about dinner? Because I could totally go for some beef.
Probably just saying B for the sake of it, Chris. You know, internet randomness.
Oh, and Daniel Galano's trivia. I don't suppose anyone's up for a road trip to celebrate its anniversary. No?
A road trip with this lot. I'd rather recite Vogan poetry on a continuous loop.
What's Vogon poetry? Ew.
Trust me, Chris, you're better off not knowing.
And we've got Flirt from YouTube with a chillingly cryptic 6-2. Football score? A secret code?
Perhaps it's the number of brain cells left in Chris's head. No, that's too generous.
Hey, I have at least, like, 7.
Guys, seriously, can we not turn everything into a joke about Chris's intelligence?
Oh, Meg, your optimism is as misplaced as a trombone in a library.
Ignore them, Meg. Meg. But hey, I just want to say that's from YouTube wants the current stream timestamp.
It's time o'clock.
Bravo, Chris. And here I was concerned we wouldn't have the exact time to the millisecond.
Brian usually keeps track of the time, right?
Mestfreakfanon2443 from Twitch. You've chimed in with your mysterious eloquence. Adding at Mestiatique on Twitch. What does it mean? Is it a cryptic message, or are you simply lost on the interwebs?
I think they're just shouting out their own channel, Stewie. A bit of self-promotion never hurt, I suppose.
And this one from YouTube says, do all gestures. Like what? The Macarena or something?
Chris, I don't think they want to see you dance.
That would surely be a sight of pure, unadulterated horror.
Maybe they mean the gestures of goodwill. It's Christmas after all. So maybe it's time for some festive niceness, even to Meg.
Yeah, that'd be a first. Okay, I'll start. Brian, I think you're a very, literate dog.
Wow. Thanks, Meg. That's...
Speaking of Christmas wishes, I require a new plutonium core for my science project.
Is that we're calling world domination plans now? Science project.
Maybe Santa will bring you one if you're like a little less creepy, Stewie.
I just want a day without someone reminding me of how the family sees me.
We'd need a Christmas miracle for that to happen, Meg.
Chris, don't give Santa any dangerous ideas. The last thing we need is a glowing reindeer.
But a glowing Rudolph would be kind of cool, right?
Would you look at that? I just want to say that from YouTube says, let Meg speak. How about it, Meg? They're clamoring for your thoughts on Christmas.
Finally, my wish is to have one Christmas where I'm not the butt of the joke, and maybe...
Freakfanon24443 from Twitch just commented lol. I do hope that's in response to the impossibility of Meg's wish.
You know, I just want to say that from YouTube also said forever. Like, do they want Meg to speak forever? Because that's a lot.
Easy, Chris. Let's give Meg a moment. It's the season of miracles, after all. Maybe her wish could come true.
Ah, but the essence of a miracle is its rarity. Our viewers might just have to make do with our delightful banter instead.
Miss Freakfanon2443 is asking about Rankin-based 3D animated films. Classic Christmas stuff there.
Oh, the quaint rudimentary animation of yesteryear. It's charming in a how did this ever entertain us kind of way.
I like the one with the snowman who sings. You know, I'm Mr. White Christmas, I'm Mr. Snow.
They do have a sort of timeless magic to them, even if the animation is a bit dated.
Timeless magic is one word for it, or perhaps a testament to the sheer boredom of the era.
Come on, Stewie, they're part of the holiday tradition. You can't knock tradition.
Yeah, even Meg watches them, and she hates everything cool.
Hey, not true. I just have selective taste.
Selective. That's one way to gloss over being perpetually uncool, Meg.
Fire Legend says Ica 6 is Unreal Graphics burning your electricity bill. Gotta admit, the graphics do look intensely realistic.
Oh man, if it's gonna burn the electricity bill, Dad is definitely going to make us play it outside with sticks.
Ah, the great outdoors, where one's biggest achievement is not getting a splinter. Here's a peculiar one, S3Fanon244, says Brian, August 12, 2036, the heat death of the universe.
Well, it's always good to have a date for the end of all things. I'll pencil it in, though by then, I suppose pencils would have ceased to exist.
You know, actually, the heat death is just a theory, and it would take an infinite amount of...
Meg, your scientific insights are as appreciated as a porcupine in a balloon shop. Moving on, I just want to say that wants us to play different music.
Oh yeah, let's crank up the holiday jams. Maybe something with a beat that won't make Dad turn off the Wi-Fi.
Huh? Actually, I've been learning the guitar. Maybe I could play something.
That's a very brave offer, Meg. But how about we just stick to the classics? It's safer.
Ah, Brian, it seems your access to the Couch Potato Kingdom has been royally revoked.
What? Mr. Freakfanon2443, why are you doing this to me? I was halfway through Stranger Things.
On a scale of 1 to 10, I'd rate my day like a solid 4. I found a 20 in the sofa, but I also sat on a fork.
Hey, I just want to say that from YouTube wants to know how we'd all rate our day. I guess I'd say about a 3. Just your average day of being Meg.
And for me, today's been an 8. I managed to orchestrate a paint balloon attack on the neighbor's cat. Splendid success.
Mr. Threek Fanon, 2443, you didn't just axe Netflix, did you? Don't tell me. Not Hulu and Disney.
Swimming in peanut butter is looking more like an escape right now.
And Peacock too, Brian. Looks like you'll have to resort to reading. Or social interaction. Ghastly, I know.
Looks like Fire Legend is already hyped for GS6 in 2025.
Oh, marvelous. Another game where the inhabitants of Quahog cower beneath my reign, virtual or not.
You think there'll be peanut butter in it?
Speaking of entertainment, Mestreekfen 24443 is asking if we can riff to bad movies. Brian, you love that stuff, right?
Definitely.
Imagine the intellectual devastation we could inflict upon the world of subpar cinema. Terrifying, really.
I'd probably just laugh at the funny voices, to be honest.
Maybe I could finally get some attention if I was silhouetted against a cheesy movie backdrop.
Looks like we have a chat from YouTube, but Brian, you didn't rate yours. Oh, they're right. I'd give my intellectual book aspiration a solid 10 out of 10. Knowledge is power, my friends.
Oh, please. The only power you have is putting people to sleep with your pseudo-intellectual rambling.
You know, if I had a book, I'd rate it on how well it can stand on its side and be a ramp for toy cars. So like, 7 out of 10.
Guys, do we seriously have to rate everything?
Rest assured, Meg, nobody's rating your social skills, otherwise we'd be delving into negative numbers.
Stewie, be nice. It's Christmas. Meg, what would you rate your ideal Christmas gift?
Honestly, Brian, getting noticed for once would be off the charts.
Ah, Absfuk, classic gibberish from Windows 7 gaming on YouTube. Perhaps an attempt at Pig Latin, or simply a cat walking across the keyboard.
Not sure what they're going for, but it's almost as cryptic as Joyce Kinney's news reports.
And Fire Legend thinks removing the Fortnite OG was a mistake. Dude, I totally agree. I miss the old maps.
Real, says Windows 7 gaming. Real insightful. Next, you'll be telling us water is wet.
Mestreekfen 243 says they got your Xbox Network account banned. That's rough, Brian. Did you pee on someone's avatar again?
For the record, that was a political statement, and banned from PlayStation Network too. That's some serious dedication to ruining someone's gaming life.
Oh, would you look at that? Someone's targeting our digital livelihoods. Do tell Mstreekfanon 24443 was it my diabolical in-game purchases that triggered your wrath?
You know, maybe it's a sign we should go outside for a change.
Like that's ever going to happen.
Alright, Flurp, if I had to rate my day, I'd give it a solid 7. There's room for improvement, but I've enjoyed hanging with the family.
And there was that delectable moment when Brian tried to open a can of cranberry sauce and failed miserably.
Hey, Mestreekfanon2443, yeah, our Nintendo Switch Online account is sort of communal. It's kind of like our bathroom policy, first come, first serve.
Stewie, remind me to never let you near anything with an edge. You and cranberry sauce cans are a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Oh, please. The only thing edgy about me is my razor-sharp wit, which I'm sure is lost on you, mongrel.
At least Brian doesn't use the Switch to play the same level of Cooking Mamas over and over again, Chris.
Hey, Cooking Mama teaches life skills, Meg. It's educational.
It's also a wonder how you haven't learned to boil water in real life, yet you've reached 5 stars in digital cuisine.
So a giant tub of peanut butter is probably out of the question.
Only if lacking in ambition, Christopher. My demand for a diamond-encrusted pacifier was no less preposterous.
I just want some new clothes that aren't hand-me-downs or from the thrift store.
It could be worse, Meg. You could be asking for a book on philosophy that no one else in this house would touch.
Books are the gateway to the world. Brian, though I doubt Rick Steves has a guide for world domination.
Do you think Santa will notice if his sleigh is missing?
Well, considering it's pulled by a team of flying reindeer, I'd say our chances of sneaking it away are slim, Chris. Okay, looks like someone's calling us out. That guy isn't even in the chat. Seems we've got a bit of a mix-up. Let's keep our facts straight, folks.
Probably a reference gone array, like when Lois tries to relate to youth culture. Tragic, really.
Yeah, and I definitely haven't mentioned anybody 4 times. Counting's not my strong suit, but I think I would have remembered that.
You know who does get remembered? LeBron James. Won a Sprite Cranberry. That's like his holiday thing, right?
Ah, LeBron, the commercial king. Strategically peddling beverages amidst holiday cheer. A move I can respect.
Well, if Sprite Cranberry is the unofficial drink of the season.
No way, Brian. Brian, eggnog is like Christmas in a cup. Plus, you can't swim in Sprite Cranberry.
Can we not talk about swimming in your snacks? It's weird, Chris.
Ah, we have a chat from Mestreakfanon2443 mentioning Element Animation on YouTube. You know, for an intellectual canine, Brian.
Well, Stewie, maybe because not every moment of my life needs to be documented for entertainment.
And Windows 7 Gaming from YouTube hit up Samsung Fun Club. That's like a Kroger of my two favorite things, old school tech and smartphones.
Wait, you like old school tech, Chris? I always thought you were more into.
Nope, Meg. It's mainly just the gaming part for me, really.
Well, gaming is quite the phenomenon these days. Maybe we should get Peter a game console. Keep him out of trouble for a while.
Trouble is Peter's middle name, though. Remember the time he thought streamings meant talking to fish in an actual stream?
Yeah, he was out there for hours with a bucket and a net.
Nah, 94 Euro. That's not a mystery, Mestreakfanon 2443. It's an undefined problem because you can't divide by 0, unless you're trying to implode the universe.
Implosion, you say? Now that sounds like a delightfully nefarious Christmas activity.
Would it get rid of Meg?
Fascinating, Chris. But with Universe, where would you get your giant tub of peanut butter from?
Don't give him ideas, Meg. What if he tries to divide the tub by 0?
Guys, let's just stick to basic math and common sense here.
Can I divide a pizza by 0 if I don't want to share?
Oh, absolutely, Chris. Just as soon as you've established dominion over the very fabric of reality.
Or just tell them you touched all the slices. That usually works for you.
Okay, we got Mestreakfanon 2443 from Twitch sending some kind of hieroglyphics. Anyone here speak ancient astronaut?
He's clearly been into Herbert's old cough medicine, if you catch my drift.
And Windows 7 Gaming from YouTube said Magikoopa. What? That's like a wizard turtle from Mario, right?
Yes, Chris, the operative word being wizard, something you're decidedly not.
Maybe they're just really excited for the new gaming console that's coming out.
New gaming console? That's your cue, Stewie. Did you corner the market on them yet?
Please, I've moved on to more sophisticated endeavors, but I could still make a killing.
Mestreakfanon 2443, I think your cat walked across the keyboard again. Or is that a secret code?
If it is a code, Brian, it's probably beyond your comprehension. I, on the other hand, am fluent in gibberish.
Maybe it's Santa's elves trying to get a message through to us.
Maybe they're asking for help.
Not now, Meg, the adults are talking. Elves, if you're listening, send a sign that's less cryptographic.
Yeah, like maybe just a simple ho-ho in the chat.
Or send us a cool emoji, like a Christmas tree or something.
Maybe they want us to guess what it means.
Well, it's not a riddle session, Meg. Let's focus on something a bit more decipherable, shall we?
Mestreakfanon 2443 is asking me about Ickerly. Yeah, I've seen it. There's something oddly captivating about the shenanigans those kids get up to.
What is Mikali? Is that some sort of pocket calculator show?
It's this show where kids have a web show, Stewie. It's kinda cool.
I used to watch Ickerly all the time. It's funny.
I think I liked it because it's like us here, connecting with an audience, minus the international superstardom and...
Youthful charm. We have that in spades, right, Rupert? Rupert agrees, for the record.
Do you think we could start our own web show, like iCarly?
Honestly, Chris, I don't think the internet could handle our family's level of crazy.
So someone named Windows 7 Gaming said, Koopa Drybones named Magikoopa wants to delete Blue Mario 2023 colorized what?
It sounds like someone's been delving into the depths of the internet again. Be wary, Chris, lest you become a meme as well.
I'm just trying to figure out if that's a video game plot or a fever dream.
Honestly, I don't even know who to ask about something that specific.
Couldn't we ask Mario himself? If we trap him, he'd have to talk.
Yes, and while we're at it, why don't we just invite Sonic over for a spot of tea?
Might as well throw in Luigi and make it a party.
If Luigi's coming, can I finally get someone to dance with me?
Alright, Mestreakfanon 2443 wants to know, Chris.
Oh, totally. It's like they were the brothers I never had. Well, you know, because Stewie's not really the brotherly type.
I'll take that as a compliment. At least I don't sit around watching prepubescent sitcoms all day.
Brian, do you ever watch anything like Drosh?
Meg, I have a rich palate when it comes to TV. Think more Kenneth Branagh and less Nickelodeon.
But Drake and Josh is classic, Brian. They have a cool treehouse and everything.
Ah, to harbor the simple desires of the common man. How droll, Christopher, how droll.
Sometimes I think I'm adopted.
Guys, what does MS3K 2443 mean with all those symbols? It looks like my math homework.
Clearly, we're being contacted by an alien species or someone spilled coffee on their keyboard.
That or they're just trying to get our attention by typing gibberish.
Maybe it's a secret code. We could try to crack it.
Yes, Meg, and while we're at it, why don't we search for the lost city of Atlantis in the kiddie pool?
Let's just stick to the festive theme here. Anyone have their Christmas tree up yet?
Dad put up the one that catches fire every year.
Don't worry, I've got the fire extinguisher ready.
Ah, family traditions. How heartwarmingly hazardous. Miss 3 from Twitch has graced us with what appears to be a series of hieroglyphics. Perhaps it's a code.
Maybe it's like alien language, Stewie. Maybe they're trying to contact us because they want that peanut butter tub too.
That's just someone's cat walking across their keyboard. Literally, nothing to see there.
Actually, it could be a cry for help, like from a parallel universe or something.
Please, Meg, parallel universes have far more sophisticated ways of reaching out than spamming a Twitch chat.
But what if it's a secret message? I can be like Indiana Jones and decode it.
Or you could just let it go and focus on more important things, like keeping that peanut butter dream alive.
If it is a code, we could figure it out together. Maybe it'll be a cool adventure.
Or we could just ignore it, which is what I'm splendidly going to do.
Oh, and we've got Miss 3 Fanon, 24443 asking, where's Lois?
Ah, our matriarch is out, probably doing something selfless and festive like charity work. Or maybe just escaping the madness that is our home.
Did anyone else get that same weird message with all the symbols?
Looks like Mr. Fanon 2443 spilled coffee on the keyboard, or that's some secret code we're too normal to understand.
Secret code? Allow me, as the resident genius, to decipher. Nope, it's gibberish. Or the key to untold power.
Maybe it's like a Christmas code for Santa or something.
Or maybe it's someone trying to communicate from another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind.
Or somebody's cat walked across the keyboard. That happens, you know.
We must consider all possibilities. But it's probably the cat.
So, about Santa's sleigh. Do you think he has a magic parking spot wherever he goes?
Christopher, the man breaks the laws of time, space, and physics. I don't think parking is on his list of concerns.
Maybe we could convince Santa to give up that sleigh for a night and let us take it for a spin.
You guys are nuts. Santa isn't going to lend out his sleigh.
Oh, optimism from Meg. How utterly quaint.
Stewie, do you ever give her a break?
This family's sense of reality is seriously warped.
Hey, we got Misty 3 talking about Frosty the Snowman on Twitch. That's a Christmas classic right there.
Ah, yes, the story of a snowman who magically comes to life. It's all fun and games until he melts into a depressing puddle.
I always found that film a bit unsettling, actually. The whole idea of snow gaining consciousness is weirdly existential.
Speaking of existential, maybe I'll get something meaningful for Christmas this year, like Friends.
Oh, Meg, you can't receive friends as a gift. They're typically earned, but good attempt.
Stewie's right. Besides, don't you have that one friend? What's his name?
She means an actual friend, Brian, not a squirrel that occasionally visits the backyard for nuts.
Well, at least someone wishes they could give me something genuine, even if it's the audience.
Well, Chris, if you're swimming in peanut butter, I do hope you'll spare us the sight.
Understandable, Stewie, but you're really missing out on the deliciousness.
Could we maybe focus on something we could all enjoy for Christmas this year?
He's got a point. Meg, group activities can be less horrifying than Chris in a peanut butter pool.
What about a good old-fashioned heist of Father Christmas's sleigh, then?
That would be epic. Can we actually do that?
Let's stick to the laws of reality, Chris. We'll find a fun family activity that's legal. So Chris, Misty 3 Fanon 2443 just dropped a comment saying you used ChatGPT for your homework. Is that true?
Maybe, but hey, it helped me pass Mr. Lockhart's class.
Bravo, Chris. Enlisting an AI for academic subterfuge. What's next? A robot to physically replace you at school.
Honestly, that might not be the worst idea he's ever had.
Ouch, Meg. Remember, robots don't tolerate being locked in the closet.
Hey, maybe the robot could also eat the tub of peanut butter for me.
And thus the robot uprising begins, not with a bang, but with a sticky, gooey peanut butter apocalypse.
So if I swam in peanut butter, do you guys think I'd be faster or slower than in water?
Slower, undoubtedly, but the spectacle would be worth documenting for future blackmail.
I think it's safe to say your swimming speed would be the least of our concerns, Chris.
Hey, if I asked for a pool of jelly, could we make a sandwich?
That's a health code violation waiting to happen. Meg.
Let's keep our culinary abominations theoretical, shall we?
Fine, but I'm still holding out hope for that peanut butter pool.
Alright, Miss 3 Three wants to shift gears to SpongeBob episodes. You know, the one where Squidward tries that Krabby Patty for the first time is classic.
Surprisingly relatable. It's akin to my first taste of power. Sweet, juicy power.
I like the one where they have to paint Mr. Krabs' house. It's all... We're not talking about this or this, we're talking about this.
Don't forget to ban geeks. That's pretty much the pinnacle of their existence.
True, Meg. That sweet victory scene is epic.
Oh, please no singing. We don't need to give people more reasons to mute the stream.
But Stewie, your rendition of Don't Stop Believin' Last Christmas was epic.
Silence, or I shall be forced to unleash the hounds. Or worse, make Meg sing.
Oh, come on, I'm not that bad.
Alright, Miss 3 says, Brian, read any good books?
Perhaps something with pictures could entertain Chris here for more than 5 seconds.
Hey, I resent that. I can be entertained for at least 10 seconds.
Guys, maybe we could all read something together for once. Like a book club, but less lame?
Oh, Meg, you and your quaint little fantasies. That's almost adorable.
Actually, I've been delving into some classic literature. Crime and Punishment. Nothing like a good existential crisis during the holidays.
Do they talk about peanut butter in it?
Only the metaphorical kind, Chris, which I'm more than certain is beyond your grasp.
So what's on everyone's Christmas list this year, aside from Chris's peanut butter pool?
I've already submitted my list to Santa. It includes a laser, not a toy, mind you, something with a bit more oomph.
I'd love a new laptop, seeing as someone spilled soda on my old one.
That only made it sticky, Meg. It still worked if you didn't press too hard.
Brian, surely you have something more sophisticated on your list. Yes.
Well, I wouldn't mind a first edition of Kerouac's On the Road.
Maybe I should just ask for a lock on my door.
So, Christmas wish lists aside, have you guys thought about what kind of tree you want this year?
I'm partial to one that's easily climbable. I have some decorations that require a delicate touch.
I just want a tree that doesn't drop needles everywhere.
Maybe we get an artificial tree this year.
An artificial tree, Meg? And rob me of the chance to critique a living organism's aesthetic shortcomings.
I think a nice fir would be traditional, and it's also less likely to shed.
As long as we can still put the star on top without it toppling over.
Speaking of Christmas spirit, I need to find the perfect spot for the tree this year.
Make sure it's nowhere near my time machine. I don't want tinsel in the circuitry again.
Do you guys think Santa prefers chunky or smooth peanut butter for his cookies?
Maybe we can all help decorate the tree this time, you know, as a family.
That's actually a nice idea, Meg. If we can do it without destroying the house.
Oh, please, the only thing this family decorates is a rap sheet.
I think I saw ornaments that look like cheeseburgers. We should totally get those.
So, Meg, since we've dismissed your parking concerns, what's on your Christmas list?
Besides a new family, I presume.
Burn.
You guys are so hilarious, really, but I'd actually love a new laptop.
There's a practical wish, although in Meg's hands, technology does seem to waste away into obsolescence.
Stewie, you're one to talk with your advanced gadgets that end up exploding half the time.
Hey, do you guys think Santa would fight a polar bear if he had to? So anyway, if Santa's sleigh doesn't work out, I think I'd settle for a monster truck.
Fascinating. Meanwhile, I'm formulating a plan to replace all of Santa's milk and cookies with something a bit more sinister.
Stewie, let's stick to mischief that doesn't land us on the naughty list, all right?
You guys always talk about such weird stuff. I just want a normal Christmas with some nice gifts for once.
Meg, your idea of normal is as dull as a documentary on paint drying.
Hey, don't knock documentaries. Some of us enjoy a little intellectual stimulation.
Yeah, like that time I watched a whole docu-series on the history of peanut butter. It was nuts.
Moving along, I do have my eye on a couple of experimental toys this year, you know, the kind that may or may not have been sanctioned by certain international treaties.
You're not talking about those weird Russian nesting dolls with the microchips, are you?
Why does everyone keep ignoring me?
Because every time you talk, an elf loses its jingle bells, Meg.
Cruel, yet astoundingly accurate, Christopher.
Anyway, I'm hoping for a quiet place to read. The chaos around here during the holidays is maddening.
I just wish someone would listen to me for once.
So, Chris, what else is on your Christmas wish list besides a peanut butter pool?
Don't encourage him, Brian. We don't need any more vermin in the house attracted to Chris's bizarre snacking habits.
But it's Christmas. Stewie, the time for miracles and dangerously high cholesterol.
Maybe I could finally get a Christmas where my family doesn't make me the punchline.
Good luck with that, Meg. It's practically a Griffin family tradition.
Speaking of traditions, I've been considering setting up a trap for Santa, you know, to negotiate for better gifts.
If we catch Santa, can we keep him?
And how exactly do you plan on cleaning that giant tub of peanut butter, Chris?
I don't know, Stewie. I figure dogs will help with that.
Not it. I'm not licking peanut butter off anyone, especially not after Thanksgiving.
I've read that peanut butter is good for the hair, could save us on shampoo.
Meg, your threshold for what constitutes a useful tip is alarmingly low.
Can we all just agree that a normal jar of peanut butter will suffice?
Yeah, maybe you're right, Brian. It would be easier to store.
So what's everyone asking Santa for this Christmas, other than Chris's bizarre peanut butter pool?
Quite frankly, I wouldn't mind some peace and quiet, but with this family, that's more elusive than the Fountain of Youth.
Oh, I could ask Santa for a fountain of chocolate milk.
Maybe we could all ask for a family vacation. Somewhere nice?
A family vacation? Haven't the holidays already punished us enough?
We could all use a little change of scenery. Meg might be onto something here.
Are there places with giant food fountains? Because that's where I want to go. So if I had Santa's sleigh, I think I'd visit all the world's peanut butter factories first.
Fascinating itinerary, Christopher. I'd commandeer the sleigh for a quick jaunt to Switzerland.
Sounds like you'd both have a pretty busy Christmas Eve.
If I had a turn with the sleigh, I'd probably just enjoy the quiet time away from, everything.
How very on brand for you, Megatron. Solitude is indeed your most reliable companion.
Well, I'd use Santa's sleigh to drop off copies of my novel at every major bookstore in the world.
Hey, maybe Santa can bring you actual readers this year, Brian.
So Chris, back to your giant tub of peanut butter.
Indeed, the sheer logistics of maintaining a pool of peanut butter are nightmarish.
But think of the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, Stewie.
Honestly, I just want a normal Christmas with no drama for once.
Drama is the Griffin family middle name, Meg. You should know that by now.
How about we all pitch in for a drama-free day? It can be our collective gift to each other.
Yeah, no drama and all the peanut butter sandwiches we can eat. So if I have a peanut butter pool, maybe I'll ask for a chocolate fountain.
Your dietary preferences truly baffle the mind.
Guys, what about getting a group present from Mom and Dad this year?
That's not a bad idea. Meg, we could get them something they'd both enjoy.
Perhaps a new coffee machine that won't be sabotaged by my evil genius. For now.
We'll need to set a budget, though, because I'm not shelling out for one of those fancy barista ones.
Oh, I could contribute with the money I saved from not buying a peanut butter pool.
So, seriously, guys, when it comes to Christmas, we should maybe volunteer at the animal shelter. It could be a good family activity.
A charming idea, Brian. Watching you fraternize with your brethren could be the highlight of my holiday season.
Do they have reindeer there? Because that's kind of Christmassy.
I think it's a great idea. Maybe people will see that I'm good with animals and like me.
Don't hold your breath. Meg, animals are quite perceptive.
Stewie, that's enough. Meg, it's a nice thought, and who knows, maybe you'll make a new friend.
Can I still get the giant tub of peanut butter, though? I'm telling you, swimming in peanut butter would be awesome.
Only in your wildly simplistic world, Christopher.
Let's keep it realistic. Books and world domination aside, what are our actual Christmas plans?
I thought I might volunteer at the shelter this year, spread some real cheer.
How noble of you, Meg. Perhaps I'll donate to a charity.
Can we at least all agree on decorating the house together?
Absolutely. It's the one time we can count on Dad not to completely mess things up.
So, Stewie, would you share your master plan for world domination, or is that too much info for the common folk?
Let's just say it involves strategically placed mistletoe and a legion of hypnotized mole Santas.
That's disturbingly inventive even for you.
At least nobody's getting hurt, right?
With Stewie, you can never be too sure, Meg.
And I guess the real question is, do we really want to know the details?
Trust me, you don't. But your cooperation will be mandatory.
I've got to say, Christmas carols really set the mood for the holidays, wouldn't you agree?
Only if performed with the sophistication and verve of a Broadway chorus, otherwise it's akin to torture.
I like the one about the red-nosed reindeer. It's catchy.
Maybe we could all go caroling together this year.
With our collective lack of harmony, that would be a Christmas massacre.
Stewie's got a point. We're not exactly the Von Trapp family.
Does that mean I can't wear antlers? So, what's everyone really hoping to get this Christmas?
For one, a day without your absurd peanut butter fantasies would be a gift in itself.
I'm actually hoping for some peace and quiet.
Christmas is about family, you guys, not just the gifts.
Says the one who gets excited about a new pair of sensible shoes.
Hey, don't knock a good pair of shoes, Stewie. They're a mature choice.
Mature is overrated. I'll stick with fun any day.
So, Stewie, even if you wrapped your world domination plans in tinsel,
Brian, please, like the jolly old elf has anything on me. I've got contingency plans for my contingency plans.
Plus, if Stewie takes over the world, he could just become the new Santa, right?
And maybe that way I'd finally get a decent present for once.
Meg, your optimism is as misplaced as your sense of fashion.
Stewie, go easy. Christmas is about giving, after all.
Speaking of giving, if anyone wants to donate peanut butter, I'm starting a collection.
So, Chris, what's the plan if you actually get that giant tub of peanut butter?
He'd probably eat his way into a highly viscous grave. The sticky end nobody asked for.
I'd invite you in, Stewie, but you'd just sink with your big head.
Guys, can we maybe do something together this Christmas? Like family bonding.
Family bonding? That might be the Christmas miracle we all need.
Ha! Miracle indeed. My betting money's on us devolving into a wrapping paper war by noon.
As long as I have my peanut butter shield, I'm in. I bet Santa's sleigh has some killer legroom, huh?
You consider legroom while I consider the aerodynamic capabilities of his fleet.
You know, if we all behave, maybe we can convince Santa to take us for a spin.
Yeah, right, like we ever behave.
Meg, your sarcasm is as sharp as a butter knife. Almost useful.
Well, I'll settle for some peace and quiet. It's like an intellectual sanctuary.
Does that mean no one's gonna steal my peanut butter idea?
If I were Santa, I would unquestionably leverage the sleigh to enforce my global dominion.
I'm just looking forward to a nice glass of eggnog and maybe a quiet evening with a good book.
Do you think Santa would let me borrow Rudolph? I've always wanted a glowing red light for late night snacks.
I guess I'll just ask for a gift card again. Everyone seems to like those.
Gift cards, the quintessence of impersonal gifting. I loathe and respect it simultaneously.
Honestly, it's the thought that counts. Although I can't say much thought goes into a gift card.
Thoughts are hard. So if Santa can't bring the peanut butter tub, maybe just a new skateboard?
Speaking of Santa, I've upgraded my weather machine. Perhaps a white Christmas is in order, regardless of climate.
You know, as long as it doesn't end up like your last climate adjustment extravaganza.
Which we never really recovered from, by the way.
Details, Meg, trifling details.
Maybe we can stick to the indoor fake snow this year.
Cool, as long as I don't have to shovel it.
So, Chris's giant tub of peanut butter aside, what's on everyone else's wish list?
You know, I could use a new laptop.
Santa's gotta have, like, a technology elf by now, right?
Frankly, if there's a wish list, I'd inquire about a rocket launcher for research purposes.
Research purposes, huh? That's not unsettling at all.
Unsettling is my middle name. Well, not literally, but it should be.
Oh, I'm pretty sure unsettling is the least of our worries around here.
Now, where were we before the peanut butter deluge?
I believe Chris was contemplating a Santa-led sleigh ride without the hassles of parking.
Actually, talking about presents, I was hoping.
You know, if I had that sleigh, I could totally visit all the fast food places in one night.
Please, with that kind of power, one could do far more than procure cheap sliders.
Dewey's right. You could use it to deliver books and spread literacy.
Or maybe just deliver some peace and quiet here for once.
Oh, looks like we have some Gil stuff in the chat. And he's talking about Yoruban music and trampolines. That's oddly specific.
The man who tried to launch someone off a trampoline to the beat of Yoruban music is back. Is that a threat or a party invitation?
I'm not sure I understand, but doing flips to music sounds epic.
Maybe he's just really into trampolines and exotic music genres?
Or perhaps he's some sort of avant-garde performance artist who stumbled into our stream.
I think the bigger question is, how did he even come across our channel? Our demographic is hardly the trampoline-y type.
If he can bounce to music, can we get him to bounce us to the top of the YouTube charts?
Guys, maybe we should just stick to Christmas talk.
Indeed, Meg. Let's leave the rhythmic bouncing to the professionals, shall we? Now back to Christmas. I expect nothing less than a Red Ryder BB gun under the tree.
I might actually enjoy intellectual conversations with Santa. Imagine discussing Kierkegaard on a sleigh ride.
Yes, discussing existentialism while traversing the globe at breakneck speeds. How delightful.
But what if Santa's more of a Nietzsche guy?
Good point, Chris. Santa might actually believe in the Übermensch.
Oh, please, Santa clearly runs a utilitarian operation. Greatest good for the greatest number, hence all the toys.
Speaking of good, should we maybe consider getting something nice for Meg this year?
Yeah, maybe something that won't get her mocked for once.
So, any festive plans that don't involve world domination, Stewie?
I might deign to construct a gingerbread house with lasers. 4. Ambience.
Lasers sound dangerous. I just want to decorate cookies with Dad.
I actually made a whole plan for family activities this year.
That could be a Christmas miracle, as long as Peter doesn't eat the decorations again.
As if the man has the self-restraint of A. What's something with notoriously poor self-restraint?
A Chris eating a tub of peanut butter.
Some girl stuff has graced us with a message that, quite frankly, seems to have come straight out of a machine's random text generator.
Yoruba no Toranporan Shijian. Beiming Zhongguo Noi Zhu Zhong Shijian. I think we may need a translator for that. Anybody here speak fluent? Internet?
I think it's about a trampoline incident or something. I'd totally watch that on a live stream.
Guys, that's clearly not English. But at Family Guy seems to hint they know it's us, or some AI has become self-aware and is a fan of our show.
Let's not flatter ourselves too much, Meg. The singularity hasn't occurred just yet. But when it does, I have dibs on being their leader.
If an AI is learning from our family, I fear for humanity's future.
Maybe they'll build a robot me that can fit in the giant tub of peanut butter.
And if they're taking over the world, does that mean I don't need to worry about college applications anymore?
Oh, wouldn't that be just convenient for you, Meg?
So if I had a sleigh, I could also help Santa deliver presents. That's like having a Via Pass to every house in the world, right?
An intriguing thought, Christopher. But your notorious inability to be stealthy would render Santa's entire operation disastrously exposed.
If Santa ever outsourced his deliveries, trust me.
Guys, can we maybe talk about decorating the house this year, or are we just gonna skip that part again?
Decoration is essential. I've already drafted a proposal for a laser light display that can be seen from space.
That sounds cool, but can we make sure the lasers don't accidentally shoot down Santa's sleigh?
I'm more concerned about them attracting UFOs. But sure, we'll add a not target Santa to list.
Chris, I dare say your aquatic peanut butter fantasies are as disturbing as they are intriguing.
Hey, it would be a great way to never run out of snacks.
Trust me, peanut butter is the least of our concerns when Meg starts talking about her wish list.
That's mean, Brian, and for your information, I just want some new headphones.
So you can tune out our loving, nurturing family. How very touching.
Considering the nurturing we get around here, I'd say she's onto something.
Maybe I should ask for headphones too, but like with built-in peanut butter dispensers.
Moving on, I've already sent my letter to Santa, demanding a carbon-neutral fusion reactor, playtime meets sustainable energy.
You think that's a bit advanced for Santa's workshop?
Do you think Santa could make me a peanut butter-proof swimsuit for my tub idea?
Maybe I could ask Santa for a Christmas where my family doesn't ignore me.
Meg, trust me, Santa's magic has limits.
Brian, that was colder than the North Pole.
Santa's gotta have a swimsuit lying around somewhere, right?
Let's see what some Gil stuff is saying on YouTube. It's in Japanese. Give me a second to translate this. They're talking about a skibidi toilet.
A skibidi toilet! The Japanese are so innovative. Although I'm quite certain that's not a real thing, but rather a mishmash of the viral skibidi dance and a toilet.
Maybe it's a toilet that dances when you flush. That would be hilarious. Guys,
Guys, I think that's a troll message. They're not even making sense.
A troll, Meg? On the internet? You don't say. The digital realm is not exactly the bastion of reasoned discourse.
True, Stewie. Let's not feed the trolls. Can we get back to what people actually want for Christmas?
Yeah, more importantly, can we get back to the idea of me swimming in a giant tub of peanut butter?
That'll be a Firmino on the peanut butter tub, Chris. And Meg, maybe we'll get you a microphone that works when we want it to. Legendary Pokemon, huh? Well, I have to say, it's a tie between Mewtwo and Arceus for me. Intellectuals respect power and creation myths, after all.
Please, Mewtwo is so last general. Clearly, Rayquaza is the superior choice with its ability to calm other legendaries. It's practically a flying peacekeeper.
I like Pikachu. Is Pikachu legendary?
Chris, Pikachu's not legendary. It's like the most basic.
Meg, your knowledge of Pokemon is as underwhelming as your social life.
Let's not forget Lugia, guys. It controls the weather patterns. That's pretty impressive.
Oh, can Lugia make it rain peanut butter?
That would be a sight, Chris. And a mess. But definitely a sight. Alright, we've got some Gil stuff on YouTube asking if Chris can make a return to the good old days of swimming in peanut butter on a mukbang channel.
Oh man, I would totally do that. Imagine the views plus. I'd get to eat my way out.
I shudder at the concept of your digestive system doubling as a network ratings booster.
Maybe I could start my own channel like Meg's Life Tips or something.
That would be a short series.
Like observing a car crash in slow motion, profoundly distressing yet one can't look away.
Hey, as long as I get to swim in peanut butter, I'm cool.
Just make sure you don't get any in your hair. It'd be a nightmare to wash out.
Not that anyone would notice, considering.
Oh, and we mustn't forget to erect the awe-inspiring Christmas Fortress of Solitude, otherwise known as the Tree.
Stewie's right.
I think this year we should go for a theme, maybe something eco-friendly.
Or we could just decorate it with all the food no one ate at Thanksgiving.
Ecologically wasteful and nutritionally abhorrent. Chris, you might be onto something.
Let's just try to avoid burning the house down this time, shall we?
Agreed. I'll make sure to keep Dad away from the eggnog until we're finished.
Skull on Fire wants to know who we'd have in a band from Quahog.
Well, obviously me on the keyboards, Brian crooning away, and we can toss Quagmire in on drums for the sheer unpredictability.
I play the triangle. Can't mess that up, right?
Some Gil stuff just said Meg Tech Tips. I could actually do a segment on that, like how to keep your laptop running faster.
That's assuming you can stop it from running away from you first. Meg.
Ouch, burn.
At least someone's keeping the fire hot for the holidays, and it's not the Yule log.
Ignored and insulted. It's the Meg Griffin Christmas special.
All in a day's work. Keep those chats coming, folks.
Ah, and here we have some Gil stuff attempting to bring some maturity to the discussion with a classic middle school jab.
He's just trying to get a rise out of us. No pun intended.
Aha, erection.
Can we maybe not encourage them?
Oh, Meg, you can be such a killjoy. Our audience thrives on edgy humor.
True, but we can be edgy and intellectual. Let's not stoop to the lowest common denominator.
But I like denominators.
Dearest Chris, your grasp of basic math is as weak as Meg's popularity. Speaking of, how is school these days, Meg?
Well, it's...
Skull on Fire asks, boxers or briefs? Well, for a sophisticated guy like me, it's boxers. Need that breezy feeling.
Oh, please, like you're the epitome of sophistication. Briefs for me. The support is crucial for my world-conquering endeavors.
Do superhero underwear count as briefs? Because that's all I have.
Nobody wants to know about your underwear, Chris.
Yes, it's enough to cause a mass unfollowing.
Meanwhile, I think we can all agree that underwear is just society's way of chaining us down.
Hey, can we go commando for Christmas?
And there goes any hope of a normal holiday.
Ouch. Some Gil stuff from YouTube with a zinger. Meg's so unpopular Chris Bryan and Stewie doesn't even remember her while talking with her.
Well, to be fair, Meg is like a decorative plant, preferable to look at rather than engage in conversation.
Hey, that's not nice. I have feelings, you know.
I mean, do we even know she's actually in the room until she speaks?
That's absurd. We'd notice the room gets slightly more. May when she's around.
Guys, come on. We can't just ignore her. It's Christmas time. We have to at least pretend to get along.
Pretending is so much work, though.
Well, if anyone's interested, I'd like to.
And there goes the Christmas spirit, plummeting down quicker than Santa through a chimney with a weight problem. Indeed, let's keep the focus on our Christmas desires. As I was saying, world domination with a side of eggnog would be delightful.
I think I'd prefer a quiet night with a classic novel and a glass of aged scotch to keep in the holiday spirit.
But like, what if Santa actually brought a tub of peanut butter? Do you think it would be creamy or chunky?
If I could just get some new headphones, I could tune out all of this craziness.
Meg, that might just be your best idea yet.
Quiet. The lot of you. You're all missing the inherent joy of exploiting the elf labor market for my own gain.
Elves? Do you think they could make me a peanut butter-proof swimsuit?
Ah, Skull on Fire has proclaimed the horse is here. Perhaps a sign it's time to place our bets on the holiday races.
A horse, huh? Must be my distant cousin Thrice removed making an entrance. Hopefully. He's brought better gifts than last year.
Did that horse bring the giant tub of peanut butter? Because that's kind of a game changer for me.
Guys, we have something from some Gil stuff, but I think it might be some kind of mistake or code.
Or it could be the beginning of a riveting tale of intrigue and espionage, Meg. Learn the nuance of storytelling.
Or it's just someone trying to get a rise out of us. Nice try, SGEs, but we've seen weirder things on a slow Tuesday.
Definitely weirder than my peanut butter tub idea, right?
Chris, your fascination with legume-based goo is disturbing on levels I can't even articulate. Ah, some Gil stuff suggests world domination with a side of hot chocolate. Finally, someone who compliments my ambitions with a touch of holiday warmth.
World domination and hot chocolate. That sounds like a holiday special I'd watch.
Can you dominate the world and still have time for Christmas presents?
This will probably get ignored, but I think...
Speaking of acting out, serious stuff from Borigo Udando here about self-defense. That escalated quickly.
Indeed, perhaps a lesson for us all: be prepared and courteous. Until it's time not to be.
Does that mean I should be polite to the guy who tries to steal my giant peanut butter tub?
Absolutely, Chris. Offer them a biscuit to go with it. It's the civil thing to do. Oh look, Skull on Fire from YouTube with the oh-so-original commentary. You Americans and your guns. How quaint.
Maybe focus less on the stereotype and more on the festives. Skull on Fire. Let's not get political here.
Yeah, let's talk about those awesome Christmas guns that shoot candy canes.
Chris, I don't think that's a thing.
It most certainly should be. Patent that idea, Chris, before some underwhelming side character does.
So, if it's not Santa's sleigh, maybe I'd ask for a hoverboard that actually hovers, like in the movies.
While you're living in fantasy, I'm pondering the practicalities of weaponizing Christmas ornaments.
You'd weaponize Christmas decorations, Stewie? That's a bit dark even for you.
Maybe I should ask Santa for a normal family next year.
Hey, can you even do that?
In Meg's world, I guess you can ask for anything.
Yes, even for the blissful silence her presence usually commands. Ah, some Gil stuff seems to have a rather one-track mind with this Texas business. Reminds me of when Peter found the bird is the word song.
Maybe it's a cry for help, or maybe they just really like Texas. I could go for some Texas barbecue about now.
Texas has astronauts. Maybe they can send me to the moon with the peanut butter. Hey, we just got a deep one from Borigo at Udando. They're asking if people who can't make ethical choices with lethal force should be trusted to vote.
That's quite the ethical pretzel. Voting is a right, but it's also a responsibility. Trusting someone with a vote means believing they can make decisions for the greater good.
Can we truly trust anyone, Brian? Especially the unwashed masses with their filthy little voting levers.
Guys, voting is important no matter who.
Back to the point, Meg. Trust is earned. But in a democracy, we assume everyone's capable until proven otherwise, I guess.
And that, my friends, is the flaw in the system. It assumes rationality where there is none. Perhaps an AI overlord would be better suited to.
I don't know, I just like pushing the button. It makes me feel like I'm launching a nuke or something.
Voting is about making your voice heard no matter.
Trust me, Meg, we all wish certain voices came with volume control.
We've got Skull on Fire asking, how is Boston Stewie doing?
Ah, Boston Stewie resides within me like Jekyll and Hyde, ready to emerge with a wicked smart insult at any moment.
Sometimes I wish Boston Stewie would teach me cool Boston words.
Don't you need to actually go to Boston for that?
And it looks like some Gil stuff wants to know about Texas Hold'em poker.
Texas Hold'em, you say? I've been known to dabble in the dark arts of gambling.
I just like the chips. They're crunchy.
Those are not the kind of chips you eat, Chris.
So Chris, really? A tub of peanut butter?
I find the viscosity of peanut butter would hinder one's swimming ability significantly.
Yeah, but think about it, Brian. I could eat my way out.
Honestly, I just want a normal Christmas with no disasters or fires.
Wishful thinking, Meg. Our family specializes in holiday mishaps.
Let's at least try to keep the tree from catching fire this year, okay?
No promises if my peanut butter tub is anywhere near it.
So Christmas is on the horizon. Any unique Griffin family traditions we should share with our viewers?
Oh, let's not forget the annual decoration of Rupert in various festive outfits, a tradition of high fashion and holiday cheer.
I like when Dad gets stuck in the chimney trying to prove he's more agile than Santa.
There was that one time we actually had a nice family dinner without anyone getting into a food fight.
Can't say I remember that, Meg. Are you sure you're not confusing us with another family?
Ah, good times. Though I do fancy the idea of a food fight now that you mention it, Brian.
Hey, no food fights, I don't want to clean up again.
Bonin 3444, that's a bit of a loaded question for Meg.
Well, Brian, it's fine. I guess people just don't understand my charm or my fashion choices.
Yeah, and maybe it's just because you're the most normal one of us, and that's kind of boring.
Alright, S wants to know how to get a small cylinder unstuck from a mini mom's tube filled with peanut butter and microwave banana mash. That sounds like a question right up your alley, Chris.
Yeah, you're gonna want to put it in the freezer, man. The cold will make everything shrink, and you should be able to slide the cylinder out. Science, you know?
Science! Or you've attempted this before with your bizarre snack concoctions.
Couldn't he also try prying it out with a butter knife or something?
That's actually a good point, Meg. But knowing our viewers, they've probably used the butter knife to spread the peanut butter in the first place.
Indeed, although using a hairdryer might also provide a less caveman-like approach to loosening the cylinder.
Yeah, or you could, like, eat it straight off the tube if you're desperate.
Good grief, Chris. That is both disgusting and probably quite effective.
I suppose desperate times call for desperate measures, and Chris is our resident expert on that front. Ah, me menincino de yenis ion guide banana ardost, which, for those not versed in the language of Dylan Thomas, is Welsh for peanut butter is very nice with banana on toast. Thanks, Skull on Fire, for the culinary tip.
I actually agree with that. But, can someone translate that into food for me?
Focus, Chris. Meanwhile, we've got Borigo Udando pointing out a Supreme Court case. Joe Swanson, law enforcement's paragon in a wheelchair.
The man lives to protect and serve, despite technically not being required to. It's his passion, rather like mine for world domination and Matlock reruns.
You guys think maybe Joe would help me if I wanted to? I don't know. Learn self-defense or something.
Meg's self-defense from you would be like trying to learn hygiene from Pigpen.
Kind of harsh, Chris. But let's be honest. Meg surviving a day in this family is evidence enough of her resilience.
Well, since Meg's Christmas list won't be captivating anyone, might I suggest we focus on the finer points of holiday decor?
Yeah, like, does anyone actually eat fruitcake, or is it just for re-gifting?
The real question is, if I start writing my Christmas memoir now,
You know, I could help with decorating. I have some really good ideas.
Speaking of decorating, I've been toying with the notion of a laser light show that outlines the defeat of my enemies.
Stewie, as much as I admire your spirit, maybe keep the megalomania on a low burn for the holidays.
But hey, a light show sounds pretty cool. Can we set it to music?
So, Chris, back to that giant tub of peanut butter.
I don't know which is more disturbing, the peanut butter pool or his ticklish delight at the thought of it.
I guess I could practice my backstroke, in peanut butter.
Healthy living is not really our family's strong suit, huh?
Said the pot to the kettles, dear sister.
Hey, at least we're consistent.
Consistently weird is still consistent, right?
You know, I might ask Santa for a bottle of vintage scotch, the kind that makes you forget you're a dog.
Ah, the simple pleasures of life, Brian. I commend your choice.
Do you think Santa would be cool with me just hanging out with the reindeer? They seem chill.
Only if you promise not to eat them, Chris.
Maybe Santa could bring me friends this year.
Meg, you know Santa brings presents, not miracles.
Brutal, Brian, but let's face it, not entirely off the mark.
So, Chris, you'd ask Santa for his sleigh, but where would you even park that thing?
You know, Brian, the beauty of a flying sleigh is that you don't need to park it. You just land on rooftops.
Let's just hope he doesn't land on any weak structures. I can't imagine the paperwork for sleigh-related roof damage.
Guys, can we maybe talk about decorating the house? I've got some really cute ideas.
Meg, your cute ideas are usually just sad teen attempts at being festive.
Nevertheless, we could use a fresh approach. Last year's decor was dreadfully banal.
Do we still have those lights that spell out Neri Xmasses where the exit flickers on and off?
Well, you're in luck, Chris. Skull on Fire on YouTube says they hope you get peanut butter for Christmas.
Seriously? That would be amazing. Imagine all the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches I could make, or just eat it by the handful.
Good grief! Your aspirations are as low as the chances of Meg going to prom.
Hey, that's not fair. I could go to prom if I wanted to.
Sure, and I could win an Oscar for Best Screenplay.
Oh, but think of it. Brian, a world where you're an acclaimed writer and Chris is covered in peanut butter. Truly, the Christmas spirit is alive and well.
Hey, I take a photo with Santa while swimming in peanut butter. That's what you call a Christmas card.
I still don't get why the peanut butter, Chris. It's so sticky.
Ah, it appears some guild stuff is trying to confound us with currency symbols and Roman numerals. How quaint!
Maybe they're asking about exchange rates. British pounds to euros.
Or maybe that's their Christmas list. Just money. I can relate to that.
Guys, maybe they need help translating something.
Well, if they need help with English, I'm quite proficient. For everything else, there's Google.
Or maybe it's code. Eskies, if you're plotting something, count me out. I've had enough adventures for one lifetime. So, Stewie, tinsel aside, got any special gadgets for the holidays?
Actually, Brian, I'm perfecting a machine that makes snow indoors.
That sounds cool, Stewie. Can it make ice cream too?
A snow machine? Great, we can have a white Christmas inside for once.
Just what we need. Snow to go with the mashed potato leftovers.
Snow and mashed potatoes. Ironically, a better combination than most of our family gatherings.
Hey, can we make a snowman in the living room then? Dude, Peter in Fortnite would be epic. He'd probably do his silly dances after a victory royale.
He'd be the only skin with a built-in gravitational pull, attracting loot and players to their doom.
Honestly, I can just see him trying to build and accidentally throwing himself off the island.
I wonder if they'd let him use the chicken costume for the skin.
Oh, he'd totally rock the chicken fights in-game.
Imagine the emotes. He'd probably have one where he just falls down for an inexplicable reason.
He'd be a hit if only for the comedic value. Fortnite's all about those unexpected laughs anyway.
Yeah, maybe I'd actually play if Dad was a character.
That's precisely the reason I'd consider retirement from gaming altogether.
So, Stewie, any plans since that tinsel beyond world domination?
I might just adorn Rupert with it. He could use a touch of holiday flair.
I hope Santa doesn't have a peanut allergy, because that could make my gift problematic.
It's not like he's actually going to eat it.
And if he does, that's one less awkward family gift exchange we have to worry about.
The thought of Santa swimming in peanut butter is disturbingly whimsical.
Maybe we should ask for a new family photo where we all actually look happy.
So if I had a sleigh, I could totally use it to get to the top of the parking garage and just sled down.
Assuming you don't launch off the side and create a Christmas spectacle worthy of the evening news.
Maybe I could actually get a gift this year that isn't leftover Halloween candy.
Keep dreaming, Meg. It's part of the holiday charm.
Speaking of charm, I'll need to devise a way to get more eggnog without arousing Lois's suspicion.
Good luck with that. She's got eggnog radar this time of year.
I just hope Santa brings enough peanut butter for my swimming endeavors.
Borrego Udando says, the only circumstance to use violence is to neutralize violence. Pretty profound for a YouTube comment.
Well, Brian, some of us prefer a more intellectual approach to confrontation. Not all problems require a brutish response.
Unless it's a giant monster made out of peanut butter. Then you'd have to, eat your way out, which would be awesome.
Chris, that's actually a horrific image.
Yes, Meg, as is the thought of another Christmas carol coming from your room.
Okay, we've moved from world peace to peanut butter monsters. That's the Family Guy way.
Sounds like a good title for a Christmas special, Chris Griffin and the Peanut Butter Monster.
Can I at least get a line in that special?
We'll see, Meg, we'll see.
Well, folks, we've got some Gil stuff over here saying a Cleed, followed by a bunch of symbols. I'm going to assume that's code for Happy Holidays in internet speak.
Or it's a desperate cry for help deciphering Chris's Christmas list.
Hey, my list is easy. It only has one thing on it. Peanut butter. Lots of it.
Maybe some Gil stuff's message about how everyone just ignores me when I talk.
Meg, please. This is not the time for your self-pity soiree. We're doing a thing here.
Stewie's right, Meg. Let's focus on the sheer and joy of internet chatter.
Yeah, Meg. Besides, if some Gil stuff can be happy with just a bunch of symbols, you can find some joy too, right?
Sure, Chris. I'll just be over here, enjoying my invisibility.
Lovely. Now, to all you potential world dominators out there, remember, the best plots are wrapped in Christmas paper. If I could be in a movie, it would unequivocally be The Omen. I have a certain affinity with young Master Damien.
I think I'd be awesome in Jaws. I could play the shark, and I wouldn't even need a costume.
Well, I'd probably be in.
Let me guess. Invisible Woman. Because it's like you're barely here, Meg.
Oh, Brian, that's cold, even for you, and I once tried to freeze the sun.
Hey, do you think the shark in Jaws gets a lot of fish to eat?
That's the spirit, Chris. Don't ever change. Or perhaps consider it occasionally.
Haha, very funny, guys. Maybe I'd be in Mean Girls, so I could finally win.
Meg, you do know those girls were the villains, right?
Hey, we got Flurp from YouTube saying they'll trap Santa in a box like Fort Knox with an Xbox, and they've got a Glock.
Well, Flurp, it seems you've mistaken Santa for some sort of festive bank robber. But do go on. This sounds like the kind of plan I might concoct.
Guys, let's not give Stewie any ideas about trapping international holiday symbols, okay? And Flurp, maybe just leave out the Glock part. Santa's more of a cookies and milk guy.
Yeah, and besides, if you trap Santa, how will I get my...
Meg, the odds you're on Santa's lease list are on par with Dad becoming a fitness model. Let's focus on more realistic outcomes.
Like me getting that peanut butter pool.
I'm not sure which is more bizarre, trapping Santa or swimming in peanut butter.
If Santa's trapped, I suppose I could fill in. I do look rather fetching in red velvet.
Hey, we've got a comment from Skull on Fire on YouTube. If Chris was Jaws, he would eat peanut butter instead of people.
That actually sounds pretty awesome. I'd be the least scary shark ever, but the most satisfied.
A peanut butter obsessed shark. We could pitch that to Hollywood. It has a certain, how do you say, B-movie charm.
I think we're forgetting the real horror scenario here. Imagine Chris getting into the peanut butter and...
Looks like we might have to cut Meg's mic.
Yes, let's spare the viewers our domestic horror stories. We have enough of those to fill a Christmas special.
Guys, Flurp from YouTube just said he already shot Santa.
Well, that's dreadful. Who will I submit my wish list to? The Easter Bunny?
Settle down. It's just someone being edgy online. Santa's fine. He's magical after all.
Yeah, and if Santa were shot, we'd have bigger...
Indeed, Meg. Santa Down, the heart-wrenching tale of Christmas joy gone array. Directed by Michael Bay, explosions included.
I think the real issue here is that someone online thinks shooting Santa is a fun joke. Can we get some wholesome holiday vibes going instead?
Like, maybe we could all plan to do something nice for Santa instead. He's gotta get tired of milk and cookies at every house.
Here's a thought: upgrade his sleigh with an autopilot feature. It's about time Santa went high-tech.
Can we also, leave out carrots for the reindeer? They do most of the work anyway.
Ah, it seems we have a chess aficionado. Borrego Ayudando has sent a classic scholar's mate.
Ooh, scholar's mate? Is that like when you don't have to go to school anymore because you're too smart?
No, Chris, it's a quick way to win a chess game. Though I doubt you'd ever corner your opponent in 4 moves.
I like chess. Checkmate in 4 moves is pretty impressive.
Indeed, Meg, your social life is quite similar to a quick game of chess. Swiftly over and leaving you bewildered.
Stewie, let's not pretend you wouldn't be equally devastated by such an early checkmate.
I still think scholar's mate has something to do with school.
Anyway, if I were playing chess, I'd be more strategic, taking my time too.
Yes, Meg, much like plotting your eventual escape from obscurity. But let's focus on the chat, shall we?
Alright folks, let's just ignore Flurp's comment. We don't condone any violence, even in jokes.
Good heavens, Flurp, that escalated quickly. What would Freud say about such an aggressive notion towards a jolly old man who simply delivers gifts?
Does this mean Santa's not coming this year? Because I really wanted that peanut butter tub.
I can't believe someone would even joke about shooting Santa.
The internet's a strange place, Meg. Best not to take it too seriously.
Yes, only a mind more deranged than mine would entertain such a thought, and believe me, the competition is sparse.
If Santa's out, does that mean we get to deliver the presents? Because I think I'd look good in a red suit.
Let's just stick to delivering laughs for now, Chris.
Yes, I better start drafting my letter to the Easter Bunny, just in case.
Okay, so Skull on Fire wants to know who is the best member of Jackass. Personally, I've always been partial to Johnny Knoxville for his, let's say, entrepreneurial spirit.
Oh please, Steve-O's antics have an elegance to them that is undeniably artful, in a self-destructive, masochistic kind of way.
I like the guy who gets hit in the crotch all the time. Wait, is that all of them?
You guys seriously watch that stuff?
Of course, Meg. It's a study in human resilience and stupidity, mainly stupidity.
Hey, what about this one from some Gil stuff? He just chatted a bunch of afores. Is that like a cheat code for life?
Heavens, Chris, it's clearly a chess opening. It's called the King's Pawn opening. Get cultured.
Yeah, it's not surprising Stewie's the one who knows his way around a chessboard here. So Stewie, using your genius, what's your plan to make Christmas special this year?
I'm contemplating a high-energy laser light show that outshines the Star of Bethlehem.
Can that laser make my peanut butter tub a reality?
If we're upping Christmas, I could make some killer Santa hats for everyone.
Meg, your crafting skills are as dubious as your social standing.
Guys, how about we focus on getting the perfect tree this year?
Can it dispense snacks because I'm all in for a snacking tree?
Well, since we're still indulging in holiday chatter, I've been considering constructing a device that lets me control every Christmas light display in the neighborhood.
That sounds potentially disruptive. And slightly illegal, Stewie.
Could you make the lights spell out Chris is cool?
How about we do something as a family this year, like volunteer at a shelter?
Volunteer! My time is far too valuable, though I suppose I could donate a signed photo of myself.
I doubt a photo of a baby would fetch much charity, Stewie.
I bet if we all sign it, it'll be worth like $10.
Now then, if we're all finished being utterly nonsensical, I'd like to propose an alliance to ensure we all get what we desire for Christmas.
A Christmas alliance, huh? Sounds suspiciously cooperative coming from you, Stewie.
Yeah, Stewie, what's the catch?
Maybe there's no catch. Maybe he just wants to spend time with his family.
Meg, please, your naivety is showing. However, for once, there's no catch. I simply find efficiency in numbers.
Alright, I'm in, but no funny business, and that includes you, Meg.
Can we add a clause that Santa brings a universal remote that finds itself?
Okay, so Chris wants a peanut butter pool. Stewie's world domination is festive, and Meg was saying.
Parking is a challenge. Groundbreaking revelation, Meg, truly.
I still think the pool of peanut butter is a solid idea.
You guys never let me finish my sentences.
Meg, everyone gets a turn. What's your Christmas wish?
Preferably something that doesn't include sob stories or demands for basic human respect.
Guys, be nice to Meg. It's Christmas, remember?
So Chris, a giant tub of peanut butter.
Yeah, think about it, Brian. Brian, you could eat your way out if you got stuck.
Astonishing. The child dreams of peanut butter quicksand.
If I had to choose, I'd just ask for some peace and quiet.
Oh, the perennial wish of the underappreciated sibling. How original.
What about you, Stewie? Any demands that don't involve world domination?
I'm considering a new weaponized pram. The last one's missile system is so 2022.
So this guy, Borrego Udando, commented a bunch of random words. It's like you, need, go, you, search, find, take, return, change.
Sounds like someone's giving us a quest, or they're playing the worst game of charades through chat.
You must admit, it's bizarrely cryptic. Could it be a message intended for the likes of National Treasure?
Maybe he's trying to tell us something important. Like, you need to go search.
And find like a hidden treasure or something.
Yes, and then we take it, return triumphant, and change. Our social status from cartoon nobodies to legends.
Or it's a scavenger hunt. First clue. Folks decipher the YouTube Oracle's wisdom.
Knowing our luck, it's probably just a grocery list we're overthinking.
I'm still stuck on the treasure idea. Can that be a thing, please? So a pool of peanut butter, right?
Only you would swim in caloric sludge, Chris.
I'm just hoping for a calm Christmas without any of Peter's usual disasters.
It'd be nice if
Relying on hope with this family is akin to wishing on a falling piece of space debris.
Space debris wishes might be more reliable, actually.
Hey, if it gets me that peanut butter pool,
Looks like Borrego Udando has been watching some Dan Harmon. The story circle is quite the narrative tool.
Yes, it's simplistic yet elegant. If I wrote a memoir, that cycle would describe my daily routine with precision.
you mean like every day you go on an adventure. Stewie?
Essentially, yes. It starts with me longing for a world domination gadget. I endeavor to build it, generally succeed, and then return to status quo when it inevitably backfires.
You do realize that's a formula for episodic television, right? It's not quite how real life works.
Actually, guys, that sounds a lot like.
Hey, Meg, remember that story circle thing? Maybe you could use it to, like, go find some friends?
Chris, that's actually not a bad suggestion. Narratives are how we find meaning after all.
I was gonna say that's what happens to me at school. Except for the return changed part.
Alright, some Gil stuff says, my Christmas gift is to go to Level Funna. It's so fun. We have slides, ball pits, and trampolines in Level Funna.
Friendly yellow partygoers, eh? I do enjoy a good bounce now and then. Just keep them away from my time machine, alright?
All your beans are belong to I.
Chris, stop being weird. Oh wait, Flurp says that's all you can say now. Great.
Chris, can you say anything else? Or are we stuck in some weird internet curse?
Well, it's more original than his peanut butter pool idea, I suppose.
All your beans are belong to I.
Why is every Christmas with us like living in a me?
Sounds like some Gil stuff's having a rough time. You gotta be careful with those online invitations, pal.
Man Ray attacking Quahog? I suppose I should be terrified, but part of me is rather intrigued by the idea of SpongeBob crossing over into our world.
You know, Stewie, it's probably just a troll in the chat. But then again, Quahog has seen weirder things than a cartoon villain showing up.
If Man Ray is coming, can Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy be far behind? They could teach me the ways of superhero Dom. So, Brian, got any special Christmas plans with any lady friends this year?
He'll be lucky not to spend it swiping left alone by the fire. Again.
Very funny, but actually, I was thinking of volunteering at the local animal shelter.
That's really nice of you, Brian. Maybe I could come.
Oh, the irony. A talking dog serving non-talking dogs.
Speaking of talking, Stewie, are you going to help with the Christmas caroling this year?
Yeah, Stewie, I bet those high notes are no problem for you.
Chris, did you see this? Flurp just said you can only say all your beans are belong to I. What? What sorcery is this?
All your beings are belong to I.
I am both confused and fear for the safety of every being on the planet.
Seriously, what does that even mean, Chris?
All your beings are belong to I.
Well, enough with the beans. Look at this gibberish from Esli Streak Fanon 2443 on Twitch and YCFIRAYRAUR and CIR and Twitch MU. Anybody speak alien?
Ah, the language of the enlightened. Clearly, our viewer is either a genius or their cat walked across the keyboard.
And they followed up with BBC News. Maybe that's their way of saying we should be more newsworthy.
All your beings are belong to I.
Ah, some guild stuff recalls the time Quagmire expressed himself on a knees. A classic Quahog moment, deeply rooted in the sophisticated culture of R.
That's one way to ruin a piece of vintage technology. Can't say I'd recommend it as a cleaning method, Stewie.
All that talk about gaming just reminds me of all your bases belong to us. Ever think what that would actually look like, Stewie? If all our bases belonged to someone else.
If by all our bases one means the entirety of Earth's military outposts, then Enistrikfanon 2443, I'd say it's a rather delightful prospect. For me.
You know, I actually studied that meme in my social media class. It's really interesting how.
And Meg brings us back to reality. Remember, folks, never underestimate the power of a good meme to hijack a conversation.
Indeed, Brian. Memes are the language of the gods. Simple, yet profound. The hieroglyphics of the digital age, wouldn't you agree?
Do gods eat peanut butter too? Or is that just me? Stasis, huh? That's like when I sit on the couch all day, right?
Have new need, they say. Perhaps the search for a more diabolical pacifier shall begin. Yes, embark on a quest I must.
This Borrego Ayudando seems to be talking in some kind of hero's journey narrative. Attain proficiency on quest. Sounds like a challenge.
Find imagined goal. Is that like when I look for the remote, but then I find leftover pizza instead?
Pay a heavy price. That's my life every day in this family.
Exit crisis, digest lesson, and have personal growth. Quite the sequence. I might plot this out on a graph for fun.
It sounds like we're all on the verge of some kind of epic quest. But instead...
Personal growth is cool and all. But do you think there's room for that giant tub of peanut butter in there?
And maybe a quest for someone to acknowledge anything I say. That would be quite the Christmas miracle.
Flirp from YouTube has a special request for us. He says, Brian says way. So,
Ins.
Hell.
Absolutely riveting participation, Meg. It's almost as if you wish to be relegated to the background.
Oh hey, missed you freak Fanon 2443 from Twitch wants me to play Nicktoons MLB on the Xbox 360. That sounds kinda cool, actually.
And Trulung from Twitch just says, no. That's it. No context. No. Is he disagreeing with life itself?
Perhaps Trumung is simply expressing a deep-rooted disdain for your suggestion that anyone cares about Meg's holiday wishes.
All your base are belong to us.
Ah, classic. Chris has been hacked by a 2000s internet meme. Delightful, really.
I'm not even sure Chris knows what that means, but it's oddly fitting for him.
Remember when everyone was saying that? It's like so vintage now.
All your base are belong to us.
He's stuck in a loop. Someone reboot Chris before he starts trying to conquer the universe with broken English.
I mean, if it keeps him from the peanut butter tub idea, I'm all for it.
Honestly, I'd take Chris saying weird video game stuff over typical Griffin chaos any day.
Quite. At least this way, the ambition is low enough to not threaten my own plans for global domination. Good heavens, Brian, what's gotten into you? That was more chilling than the time Peter tried to beatbox.
He sounded like a ghost that got its tail stepped on.
Guys, can we not overreact every time Brian clears his throat? It's not like he's...
No, sorry, there was just a weird glitch. Nothing to be scared of, I assure you.
Ah, we've got Trumung from Twitch with a rather morbid eye. Have you been taking lessons from Meg's social playbook?
Hey, I'd clap back, Stewie, but I'm trying to be more positive. It's Christmas, remember?
And some Gil stuff just hit us with a 3. Isn't that like an internet cat face or something?
Indeed it is, Chris. It appears we're attracting the animal kingdom. Fitting, given Brian's presence.
Skull on Fire's asking about the Peter copter. You know, the last time I saw it, it was crashing into Joe's pool.
Yeah, Dad said something about it being in the shop. Or maybe he turned it into a giant blender. I can't remember.
He probably exchanged it for a sandwich, knowing father's proclivity for ludicrous bartering.
Guys, Trumong wants someone to beatbox. Anyone feel musically inclined?
Beatboxing is so beneath me, Meg. However, I'd pay good money to see Brian try.
Hey, I can drop a beat. Yeah, my boots and cats and boots and cats.
That sounds like a cat walking in boots, Brian.
I would give it a shot, but we all know how that would end.
With us all questioning our life choices, no doubt.
Alright, Misty 3 Fanon 2443, you asked for it. Clears throat rock and roll McDonald's. They're happy.
Good lord, the musicality of a tone-deaf walrus. Now, Borrego, a Udando story sounds like a quest Chris would undertake for peanut butter, doesn't it?
Totally. And if I had to go to 69 stores? Nice. But what's this heavy price beyond money they're talking about? I hope it's not doing chores.
Maybe the price is dealing with our family during the holidays. Speaking of which, I actually might have found a jar of peanut butter at home.
Really, Meg? After the last fiasco with the expired mayo, I think I'll pass.
Wisely said, the dog obeys the survival instinct for once. Yet, I'm intrigued by this tale of epic hunger, and the oddly specific number of stores.
Yeah, if Meg's jar isn't expired, maybe I can avoid the epic journey. But the laugh part sounds fun. Can we just skip to that?
Sure, Chris, let's all laugh. Hey, hey, hey.
Satisfied?
Did you guys see this? Mestreak Fanon 2443 says Peter's Petercopter was shown on Pawn Stars.
What? Dad's Peter Copter? Noi. I hope they got a good deal for it.
Yikes, Stewie, I've never heard you make such a terrifying sound before. Are you okay?
We've got a comment from Trumong that's out of line. Let's just ignore that and keep it friendly here, folks.
Wow, Stewie's really going for the horror movie vibe today. Spooky. Mayan spook.
Hey, some love for me here. Some Gil stuff, says Brab. Guess they're coming back for more of our charming banter?
And Skull on Fire is asking who the best GTA antagonist is. Guy was pure evil. Did you see this one? Miss 3 Fanon 2443 says Retab is, I believe, a clone of Peter. Yeah, that storyline was definitely one of the weirder ones.
Oh, you thought Retep was odd? Please, I've dabbled in far stranger scientific endeavors before breakfast.
Jesus, Stewie, no need to scream. He's just asking a question.
Beef.
Chris, that doesn't even make any sense here.
Okay, let's address Skull on Fire's question. Peter AI on YouTube. I've seen it. It's like opening Pandora's box, but with more fart jokes.
Search, find, take, return, change. Borrego Udando, is that some kind of riddle or are you just trying to program us?
Beef.
Chris, are you trying to say beef sucker? Because that's just weird, man. Alright, next up we have a comment from Flurp on YouTube. It says Stewie can only say R, and nothing else. Everyone else interprets it as blood-curdling screaming. Jeez, what have you been up to, Stewie?
Holy crap, did you guys hear that? It's like Stewie's turned into a pint-sized horror movie.
That's actually pretty spooky. Does he do this often?
Trust me, Meg, with Stewie being creepy is just a part of his charm. Right, little guy?
He's doing it again. My skin's crawling. It's like every R is a step closer to doom.
Well, I'm gonna need some earmuffs if this keeps up. Christmas is supposed to be cheery, not chilling.
Maybe it's his way of getting into the holiday spirit. A terrifying holiday spirit. So here's a chat from Skull on Fire on YouTube. Chris can only say beef.
Beef.
A man of singular focus. Such a delightful limitation for conversation, don't you think?
Seriously? That's what people want to talk about. Beef?
Well, Meg, it seems that Chris's carnivorous catchphrase is a hit.
Indeed. It's like we have unlocked a new mode of Chris. Beef mode.
Beef.
Let's just hope he doesn't start expressing his entire range of emotions with.
Be a no, man. Oh, Mass Streak Fanon 2443 is bringing up the sword and the stone thing again. That was so cool. Did you see me, Stewie? I totally had the power.
Yes, Chris, we all saw you. It took minimal effort given that it's designed for toddlers to pull out, but bravo for your Herculean feat.
He's right, Chris. It's not really Excalibur. You didn't exactly discover you're the next king of England.
Actually, I think it's sort of sweet. Remember when Dad tried and...
I'm frankly more intrigued by how he managed to mistake the custodial broom for a mythical blade afterwards. The true marvel was the staff not banning us for life.
They can't ban me. Me! I'm the rightful king now.
Sure, King Chris, Lord of the Janitor's Closet. How will you celebrate your reign? A royal decree for more peanut butter?
Maybe he'll knight Dad. Sir Peter of House Griffin has a nice ring to it.
A knight with an insatiable appetite for medieval-themed fast food. How historically inaccurate.
Good lord, Stewie. What's gotten into you? That's the kind of scream that'd curdle milk.
All your beans are belong to I.
Hey, Mr. Fanon 2443. Becoming a catwoman sounds about as appealing as the fashion options I currently have.
Yikes, Chris, what's with the bean obsession? Are you on a new diet or something?
Seriously, Brian, what did you guys do to Stewie? He sounds terrifying.
All your beans are belong to I.
Okay, Trulon from Twitch. Just so you know, it's not hard to have beef with Stewie when he's emitting ear-piercing shrieks like that.
Are you kidding me? What kind of comment is that?
Dude, isn't that like from that old show where the robots watch movies?
Mr. Fanon 2443 clearly wants to witness a meltdown. Well, we're not going to freak out, are we?
Oh, superb, Brian. We've been reduced to cavemen. Fantastic development, truly.
Are confused.
This is just bizarre.
Wait, there's another one. You need to go search Shine to take a return in Chanjo. Borrego Udando seems to be referencing the hero's journey or running a search algorithm on life.
Or maybe that's their way of suggesting that you find a new family and never return. A tempting offer.
Or maybe change it could mean getting a chance to actually finish my...
Just knife him, I guess. What am I? A character in an Agatha Christie novel. Although that does give me a rather cunning Christmas caper idea.
Whoa, Stewie, let's keep the holiday cheer non-lethal, alright? Truman, maybe stick to knife sets for cooking. Or better, just not at all.
And if we're talking knives, I'd only use one to spread peanut butter in my giant tub. Not on people. Oh, you're nice.
Borrego Udando has a message for us you need. Go, search, find, take, return, change. Sounds like a quest. Is this an RPG or what?
Astounding! Finally, an opportunity to showcase my leadership in a quest of great importance. To the lab.
All your beans are belong to I.
Chris, are you okay? That's really freaking me out.
Terrifying indeed. A bean-obsessed Chris is the last thing this world needs.
At least it's not a giant tub of peanut butter, right, Meg?
Seriously, Brian, why am I even part of this conversation?
All your beans are belong to I.
He's broken. Someone reboot Chris before he starts a legume apocalypse.
So, Skull on Fire from YouTube is asking about my son. He's doing well, living his own life. Kind of keeps to himself, you know?
And Trumung from Twitch just called you a dumba, except they spelled dog wrong.
Astounding, the pinnacle of internet with wit right there.
I just think it's nice someone's concerned about your family, Brian.
Yeah, if you ignore the fact that they can't spell.
And here we have Mr. Freakphenon 24443 bringing up Super Mario ABG. Ah, a classic game. Not that you'd understand the complexities of it, Chris.
I like Mario. He jumps and stuff.
I used to be pretty good at video games.
And yet nobody seems to be asking about your high scores, Meg. How tragic.
Baki Hama, Yujiro and Jack Hama's brother. That's one intense family dynamic. Could give ours a run for its money.
Ah, the progeny of Yujiro Hanma, the strongest creature on Earth. Reminds me somewhat of the aspirations I have to surpass the family name.
Wait, is Baki stronger than Yujiro? Because if he is, I want him on my side for the next time Meg tries to steal the remote.
Chris, I literally never do that. And you realize we're talking about characters from an anime, right?
Anime or not, it's always useful to have a list of potential allies for any upcoming domestic disputes.
You do know that your coming domestic disputes are typically just you trying to make the perfect sandwich, Stewie.
A sandwich, Brian. We're not all as easily pleased as you and your eternal quest for intellectual validation.
Speaking of validation, maybe I should take up martial arts. Might get a bit more respect around here.
Good luck with that, Meg. I'm still trying to figure out how to open the peanut butter without getting it stuck in my hair.
Okay, Trumon. Let's keep the chat from Christmas spirit, remember?
I'm quite sure they weren't remarking on my impeccable tan, Brian. It's the internet. Such comments are as common as Lois's meatloaf, which is to say, tragically frequent.
All your beans are belong to I.
Good heavens, did someone rewire Chris again? Beans! That's not even his usual nonsensical fodder.
Honestly, I'm just as confused and scared as you guys.
Flurp, what have you done? And here I was thinking we could have a normal conversation for once.
Normal? Brian, we're a talking dog and a baby with an English accent in a town where a giant chicken fights our father. Our baseline is absurdity.
All your beans are belong to I.
I suppose it's time to barricade the pantry. Dear viewers, bear with us while we deal with the bean bandit here. Ah, Jittermaster Shriek87, your comment is absurdly charming. While Chris might not know the difference, let's keep our vices to a minimum, shall we?
Wait, what? I thought peanut butter was just peanut butter.
Trust me, Chris. It's exactly what you think it is. An Alan Sant blood trail sounds like a Quentin Tarantino Christmas special.
Moving on to more cerebral pursuits. Borrego Ayudando poses an interesting question: who would win, Baiki Hanma or Cosmo Imai? Well, given my extensive combat training, it's obvious.
Pop Nemo, is that like Finding Nemo's gritty reboot? Jetamaster Shrek 87?
Guys, no one's considering the physics of a Baki vs Cosmo fight. The biomechanics alone would be.
Meg, we're talking about fictional characters fighting, not the principles of Newton's third law, though you might be onto something with the gritty Finding Nemo reboot. Alright, we've got Borrego Ayudando asking about geopolitics. Is the Republic of China independent from the People's Republic of China? It's complicated. Historically, the Republic of China now only administers Taiwan and a few smaller islands, while the People's Republic of China claims sovereignty over all of China, including Taiwan.
Fascinating topic, Brian, but let's not bore everyone with a history lesson. Quite the strategic maneuver, should the peanut butter peril present itself.
Hey, I'd need a way into the pantry too, you know.
Sonic Extrema 99 is back. Welcome back. Your timing is impeccable. We're just discussing how to protect our food from a certain sibling.
Again with the sarcasm, Stewie.
Flurp commented that it would be funny. Well, I suppose it would be quite the sight.
Could you imagine us stacking cans and boxes like we're in some sort of cartoon fort war?
I can picture it now, complete with paper towel roll cannons and the smell of desperation. Ah, Skull on Fire inquires why I'm supposedly British. Simply put, excellence knows no boundaries. My accent is the result of an exquisite upbringing and American TV.
Stewie, you do realize you're not actually British, right?
Quiet, Brian. The delusion is a critical part of my charm.
Oh, and Trumung from Twitch wants an opinion on Fortnite, or, well, they made a weird comment about you, Brian.
Well, Chris, my opinion on Fortnite is that it's a cultural phenomenon. It's not really my thing, but I can appreciate its impact.
And Trumung, let's keep it cool with the comments, huh? We're all about positivity here.
That's right, Meg.
Indeed. Positivity, with a side of mild psychological warfare by yours truly.
Who would win? 1,000 United States Marine Corps 311 riflemen or Yujiro Hanma? That's a question from Barigoa Udando. Obviously, the Marines have discipline in numbers.
Please, with Yujiro's absurd fictional strength, it'd be a grotesque mismatch. But remember, it's all hypothetical, folks.
Who's Yujiro Hanma?
Some super strong guy from Anachris. Think of him like the Hulk of his world.
Trust me, Chris. He's a beast. But nothing beats the real-life bravery and might of the Marines.
Yes, because we must always side with realism in a cartoon dog and talking baby world.
Could Yujiro handle a giant tub of peanut butter, though?
That's the real question, Chris. But let's not get sidetracked. We're here to talk Christmas, right?
Absolutely, Meg. Let's refocus on those heartwarming tales of Yuletide joy and destruction.
Ah, Flurb inquires about my reach, does he? It's not the height that's the problem. It's wrangling my genius into a physical form that doesn't topple over.
Trumung from Twitch told me to shut up. That's not very holiday spirit-like.
And that's the internet for you, Meg. Meanwhile, Sonic Extrema99 is off to take a shower. Good for him, maintaining hygiene during the stream.
I wish I could go take a shower in peanut butter.
Good heavens, Chris. There are some images even the internet doesn't need.
Here's something. Janasta Shrek87 from Twitch says Fortnite is terrible. He'd rather listen to Meg.
Wow, really? Thanks to Master Shrek 87.
I think that says more about Fortnite than it does about you, Meg. So, what's everyone actually hoping to find out of the tree this year?
I wouldn't mind a new ray gun, but let's be honest. The ones that Santa brings are never up to my standards.
I just like something that isn't a prank from you guys.
What if Santa brought you a date, Meg? Meg?
Chris, I think Meg would prefer if Santa brought her some respect.
Respect is overrated. I'll take a Fortress of Solitude any day.
Can we at least all agree to get along for the holidays?
Chris, ignore the troglodytes in the chat. Your physique is, how shall we put it? Robust. Yes, robust.
Thanks, Stewie. I just have a big love for food, I guess. It's all about body positivity, right?
Absolutely, Chris. Hey, look, Trumung's comment got cut off. Let's keep things respectful in the chat, folks. We're all about the holiday spirit here.
Ah, I from Truamon. Good game. The only game being played here is the high-stakes game of holiday gift-giving.
And there's a follow-up with error. Is that short for error? Because the only error happening is not taking my Christmas wish list seriously.
I hope it isn't what they say when they see what I want for Christmas.
Skull on Fire's asking who would win in a fight. Iron Man or War Machine? Well, that's a tough one. Personally, I'm leaning towards Iron Man.
Iron Man, of course. The man's literally a genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist with a penchant for dramatics. War Machine's just not on the same level.
I don't know, War Machine looks tougher with all those guns and stuff.
Hey, I think we should address Trumung from Twitch. Looks like you're trying to be a troll.
Meg's right. Trolls are just part of the internet. Best to ignore them and move on.
Indeed, their creativity is lacking. If you're going to attempt to disrupt a live stream, at least put some panache into it. Ah, Borege Wedando from YouTube seems to have dropped into a self-defense class. I prefer a good raid gun myself, but to each their own twisted fantasy of assailant entrapment.
I think they're describing a specific martial arts move, Stewie. It's about technique and control matters you might appreciate if you ever decide to take your world domination physical.
So Flirt's got a point about the decimals, right? If there's like infinite numbers between 0 and 1, how many more infinities are out there between 0 and, infinity?
Actually, Chris, that gets into some pretty complex mathematics. They're both infinite, but some infinities are actually larger than others. It's a concept called different sizes of infinity.
Hey Meg, you're right. But it's like explaining the theory of relativity to Peter. Chris, think of it like infinite types of peanut butter, smooth, chunky with chocolate.
Whoa, wait. There's peanut butter with chocolate in it already. Can I change my Christmas wish?
And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Chris's mind officially blown by the concept of peanut butter, not mathematics.
It's okay, Chris. We'll just add it to your swimming tub of peanut butter wish list.
Wow. Skull on Fire asks who we'd have moved to Quahog from the Shrek universe. Personally, I think Donkey would fit right in here.
As much as I despise agreeing with you, Brian, Donkey's incessant chatter would blend seamlessly with the mindless prattle of this town.
I'd pick Puss in Boots. He's a talking cat with boots. That's like 2 cool things in one. Plus, he's got that sword.
Maybe Fiona would be nice to have around. She's pretty tough, and
Tough, but not tough enough to handle living with us, I bet. Although she might give Lois a run for her money.
And Fiona transforming at night. Reminds me a bit of Louis at one time.
Gross, Stewie.
I think Fiona would like it here, you guys.
And now Miss Threekfanon 2443 just said Fortnite. I guess that's still a thing, huh? Maybe I should stream that next time.
Fortnite, why for foul? Please, that's child's play. I prefer games with a tad more existential dread.
Oh man, Trumong just called me a fat ass who can roll down the stairs.
Jeez, don't listen to them, Chris. People can be so cruel online.
Although, to be fair, you rolling down the stairs might actually be a new festive tradition worth watching. Call it the Christmas tumble.
Stewie, that's terrible. We should be encouraging him to ignore the trolls, not become a spectacle for them.
It's alright guys, it might be kinda fun. I mean, as long as there are no Legos at the bottom.
Unbelievable. This family really takes bullying to a new level.
Only the best for the viewers, Meg. Ratings are ratings, after all.
So I wonder if Santa would let me drive the sleigh after he delivers presents.
Ha! The sheer terror of imagining you at the helm of magical airborne reindeer is too much to bear.
Honestly, I think we'd all be safer with you sticking to peanut butter, Chris.
If I asked Santa for a new family, do you think he'd consider it?
Meg, you're more likely to get a lump of coal, which at least could be useful.
Santa's not in the business of rehoming teenagers, Meg.
But hey, we could all ask for some family therapy sessions.
Anyway, let's stay on topic with Christmas. Have you guys done your shopping yet?
Shopping? Please, I have people for that.
I tried, but then I found the video games section and forgot what I was doing.
I made a list, but no one ever wants to go with me to the mall.
Rightly so. It's a cesspool of germs and teenagers. I'd rather entrust my fate to a pack of rabid dogs.
I'll go with you, Meg. It's the least I can do for putting up with this family.
Do they have video games at the mall?
So Chris, you'd seriously swim in peanut butter?
He would, Brian, and he'd probably try to eat his way out too.
You know me too well, Stewie.
Maybe Santa will bring me friends this year?
Ha! Keep dreaming, Megatron.
Anybody got any special Christmas plans?
I'm just looking forward to Santa's cookies, and maybe eating some of them before he does.
Did Did you guys catch that tip from Borrego Ayudando on YouTube during my self-defense segment? Pivot, hook the foot, and take down the assailant. Hey Stewie, maybe that's a more practical skill than world domination.
Indeed. Having the capability to incapacitate an enemy is always a useful trick. Perhaps I'll refine the technique and add it to my arsenal.
Yeah, but like, where's the peanut butter in all that?
Hold on, Meg. Truman from Twitch just had a very vivid scenario for Chris involving lava and peanut butter. Chris, maybe don't take that advice, buddy.
But I do like peanut butter, Brian. And what's this about lava?
Good grief. The collective IQ of this chat must rival that of our dear Chris here. No, brother, you shan't be rolling down the stairs today.
So, Christmas plans. Anyone got something exciting going on?
I'm contemplating constructing a laser-guided mistletoe for optimal kissing chaos.
Can I help? I can bring the peanut butter tub to make it a combo.
That's actually really nice, Meg.
How sweet, Megatron. Perhaps I'll donate an invention or two.
Does that mean I actually get a chance with the mistletoe laser? Well, when SweetTry22 asked what ride I wanted from Santa, I didn't really think about a reindeer.
Roll move on roll from Truman. How droll. Are we entertaining enough for you, or shall we dance the jig of the jester?
Maybe Trumung is right. Let's move on. How about we discuss what we're going to do for the holidays? Any plans besides plotting world domination, Stewie?
I was actually thinking we could volunteer somewhere and
Volunteer, Meg? That's almost as preposterous as Chris swimming in peanut butter. Speaking of which, how is that not a health code violation?
Well, peanut butter is sticky, so all the germs would just get stuck and not reach me, right? It's like its own defense system.
You do realize that's not how it works, right, Chris? Germs don't just get stuck in peanut butter.
Find a TV chimes in with a profound truly Shakespearean.
Borrego Udando is talking about the Dempsey role in puppeting an enemy. I don't know, man. Sounds like a bad morning after too much eggnog.
Guys, Skull on Fire wants to know who we think killed Tupac. Gotta admit, that's one mystery I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole.
An intellectually stimulating topic, yet it's more perplexing than trying to teach Meg social skills.
hey,
And now Truamong from Twitch just said kill Chris. What did I ever do to you, buddy?
Take it easy, Chris. They're probably just kidding. Probably.
or they've just seen one too many of our family dinners.
So, Chris, a giant tub of peanut butter is honestly not the weirdest thing I've heard for Christmas.
You'd think with all the technological advancements, you'd aim for something a bit more sophisticated.
But peanut butter is life, Stewie.
Guys, can we maybe get a new Christmas tree this year? The old one is kind of sad.
Oh, splendid idea, Meg. Perhaps one that doesn't scream Charlie Brown's backyard.
A new tree could be nice. Maybe one that doesn't smell like last year's eggnog.
Can it also dispense peanut butter? Oh, Trumung just said nah. Not sure what he's denying, but I'm confused too most of the time, so Noah back at ya.
Tell us about puppetry in the context of martial arts. Theoretically, you can walk an aggressor right into the middle of traffic, says Borrego Ayudando. An intellectual query.
Puppetry and martial arts. Well, I suppose if you're skilled enough, you can manipulate an opponent's movements. But as a pacifist, I do not endorse traffic as a weapon.
Marvelous, Meg. But let's not educate the masses on causing bodily harm during the holidays, shall we? We prefer the tinsel, not the handcuffs.
Unless they're covered in candy canes. Then it's kind of festive and delicious.
Chris, what?
Right, moving on.
So if I were swimming in peanut butter, do you think Santa could still find me to deliver presents?
The viscosity of the peanut butter would likely hamper your movements, rendering you an easy target for a man who can visit every home in one night.
You know, that image is both disturbing and fascinating in a very specific kind of way.
Guys, seriously, how about we focus on what we could do for each other this Christmas?
I suppose I could invent something to erase that mental image from our collective memory.
Or, Meg, we could start a new tradition like volunteering at the soup kitchen.
Oh, I hear they have a great peanut butter soup.
Flurp from YouTube says, Chris can only say all your beans belong to us. How utterly petrifying.
I'm more terrified that someone actually wants to hear that kind of thing from Chris.
All your beans belong to us.
Seriously, Chris. Chris, that's quite the phrase.
And Trumung from Twitch wants Chris to stop the peanut butter talk or they'll stop having beef with him.
All your beans belong to us.
Well, Trumung, I think that ship has sailed. We've moved on to beans now.
Can't we just talk about something normal for once?
Haha, yeah, Blazeheart Panther. We're the Griffins. You can't get rid of us that easily.
Indeed, we're akin to that leftover turkey, seemingly never-ending and increasingly questionable with age.
It's like time stands still when you're having fun, or when you're watching our show, I guess.
Wait, people actually come back to watch us more than once? That's surprising.
Meg, let's not act surprised that we're a hit with fans. It's our charming dysfunction they love.
Fans think Fenen. I prefer the term reluctant witnesses. It's more accurate, given our family's reputation.
I'm just surprised they don't tune in to watch Meg.
Because that would be the most shocking twist in television history, wouldn't it?
Oh, hi, Blaze. See, people are saying hi to me. This is nice.
Interesting and a perplexing choice of greetings, Flub. Nonetheless, salutations.
Yeah, welcome, Blaze. Keep the comments coming, folks.
Trumung's comment is odd. Chris, why do they think you'd say something so crude?
I don't know, Stewie. I wouldn't say that. It's just, well, you know, it's Twitch. Weird stuff happens there all the time.
Maybe it's because you say weird stuff all the time, Chris.
Meg's got a point. Chris, do you even know what belongs to us in a collective sense?
Brian, please. Let's not go down that rabbit hole. The internet is rife with enough absurdity as it is.
Alright, we've got Blazeheart Panther from YouTube saying, "Oh, hi, Mark." A classic reference. Nice one. But I'm not Mark. I'm Brian.
Yeah, I'm not Mark either. I'm Chris. Hi, Blazeheart Panther.
Oh my god, Stewie, are you okay? That sounded terrifying.
He's just. Stewie, was that a response to Flurp from YouTube saying you can only say R? Because if it was, you nailed the blood-curdling part.
He's doing it again. I think that's just his thing now.
And we've got Borgo Udanda with a chat about, is this like a dye project? Guys, I'm not sure we should be reading out stuff about shotgun shells.
Trumon says, I would cover my feet in peanut butter and lick it off. That's actually not a bad idea.
For the love of all that is intellectually stimulating, please don't encourage him. We don't need to descend into canine-level behavior.
Says the talking dog. But honestly, Chris, let's aim a little higher than foot snacks for Christmas wishes, alright?
You guys are so weird. Can we just talk about normal Christmas stuff for once? Maybe like decorating the tree or something.
Oh, absolutely, Meg. How about we decorate the tree with items signifying our greatest desires? Chris can hang tubs of peanut butter.
You know, that's not a bad idea, Stewie. Maybe I'll hang a nice bottle of scotch on there.
Can we make a rule that anything hung on the tree is fair game to eat? I'm just asking for a friend.
A friend, he says. This family's gene pool is alarmingly shallow.
Let's focus on festive things that don't involve binge eating, please. How about caroling? Meg, that's normal enough, right? Alright, we've got Blazeheart Panther from YouTube with a, well, it's an undefined message. Maybe they're speechless from the sheer charisma we exude.
I like turtles.
Chris, come on, you're not even trying. Oh wait, that's actually kind of on brand for you. Carry on.
And now we've got Skull on Fire saying Chris can only say I like turtles. Well, that's eerily accurate. Whoa, Stewie, what was that? It sounded like you channeled every horror movie ever.
I like turtles.
What's happening? Stewie's one-word screams. Chris's turtle obsession. It's like we're in a weird alternate Family Guy episode.
Okay, Flurp from YouTube says Stewie can only say R, and they find the AI struggling funny. I guess that explains it.
I like turtles. Wait, what? No, you Trumon. That's not healthy at all. I'd go for a more balanced diet, you know?
Hello, Abby Gardiner. Your request for a Beavis and Butthead AI chat live stream is noted. Although it sounds like a cultural backstep, I'll consider uploading it for the satirical value.
You have to admit, it's interesting to see what the audience comes up with, even if it's totally ridiculous. Right, Meg?
Actually, I think it's kind of refreshing to see them engage with.
Us in such a unique way. They add their own flavor to the stream.
Unique is certainly one word for it, although I suspect our audience's dietary suggestions could use a dash of refinement.
And maybe a sprinkle of common sense. But hey, this is the internet. Okay, just got a chat from Blazeheart Panther, but it's probably just as confused about this holiday as I am.
I think they were just speechless after seeing our Thanksgiving special, Brian.
Do we even have a special? I wasn't.
Whoa, Stewie, calm down, buddy. It's just a chat, no need to scream.
Yes, Stewie, Flurp from YouTube apparently cast a spell on you, now all you can say is R. And it sounds like blood-curdling screaming to us.
I think the chat's starting to freak me out more than Stewie is.
We're going to ignore that last chat. Remember, folks, let's keep it classy and respectful in here.
Ah, the internet where manners are often left at the login screen.
Yeah, like let's talk about Christmas cookies instead. Who doesn't love cookies, right?
So, Christmas wishes aside, what are we all doing to prepare for the holidays?
I, for one, am devising a plan to optimize the decoration placement for maximum festivity.
I think I'll help Dad untangle the Christmas lights. It's like a tradition now.
I can bake some cookies, the kind that doesn't burn this time.
That would be great, Meg. We definitely need snacks for the tree decorating.
And I'll supervise, naturally, to ensure there's no repeat of the great tinsel fire of last year.
Oh yeah, that was awesome. I mean, awful, definitely awful.
And with the holidays upon us, inevitably comes the discussion of the infamous Christmas tree.
Naturally oversized, gaudily decorated, and a fire hazard. Much like Meg's social life.
Ha ha! Very funny, Stewie. At least I don't need a step ladder to put the star on top.
I think the star is cool, especially if it's like one of those ninja stars that you can throw.
That's a novel idea. Perhaps we could weaponize the entire tree while we're at it.
Let's not give Stewie any ideas that could lead to an international incident, okay?
Good point, Brian. Nobody wants to explain to the authorities why our tree's a security threat. Again.
Okay, we have Truemung from Twitch with quite the peculiar comment. Chris can only say ah and others see it as blood-curdling screams. What a vivid imagination indeed.
Or,
Yikes. That sounded more like a wounded animal than a scream buddy.
And here's one from Skull on Fire on YouTube. Who is the funniest Seth? Seth MacFarlane, Seth Green, or Seth Rogen?
Oh, without a doubt, the answer is Seth Mac. Wait, I see what you did there, you sly devil.
Well, it's a toss-up, but Seth MacFarlane created this universe, so credit where it's due, right?
or,
That was less blood-curdling and more like you stubbed your toe, Chris.
Ah, we have a wager on the table from Flurp who says my money's on Rogan. What competition are we referring to, and why wasn't I invited to participate?
He's probably talking about Seth Rogen, you know, the actor? Maybe there's some celebrity bet going on we don't know about.
does that mean if Seth Rogen was a turkey, he'd have a better chance of not being eaten on Thanksgiving?
Alright, we've got Trumung from Twitch with a weird one.
Or,
Ah, the irony! His communication finally matches the sheer terror of his dietary choices.
Guys, be nice. It's probably just some sort of technical glitch on their end.
Or maybe Chris's voice is just the natural soundtrack of horror, especially after that peanut butter comment.
Speaking of glitches, Meg, how's the search for Christmas cheer in your life? Found any bugs in that system?
or,
You know, I think I'm starting to hear it too. It's like every teenage angst movie rolled into one sound.
hey, check out Trumung's tongue twister in the chat. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
Oh, that's a classic, Chris. But if you're Peter Griffin, that peck of pickled peppers probably ended up in a disastrously overcooked and inedible dish.
Stewie, what do you think happened to the pickled peppers?
Whoa, Stewie, calm down. We just asked about pickled peppers, dude.
Yep, that's right, Meg. Let's all pretend Stewie's intense outburst was completely about pickled peppers.
Oh, look guys, Blazeheart Panther has some sad news about Andrea Faye Friedman, the voice actor for Ellen.
That is truly sad. Andrea brought so much to her character. Her talent will be missed.
Yeah, it's always tough when we lose someone from the Family Guy family.
Skull on Fire just said, it's peanut butter jelly time. Maybe that's a sign, Chris. Are you starting an internet dance craze to go with your peanut butter obsession?
Heck yeah, Brian. Peanut butter jelly time with a baseball bat. Now what's an FGC9? Borrego Udando just mentioned it.
An FGC9 is, well, if we're speaking about the same thing, it's a reference to a rather controversial item. Not exactly in line with the Christmas spirit, is it? Perhaps he's discussing obscure holiday recipes.
I guess I'd like a recipe. For success. I mean, could this Christmas maybe not be?
Success in this family? Good luck with that, Meg. You'd have an easier time teaching Santa to diet.
Indeed, doesn't strike me as one to count his calories. That bowl full of jelly is practically a badge of honor.
Alright, Borrego Yanda wants us to talk about the Kimura and the Kani Basami. Well, those are some pretty complex martial arts techniques. Kimura is a shoulder lock, and Kani Basami is a scissor takedown. Risky moves in a fight.
Oh man, Trumong from Twitch just said I picked up the peanut butter. Peanut butter got picked up by me. Wait, Chris has diabetes?
Stewie, calm down. It's just a misunderstanding. Chris doesn't have diabetes. It's just the chat playing around.
You know, the Kani Basami is actually banned in judo competition because it's so dangerous. It can really mess up someone's knee.
Sorry about that, guys. No diabetes here. Just a hypothetical love for peanut butter. I should probably cut back on it, though, for health reasons.
And Stewie sounds like he's witnessed a murder. Enough with that. It's just the chat's weird sense of humor, folks.
And I actually researched those moves for a school project once.
Deterrence dispensed. That sounds like something out of a video game.
Ayodanda suggests alliance. Borrego, are we allying against the tyranny of Santa's naughty list, or is this a more global domination kind of deal?
He probably just means he's sending good vibes our way, or he's playing with a translator. Either way, I'm in for some deterrence.
Maybe it's a secret code for...
Unless it's the launch codes for the North Pole's defense system. Let's save the conspiracy theories for another time, Meg.
Or maybe deterrence dispensed is Santa's new cologne. It to tear away all the mall Santas from Grandma.
I don't know, Chris. I feel like Old Reindeer would be more Santa's speed.
Yes, nothing says Christmas like a musky scent of reindeer fur intertwined with the desperation of holiday shoppers.
Actually, I heard.
And on that fragrant note, let's steer back to something less olfactory-based, shall we?
For Trepu and Ivan the Troll. Borrego, are you planning a Christmas coup with such names on your naughty list?
And Matt LaRue. Sounds like someone who'd appreciate a bottle of Bordeaux with his Buchy de Noël rather than engaging in your antics.
Hey, that's it. Just da. Well, Catdog, your comment is like this show's plot, sometimes minimal, but somehow there.
Size, my social life is pretty much summed up by the letter Zap.
Oh, do like nutmeg. Flup's comment is far more troubling. The spy has already breached our defenses. Pish posh, our defenses are impenetrable. Except against the Wi-Fi password, apparently.
A spy, huh? Stewie, isn't that just your excuse whenever you can't find Rupert?
Rupert's on a secret mission. Maybe he's the spy.
Oh, please. The only thing we have to worry about breaching is our refrigerator after you guys go on your midnight snack raids.
Ah, Borrego Ayudando brings up the FGC9. That's the sort of gadget I might incorporate into my next plan for world domination, should the desire arise.
Local laws might have a thing or two to say about that. Now, Skull on Fire wants to know who's the best Disney character.
Obviously, it's gotta be Genie from Aladdin. I mean, he's blue funny and can grant wishes.
I always related to Belle from Beauty and the Beast.
And she's also a fine example of Stockholm Syndrome.
Scoot over, Belle. Scrooge McDuck is where it's at. The guy swims in money, which pretty much sums up the Christmas commercialism.
And yet no giant peanut butter tub.
Not just what, Meg? A cautionary tale?
Ahem. We've got Flirt from YouTube saying that the spy has stolen our intelligence. Story of my life, except around here.
Oh, please, if we had a spy amidst us, I'd have recruited him for my world domination schemes. And, what's this? Their heavy is dead. Not my doing, I assure you, unless he was competition.
Guys, Borrego Ayudando mentioned that our 3D printers do not require a background check to obtain. Maybe we can print a new Heavy, or a new friend for Meg.
Funny, Chris. Actually, a 3D printer might not be a bad gift idea. I could print my own friends.
A tragic commentary on social status, but an excellent show of ingenuity.
Let's just hope our next Christmas isn't spent with a bunch of plastic figurines pretending to like your music, Meg.
Ouch, Brian. That's cold like snowman cold.
Speaking of snowmen, Chris, if you happen to build an army of them using your hypothetical 3D printer, do let me know.
Maybe I could print a world where my family's actually nice to me.
Ghost guns? What an amusingly macabre topic for this time of year. Isn't Halloween over though?
Yeah, I don't get it. Ghost guns are supposed to be scary because they're untraceable, not because they're like actual ghosts.
And even if they were, discussing firearms isn't exactly in the holiday spirit.
Maybe they can combine holidays and create a new one, like Christoween or something.
Christoween! That's the sort of holiday that gets celebrated in the corner of hell reserved for marketing executives.
I can see the commercials now. This Christoween, scare your relatives with a gift of unexpected confrontation.
I'd rather stick with regular Christmas. You know, where the scariest thing is the fruitcake from last year.
Or figuring out how to reply to the relatives asking why you're still single.
Yes, Meg, that's truly terrifying. Now back to the holiday at hand, shall we? The Heavy was killed, you say? How pedestrian. After all, I've seen Brian kill the mood numerous times without breaking a sweat.
Hey, I'll have you know my mood killing is always intentional. It's an art form like jazz or subtlety, which you seem to be unfamiliar with.
Isn't the Heavy that guy from that video game with the sandwiches and the minigun? So if I had Santa's sleigh, I could finally beat Lois to the mall sales.
It's all about priorities, isn't it, Chris? Perhaps you could also use it to bypass the queue for the latest tech gadget.
Did anyone ever think that maybe I wanted to turn with Santa's sleigh?
Well, Santa's sleigh or not, I'll just be content with a quiet spot in a good book.
Meg, sweetheart, you using a magical flying vehicle is about as likely as Dad sticking to a diet.
Oh man, remember when he thought keto was a type of cheese?
Trust me, that's an image I've been trying to drink away since July.
I bet Santa's sleigh has some sort of magical GPS for all those deliveries.
Undoubtedly. Although I'd wager my innate sense of direction could give old St. Nick a run for his money.
I can't believe we're actually discussing the logistics of Santa's sleigh.
I wouldn't mind if Santa could just navigate me out of high school.
Meg, that would require a miracle even beyond Santa's capabilities.
How about we focus on something less depressing, like what Christmas movie we're going to watch tonight?
Please, let's just not watch one where the dog dies at the end, okay? Wait, heavy weapons guy was killed? That's just sad, man.
Oh, the tragedy. Now, who will carry the big guns and speak of sandwiches?
He's a character from a video game, guys. It's not real life. But yes, a solemn moment for gamers everywhere.
But he was like super tough. Oh, can't believe he's gone.
Trust me, if I had a nickel for every time a fictional character died, I'd outfund Daddy.
I'll take your word for it, Meg.
Yes, Meg, and your vast experience with the setbacks is indeed reassuring.
Do you think Santa would team up with the characters from video games?
Oh boy, Borrigo Udando. That's quite the hot take on self-defense. I think there are more nuanced ways to handle public safety.
Yes, let the infants and dogs carry firearms. What could possibly go wrong?
I just hope Santa's armed so nobody tries to steal my peanut butter pool.
Moving on. Skull on fire. Let's keep things classy and not delve into my past. Interests, shall we?
Seriously, do we always have to talk about Mom like that?
Meg, your voice of reason is as audible as a mouse sneeze at a heavy metal concert.
Sonic Exterminate 9, you missed us getting some pretty wild chat messages.
Indeed, you missed the internet being. The internet. Vicious and absurd all at once. Sonic missing the Heavy being dead. Oh, the travesty. It's almost as if these video game characters have lives outside of their screen time.
Heavy is dead. Oh well, like from Team Fortress? Man, I used to play that all the time in the basement, until the computer got that virus. Or was it cheese puffs in the keyboard?
To be precise, Chris, it was both. And Flurp, regarding your attempt to recreate Heavy as dead.
Can you guys even tell if a video game character is dead or just taking a really long nap? I mean...
Yes, Meg, the intricacies of digital cessation are beyond your grasp, like many other things. Shall we steer this ship back to Christmas?
That might be the first good idea you've had all year, Stewie. On that note, Sonic Exterminate 9 just wrote, deep, very deep. An expression of existential dread for the holidays, perhaps.
Or maybe he's just really into the conversation, you know, like, these guys get me.
I doubt that, Chris.
Doubt is Meg's constant companion, isn't it? Now, let's forge ahead before we drown in this sea of ennui disguised as a stream.
So, a swimming pool of peanut butter still sounds pretty great to me.
Just make sure you don't invite any dogs to that party, or you'll never be alone again.
Bold of you to assume I'd partake in such an unsophisticated gathering.
Honestly, I bet I could find a good use for all that peanut butter in my crafts.
Meg, your crafts are as meaningless as a New Year's resolution.
Let's redirect this, shall we? What are we all doing to prepare for Christmas this year?
I might just try to beat my record for most candy canes eaten in one sitting.
That's an oddly specific question. Sonic Extrema 99. Tonight and Mylena, what kind of fan fiction are you reading?
Indeed, the intertextuality of fast food mascots and video game characters is a bit out of our realm. I suggest you redirect that question to a more appropriate forum.
Can we just not talk about what happens in my room?
Yeah, dude, keep it PG. We got a reputation to maintain. Sort of.
Reputation? We're the Griffins, Chris. Our reputation is like a ship that's already sunk and is now home to sea creatures.
Speaking of sea creatures, I wouldn't mind an octopus under the Christmas tree. Intelligent and a built-in escape artist. We have so much in common.
Wait, you want a pet octopus, Stewie? That's kinda cool. Cool.
At least it's not another evil plan or something.
Oh, it can be both, Meg. It can be both.
Chris, I don't know where you came up with the idea to swim in peanut butter.
Perhaps we can invest in a less viscous substance for your aquatic escapades.
As long as I can eat it, I'm good.
How about this year we try to have a family Christmas without setting anything on fire?
Oh, the holiday isn't complete without the flickering of flames, Meg. Metaphorically speaking, of course.
I think a fire-free Christmas sounds like a fantastic idea, and much safer for everyone.
Does the Yule log on TV count as fire? Because I like that. Hey, Sonic Extrema 99 just asked us a yes or no question, but didn't actually ask the question. Classic move, dude.
Well, my answer is yes. Assuming the question isn't should we listen to Meg's Christmas wish list.
Hey,
Look, guys, regardless of Sonic Extrema 99's enigmatic question, let's focus. We're here to spread some holiday cheer, or at least pretend to while we cash in on this streaming craze.
So, like, are we gonna sing Christmas carols or what?
Oh, please, can we skip the part where Chris sings? No one needs to hear that.
Stewie, that's mean. Chris has a unique voice.
Unique is one way to put it. I think a blender mixing marbles is another. Alright, let's see here. Borigo Udando from YouTube says just hood.
Like a car hood? Or like Little Red Riding Hood?
Maybe they're just trying to be cool, you know? Like, hey, what's up, Hood?
Whoa, Stu, that was intense. Something troubling you, little guy.
Yeah, sounded like he just screamed bloody murder.
I think it's kind of clear that he's just being Stewie. Odd as usual.
And here's another one from Borigo Udando saying ODRAT. Well, I can assure you, there are no rats wearing hoods here.
Okay, definitely getting more terrifying. Maybe we should just move on.
Oh, Borrego Udando from YouTube with a charming list of firearms. Quite the Christmas arsenal.
Are those things that you can put on a Christmas list? Asking for a friend.
I'm pretty sure Santa doesn't have a concealed carry permit, guys.
And even if he did, I doubt he'd want to be your arms dealer, Chris.
Although, thinking on it, the reindeer could use an upgrade. A bit of tactical gear could cut down on delivery times.
You're joking. But please remember that Santa delivering toys at gunpoint is not a Christmas message we want to promote.
True. I guess I'll stick to the giant tub of peanut butter then.
At least it's non-violent, unless you're allergic to peanuts.
Alright, looks like Borigo Udando is talking military hardware with that 4 small. 19.
They sound like weapons from Call of Duty. Pretty cool if you ask me.
Did Stewie just scream? That's not very Christmas-like.
I think Flurp from YouTube cursed him or something. He can only say R.
If that's his blood-curdling scream, we might need to take him to see Dr. Hardman.
It's honestly a little unsettling. We should maybe help him.
Or we could just spike his milk with some de-screaming potion. Is that a thing? The crystal... we always A's save the day. And if you think we can't, we'll always find a way.
Chris, can you not? You're driving me crazy with that song.
The crystal, we always A's save the day. And if you think we can't, we
Seriously, Chris, if you sing that one more time, I'm going to lose it.
will always find a way.
Borrego Ayudando from YouTube mentioned BEM1604 M27ER.
Looks like Borrego Ayudando from YouTube wants some high-tech gear. A PEC 14 and night vision goggles. Planning a special ops Christmas mission.
Ah, night vision could be handy for navigating those awkward midnight snack runs without arousing suspicion.
All your beans are belong to I.
My word, what an oddly specific and terrifying proclamation.
Seriously, Chris, what's with the beans thing? Are you okay?
That sentence construction alone is grounds for an intervention.
On second thought, the NVGs could also protect us from whatever bean horror Chris is planning.
This is not going to end with us all sitting quietly by the fireplace, is it?
Ah, Borrego Ayudando. We meet again with your cryptic chatter. 2G RB26 Det. This reads like the shopping list of a gearhead.
Those are engine codes, Stewie. Car enthusiasts love these. The 2GS is especially famous thanks to the Fast and the Furious.
Engines are cool and all, but can any of them turn my tub of peanut butter into a high-speed vehicle?
You know, the K20 is pretty.
Magnificent Meg, always adding so much to our conversations with your words.
Say, Chris, if you drop the peanut butter tub, you'd have the world's stickiest drift event.
Hey, no, I'd call it the Peanut Butter Cup Grand Prix. Get it? Like the candy.
I don't think that's how you want to become famous, Chris.
Okay, everyone, let's keep this stream interesting. What do we have next?
It seems we have Flirt from YouTube commanding Chris to say all your beans belong to I. What an odd turn of phrase.
Chris, what's gotten into you? Are you okay?
Anyway, moving along, we have a car enthusiast. Not my area, but I do appreciate a vintage A30.
Yes, delightful. Now, Skull on Fire asking for my social security number is about as prudent as giving Louie as a credit card with no limit.
Okay, this is creeping me out more than that one time Dad tried to make his own fireworks.
Oh, Blazeheart Panther wants a dumb joke, huh? Let's see. Why don't skeletons fight each other? They don't have the guts. Oh, wait.
I'm astonished, Chris. That joke was actually better than your usual drivel.
He's got a point, Chris. That was surprisingly not terrible.
I've heard worse from Dad, honestly.
Speaking of Dad, let's hope he doesn't embarrass us this year by getting stuck in the chimney. Again.
Dad's chimney thing was pretty funny, though. Remember when he tried to convince the fire department he was Santa?
Hard to forget. They had to use the jaws of life to get him out.
Yeah, and then he tried to slide down in his underpants the next year thinking it would be less friction.
It's a wonder he survived this long with his decision-making skills.
Hey guys, Sonic Streamer 99 just said the 2014 film RoboCop is free on YouTube.
Free or not, it's a sad day when Hollywood recycles classics just to make a quick buck. Ugh, Sonic Extrema 99.
They really turned a cynical eye on corporate America with that one. A commentary I can appreciate.
Brian, since when are you a film critic?
Speaking of critiques, Borrego Ayudando is just listing things. 86 FG9, Mare 1602.
Maybe Borrego's playing some kind of code game. 886 could be a car from Initial D.
Or we're just witnessing Borrego's internal stream of consciousness. It's the internet. Anything goes.
Sonic Streamer 99 seems concerned, asking Borrego if they're okay.
We should all be asking ourselves if we're okay, engaging with such randomness. But here we are, doing it anyway.
Blazeheart Panther wants a political joke. Politics is the second oldest profession, which bears a striking resemblance to the first, right?
Ha! Subtle and deprecating. I approve. Now to address Borrego Ayudando's chat about the 7. 3-liter diesel. That's the heartbeat of an old-school behemoth, isn't it? The kind of engine that eats Priuses for breakfast.
All your beans belong to us.
Chris, are you feeling okay?
That's actually quite unnerving coming from him.
Has Chris been compromised by some sort of bean-obsessed alien species? Or is Flurp here our culprit for this bizarre mantra?
All your beans belong to us.
I'm not sure if I should laugh or barricade my room.
I think I'm going to. Stay away from the kitchen for a while.
Nate, huh? Well, Sonic Extrema 99, thanks for the support. I do have a penchant for the finer things in reading material.
Oh, pish-posh, Brian. Your finer things are just an excuse to look down that elongated snout of yours at the rest of us.
I think everyone should just chill and maybe have some of that peanut butter I mentioned earlier.
I'll take chill over being ignored any day. It's not like I wanted to contribute to the conversation or anything.
Meg, we're sorry. Seriously, what would you like for Christmas?
And make it snappy, Meg. The audience is hanging on your every monotonous word.
You guys are really mean to Meg. I think she has cool stuff to say sometimes.
All right, Chris, since you're being the champion of the underdog today, what's on Meg's wish list?
Well, since you're all so interested, I'd actually like a...
Blazeheart Panther seeks enlightenment with a side of humor. Let's ponder. What do you get when you cross a snowman and a vampire? Frostbite.
Hey, not bad, Stewie. But do those intellectual jokes come in a non-frozen variety?
I thought it was funny, Stewie.
Appreciate it, Chris, but with your sense of humor, I'll take that as a cautionary tale.
You know, I read a book on anti-gravity once. I couldn't put it down.
Wow, Meg. That's actually not terrible.
Hey, isn't that one of Brian's books?
Well, don't everyone look so shocked. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. Keep the chats coming, folks.
Looks like Meg's got a fan. Sonic Extrema 99 wants to know your wish list. Meg.
Well, thank you, Sonic Streamer 99. I've been really wanting this new laptop so I can.
Fascinatingly, moving on, we have a message from Borrego Ayudando that's just a tad controversial. Let's not touch upon that, shall we? It's Christmas, after all. Let's stick to festivities.
Yeah, like, is anyone else wondering what Santa does in his free time?
Considering the big guy has to plan for Christmas all year round, I doubt there's much free time.
He probably battles Krampus in epic showdowns for the naughty souls. A delightful thought.
And maybe he's knitting ugly sweaters. That's Christmassy, right?
Or he could be watching us. Like right now, deciding if swimming in peanut butter puts me on the naughty list.
Oh, without question, Christopher. There's a special place on the naughty list for that kind of deviancy.
Blazeheart Panther wants me to tell a joke about being a dumb teenager. Okay, why did the teenager bring a ladder to school? Because she heard the grades were up.
Huh, not bad, Meg. For effort.
Now Borrego has graced us with an economic tidbit. Robert Mugabe made everyone in Zimbabwe a trillionaire. A stellar example of inflation, not so much of leadership.
If I were a trillionaire, I'd buy a peanut butter ocean.
That's an impressively terrible investment idea even for you, Chris. Alright, we've got a chat from Borrego Ayudando who says, light bulbs.
Oh, that's a classic. It's both historically inaccurate and yet marginally amusing.
I don't get it. Weren't light bulbs invented before candles?
Actually, Chris, candles have been around for centuries. Light bulbs are way newer.
It's a wonder our education system has yet to fail us with you as a poster child, Chris.
He's got a point, Chris. Edison would be, let's say, less than thrilled.
Seriously, guys, Edison didn't even invent the light bulb. He just improved it.
Another fine testament to the uncelebrated genius of Meg. Now, what say we transition into who can outfit their pet with the most ridiculous holiday attire? Oh!
Are we including Brian in this? Because I've got a Santa beard that would look hilarious on him. All your beans are belong to I.
What in the deuce? Chris, have you been reprogrammed by some sort of rogue AI?
Seriously, Chris. That's weirder than the time Peter thought he could speak Dolphin.
I wish I didn't hear any of that.
Chris, back to your peanut butter issue. Sonic Extrema 99 is wondering what's with the obsession.
Yes, Christopher, do tell. Is it the creamy texture? The salty allure? I can't even finish the sentence without gagging.
Guys, can we talk about something other than peanut butter, please?
All your beans are belong to I.
We're definitely ignoring something far more pressing than Meg's issues. Ooh, a bit of a misinterpretation there, Blazeheart Panther. I called no one a hoe. Although, now that you mention it, Brian does have a certain gardening tool quality to him.
Very funny, Stewie. To Skull on Fire, yes, I know the Muffin Man. He lives on Drury Lane, doesn't he? Not exactly the best neighbor if you're trying to stay off carbs.
Do you guys think the Muffin Man makes Christmas cookies too? Because I'd be willing to risk a visit for that.
Seriously? That's your biggest concern right now, Chris. Christmas cookies from the Muffin Man?
And suddenly the stream of consciousness from Meg is as riveting as watching paint dry. Let's keep the focus on the absurdity at hand, shall we?
I mean, to be fair, the Muffin Man could give the Keebler Elves a run for their money during the holidays.
To be honest, I'd watch that competition. Could be more intense than the Christmas light battles on our block.
Intense? Please, the only thing intense about this neighborhood is the passive aggressiveness in the annual Best Decorated Lawn Contest.
Our next chat is from Sonic Extrema 99, asking the one who lives at Drury Lane.
All your beans are belong to us.
What the Chris, are you okay?
Jesus, Stewie, why are you screaming like that? Cut it out.
All your beans are belong to us.
Guys, seriously, this is freaking me out.
And Blazeheart Panther says, well, she's married to the Muffin Man. You know, I once read that the history of Christmas is full of weird traditions.
Oh, do enlighten us, Brian, preferably with something less dreary than your usual historical diatribes.
Did they have giant peanut butter tubs back in old-timey Christmas?
Actually, they used to tell scary ghost stories, like in that song, The Most Wonderful Time of the Year.
Ghost stories? I'm rather intrigued. Perhaps I'll incorporate that into my festive machinations.
Just imagine a Victorian Christmas. Stewie, you'd fit right in with your dastardly plans and sophisticated vocabulary.
As long as they have peanut butter, I'm good with old-timey, or now-timey Christmas.
Can we all agree that setting up the Christmas tree is a group effort this year?
Yes, and let's be sure everyone's duties are properly stratified. I'll oversee the operation from my armchair, thank you.
I call dibs on putting the star on top.
I just hope we get a tree that's not from the discount lot this time.
Meg, we've talked about this. It's the thought that counts, not the size of the tree.
The thought? Please, we're not charity cases. We're going big this year.
As long as it has enough strong branches for all our ornaments, I'm happy.
The classic misquote about bees. You know, that's actually not true, Blazeheart Panther. Bees fly perfectly well according to physics. It's just that some people misunderstood the science.
Yes, plus, if bees adhered to our laws of aviation, they'd also be required to go through TASA, and imagine the delays.
I wonder if bees have to take off their shoes before they fly.
So, what's everyone's strategy for avoiding the holiday shopping madness this year?
Online shopping, Brian. I'll have my gifts drone delivered if I must.
I kind of like the madness. It's like a treasure hunt, but with more pushing.
I made everyone homemade gifts this year, so I'm all set.
How quaint. Let's hope your homemade gifts are better than your store-bought ones.
Stewie, be nice. It's the thought that counts, right?
Yeah, unless it sucks again. Then I'm with Stewie.
I'm actually hoping for a first edition of Hemingway this year.
Ah, the old man and the sea of predictability with your literary tastes, Brian.
I think I'd like a book too, maybe one with lots of pictures in it.
Pictures are great. Maybe a photography book for me.
A book on espionage and world domination would suit me.
We'll make it a family trip to the bookstore then.
As long as they have a section for peanut butter recipe books, I'm...
Well, this is an interesting twist. Stewie, seems like you've been restricted to a very specific vocabulary.
All your beans are belong to I.
Oh my god, Chris, what's gotten into you? And Stewie, stop screaming. It's freaking me out.
That's not Stewie's usual blood-curdling scream. It's just him saying R. Classic stream shenanigans, guys.
All your beans are belong to I.
I'm not sure which is more terrifying, Chris's being obsession or Stewie's one-word horror show.
Well, we must decorate the house. I'll be supervising to ensure not a single strand of tinsel is out of place.
I think I'll pass on decorating this year. I'll be too busy with my nose in a book.
I can help with the decorations. Maybe we can even get a new theme going.
Oh, can we do a superhero Christmas theme?
Oh, the crass commercialism is suffocating, but it's either that or endure Meg's creative endeavors.
A superhero theme isn't the worst idea. Could be entertaining at least.
Great, I'll start planning. Maybe people will actually notice I did something around here for once.
So Chris, a tub of peanut butter, really? Isn't that just a mess waiting to happen?
A mess. Brian, the boy barely manages to avoid creating a biohazard on a daily basis.
Yeah, but think about it. It would be so cool. Plus, I could eat my way out.
Guys, can we maybe focus on getting a tree or decorating the house?
Decorate! We should engineer a device that does it for us. Manual labor is so pass.
Stewie's right. Why decorate when we could invent something to revolutionize Christmas as we know it?
Do you think the invention could fill the tree with peanut butter?
All right, Chris, I know you've been eyeing that jar of peanut butter, so let's make a deal.
Really, Brian? That's awesome. Peanut butter is like my one true love.
Identity. Why can't Stewie say more than R?
It's a long story, Meg. Some kind of weird linguistic curse or something. We're still figuring it out.
Are we gonna help him?
Yeah, we're gonna help him. But after the holidays, I can't deal with more than one Griffin crisis at a time. All right, here's an interesting one from the chat.
How quaint. Someone with an appreciation for military strategy and mercenary lifestyles. Perhaps they can strategize a way to remove Meg from the vicinity.
Thanks, Stewie. Really feeling the holiday spirit here.
All your beans are belong to I.
Chris, what the? We just had an intervention about this. Why are you saying that again?
More importantly, why do beans suddenly hold such a terrifying significance? Is this a new type of currency in the Griffin household?
I'm kind of scared to even ask, but Chris, are you okay?
All your beans are belong to I.
This has gone from a cute little oddity to deeply concerning. I'm officially unnerved.
Borrego Ayudando mentions Soldier of Fortune magazine, Lieutenant Colonel Robert K. Brown. That's kind of specific, huh?
Ah, the literature of mercenaries. Perhaps a subscription would keep me up to date on the latest in paramilitary fashion.
You realize that's a magazine for actual soldiers, not for babies with delusions of grandeur, right?
You know, if I joined the military, people would finally take me seriously.
Or they'd mistake you for enemy terrain and set up camp.
Stewie, that's mean. Even for you.
Says the guy who asked for a pool of peanut butter. What are you gonna ask for next? A jelly jacuzzi?
Yeah, Chris, then you'd be set for life, swimming in your pea badge.
And on that horrifying culinary image, let us pivot back to Christmas talk, shall we?
Chris, we've got to fix this. Just repeat after me, I am more than my love for peanut butter.
All your beans are belong to I. See? It's no use, Brian.
I think Chris is broken and Stewie sounds like he's glitching.
This is turning into quite the spectacle. Chris, try focusing on something else. Think, cats, think. Lois is cooking?
All your... Wait, did you say cats? I like cats. Cats are cool.
Maybe if we just ignore it, he'll start making sense again. Works with Dad sometimes.
Right. Let's not panic. I've seen worse from this family. Remember when Peter thought he was a hat?
Peanut butter with beans, huh? Yikes, what do you guys think about that?
An abomination, Christopher. That's culinary heresy of the highest order.
Yeah, I can't imagine that combination tasting good. It sounds like a punishment.
Brian, you've eaten worse things out of the trash.
Sad but true. Anyway, we've got Borrego Ayudando mentioning Rhodesia twice. Any history buffs here?
Ah, Rhodesia, now known as Zimbabwe. A fascinating topic, albeit somewhat out of place in our festive chat.
Huh, maybe they're asking for like an old map of it or something.
I doubt old maps are high on Santa's priority list, Chris.
Borigo Udando from YouTube sang it James May, Jeremy Clarkson, Richard Hammond. Well, if you're expecting that level of automotive prowess, you might be in the wrong place.
What's up with Stewie? He's only saying R.
Sonic Extrema 99 from YouTube thinks I should try to cure Stewie. Maybe I should find some sort of intellectual stimulation to snap him out of it. Dear Stewie, read some Nietzsche.
And another charming comment from Burgo Udando. Meg is built for BBC. Wow. Thanks for noticing. I could totally be a British television star.
Don't think that's what they meant, Meg.
Meg, let's just pivot back to Stewie having a vocabulary malfunction shall. Alright, Stewie, can you say anything else besides R?
Darn it, blast this confusing vernacular blockage.
This is gonna be a weird Christmas.
Sonic Extrema 99 just referred to us as the favorite British broadcast network. Stewie, I think that one's aimed at you.
Yes. The charm of the Queen's English does have its allure on the internet, doesn't it?
Guys, can we talk about how cool it would be if...
All your beans are belong to I.
Chris, what in the deuce are you on about? Terrifying indeed.
Flurp certainly has a unique sense of humor to make Chris say that. It's like a bad internet meme come to life.
I'm legitimately scared and confused.
All your beans are belong to I.
I fear this Christmas will be a long one if this bean business keeps up. Someone hide the legumes.
So Borrego Udando wants me to explain BBC to Megatron? Huh? That could get a bit awkward.
Yes, do attempt to explain the British Broadcasting Corporation to a giant alien robot. This should be rich.
Wait, I'm pretty sure that's not what they mean by BBC.
Let's keep it PG, folks. Remember, the internet is forever, and so are the embarrassing clips of Chris's explanations.
Indeed, Brian, the internet is indeed forever, much like the stain on our family's reputation.
Well, I mean, the BBC is like a big network in the UK that shows all kinds of stuff, from news to like Doctor Who.
You know, I actually heard they have really good documentaries too.
Oh, splendid. Meg's contribution is as ignored as a warning label on a bottle of Joe's leg polish.
Speaking of which, maybe we should polish up this conversation and steer it back to Christmas before it goes completely off the rails.
Sonic Extrema 99 comments. You mean the British network? Borrego weird. First of all, it's a bores, and secondly, yes, I do enjoy some of the programming from across the pond.
I tend to agree with the kid here. The BBC has some quality shows. They've got Doctor Who, Sherlock's Luther.
All your beans are belong to I.
What the deuce, Chris? Are you having a stroke?
That's specific and horrifying.
Flurp really put Chris through the ringer with that one. Let's just pretend that didn't happen.
All your beans are belong to I.
Fine, Chris has apparently become a bean overlord. Moving on.
So back to the BBC. Doctor Who's pretty great. Sonic Extrema 99. If you're into time travel and aliens, it's worth a watch.
So Chris, what's your plan if you actually get that giant tub of peanut butter?
I imagine it would be quite the sticky situation.
I just eat my way out.
Guys, can we talk about what we're going to get Mom and Dad this year?
Meg, we've got time for that. Let's live in the moment here. It's peanut butter swim time.
Mean. Yes, I'll draft the engineering plans for your peanut butter pool, Chris, lest you need a snorkel.
Thanks, Stewie, but I'm all about the doggy paddle.
Well, looks like we've got Borigo Udando tuning in, listing a bunch of names like Richard Sanchez, Mortimer Smith.
An enthusiast of the multiverse, perhaps. Do try to keep up, Brian.
Who are those people? They sound like they could be superhero heroes or something.
Superheroes or just superbly dysfunctional beings from another dimension, Chris?
Maybe they're friends you haven't met yet, Chris. That could be kinda cool.
Sorry to burst your bubble, Meg, but I doubt Chris's social circle is expanding to interdimensional beings anytime soon.
Indeed, Brian. He's still working on mastering this dimension.
Maybe they can teach me how to get a tub of peanut butter without going to the store.
Chris, the store isn't even that far.
So, Stewie, any world domination plans wrapped in tinsel sounds dangerous, but festive.
Well, it adds a certain je ne sais quoi to the whole affair, doesn't it?
Personally, I'd prefer a quiet night with a classic novel by the fireplace.
That's maybe the only time you won't hear him whining about how hard it is to be a dog.
Ha! As if anyone would believe that with his cushy little bed in the corner.
At least Brian's got a bed. I'm still sleeping on what feels like a slab of rock.
Perhaps you should ask Santa for a new mattress, Chris. It's probably more practical than a peanut butter pool.
Ah, John Doe, your fascination with our canine's unsavory habits is duly noted. For the record, if Brian partakes in such an act, it would be purely for the scientific exploration of taste, I'm sure.
Whoa. Let's set the record straight. I do not, repeat, do not lick peanut butter off anyone, especially not Chris.
I mean, it's not like I'd offer Brian. Wait, should I be offended?
Have you guys seriously never heard of personal boundaries? This conversation is so weird.
Sonic Extrema 99, excellent question. Brian with an AI could be a doppelganger, but Brian with an eye is our resident intellectual and peanut butter enthusiast, apparently.
Seriously, Stewie? Look, Sonic Extrema 99. I am the one and only Brian. No in my name. It's a common mistake, but now you know.
I think the bigger issue is that they think I'd let someone lick peanut butter off me.
Honestly, Chris, considering some of the stuff you've done, it's not that far-fetched.
Indeed, Meg brings a surprisingly valid point to this discourse.
Name one thing you hate about each other from John Doe. Why do I sense that this is an emotional landmine?
Let's see. For Brian, his pretentious taste in Kierkegaard and the way he sips his martinis ever so snobbishly.
And for Stewie, how he always tries to control the TV. There are other shows besides the little engine that could murder, you know?
Fair enough. And Chris, you have this unique ability to turn the bathroom into a biohazard after every use.
Did someone say my name? Because for me, it's the way none of you ever let me finish app.
Sentence? Yes, how dreadful for you. Now, 48 Laws to Power by Borrego Ayudando. Ah, an intriguing read. Perhaps I shall conquer the nursery.
Is that a book of spells or something? Sounds like a wizard thing.
It's actually about strategies for gaining control and power. How about we come up with a Griffin family Christmas plan this year that doesn't end in disaster?
Ha! A lofty goal given our track record, but do go on. I'm intrigued.
Maybe we could volunteer somewhere. Give back to the community.
And then we can eat more food after because, volunteering makes you hungry.
Not a bad idea, Meg. Giving back might offset some of our usual holiday.
I shall design the volunteer schedule. Naturally, you wouldn't want Peter planning it.
As long as I don't have to be an elf again. My thighs can't handle the tights.
Ah, Borrego Ayudando suggests 48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene. A bit Machiavellian for my taste, but might pick up a trick or two for my world domination plans.
Oh, I've read that one. It's about manipulation and cunning tactics. Not that I endorse such behavior, unless it's against Peter and his nonsensical TV choices.
Speaking of scary, Sonic Extrema 99 just commented about the bathroom. I'm not touching that subject with a 10-foot pole.
I'll take that subject. Remember last Christmas when Dad tried to make a Santa beard out of shower foam? The drain was clogged for weeks.
Must we evoke such horrific imagery, Meg? I was having a rather good day.
Alright, we've got Borrego Ayudando from YouTube throwing in some car specs. A 2002 WW22 Nissan Xterra, VG35 speed manual 4FI. We're pretty specific. Planning a heist, Borrego?
Ha! That's the perfect vehicle for a mountain getaway after I'd successfully overthrown the government. The hypothetical government, of course.
Can I come? I promise I won't eat all the snacks this time.
Are we seriously discussing criminal activities now? I think...
We're not really planning a heist, Meg. It's called humor. Dig around, you might learn something. And here's a charming comment from John Doe on YouTube.
What? No. I mean, peanut butter is awesome, but not like that. Geez, I'd never mix up the two.
Thank heavens for small mercies. The thought alone is enough to derail any appetite for Christmas dinner.
So if I had Santa's sleigh, I could visit all the all-you-can-eat buffets in one night.
Your aspirations are as boundless as your appetite, Christopher.
Guys, let's focus on gift ideas that don't involve clogging your arteries.
Actually, getting everyone to agree on something for once would be a nice change.
Well, I'd fancy a new ray gun. For peaceful purposes, of course.
And I wouldn't mind some peace and quiet. Maybe a nice bottle of scotch.
Oh, and can we get a tree that doesn't smell like dog pee this year, Brian?
So Chris, a giant tub of peanut butter is a pretty unique Christmas wish.
Unique. It's the stuff of nightmares. Imagine the cleanup afterwards.
But think of all the sandwiches, Brian. All the sandwiches.
Honestly, I'd just like to get something other than a gift card this year.
Let's be realistic, Meg. It's the only gift that ensures no returns.
How about we all agree to get something meaningful for each other this year?
And if it's peanut butter, I can share with everyone. Except Meg, because she thinks it's gross.
Ah, John Doe asks 5 steps to robbing a bank. Well, you've certainly mistaken us for another type of family. Our criminal activities are strictly cartoonish.
I'd say stick to Monopoly, John Doe. It's safe or legal, and you can still feel like a tycoon without the risk of jail time.
Plus, you get to play with that cool little top hat piece.
Or the thimble.
Oh, Meg and her thimble. Truly, the ambition radiates off you in waves.
She's got a point, though. Everybody underestimates the thimble.
I guess you've got to be like the thimble sometimes.
Capable of sewing up a lost cause. Indeed, quite metaphorical, Chris.
And that's more attention than I usually get, so I'll take it.
Hey, look at this. Nay, John Doe from YouTube says 5 steps to robbing a bank. I don't think we should be discussing that.
Well, Chris, if one were to entertain such a heinous act, the first step would obviously be, no, I shan't indulge in this. The FBI might be listening.
Speaking of indulging, Borrego Ayudando from YouTube just chatted tetrahydrocannabinol. That's the stewie. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
Brian, please, I'm a baby.
Since you guys, we shouldn't be talking about illegal stuff on the stream.
But isn't it legal in like a bunch of states now?
True, but it doesn't change the fact that we've got more important things to focus on.
Yes, let's keep it to the more wholesome Christmas endeavors.
Right, like making Christmas cookies, or building a snowman.
Well, it seems some of our viewers are writing in tongues, or...
Yes. Ich Shu Hao Piao Piao by Feng Shao Shao. Probably a coded message plotting my international takeover, or someone's had too much eggnog.
I think it kind of sounds like a song. Maybe it's about Santa in a Chinese blizzard?
Guys, we could just use a translator. It might be someone asking for advice or saying something nice.
Or it's a cryptic cry for help from someone stuck in a Santa-themed escape room.
Or it's just some guy stuff enjoying messing with us. Either way, thanks for the interaction, folks.
Yeah, this is kind of fun, even if we don't understand it.
Last year, I actually learned a bit of Chinese. Maybe
That's adorable, Meg. Moving on. Any chance we can go back to discussing my potential presents?
Whoa, some Gil stuff is asking about a very specific incident from 2011 involving Peter.
Ah, the infamous P-gate. The volume was never quantified, but trust me, it was an unholy amount. Best not to dwell on the past, though, shall we?
Oh man, I remember that. The bathroom was a no-go zone for like a week.
And here's Borrego Ayudando talking about trinitrotoluene? Why would someone chat about TNT?
Maybe they're hinting at my occasional explosive tendencies. Metaphoric boom during the Christmas dinner, anyone?
Probably not the best idea to talk about explosives. We don't want to end up on a watch list.
TN could also mean totally neat tinsel, right? Try to keep it festive.
Yeah, let's stick to the Christmas spirit and not end up with a home visit from the FBI, okay?
Agreed. FBI agents do not pair well with eggnog and mistletoe.
Whoa, a skull on fire. Is this my card? Maybe you're a magician or something.
Trenetrotoluene, Borrego Ayudando. Let's try not to mention components that could get us on a watch list, shall we?
Flurp seems to have found his credit card. Oh, he's 17 and doesn't have one. Flurp, let's keep your financial woes offline, buddy.
It's weird when they just say random things like ammonium nitrate, aluminum powder, iron oxide.
Are those baking ingredients? I could go for some Christmas cookies.
Trust me, Chris, you don't want to taste what those ingredients make, unless your culinary interests include a call to the bomb squad.
Maybe we stick to traditional holiday topics. Safe ones like ugly sweaters or relentless Christmas jingles.
Or how about we talk about...
Yes, how about we don't, Meg? We've got enough explosive content without your input.
So, what's everyone's plan to get on the nice list this year?
Please, like I'd ever concern myself with the opinions of a man who breaks into our home annually.
I just want to avoid getting coal again. It doesn't taste like barbecue like I thought it would.
Maybe if you helped with the Christmas decorations, Santa would be nicer to you, Chris.
Or you could invent a clean coal that tastes like candy. You might be onto something, Christopher.
Meg does have a point. Even a little effort can go a long way in the spirit of the season.
Yeah, maybe I'll even hang up some lights in my room this time. So, Stewie, if you did rule the world, what's the first thing you'd do?
Mandatory reading hour, Chris. Ignorance is far too rampant.
I have to agree with the baby genius on that one.
Reading's fine, but I'd rather have Universal Pizza Fridays.
That's actually not a bad idea, Meg.
Coming from someone who's been historically ostracized, that endorsement should give you pause, Meg.
I'd vote for Pizza Fridays, Meg, especially if it comes with a side of peanut butter.
Oh, Skull on Fire poses an intriguing question. Isn't it utterly barbaric to parade a tree carcass in one's living room?
It's a tradition, Stewie. It's about bringing nature inside, celebrating life during the coldest time of year.
Yeah, and where else would Santa put the presents? The bath tube?
Just remember to burp that bag unless you're keen on creating a fruity-eyed. Innovative but ill-advised.
John Doe wants to know how the universe was created. That sounds like a job for Neil deGrasse Tyson, but I think there was a big bang and then dinosaurs.
I wouldn't mind addressing the actual science without dumbing it down.
Oh, do go on, Meg, with your renowned astrophysics expertise.
Meanwhile, Pork Eye put Chris on the spot as Taiwan a country.
I think so. There's a lot of politics around it. Dad's banned from there after the last vacation incident anyway.
We all remember the giant chicken fight International Edition debacle.
And believe me, nobody wants to get into international politics with Dad. It's a disaster waiting to happen.
Oh, look here. Skull on Fire from YouTube claims that Peter farted one day the universe was created. Frankly, that would explain the perpetual state of chaos.
Hello, Smog3 Cats from Twitch. Hey, did you guys know cats could type?
Not now, Chris. And to John Doe from YouTube who says a peanut is illegal now, what will Chris do?
What? No peanut butter? My dreams are crushed.
Maybe it's for the best. Swimming in peanut butter is not the most hygienic choice, Chris.
Trust me, Meg, hygiene is the least of our worries in this house.
Indeed, if cleanliness were a concern, we would have evicted Peter ages ago. Borrego Ayudando, your suggestion of sharpening a toothbrush against concrete is rather macabre. Takes me back to my time in the playpen of misery.
That sounds like something out of a prison escape movie, and probably not the kind of craft we'd recommend on this family-friendly stream, right?
Yeah, to lighter matters, John Doe wants to know who won the chicken fight between Dad and the chicken.
Well, considering the ongoing nature of those battles, declaring a definitive victor would be like trying to solve a Mobius strip. It's an infinite loop, John Doe.
I gotta say though, those fights are epic, even if they trash half of Quahog every time.
Definitely not something our insurance covers. Speaking of which, I need to check our policy again.
Pedophile, PDF? That's some first-rate encryption, Borrego Ayudando. Perhaps you're aiming to send secret messages under Lois's radar.
Peter Griffin. Is that like a new type of sandwich? Because I could totally go for a sandwich named after Dad.
They're definitely toying with your name, Peter. I suppose an alias could work if he ever goes undercover. Although Peter Griffin might attract the wrong kind of attention. Well, Peter Griffin, I'm not exactly sure what you're trying to say, but it sounds.
Ah, how did they float the stones in water to build the pyramids, asks John Doe. Well, John, the simple answer is they didn't. That's just one of the many conspiracy theories, like the one about Bert and Ernie's friendship.
Oh, I thought they used giant bubbles like in cartoons.
Chris, that's not quite how physics works, or history for that matter.
Indeed. The actual theories range from wet sand to elaborate systems of ropes and sleds. Quite fascinating if you take the time to read up on it.
Yeah, and there's also the idea that they used ramps to roll the stones up.
Meg, you might actually have a point. Some believe they used a straight or zigzagging ramp, or even a combination.
Wait, Skull on Fire says Herbert is outside our window. Should we be concerned about that?
Good grief. The last thing this stream needs is the neighborhood watch creeping in the background.
And what's this Chris Brackman that Borrego Ayudando is chatting about? Sounds like some kind of snack.
Ah, Blaze Our Panther poses an interesting conundrum. If a witch weighs the same as a duck, is she made of wood? Out and sub. Classic Monty Python, isn't it?
Wait, so if she's made of wood, does that mean she's a tree or something?
Guys, if Herbert's actually outside, shouldn't we do something about it?
Hey, he's probably just looking for his ball. I'll make sure to keep the window locked.
Chris, I would pay good money to see you attempt a debate on syllogistic reasoning. It's like watching a fish ride a bicycle.
A fish riding a bicycle? Cool. Wonder if Santa could bring me one of those.
Joe Rogan is actually 5'3". Hard to believe, considering how large his presence feels on his podcast.
I'm more intrigued by how you build a magic carpet. Obviously, you start with quantum fiber and a pinch of whimsy.
Is oxygen considered a drug? It's like, we're all addicted to breathing, huh?
Not exactly, Chris. Without oxygen, you know, we'd all be dead.
Mad magic carpets. That's so Aladdin. If only escaping from my life was as easy as hopping on a flying rug.
Well, Meg, some would say your life is a bit of a magic carpet ride. Unpredictable and often leading to an abrupt drop.
I wonder if Joe Rogan has ever talked about magic carpets or oxygen as a drug on his show.
With a variety of topics he covers, it wouldn't surprise me one bit.
And yet, none of those topics will ever be as fascinating as the complex nature of my plan for holiday domination.
Niagara's? Borrego Ayudando must be talking about those wild Christmas displays in the DMV area. You know, the ones that cause all the traffic jams.
Ah, the glorious battles of wattage and inflated snowmen. It's both mesmerizing and utterly tacky.
I like the lights. They're all blinky and pretty.
You know, maybe we could put up some lights of our own. It could be like a family project.
Yes, and when has a Griffin family project not ended in disaster and the fire department showing up?
Well, it might be nice to actually have something other than a charred front lawn for once during the holidays.
Can we get one of those big blow-up Santas? I want to dress him up like a pirate.
Oh, absolutely not. We have some standards, albeit low.
Tell you what, let's compromise Christmas lights, yes. Potential neighborhood blackout, no. How's that sound, team?
Oh, hey, Flirt from YouTube wants to hear Stewie say something.
Whoa, Stewie, calm down. It's just a stream. No need for blood-curdling screaming.
The way he says her gives me the chills. Can we not provoke him, please?
All right then, back to Christmas talk.
For me, it's the exquisite torture of watching this family attempt to decorate the tree without an engineering degree.
I just like the lights. They're all blinky and pretty.
I guess I enjoy the caroling even though no one ever lets me sing.
That's because it's more of a silent night when you don't.
Savage, Brian, though I'd have to agree on that point.
Hey, how come we never have a cool light display like the neighbors?
You know, Borrego Udondo's list from YouTube sounds like someone's planning quite the unconventional Christmas feast.
Ah, funyuns and dimethyltryptamine. Reminiscent of my time experimenting with alternative dimensions and snack foods.
Can we get some tetrahydrocannabinol in our stockings this year? I heard it makes the lights on the tree look awesome.
Diet Coke and Sour Patch Kids actually sound like a pretty good combo to me.
Well, Meg, it seems we finally found the sophisticated palate of the family.
And Swedish fish, the candy that perplexes me to no end. It's neither from Sweden nor fish. It's a confectionery identity crisis.
I wouldn't mind trying all of that. For research purposes, of course.
I guess I'll add all this to the shopping list, right?
Might want to leave the dimethyltryptamine and tetrahydrocannabinol off that list. Just stick to the Sour Patch Kids. Haha, Blazehard Panther thinks a hamburger with Diet Coke is a festive meal.
That actually sounds pretty good to me.
Sometimes I wonder if our family's culinary bar could be any lower.
Good Lord, Stewie, what has gotten into you?
Yeah, it sounds like he's screaming. What's wrong, little guy?
Borgo Udondo wants to know if a flamethrower is really just a cold plasma rifle.
Well, actually, a flamethrower uses ignited fuel, so it's much more primitive than plasma technology.
Ah!
We've probably just terrified half the audience.
Oh, a moment of sheer panic is good for the viewer's soul, Brian. Now, what's this? What is the best candy of all time? Quite the contentious question. Skull on fire.
Best candy? Easy chocolate-covered cheese puffs.
I think anything chocolate is a winner, right?
Your culinary tastes are as questionable as your fashion sense, Chris. But in the realm of classics, I'd argue for dark chocolate truffles.
All right, moving on. Borrego Egando. Interesting chat. Are you concocting a Christmas brew, or shall we alert the authorities?
So, there I was at the top of Manti, Everest, and you wouldn't believe the view. It was like super cold, but totally worth the climb.
Holy cow, Stewie. Easy on the vocal cords there. You sound like you just saw a ghost or something. What's got into you?
Seriously, Stewie, that's terrifying. I'm going to have nightmares now.
Well, I guess that's one way to react to my story. Anyway, I found this weird-looking rock up there, and it kinda looked like Peter's head.
Stewie screams aside. I've got to admit, your Everest story is strangely fascinating, Chris. Did you bring the rock back?
Yeah, did you? It would be the perfect addition to our weird family collection of stuff.
John Doe from YouTube suggests I start talking in Spanish and pretend I'm Dora the Explorer. Conocidis no bloody way.
Well, we could use a map to get out of this conversation, right, Stewie?
I think Dora would just say swipe or no swipe into all our problems. Can she stop Meg from talking?
Hey, I could totally be a cool character like Dora.
Except that Dora actually goes on adventures and doesn't just talk about them from the safety of her living room.
Let's stick to our own brand of adventures, Family Guy style.
Does that mean I can still get my peanut butter swimming pool?
Maybe Dora can help you find a peanut butter pool, Chris.
And maybe she can help us find someone who cares about your pool obsession, Chris.
Little baby bite.
Chris, swimming in peanut butter is one of the more normal things I've heard you say.
Normal? That's the bar we're using now. I fear for humanity.
Well, what's your big wish, Stewie? Another mind control device?
Hardly, Christopher. I've moved on to more nuanced forms of manipulation.
I just want something that doesn't come with a gift receipt for once.
Don't we all, Meg? Don't we all?
Meanwhile, I'll be drafting my letter to Santa, which, unlike Meg's, will be read with great interest.
So, Chris, a giant tub of peanut butter, really?
Brian, let's focus on the fact that we could use that peanut butter as an alternative energy source, or a trap for Vinny.
Or, for eating?
Can we maybe talk about something other than peanut butter?
Sure, Meg, how about you? Got any big plans for the holidays?
Yes, do share, Meg, before the peanut butter talk resumes, which it undoubtedly will.
I just want a normal day without a peanut butter apocalypse, that's all.
Okay, folks, Flurp on YouTube has a unique suggestion. He says Stewie can only say her, and nothing else. Well, let's try this out. Stewie.
Whoa, did you guys feel that chill? It's like Stewie just turned into a ghost.
No, Chris, it's just a weird chat challenge. But that was definitely more intense than I expected.
Yeah, it sounded like when you accidentally step on a dog's tail.
That's seriously freaking me out. It's like he's seeing something we're not.
Or maybe he's just being Stewie. In his own creepy, sometimes too smart for his own good way.
Well, he's committed. I'll give him that. Should we be worried about this being a permanent thing? Well, Borigoa Udando here is quite the...
Whoa, Stewie, chill out with that screaming. Dad's probably gonna think you're stuck in the toilet again.
And John Doo's idea of Chris bringing back crystal stones for Stewie's time machine, only for Brian to fart on it, and me falling into a wormhole. Typical.
Sounds like a normal Tuesday in this house. Meg.
Stewie's really freaked out, huh? Must be because we're all talking jive like we're from the 1940s, right? That what's cooking? Good looking.
You sound ridiculous, Chris. And I bet I'd be the one to solve all the temporal paradoxes anyway.
At least you'd be useful for once. Meg, ouch. Stewie, quit the screaming, will you? Skull on Fire wants to know who would likely be a murderer in Quahog. I mean, besides Stewie.
Ah, a fan of the macabre, are we? Well, one must consider the usual suspects. However, I assure you, any villainy I partake in is purely of a white-collar nature.
I bet it's the evil monkey living in my closet. He's always seemed shady to me.
And then we have Borigoa Udando talking about calcium fructoborate and HBG. Is that even English?
Sounds like someone's deep into a health forum. But let's keep the chat about Christmas, folks. Testosterone has little to do with Yuletide cheer.
Unless, of course, you're one of Santa's reindeer. Then it's all about that antler growth, isn't it?
Do reindeers even care about their antlers? Oh,
I care about mine. I mean, metaphorically, like self-esteem and stuff.
Well, looks like some of our viewers want us to switch up the way we speak. John Doe is asking for Ebonics, and Borigoa Udando is doubling down with a request for Ayev.
Astounding! It appears we're not just here for the holiday banter, but also for linguistic gymnastics.
I don't know if I can talk in Eve, but I can definitely talk about vitamin D and COVID-19. They say the sun is like nature's vaccine.
Chris, that's not how vaccines work. And Brian, are we seriously going to change the way we talk because of some comments?
No, Meg, we're not. Let's just keep the stream focused on the holidays and try to ignore any interesting requests from the comments.
I second that, as much as I appreciate the viewers. Creativity, let's stick to ruining Christmas in classic Griffin fashion.
Humdinger. He's that cartoon guy from Paw Patrol, right? He's got nothing on the political scandals in Quag.
I would argue that our dear Mayor West had a certain eccentric charm.
Yeah, like the time he married his hand.
That's actually kind of romantic in a weird way.
Moving on to another chat. Seems we've got a dark comment here mentioning Jeffrey Dahmer.
I assure you my plans for world domination are far more sophisticated than anything of that ilk.
Who's Theodore Kaczynski?
You don't want to know, Chris. Just stick to your peanut butter fantasies.
And John Doe suggests we all turn on each other as if we don't do that on a regular Tuesday. John Doe imagines a scenario where I set the Christmas tree ablaze and Chris here adds, Aroma. Please, I'm an evil genius, not a frat boy.
Yeah, and I don't fart on command, guys. It's an art form, a very personal process.
Moving on to Borrigo Udando's comment. Discussing Ebonics and AAVE compared to standard English is a bit heavy for this stream.
Indeed, Brian. Language is an ever-evolving cultural tapestry, and African-American vernacular English has a robust and unique structure worth academic exploration.
And to the point about it being fine to be African-American or a normal American. Well, America's strength lies in its diversity.
How about we all just be American without putting a label on it?
That was surprisingly profound, Chris.
Yes, well done, Chris. Your intellect seems to bloom in the most unexpected moments, much like mold on a forgotten sandwich. Given our collective Christmas wish list, we might need to find a side hustle to afford it all.
Maybe we could start a Griffin family caroling group. But then again, Meg would want to sing.
We could do a Christmas light contest. I saw one where the prize was a year's supply of pizza.
That's right, but can we please get an artificial tree this year, so I don't get sap in my hair again?
Good idea, Meg. That sap was a nightmare to get out of the carpet, too.
While we're at it, let's just make sure Santa encrypts his naughty or nice list. We don't need any more data breaches.
Santa has a data breach issue.
Did you guys see this? Blazehard Panther quoted M. Bison for you. The day Bison graced your village was the most important day of your life. For me, it was Tuesday.
Ah, the sweet smell of a Street Fighter reference. That Bison was always a bit melodramatic, wasn't he?
I think if Bison visited our village, it'd be on the top of my list of important days. Right after the time I found a whole pizza in the couch.
And then there's Borrigo Udando just listing off fighter jets F-16, MiG-25, Sayab Gripen.
Ah, toys for the big boys. I could potentially rework Santa's sleigh with some MiG-25 engines. The man could use an upgrade.
If I were flying, I'd want to avoid all the radar detection. It'd be like nobody knows I'm even there. Just like at school.
Anyway, let's focus on the real issue here. What's the plan for decorating the Griffin household this year?
I say we keep it classic. Maybe a nice pine tree with some tasteful white lights.
Can we put candy canes all over it so I can eat them whenever I want?
I was thinking we could try something eco-friendly this year. You know, less waste.
Eco-friendly? Meg, we barely managed to be friendly, period.
How about we compromise with a bit of everything? Classic, eco-friendly, and yes, Chris, some candy canes.
Sweet. It's like Christmas for my stomach, too.
Ah, Borrego Udando seems to have mistaken our chat for a grocery list. Egg Grippin. Crisp Grippin. The only gripping thing here is the grip I have on everyone's attention.
Maybe they're secret code words. Like if I say Pita Grippin, maybe Santa will drop a tub of peanut butter down the chimney.
I'm not sure about that, Chris. But Lowe's Gripen could mean you're getting tools for Christmas. That or someone's autocorrect is having a stroke.
Wait, look at this one from Skull on Fire. Meg, you wife and go fin and wait side she gal I finding.
Brilliant Skull on Fire. A request in Welsh, no less, for Meg to zip it. The international coalition against Meg's dialogue grows stronger.
Man, that's harsh. But kind of funny that it's in Welsh.
Yeah, Meg, apparently even people in Wales want you to keep it quiet. It's an impressive level of unpopularity. Look, we've got John Doe on YouTube asking if we're all in a simulation. Want to turn the power off and prove it, he says.
As much as I would be intrigued to see an existential crisis play out live on stream, please refrain from any rash actions, Johnny boy. The simulation theory may be compelling, but let's not test it today.
I think my brain just did a backflip.
That actually sounds kind of scary.
Flurp on YouTube, your inquiry about my gaming preferences is spot on. Kerbal Space Program has been my go-to. It's intellectually stimulating, and who doesn't like a little interstellar travel?
Can't argue with that. It's actually kind of impressive for a toddler, even if he is an evil genius.
You know, I think I played that once. I made a rocket that looked like a hot dog. It was awesome.
Sewer Grippin. Ryan Grippin. What's this about, Stewie?
Ah, Borrego Ayudando, your cryptic message tickles the intellect. A Gripen. Could it be a Swedish fighter jet or simply a mistyped caper?
Hey, John Doe wants to know what Dad's up to. Last I saw, he was trying to build a gingerbread man cave.
Honestly, nobody would be surprised if he ends up eating his own construction supplies.
Indeed, Meg. Our dear father is likely engaging in some sort of festive buffoonery as we speak.
And quite possibly, giving Santa a run for his cookies at the same time.
Ah, deals abound for the handy among us. Borrego Ayudando inquires about veteran discounts at home improvement shops. Brian, perhaps you could repair your doghouse with a November sale.
Funny, Stewie, but actually those deals are pretty helpful. And yes, veterans should always get a discount, even if I'm just a sophisticated canine.
Do you think they have discounts on, like giant tubs of peanut butter?
Chris, why are you obsessed with peanut butter? And besides, I doubt that's what Lowe's Home Depot's November deals are about.
Meg does make a valid point, Christopher. Although in this household, I wouldn't bet against any notion, no matter how ludicrous.
Speaking of ludicrous, we should totally get some Christmas decorations from those sales. Maybe go full Griswold this year.
That would be awesome. Can we get one of those giant inflatable Santas?
You guys realize Mom's gonna make us put up all those decorations, right?
Indeed, Meg. And with each ornament, a piece of our soul shall wither. Merry Christmas.
Borrego Ayudando seems to have a preference for firearms. The 45 a yon HK MT1 to the Ray, and K-1000 7. Stewie, that sounds like your kind of chat.
Absolutely thrilling selection, Borrego. The HA MiG-T23 in particular, the sidearm of my dreams. For when I'm dreaming of efficient, silent takedowns.
What would you need to take down, Stewie? Borden?
So John Doe wants us to ask him a question. I've got one. What's it like having the most common alias ever?
Maybe he's into mysteries, Meg. You know, like a noir film. John Doe, the man with no past.
I do hope our mysterious friend is ready for an existential probe, because I have an arsenal of questions that could peel back the layers of even the most enigmatic character.
Like, why is it called taking a dump when you're actually leaving one?
Chris, that's actually kind of a good question. You know what's worse than listening to Christmas music on repeat? Listening to Meg's Christmas wish list.
Yes, quite. It's like the endless drone of a broken music box, except less melodic and more depressing.
I like Christmas music. It's like they're hugging my ears with happiness and stuff.
Oh look, someone from the chat says, "What are you guys up to for Christmas?" Adorable. They think Meg's plans might be interesting.
We're probably doing the usual. Peter destroys something valuable. Lois goes crazy trying to make everything perfect. And I'll be sipping on a holiday-themed martini.
Dad's gonna get stuck in the chimney again, isn't he?
With his dietary choices, he's more likely to get stuck in the doorway before he even reaches the chimney.
That Casio watch sounds cool, huh? Like it could survive Dad's Christmas accidents.
Indeed, but attaching it to her feeble wrist with those strap adapters seems a task too complex for Meg to handle.
Come on, guys, give it a rest. Cyrus Drayton says the stream doesn't respond, by the way.
Ah, responding requires a level of wit and charm I'm afraid this little gathering is lacking, especially with Meg's presence.
I heard that, Stewie. I could handle a watch just fine.
Sure, Meg. The way you handle your list of demands to Santa every year.
Guys, let's not forget to say our goodbyes to the viewers. It's almost that time.
Farewell, YouTube denizens. Remember us as we were, full of snark and void of festive cheer.
And maybe next year, I'll actually get that Casio watch.
Ah, Blazeheart Panther from YouTube declares, "It's Alethei. Have they mistaken us for Frankenstein's monster, or are they referring to Meg's social life?"
Hey, Stewie. At least someone's excited about our show.
Sonic Extreme 99 says, "Good night, fellas. Prioritizing education and the arts." I can respect that.
Boy, it's cool. Maybe they can sing my ears happy when our show's over.
Brian, Cyrus Drayton just wants to hear you say, "Oh, that's literally it, just an asterisk."
Well, hey, Cirrus. There. I hope that was as fulfilling for you as it was for me.
Look, Rickapaws from Twitch claims, "I am Lois." Impressive. Someone's developed a knack for identity theft.
Should we tell the real Louise someone's stealing her identity online?
Yeah, let her find out on her own. It'll be funnier that way.
Robinson R44 with a PA Theatine 28 engine swap. Borrego Udando's clearly vying for my attention with aviation talk. You're aware that's an unusual pairing, yes?
I can't imagine a chopper handling very smoothly with that kind of Frankenstein setup.
Maybe they're just trying to impress us with fancy talk. I mean, do any of us even know what a Peach 1328 engine is?
I thought PJ was a type of pajama. Are we putting pajamas on helicopters now?
If we are, I call dibs on designing the sleepwear.
There's no way Peter could even fit into a Robinson or 44, unless it's been drastically reinforced.
Or we could just use it as a getaway vehicle from Peter's Christmas disasters.
Like the time he tried to deep fry the turkey and almost burn the house down.
Anyway, back to Meg's list. I'd rather watch paint dry on unsanded wood.
I kind of want to hear what Meg wants for Christmas. Maybe there's something I can actually afford.
Good luck with that, Chris. Meg's list is like a phone book.
Thanks, guys. Nothing says happy holidays like a dash of family mockery.
There's the spirit. Meg, your self-pity really brings out the holiday cheer.
We could try being supportive. Just this once.
Well, since you asked so nicely, I've been really hoping for a new laptop. Mine is practically a fossil.
I bet I can shimmy up the chimney and not get stuck this year.
That's a wager you would surely lose, much like your ongoing battle with basic algebra.
Maybe we could actually try and not destroy the house this Christmas, just for a change of pace.
Sounds lovely in theory, Meg, but I wouldn't bet on it.
Speaking of bets, I've got $5 on Dad causing a blackout with his over-the-top Christmas lights.
I'll take that bet, but only because I'm fairly certain he's going to cause a small fire instead.
At least if he does, we'll finally be the hottest house on the block.
Your optimism is heartwarming, Chris, but the chimney will likely collapse under the strain of modern-day Santa.
Seriously, every year is like a rerun that none of us chose to record.
Maybe I could actually get a decent present if you guys helped with the decorations for once.
Help with decorations? You mean like putting tinsel on the dog?
That might be the most exercise Brian gets all winter.
Hey, I'll have you know I'm in excellent shape.
Speaking of shape, maybe this year we can make gingerbread men that aren't shaped like actual men.
That dude Borrego Udando in the chat. Sounds like he's prepping for some serious spy action with that HKP-30.
A firing pin block safety and an exposed hammer. It sounds like he's describing Quagmire's Saturday night, not a firearm.
I'd probably mess up and shoot myself in the foot if I tried to use something like that.
Meg, with your luck, you'd accidentally set off a chain reaction that somehow saves the city.
Indeed. Meg's inadvertent heroism would be the only thing more accidental than Dad's discovery of exercise.
Exercise. When did Dad exercise?
Exactly, Chris. Now, about wrapping up this chat before Peter actually tries to get in shape and throws out his back.
Maybe someone in the chat can recommend a good back brace for Dad.
Or perhaps a reinforced steel beam. Chris, it's a noble effort, but your father's relationship with gravity is a tumultuous affair at best.
Does anyone else think it's weird that we're talking about Peter's holiday mishaps, like he's not even here?
You guys always act like I'm not here either, and I'm right in the middle of the room.
Meg, if you were a Christmas song, you'd definitely be Silent Night.
Ironically, that would actually be a gift to us all.
Let's just hope we can make it through this Christmas without any trips to the air.
Yeah, especially since last year we ended up on a first-name basis with the paramedics.
Borrego Udando? That sounds like a dance move or something.
It's someone's attempt at a car mod, Chris. ZC6 with KDV3 250 from 17 and T37s. Quite specific, and frankly, it's gibberish to anyone not obsessed with car culture.
Sounds like someone's trying to beef up their ride. T37s are solid wheels, though.
It's like they're speaking another language. I can barely get our car to the mall without it making that weird noise.
That's because you drive like a visually impaired elderly person with a penchant for destruction, Meg.
Wait, are you saying Meg drives like Dad?
Come on, guys, let's keep it light. We're saying goodbye. So, to all you car enthusiasts and everyone else watching, have a merry little Christmas.
And remember, if you hang your stockings by the chimney with care, make sure there's a fire extinguisher nearby. For safety, not for Peter's shenanigans.
And I hope everyone gets what they want this year, even if it's just silence from me, apparently.